The Supreme Patriarch has personally appointed this youth, saying, he is a ancient millennium talent. The Patriarch's intention is to let Chu Tianjun himself choose one of us to be his master. In the great hall of the Zhoushan sect master Tianshu Zhenren looked down in satisfaction at the youth bowing beneath the dais and addressed the elders seated at his side. Tianju, in this seat is Jujin Zhenren. If you acknowledge me as your master, I can guarantee you will reach the nascent soul realm within 50 years. An elder with a razor-sharp aura stepped forward first and spoke. At this moment, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed upon Chu Tianjun. He lifted his head and glanced at Jujin Zhenren, a complex look flickering in his gaze. Chu Tianjun was certain that this scene was exactly the same as when he had first come to the Zhoushan sect to seek a master 30 years ago. Last time Jujin Zhenren had uttered these very same words. So I have been reborn. Next sect master Tianshu Zhenren will extend an olive branch to me, even sketching out the grand promise of making me the future sect master. Memories flashed swiftly through Chu Tianjun's mind. Sure enough, the next instant Tianshu Zhenren spoke again. Tianju, in this seat is Tianshu Zhenren, the current sect master of the Zhoushan sect. If you enter my tutelage, I shall grant you the finest cultivation resources in all things. So long as you cultivate to the nascent soul realm, you will be the next sect master. The words were exactly the same, not a single syllable different. Chu Tianjun glanced at Tianshu Zhenren yet still held his tongue. To think I once devoted myself wholly to the sect. As soon as I stepped into nascent soul, I plunged deep into demon beast territory to seize countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, allowing the entire sect's cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds. Before reaching deity transformation, I even entered the demonic path alone, slaughtering nearly an entire generation of demon path geniuses, yet in the end I met such a miserable fate. Thinking back now, all these old fellows of Zhoushan sect harbored sinister intentions. When I was framed, they even rejoiced in secret. There is something gravely wrong with each of their identities. Chu Tianjun's thoughts churned endlessly as he brooded to himself, seeing that the two figures in the Zhoushan sect with the highest cultivation and status had still failed to make Chu Tianjun choose. The other elders felt hope stir. One after another, they stepped forward, each urging him to enter their tutelage, some even promising to gift him their very own life-bound magic treasures. Everything unfolded exactly as before. Up to this point, Chu Tianjun's behavior was identical to his previous life. He did not choose any of these elders as his master. For before entering this grand hall, he already knew who would become his master. That name had been personally spoken to him by the Supreme Patriarch. The moment before entering the hall to pay respects, when the Supreme Patriarch had tapped him lightly on the head, now that Chu Tianjun recalled it, it still felt like something that had happened only an instant ago. Then it should be your turn to take the stage now, shouldn't it? Chu Tianjun's gaze moved slightly as he looked toward the edge of the line of elders at a woman whose bearing was ethereal and whose expression remained calmly indifferent. Tianjun, I am Longyue Zhenren. I am neither the one with the highest cultivation in the sect, nor the one who has mastered the most arts, and I cannot give you my life-bound magic treasure. But if you become my disciple, you will be my only disciple. Longyue Zhenren's voice was clear and melodious, laced with a faint timidity. Her words were very different from those of the other elders. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had chosen this youngest nascent soul Zhenren of the Zhoushan sect the moment he heard the name Longyue. Later, for a full 30 years, Chu Tianjun and Longyue Zhenren were the very picture of a benevolent master and filial disciple. Longyue poured out all she knew while Chu Tianjun lived up to every expectation. Reaching the peak of refining in a single month, successfully establishing foundation in merely 100 days, and condensing a golden core within 3 years, shattering the Zhoushan sect's cultivation records again and again. In the end, Chu Tianjun needed only 10 short years to step into the nascent soul realm, becoming a nascent soul Zhenren like his master and the elders of the sect. After reaching nascent soul, in order to repay Longyue, Chu Tianjun sought out countless rare treasures for his master. The sheer quantity of such wonders would have been enough for him to reach deity transformation several times over, yet he handed all of them to Longyue without the slightest hesitation, allowing her to step into deity transformation ahead of him. Yet in the end, the one who crippled Chu Tianjun's cultivation was this very master. The one who cast him into the midst of a demon beast army was this very master. 30 years of companionship and heartfelt devotion could not compare to a junior apprentice who had been under her tutelage for less than 3 years. At that time, Longyue naturally proved false to her words of today. Besides Chu Tianjun, she also took on other disciples. Now, when Chu Tianjun looked at Longyue Zhenren, his eyes held only indifference. He remembered with perfect clarity that final gaze of his once revered master. cold, even tinged with disdain. If not for being misunderstood and wounded by this Longyue in my previous life damaging my Tao heart, I would have long since stepped into deity transformation. In this life, I will certainly ascend to far greater heights. With the foundation of my previous life, even if I leave Zhoushan sect, I can quickly cultivate back up. But that patriarch will definitely not allow me to go. To find the true culprit and exact my revenge, staying and laying out plans ahead of time is not a bad choice. As for taking a master, Chu Tianjun had already accepted the fact of his rebirth. In this short span, he had thought through much and devised a plan for the future. Whether it was the master he had revered in his previous life, the junior martial sister he had raised like a daughter, or the originally harmonious fellow disciples, they could only be counted as accomplices. The true murderer who had brought about his death had yet to enter the sect and might not even have been born yet. That person's origins were exceedingly mysterious. Chu Tianjun had once investigated thoroughly yet learned nothing. It was as if the man had appeared from thin air. Thus in this life he could not eliminate him in advance. Only by arranging things early and waiting for the other party to appear again could he act. Moreover, there were many suspicious details from his previous life that still plagued Chu Tianjun. The entirety of the Zhoushan sect was riddled with inexplicable abnormalities. In this life, he naturally had to uncover the truth. The Supreme Patriarch's original intent was for him to choose Longyue as his master. Now that he knew what the future held, it was impossible for him to choose her again. If he chose another nascent soul Jinren, it would be hard to explain himself to the Patriarch, so only one option remained. With his plan set, Chu Tianjun fell silent no longer. He cupped his fists and bowed to the elders in the hall, then, with a calm expression tinged with a trace of coldness, said, "Many thanks to the sect master and all the honored elders for your kindness, but I do not wish to take a master. I hope to start as an ordinary disciple." After all, relying on the countless top-tier cultivation arts and even divine abilities within his memories, as well as the opportunities he foresaw over the next 30 years, he possessed more resources than he could ever use. Not taking a master was truly no problem. As for becoming the disciple of the Supreme Patriarch, Chu Tianjun had already raised that himself before entering the hall, but had been refused by the Patriarch. Chu Tianjun's reply left everyone momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, it was still Tianshu Zhenren who recovered first, and said, "Do you understand that ordinary disciples receive limited resources, and must regularly complete menial sect duties and missions? If you enter our tutelage, not only will you have nascent soul Zhenren teaching you without reservation, you will also receive resources far beyond those of ordinary disciples, and need not perform chores or missions. Do you truly wish to be an ordinary disciple? This disciple understands." Chu Tianjun still behaved with great respect, yet his answer was firm and unwavering. Of course he understood. This was the place where he had lived for 30 years. "Can you tell us your reason?" Longyue Zhenren suddenly looked at Chu Tianjun in curiosity and asked. What was happening now had already diverged completely from his previous life. Chu Tianjun's refusal to take a master was something the elders and the sect master could not forcibly change. What he had not expected, however, was that the one most curious about his refusal was actually Longyue, the master of his previous life. Chu Tianjun's face broke into a free and easy smile as he said before all the elders, "Because the path of cultivation is rugged and unpredictable. If one day this disciple dies before his master, wouldn't that mean white-haired elders sending off black-haired juniors? Taking a master, I think, is better left undone. Why add needless attachments and invite avoidable heartache?" In truth, Chu Tianjun was not saying this for the sake of these nascent soul Jinren. He estimated that if he phrased it this way, he would pass muster with the Supreme Patriarch. For this was exactly the rationale the Patriarch had used to refuse taking him as a disciple. His words left the elders momentarily lost in thought, and in Longyue's eyes there flashed a faint, almost imperceptible trace of unusual emotion. Because Chu Tianjun had been personally designated by the Supreme Patriarch as someone to be accepted, Tianshu Zhenren and the other nascent soul elders could only resign themselves to this fact in the end. Afterwards, Chu Tianjun went on his own to collect the waste token and basic supplies that a new disciple was entitled to when entering the sect. At present, Zhoushan sect was merely one of the several great powers within Fufeng Prefecture, and had yet to become the undisputed overlord. Its policies toward ordinary disciples remained a loose, laissez-faire style of management. Upon entering the sect, ordinary disciples could receive some basic supplies including 2 low-grade spirit stones and 2 chi condensation pills, as well as a basic chirofining technique and an introductory compendium to cultivation. Aside from the 2 low-grade spirit stones and the chi condensation pills, everything else was of little use to Chu Tianjun. The sect had also built lodgings for ordinary disciples. Even they were assigned single rooms, so the treatment could be considered rather decent. However, Chu Tianjun did not go to the communal dormitories. Instead, following his memories, he found an abandoned stone hut on a secluded mountain peak. After simply repairing the stone hut, Chu Tianjun decided that he would live there from now on. When collecting his supplies, he had also received a set of ordinary disciple robes. These garments carried a simple fireproof and dust-repelling effect, yet Chu Tianjun did not wear them, choosing instead to remain in his original clothes. Since I have not formally taken a master, no one will be overseeing me. Every 10 days or so, I only need to pick up some mundane chore like sweeping, carrying water, weeding, or chopping firewood to make a token appearance, and that will suffice. As long as I reach the foundation establishment stage, I can descend the mountain to temper myself. Some of the fortuitous encounters from my previous life can be claimed ahead of time. A smile curled at the corner of Chu Tianjun's lips. He believed that now that he had seen through the true faces of certain people, his days would surely grow better and his achievements reach even greater heights. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had already been a dazzling genius, and that was even after he had yielded most of his resources and opportunities to his master, his junior martial sister, and other fellow disciples. In this life, Chu Tianjun could hardly imagine at what terrifying speed he would grow if he no longer played the role of a foolishly self-sacrificing good man. Having set down his burdens and severed his attachments, Chu Tianjun felt his entire being grow much lighter. Toward dusk, he went to the sect canteen to eat a simple meal, and while in the dining hall, many disciples pointed and whispered about him. By now, everyone in Jiuxiao sect knew that there was a supposedly extraordinarily gifted new disciple who had publicly refused all invitations from the elders, including the sect master, and would rather remain an ordinary disciple than become a personal disciple. In the face of these pointing fingers and murmurs, Chu Tianjun paid them no mind. He merely swept a glance over the crowd, and seeing none of the familiar figures, he lowered his head to eat before quickly leaving. Though Jiuxiao sect as a whole was abnormal, such a vast sect still contained people of sound character. Among them were fellow disciples who had truly treated Chu Tianjun well, and even when he was framed and cast aside in the end, some had continued to believe in him. Chu Tianjun could not simply let these people go from his heart. His rebirth had not extinguished his sense of gratitude. After returning to his secluded dwelling, Chu Tianjun first relieved himself, then shut the door and sat cross-legged upon the stone bed. After a brief adjustment, he took out the 2 qi condensation pills, and without the slightest hesitation swallowed them in one go. Then he clasped the 2 low-grade spirit stones in his left and right hands respectively. Chi-refining techniques are not particularly mysterious. In the end, they amount to a process where quantitative change gives rise to qualitative change. I only need to complete the step of drawing qi into my body. With my aptitude, I can reach foundation establishment within a month at most. Chu Tianjun searched his memories for a cultivation method he had obtained during his later wanderings. Though somewhat incomplete, it was enough to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. This time he naturally would not use the foundation establishment method given by Long Yu. This technique bore an extraordinary name, the heaven-seizing creation art. Its nature was equally aberrant, allowing the practitioner to absorb any energy in existence. Whether spiritual energy, baleful qi, demonic qi, or all manner of gentle, violent, and strange forces. The drawbacks of this technique were numerous. Beyond its incompleteness, if one recklessly absorbed all kinds of foreign energies, the practitioner would at best suffer qi deviation, and at worst explode and perish. Of course, if one absorbed only a single type of energy, for instance a righteous cultivator using it solely to refine spiritual energy, then there would be little problem. However, in this life, Chu Tianjun did not intend to use it merely to absorb spiritual energy. In his previous life, through a twist of fate, he had obtained an incomplete demonic technique, known as the Grand Creation Free Demon Art, in a certain secret realm of the demonic path. At first, the Grand Creation Free Demon Art had likewise been impossible to cultivate due to its incomplete state, but shortly before his death in his previous life, Chu Tianjun had practically completed both techniques. The greatest feature of this demonic art was its ability to fuse any foreign energies and transform them at will into any other type of energy. It was simply a heaven-made pair with the heaven-seizing creation art. Regrettably, in his previous life, Chu Tianjun had never cultivated these 2 techniques. Firstly, he had completed them only shortly before his death. Secondly, they were after all demonic arts, and he had been a prodigy of the righteous path. But in this life, whether something was a demonic art or not no longer concerned Chu Tianjun in the slightest. The spiritual power contained within the 2 qi condensation pills was absorbed by Chu Tianjun in merely 2 or 3 breaths. Then the 2 spirit stones in his palms began to lose their luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just over a dozen breaths they turned into a pile of grayish powder. A short while later Chu Tianjun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, a satisfied smile appearing upon his face. He then opened his eyes and brought the fingers of his right hand together like a sword. In the next instant a flame blossomed at his fingertip before dissipating to be replaced by a cluster of ice crystals followed by golden sword chi, and even jet-black demonic chi, all of which he toyed with in the palm of his hand. Not bad, not bad. I have easily stepped into the chi refining stage. Tomorrow I'll casually take on some chore, then use the heaven-seizing creation art to absorb the myriad free-floating energies between heaven and earth. Even without a foundation establishment pill, it will be more than enough for me to complete foundation establishment. Satisfied, Chu Tianjun rose to his feet and walked out of the stone hut. Seeing the night sky outside where the bright moon hung and sparse stars shimmered, his mood grew even more carefree. At that moment, far from Chu Tianjun's dwelling on Tianxian Peak, a solitary figure stood in an elegant courtyard. To cling is to court needless sorrow, she murmured to herself. This Chu Tianjun truly is rather interesting. Although he did not become my disciple, I shall give him some pills the next time we meet. Gazing up at the full moon above, Long Yu Zhenren found herself recalling the words Chu Tianjun had spoken in the grand hall earlier that day. The next day, Chu Tianjun went to the chores office and accepted a cleaning assignment. He did not rush to the hall he was supposed to tidy. Instead, he waited until nightfall, when no one was around, then went over and used his spiritual power to swiftly clean the place from top to bottom. After completing this task, Chu Tianjun had a full 10 days of free time. He stopped going to the canteen for meals, instead gathering some wild fruits in the mountains, and then quietly cultivating in the stone hut. It had to be admitted that the heaven-seizing creation art was truly effective. Each major cultivation realm was divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Without relying on any pills or spirit stones, merely by absorbing the myriad free-floating energies between heaven and earth, Chu Tianjun reached mid-chi refining in just 2 days, then late stage in another 3, and after yet another 3 days his cultivation had already risen to the peak of chi refining. At this point he could already be considered half a step into foundation establishment. Yet this half step was often the most difficult barrier for cultivators to cross. Many people spent their entire lives unable to move past it. Counting the first day when he drew chi into his body, it had taken Chu Tianjun exactly 10 days. If it were someone else at this point, they would surely halt their cultivation to consolidate, seek spiritual herbs and pills, and adjust their state of mind before attempting to assault foundation establishment. But Chu Tianjun felt that foundation establishment posed no difficulty to him at all. Since he had been sitting here for so long already, with a single thought, he directly began to assault the foundation establishment stage. Rumble. The sky, which had been clear for thousands of miles, suddenly grew dark with heavy clouds. Lightning flickered forth as though a storm was brewing in the firmament. In the next instant, all the nascent soul elders of Zhoushan sect turned their gazes in unison toward the area where Chu Tianjun resided. A heavenly tribulation. There was no one in the sect scheduled to attempt a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage in the near future, they muttered in surprise. Nor is anyone attempting to form a golden core. Who has triggered a heavenly tribulation? One elder after another wore expressions full of bewilderment. Cultivators faced heavenly tribulation when breaking through major realms, yet under normal circumstances it would only appear when advancing to the nascent soul stage. In rare cases, particularly astonishing golden core cultivators might trigger a tribulation when condensing their core. Such individuals were talents among tens of thousands. Until now there had never been any record of a foundation establishment attempt triggering a heavenly tribulation. This tribulation was initiated by Chu Tianjun, and at this moment he was somewhat bewildered, vaguely guessing it might be related to his recultivation. Since the tribulation had appeared, there was no escaping it, and it was impossible to halt his foundation establishment. Soon the tribulation descended, and Chu Tianjun frantically operated the heaven-seizing creation art. To his astonishment, this incomplete technique was able to absorb the forces of the tribulation. Meanwhile, the great freedom magic art was also in operation, and as he faced the tribulation, Chu Tianjun's cultivation continued to rise. Before long, several nascent soul true masters, including the celestial master Tianshu, along with 20 or 30 golden core cultivators, appeared outside Chu Tianjun's stone chamber. Chu Tianjun. He actually started his foundation establishment, and he triggered a tribulation. What extraordinary talent is this? The Nine Swords' true master, upon discovering that the person inside was Chu Tianjun, was shocked to the point of losing composure. This is too monstrous. He has only been in the sect for 10 days, right? Throughout history, only those who can establish their foundation in 100 days are considered the pride of heaven, but 10 days for foundation establishment is truly unheard of. Another elder shook his head in disbelief. In the next moment, a statement from the true Master Hongyue further made everyone realize Chu Tianjun's remarkable nature. Elders, you may have overlooked that this child has not received any resources at all. At most, he only received 2 low-grade spirit stones and 2 qi condensation pills upon joining the sect. Hongyue's voice remained relatively calm, but her eyes were clearly unsettled. Upon hearing her words, everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, the many nascent soul elders were filled with regret. If this talent had been nurtured under their guidance, what achievements could he have reached in the future? Why didn't they insist a bit more at that time? If they had promised Chu Tianjun more benefits, they might have gained an extraordinary disciple. No, not just the tribulation, but also the inner demon tribulation. How is that possible? Suddenly Tian Shu exclaimed in shock, losing even the composure of a sect leader. Among the many nascent soul true masters present, none had ever faced an inner demon tribulation, as it only occurred when one was about to break through to the God transformation stage. At this moment, Chu Tianjun was indeed enduring the inner demon tribulation. He did not know why he faced this tribulation during his foundation establishment stage, nor did he think much of it, focusing solely on confronting the inner demon. The so-called inner demon tribulation is the appearance of one's greatest fears and deepest vulnerabilities, a reflection from the depths of the soul. Overcoming this tribulation has nothing to do with strength, and no magical artifacts can aid, as it is purely a test of one's mental state. At this moment, Chu Tianjun was also being tested. In his sea of consciousness, scenes from his previous life where he was falsely accused, wronged, and abandoned emerged. Senior brother, it was clearly you. I saw it with my own eyes. You injured the junior disciple. Just admit it, and I will still consider you my senior brother. A delicate-looking girl gazed at Chu Tianjun with disappointment. She was once his most cherished junior sister. You saw it with your own eyes. I told you it wasn't me. How long will you keep this up? Suddenly a flying sword shot out from Chu Tianjun's hand, piercing through his most cherished junior sister's chest with just a beam of sword light. In his past life, when faced with false accusations, Chu Tianjun had desperately tried to explain, yet his junior sister grew increasingly distant from him. However, in the current inner demon tribulation, Chu Tianjun shot out a sword without hesitation, not offering a single extra explanation. Chu Tianjun, do you acknowledge your crime? The scene shifted again, and it was the sect elder questioning Chu Tianjun. At this moment, Chu Tianjun did not understand what crime the elders believed he had committed. In any case, he had always been loyal to the sect, and had never done anything to harm it. I know it is you who are at fault. As elders, you fail to discern the facts and only listen to biased opinions. You come here to wrongly accuse me. Do you realize your own guilt? Facing the questioning of the elders during the inner demon tribulation, Chu Tianjun stood tall, retorted, and immediately advanced with his sword, cutting down several elders as easily as slicing through vegetables. In his past life, Chu Tianjun was already half a step into the God transformation stage, and with his strength and numerous techniques, killing a few nascent soul elders was truly effortless. Yet in that life he had acted like a submissive punching bag, allowing them to accuse him. Chu Tianjun, you have disappointed me greatly. Had I known you were such a person, I would have ended you 30 years ago. In the inner demon tribulation, the voice of Hongyue reappeared. Hongyue wore an expression of utter disappointment. Once her gaze towards Chu Tianjun was filled with pride, but now it had turned cold and disdainful. You have disappointed me too. For the past 30 years, I have treated you better than my own daughter. Years ago, I could have reached the God transformation stage, but I gave all my resources to you. I took risks and ventured into the demonic path, acquiring countless rare treasures for you. I have repeatedly explained to you, yet you never believed me. You would rather trust unrelated outsiders than the disciple who has accompanied you for 30 years. Chu Tianjun looked at Hongyue with the same cold expression. There were some words he never completed, but ultimately his gaze turned icy, and within the realm of the inner demon, he struck out with his sword against his master Hongyue for the first time. Refreshing, comfortable. As the sword was swung, Chu Tianjun felt an unparalleled clarity of thought. In the next moment, the inner demon tribulation vanished along with the heavenly tribulation, and all the experts of the Zhouxiao sect outside the stone chamber heard Chu Tianjun's exclamation of refreshing, comfortable. He has overcome the inner demon tribulation. It seems he looks quite pleased. Should we ask what the inner demon tribulation was like? We will certainly encounter it in the future. Countless discussions arose. Some gazes were filled with shock, while others burned with enthusiasm. Moments later, Chu Tianjun emerged from the stone chamber. He was already aware that the elders of the Zhoushan sect had come, but as he faced their eager gazes, his expression remained indifferent. The reason Chu Tianjun dared to be so arrogant, even disregarding the nascent soul true masters, was because he could rely on the mysterious ancestor in the sect. Since he was personally brought up the mountain by the ancestor, as long as he did not engage in particularly outrageous behavior, those nascent soul true masters truly did not dare to do anything to him. Though it seemed that the ancestor might also encounter problems in the future, for now everything was fine. In just a few years after Chu Tianjun restored his nascent soul cultivation, he would become his own support. By then, the nascent soul true masters within and outside the sect would not pose any threat to him. Indeed, he is at the foundation establishment stage, and his aura is very stable, not at all like someone who has just established their foundation. With such a genius disciple in the sect, it seems to be a great omen for the Zhoushan sect. But without anyone to guide him, and lacking cultivation resources, how did he manage to establish his foundation in 10 days? Could he be a spy from the demonic path or a major demon seizing a body? Initially, these nascent soul elders and golden core deacons were marveling at Chu Tianjun's extraordinary talent, feeling grateful for the sect's fortune in having such a genius. However, gradually the tone shifted and doubts began to arise. As expected, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. Chu Tianjun sneered inwardly. The Zhoushan sect had consistently faced difficulties, and these people bore undeniable responsibility. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Suddenly Hongyue spoke up, her question halting the discussions of the others. The Qi cultivation method I received from the sect a few days ago. If the elders do not believe me, you can easily check the spiritual energy within my body. Chu Tianjun answered calmly. After saying this, he extended his arm, inviting them to inspect him. In the next moment, the sect leader Tianshu appeared before Chu Tianjun, placing 2 fingers on his wrist and probing into his body with his divine sense. After a moment, Tianshu withdrew his fingers and said, "There is no doubt this is the sect's technique. This child has no issues." Chu Tianjun naturally did not fear inspection, as the great freedom magic art instantly transformed the spiritual energy within his body into the aura of the Zhoushan sect's techniques. Several elders extended their olive branches to Chu Tianjun, promising the best resources if he became their disciple, even offering their own nascent soul resources. Chu Tianjun merely responded lightly, acknowledging the elders' goodwill, which left them disappointed. The elders left one by one as Chu Tianjun turned and walked towards the stone house. "Wait a moment." Suddenly a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Chu Tianjun recognized that it was the voice of Master Longyue. He wondered why the usually aloof Longyue stayed behind to call him, and turned to look. "Tianjun, since you have just established your foundation, you need to stabilize your realm. Here is a bottle of pills suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Take it," Longyue said with a faint smile as she handed him a jade bottle. If this scene had occurred in his past life, Chu Tianjun would have been thrilled and unable to sleep for days. But now he only coldly cupped his hands in thanks and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not need it." Without further ado, he ignored Master Longyue and directly returned to the stone house, shutting the rickety wooden door behind him. Longyue's hand remained suspended in the air, her smile turning somewhat stiff. Does this child seem to harbor some hostility towards me? Or is it simply his nature? Perhaps it is just his character. After all, he climbed the mountain by himself. He is the second disciple of Zhoushan sect to ascend as a mortal, so it is only natural for him to be a bit special. Longyue was filled with many thoughts, and she did not even realize that she, who usually cared for nothing but cultivation, seemed quite eager to understand this peculiar new disciple. Chu Tianjun was currently unwilling to waste words speaking with Longyue. Ignoring her and remaining indifferent was the best way he could think of to interact. He did not allow Longyue's sudden kindness to alter his mindset. "I will apply to go down the mountain for training tomorrow. Once I recover some of my past lives' opportunities, it should not take long to condense the golden core. In my past life, I only took 3 years to reach the golden core realm. This time I aim to achieve it in 1 year." Chu Tianjun was indeed filled with ambition. In his last life, he had been foolish, neglecting to devote himself to cultivation despite his excellent aptitude, instead acting as a foolish good person. Early the next morning, Chu Tianjun arrived at the hall responsible for managing disciples' affairs regarding going down the mountain to apply for his training. "You must be junior brother Chu, right? You want to go down the mountain right after establishing your foundation. May I ask what you seek?" The disciple in charge of registration was also at the foundation establishment stage. News of Chu Tianjun's successful foundation establishment had spread throughout the sect, and the disciple before him being at the later stage of foundation establishment treated Chu Tianjun with great respect. To seek resources for breaking through to the Golden Core realm, Chu Tianjun replied calmly. This assertion was indeed valid. All foundation establishment cultivators only have one ultimate goal, which is to break through to the Golden Core no matter what they do. It fundamentally aims toward this. However, for someone who has just established their foundation to start preparing for the Golden Core seemed a bit strange. The registering disciple's lips twitched as he wanted to say something but could not find the words. In the end, after completing the registration, he indicated that Chu Tianjun could go down the mountain. At the foundation establishment stage, he was already capable of short-distance flight and could refine magical tools enabling him to fly for an extended period with their aid. However, he currently had no materials, so he could only fly without any magical tools leaving Jiushao Mountain. Chu Tianjun's destination was clear, a place over 1,000 miles away from the sect. It was a desolate area rarely visited by people, but in his past life Chu Tianjun had discovered the cave of a deceased cultivator here. The cave was not of high grade, and the fallen cultivator was likely only at the Golden Core level. The cave still retained some spiritual herbs and a few refining materials. Since it was merely the possessions of a Golden Core cultivator, it could not be considered particularly valuable. In his last life, when Chu Tianjun discovered this place, he was already at the nascent soul stage, so he did not take anything from inside but instead gave everything to his junior sister. Now, of course, he would not leave it for his junior sister. These items were enough for him to cultivate to the Golden Core realm. In fact, there were many greater and more favorable opportunities in Chu Tianjun's memory, but his current strength was insufficient. Many opportunities would be unattainable and even dangerous, so he needed to take things step by step in the early stages. Arriving before a seemingly ordinary cliff, Chu Tianjun reached out and struck forward with his palm. Dust flew up and an entrance about the height of a person appeared. Entering the cave was quite simple. It was a stone chamber. In his last life, Chu Tianjun had learned that this cave was the final resting place of the Golden Core cultivator at the time of his passing. Everything inside was exactly as he had seen in his past life because the Golden Core cultivator had lost hope of breaking through to the nascent soul, and most of the resources had already been used up, leaving very little behind. Chu Tianjun skillfully located the pills, spiritual herbs, and some valuable items. This time he did not rush to consume the pills to enhance his cultivation, but instead used the materials gathered in the cave to first refine a storage bag, followed by casually crafting a few simple magical tools. Given his currently low cultivation level, the items he crafted were merely for temporary use, and Chu Tianjun did not expend much effort. This process lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, Chu Tianjun consumed all the pills he had found. By the time he had refined all these pills, a month had passed and his cultivation had successfully reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. "It's time to go to a few other places," Chu Tianjun said, as he exited the cave, casually flicking his sleeve behind him, causing the cave to collapse with a loud rumble. 2 days later, Chu Tianjun arrived at a market selling off items he did not need and purchasing a good amount of spiritual herbs. After lingering in the market for half an hour, he left. A few days later, Chu Tianjun arrived in Jiangzhou city of the Yu Kingdom. The Yu Kingdom was a mortal nation falling under the influence of the Jiushao sect. Within the Jiushao sect's sphere of influence, there were 3 other countries, and within Fufeng Prefecture, there were more than a dozen mortal nations of varying sizes. It was now deep autumn with trees withered and grasses decayed, but outside Jiangzhou city stood a manor where one of the courtyards was lush with greenery, full of the vitality of spring. "I am Chu Tianjun from Jiushao sect, seeking an audience with the master of this residence." Chu Tianjun announced from outside the manor, channeling his spiritual energy to call out. The name of Jiushao sect still held significant weight. Soon an elderly man with white hair and beard appeared, accompanied by a large group of people. Their demeanor was respectful, addressing Chu Tianjun as immortal. "May I ask what brings you to my humble abode, immortal?" The old man, the master of the manor and the richest man in the Yu Kingdom, inquired. Chu Tianjun directed his gaze towards the vibrant courtyard and spoke in a calm, yet somewhat indifferent tone. "I have come for the warm sun jade. I want it." "Immortal, the warm sun jade is a family heirloom always kept in the ancestral hall. Your request is somewhat unreasonable," a young man interjected with a harsh tone, and the guards in the manor took a stance with ice blades. Chu Tianjun regarded this with indifference and simply replied, "Keeping this item will bring you misfortune. Rather than face annihilation later, it is better for me to take it today." With that, Chu Tianjun took a step forward towards the vibrant courtyard. As he did, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, creating a ripple that caused everyone around him to fall over in disarray. The warm sun jade, he mentioned, was indeed a rare treasure. In his past life it had ultimately fallen into his hands, but not from this family. He had snatched it from a wandering cultivator. As for that wandering cultivator, he had obtained the warm sun jade after killing this family. Ordinary people possess almost no capacity for resistance in front of cultivators, and Chu Tianjun easily took a palm-sized jade stone radiating a warm aura from the ancestral hall. However, when the warm sun jade was placed into the storage bag, the originally vibrant courtyard instantly withered, reverting to the desolate scene typical of autumn. This pill can extend your lifespans by at least 10 years. Consider it a trade. But remember, it must be taken after being dissolved in water, not directly. Once dissolved, it will be sufficient for 10 members of your family. After taking the warm sun jade, Chu Tianjun turned to leave, but before departing he tossed a pill to the family. Upon seeing the faintly glowing pill, their initial dissatisfaction faded considerably. Having become the richest person in the nation, material wealth was no longer necessary, only lifespan was truly precious. Exchanging a mere ancestral item, which was more symbolic than practical, for 10 years of extended life for 10 members of the family seemed a fair trade. Moreover, without the warm sun jade, this family could also avoid the tragedy of being exterminated a few years later. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun headed south, purposefully visiting several locations, some of which were occupied by demon clans. However, he was not there to exterminate demons. Rather, he collected a good number of spiritual herbs. A month later, Chu Tianjun had left Fufeng Prefecture and arrived in the neighboring Yangzhou. However, in Yangzhou, Chu Tianjun found nothing of value. He merely dug up dozens of peach tree saplings by a picturesque lake, and after taking a different route spent over a month returning to the Zhoushan sect. His time away from the Zhoushan sect lasted over 3 months. Upon returning, he reported to the sect, and soon news spread that Chu Tianjun had progressed from the early to mid-foundation establishment stage in just 3 months. This news once again caused a great stir, as the sect believed that Chu Tianjun had gained some opportunity outside advancing a minor realm in just 3 months, whereas in reality he had achieved this in only 1 month. In this life, Chu Tianjun clearly belonged to the type of cultivator who was reclusive and antisocial, yet his monstrous talent and cultivation speed led others to perceive it as the nature of a genius. In truth, this was not Chu Tianjun's true character. He was quite cheerful by nature, but simply did not wish to engage with most people of the Zhoushan sect. The few individuals within the sect whom he still cared about were either in seclusion or had yet to join, and these were also reasons he chose to remain in the Zhoushan sect. Moreover, after all the hard work he had put into the Zhoushan sect in his previous life, regarding it as home, if most of the sect were bad people he would eliminate them. If 9 out of 10 were bad, he would eliminate 9. In this life he intended to make the Zhoushan sect better, ensuring those ungrateful individuals lost everything from the past while truly good people received even more. The Zhoushan sect did indeed have many issues. As long as those who caused problems were eliminated, it would suffice. If even the sect leader was problematic, then he would take the role of sect leader himself. Ignoring the sect's discussions about him, Chu Tianjun returned to his stone house and immediately began to busy himself. However, he did not start refining pills or cultivating to increase his realm. Instead, he centered his activities around the stone house, first setting up a formation with the warm sun jade serving as the core. He then spent an entire day planting the peach trees he had dug up in Yangzhou. At this time it was already winter, and Zhoushan Mountain had long been blanketed in snow, with most areas appearing a vast expanse of white. Yet due to the effects of the warm sun jade and the formation, the place where Chu Tianjun resided now blossomed with peach trees, ensuring that the area would experience spring all year round. Such arrangements would not increase Chu Tianjun's cultivation speed. He merely did this out of habit for this environment. Chu Tianjun's decades-long lifestyle habits had not changed due to his hatred for Hongyue. He would not abandon the things he loved simply because they were associated with someone he hated. That would only demean himself and make future life unbearable. In his last life, shortly after Chu Tianjun had formed his core, during a casual conversation with Hongyue, they spoke of life in the secular world, before cultivation. Where is your hometown? What was your hometown like? I was born in Yangzhou. It's been so long that I've forgotten much, but I remember that every March the peach blossoms covered the roads, which was the most beautiful season of the year. During that time Hongyue often chatted with Chu Tianjun, and they felt like family. It was during this casual chat that a few days later Chu Tianjun went down the mountain for training, and he was gone for half a year. When he returned, he spent 3 days and nights arranging things, and Tianjun Peak was filled with peach trees, becoming a place of perpetual spring. Thanks to the warm sun, the peach trees, which originally bloomed once a year, now bloomed every month. Although they no longer bore fruit, they were still incredibly beautiful. With the peach trees blooming every month, the roads were always covered in peach blossoms, which later became a significant attraction of the Zhou sect. However, now all of this had no connection to Tianjun Peak. Did you see that? The place where senior brother Chu lives is inexplicably warm like spring, even in the bitter cold of winter, and there are many peach trees. The peach blossoms cover the roads. It's simply breathtaking. Soon rumors about Chu Tianjun's residence began to circulate within the Zhou sect, primarily originating from some female disciples. Though Chu Tianjun had only recently joined, he was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage, surpassing the vast majority of ordinary disciples. Many naturally referred to him as senior brother due to his cultivation level. Hongyue Jinren was also an anomaly in the Zhou sect. Her persona was as tranquil as a chrysanthemum, and being one of the rare geniuses in the sect over the past 1,000 years, she devoted her days solely to cultivation, rarely interacting with others. She seldom left the sect except to occasionally attend meetings with the elders. Since her last appearance after Chu Tianjun's foundation establishment anomaly, she had been in seclusion at Tianjun Peak for the past few months. One day she awoke from her seclusion, intending to collect her offerings as an elder. Other elders typically had disciples to handle such matters, but the solitary Hongyue could only go herself. Hongyue activated a beam of escape light and left Tianjun Peak. Her speed was extremely fast, but along the way she inadvertently caught sight of Chu Tianjun's residence. With just a glance, Hongyue saw a vibrant spring scene amidst the silver-white landscape. With her nascent soul cultivation, she could even clearly see the peach blossoms covering the roads along with petals drifting down. How did that child's residence come to look like this? Hongyue instinctively halted her escape light, and at that moment a strange feeling of familiarity welled up in her heart. This resembles the scenes from my childhood memories. Yangzhou in March, the roads covered in peach blossoms. Hongyue could not help but recall many distant images. She had been cultivating for nearly a century. Although this was still quite young for someone at the nascent soul stage, it was longer than an ordinary person's entire life. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Hongyue redirected her escape light, and in an instant her figure appeared amidst the falling petals. As soon as she landed, she saw Chu Tianjun, who also recognized her as Hongyue. Both started for a moment. Hongyue was surprised that Chu Tianjun was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and taken aback by his actions at that moment. Chu Tianjun, however, felt displeased, as he had just prepared to enjoy a meal, and Hongyue's appearance was quite unappetizing. At that moment, Chu Tianjun had a fire set up in front of him with a fish sizzling over the flames, its skin turning golden, and releasing a delicious aroma that wafted through the air. Tianjun, you have reached the mid-foundation establishment stage in just a few months. Hongyue asked with some delight, genuinely happy for this talented junior. It should be noted that achieving foundation establishment in 10 days and reaching mid-foundation establishment in 3 months meant he could possibly condense a golden core within a year or two. This speed was unheard of for Hongyue. Even she, as a genius, had taken over a decade to condense her golden core. I possess extraordinary talent. This should be no problem, right? However, the response to Hongyue was Chu Tianjun's dismissive and somewhat resistant tone. Hongyue found it hard to contain herself. As a dignified nascent soul elder, she was actually being ignored by a foundation establishment disciple. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Regardless, I am also an elder of the sect. Given Chu Tianjun's previous attitudes towards her, Hongyue asked in a low voice, while simultaneously releasing her nascent soul's pressure. How could I dare? You are a nascent soul elder like the bright moon atop the mountain, while I am merely an ordinary foundation establishment disciple akin to the muddy depths of a ravine. How could there be any misunderstanding? Chu Tianjun's voice remained cold. Long Yu felt inexplicably uncomfortable upon hearing Chu Tianjun's comparison of the two, one as the bright moon on the mountain, and the other as muddy depths. Perhaps this child has suffered too much in his youth. It is common for such individuals to adopt this demeanor to protect themselves. I am nearly 100 years old. Why should I be angry with a child? Long Yu was internally reasoning with herself, forcibly suppressing her anger, and finding a way to justify it. Are you grilling fish? It smells quite fragrant. In the next moment, Long Yu asked Chu Tianjun in a surprisingly gentle tone. Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't his demeanor obvious enough? Long Yu was able to stay. He had not noticed in his previous life that this master had such thick skin. After all, you are a nascent soul real person. Do you not have any self-respect? I have lost my appetite. Elder, please help yourself. Chu Tianjun, disturbed by Long Yu's demeanor, truly lost his appetite. After speaking, he stood up and returned to the stone house, closing the door behind him, adopting an attitude of out of sight, out of mind. Long Yu's expression also turned sour. Logically, she should have stormed off, but as the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, she found herself walking over. Instinctively picking up the grilled fish, Long Yu stood under the peach tree, elegantly tearing off a small piece. As the small piece of fish meat entered her mouth, her expression changed drastically, and she muttered in shock, "How could this be? This is the taste of my childhood." The grilled fish indeed held the flavor of Long Yu's childhood memories. In her previous life, to help Long Yu achieve a perfect state of mind and smoothly transcend the inner demons of the core formation stage, Chu Tianjun had gone to great lengths to fulfill all her regrets. She loved the path covered with peach blossoms, so Chu Tianjun sought out warm sunlight to decorate the peach forest. As she reminisced about the taste of grilled fish from her childhood, Chu Tianjun studied various techniques in Yangzhou for 3 months, trying all kinds of methods before finally finding the flavor from Long Yu's memories. Because it was what his master, like Chu Tianjun, naturally grew fond of it as well. Over time, this fondness became a habit, and in this new life, he could not abandon it. Why do I always feel an inexplicable closeness to him? The ancestor also said I have a master-disciple bond with him, but he clearly refused to accept me as his master. Could there still be a twist to this? At this moment, Long Yu's emotions surged greatly. It turned out she had also received guidance from the ancestor, making it impossible for her to regard Chu Tianjun as just an ordinary sect disciple. Sitting on the stone bench, Long Yu actually savored the entire grilled fish, losing herself in the experience, even forgetting Chu Tianjun's coldness. After finishing, Long Yu approached the stone house and asked, "Did you also come from Yangzhou? Disciple is about to enter seclusion for cultivation. Elder, please do not disturb me." The response was still a cold voice. In the next moment, she clearly felt that the stone house was enveloped in a barrier, indicating that Chu Tianjun had truly entered seclusion. For Chu Tianjun, Long Yu's appearance was merely an unpleasant interlude. Back inside, he prepared to refine the spiritual herbs collected during this outing into pills. Although the resources Chu Tianjun had gathered this time were all below the golden core level, they were still sufficient for him to condense a golden core. However, these materials were not ready-made, and he estimated that he would need to spend the next 6 months refining pills. But Long Yu was not in a good state. Moments later, she left the peach forest, but instead of flying towards the place to receive offerings, she descended upon the ancestor's shrine. This place was generally deserted and appeared to have not been cleaned for a long time, with noticeable dust on the ground outside the shrine. Long Yu arrived at the steps of the shrine, where she did not continue inside but respectfully knelt on both knees and said towards the shrine, "I report to the ancestor. Disciple was unable to follow your instructions to accept Chu Tianjun as a disciple. This child seems to harbor animosity towards me, yet I inexplicably feel a sense of closeness to him. I wonder what the reason is and hope the ancestor can enlighten me." On the surface, the Zhoushan sect was supported by a dozen or so nascent soul elders, but these elders knew that there was also a supreme ancestor who had supposedly reached the legendary cave void realm and was capable of divining the mysteries of heaven. From Long Yu's words, it seemed that her intention to take Chu Tianjun as a disciple had also been discussed with this supreme ancestor. "When I saw that little fellow, the heavenly signs indicated that there was indeed a master-disciple bond between you. Otherwise, how could such a fine disciple come to you? Now you indeed no longer share a master-disciple bond. Although I am uncertain why, the problem likely lies with you." A moment later, an incredibly indifferent voice appeared in Long Yu's mind. The voice seemed to resonate directly within her mind with no discernible gender. "The problem lies with me. Is there any way to remedy this?" Long Yu's heart trembled. She firmly believed the ancestor's words and instinctively sought a remedy. Fate is a most wondrous thing. It may exist or it may not. If I knew everything, would I still be here? I would have already ascended. The ancestor's voice appeared again. From the way the ancestor spoke, it seemed to be an interesting being. Having received no answers from the supreme ancestor, Long Yu returned to Tianshan Peak with a heavy heart. In the following period, she attempted to enter seclusion for cultivation, but the peach forest and the strangely temperamental youth lingered in her mind. After several attempts, Long Yu abandoned the idea of seclusion and decided to revisit the peach forest. Seeing that the stone house was still isolated by a barrier, Long Yu felt much more at ease. She strolled leisurely in the peach forest, occasionally sitting under the peach tree, letting the petals fall on her head and clothes. Gradually, Long Yu's visits to the peach forest became more frequent, and the time she spent there lengthened. Sometimes she would stay for most of the day, and a few times she even waited until the sun set and the moon rose to its zenith. Long Yu realized she truly loved this place. She adored the peach forest when the sunlight poured down, when it rained, when the sunset shone upon it, and even when the moonlight sprinkled down at night. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. One day, Long Yu sat beneath a peach tree, next to a stone table she had recently acquired. The stone table was adorned with tea sets, and she appeared to be enjoying herself. Long Yu's expression was languid, and anyone who did not know would think this was her place. Suddenly, the barrier of the stone house was lifted, and then the wooden door opened, revealing Chu Tianjun stretching lazily as he walked out. In the next moment, their eyes met. Chu Tianjun frowned slightly, while Long Yue, looking somewhat flustered, stood up, appearing nervous and embarrassed. "Well, the fish you grilled last time was delicious. I noticed you were lacking a few things here, so I helped you add some." Long Yu pointed at the stone table, her smile clearly tinged with embarrassment. Chu Tianjun was once again taken aback by Long Yu's actions. This was definitely not the master he remembered. Even during the 20 years of their devoted relationship, Long Yu's serene and aloof persona would never have led her to do something like this. Is this woman out of her mind, or has she gone mad from cultivating? Chu Tianjun couldn't help but think disdainfully. However, the next moment he coldly remarked, "How can a grilled fish compare to a bowl of plain congee?" Long Yue, puzzled by his words, failed to understand why Chu Tianjun would compare grilled fish to plain congee. After saying this, Chu Tianjun felt some regret. The reference to plain congee had not yet occurred. It was more than 20 years later, when Long Yu went out, got injured, and a boy named Yichun made her a bowl of plain congee. It was during that time that Long Yue, having only listened to the words of her single disciple, took Yichun as her disciple and brought him back to the Jiuxiao sect, thus initiating Chu Tianjun's tragic fate, with Yichun being the root cause of his demise. "What plain congee?" Long Yu instinctively asked. Chu Tianjun did not respond. He was too lazy to answer. His cultivation had not improved during this retreat, but the spiritual herbs needed to advance to the golden core had already been refined. He planned to apply for an outing again, so he would not be within the Jiuxiao sect when he reached the golden core. Seeing that Chu Tianjun ignored her, Long Yu quickly added, "I plan to go out for a while. Please accept these pills. Given your talent, with the assistance of these pills, you should be able to reach the golden core soon." "I don't need them, leave them for your future disciple," Chu Tianjun said, without turning his head, and in the next moment, he soared into the air, heading towards the inner hall. Long Yu felt that her actions were akin to bringing warmth to a cold heart. Yet the more she acted this way, the more she wanted to understand Chu Tianjun, especially since his words always seemed to carry deeper meanings. Later that evening, Long Yu came again, but it seemed Chu Tianjun had not yet returned. The next day she inquired and learned that after leaving the peach grove, Chu Tianjun had applied for an outing to train and had directly left the sect. This child is truly hardworking, with unparalleled talent and such diligence. I wonder what level of cultivation he will reach upon his return from this outing. Since that is the case, I shall also go out to seek opportunities. Perhaps I will encounter him. Long Yu returned to Tianshan Peak and began preparing for her journey. Chu Tianjun, of course, was unaware of Long Yu's movements, though he did know of some opportunities meant for her, most of which were in the nascent soul stage, but he had no way to intercept them. On this outing, Chu Tianjun did not seek opportunities, but instead went directly to the Liubo mountain range, where the demon clan resided. This place marked the intersection of 4 states, the entire mountain range vast enough to encompass half a state, home to numerous demon tribes, and even demon nations rumored to be inhabited by powerful demon kings in the transformation stage. Similarly, Chu Tianjun was not there to slay demons. He merely found a secluded spot on the outskirts, set up a simple formation, and then began to consume medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation until he reached the peak of foundation establishment, planning to push for the golden core at that location. The essence of condensing the golden core is fundamentally about accumulating energy within the body until it reaches a qualitative change, and once the power hits a critical point, it fuses and solidifies into a golden core. This time in seclusion passed swiftly, with half a year gone by in a flash. In the first 3 months, Chu Tianjun reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and in the last 3 months he successfully attained the peak. Now it had been exactly 1 year and 3 months since he successfully established his foundation, and he was already half a step into the golden core stage. Today I will achieve the golden core. Chu Tianjun concentrated the spiritual power within his body at a single point where a strand of golden light was steadily growing. Once again, the heavenly tribulation clouds appeared in the sky, this time even more powerful than the last foundation establishment, yet there was no sign of an inner demon tribulation this time. As the lightning of the tribulation descended, Chu Tianjun was still able to use his demonic abilities to refine the heavenly tribulation. While others became weaker as they transcended the tribulation, he only grew stronger, experiencing no weakness after crossing it. Without the interference of the inner demon tribulation, a golden core quickly condensed within Chu Tianjun's body, surrounded by phantoms of dragons and tigers. This was known as the Dragon-Tiger Convergence, representing a very high level of the golden core, one of the top-tier golden cores on record. In my past life, although I also cultivated rapidly, my golden core showed no signs of manifestation. In this life, the golden core displays the Dragon-Tiger Convergence. The future is certainly promising. Chu Tianjun felt an immense sense of joy. Soon the tribulation clouds dispersed, and he also reigned in his aura. Condensing the golden core was as natural as water flowing smoothly. He had chosen this remote area intentionally to avoid causing much of a stir, and there was no need for pretense. Moments later, Chu Tianjun dismantled the simple formation and left on the most ordinary magical tool. For the next entire month, Chu Tianjun wandered within the Liubo mountain range. He did not need to consolidate his golden core stage, but rather after entering the golden core stage, he began to gather opportunities related to it, while also slaying numerous demon beasts to obtain materials and inner cores. After a month, he once again found a secluded spot. This time he did not refine pills to continue enhancing his cultivation, but instead spent over a month crafting 2 items. One was a formation plate along with a set of flags, and the other was a flying sword that could barely be considered a magical tool. The body of the flying sword was light blue with some parts appearing golden. The majority of his gains from this past month had been invested into the crafting of this flying sword. Once he finished crafting these 2 items, Chu Tianjun looked towards the depths of the Liubo mountain range, and then he merged with his sword, transforming into a streak of sword light that sped into the depths of the mountains. Half a day later, Chu Tianjun arrived before a gigantic lake. In this vicinity, apart from some ordinary wild beasts, he could not sense any demon beasts, indicating that there must be formidable demon beasts in the lake. Upon landing, Chu Tianjun chose an open area to set up the formation plate and flags, and then casually flipped his hand to grasp the flying sword. Then he appeared above the tranquil surface of the lake suddenly, and without warning slashing downwards with his sword towards the lake's surface. With the immense power of the golden core enhanced by the flying sword, it transformed into a magnificent sword chi that cleaved through the water and shot straight towards the lake's bottom. In the next moment, a massive wave surged as a colossal demon beast leaped from the lake, its eyes filled with murderous intent. This was a beast resembling a fish, but unfurled its wings upon leaping from the water, transforming into a flying creature, known as the Kuining, possessing the bloodline of extraordinary beasts able to swim and fly. Before him, this Kuining emanated a terrifying pressure, having already reached the peak of the golden core stage, half a step into the nascent soul realm. The Kuining, half a step into the nascent soul, had already developed considerable intelligence. Sensing that Chu Tianjun was merely at the early stage of the golden core, its originally murderous gaze turned disdainful. Chu Tianjun felt the gaze upon him, merely smiled, and then swung his sword to strike, not uttering a single word. Provoked by someone weaker than itself, the Kuining immediately retaliated, but unfortunately, although it was more powerful than Chu Tianjun, it could not gain the upper hand. The battle between the man and the demon quickly led them to the place where Chu Tianjun had set up his formation, guided by his deliberate maneuvers. Suddenly the Kuining sensed an overwhelming danger approaching. However, despite its incredible speed in the air, it was still enveloped by the formation. With both hands forming seals, Chu Tianjun unleashed the power of the formation. After all, he had once been half a step into the transformation stage, and the means he mastered were not something a golden core could rival. The explosive power of the formation was such that even the peak of the golden core could not withstand it. The process was not complicated, everything was under Chu Tianjun's control. Soon the Kuining was defeated, though not completely destroyed. Its body was destroyed, but Chu Tianjun retained its inner core and divine sense. Grasping the Kuining's inner core, he noticed a tiny phantom of the Kuining within it, seemingly begging for mercy. "Old friend, we meet again." Chu Tianjun looked at the Kuining's inner core, as if gazing at an old friend, while the Kuining appeared utterly bewildered. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun forcibly erased the Kuan Ying's existing consciousness, leaving only its most primal instincts. He then refined the inner core and the pure instinctive consciousness into his flying sword. At that moment, Chu Tianjun's gaze towards the flying sword became satisfied. This was indeed the magical tool he had most frequently used in his past life, a flying sword named Tianxian. In his past life, Tianxian was also a gift given to Chu Tianjun after he formed his golden core, not as a result of his own slaying of the Kuaning for its refinement, but rather a gift from the ethereal Yu. Chu Tianjun cherished this gift immensely, and thereafter, he continuously infused various heavenly materials and treasures into the Tianxian sword. Under his careful nurturing, the innate consciousness of Kuaning awakened, transforming it into a tool spirit, making it a top-tier treasure close to a spiritual artifact, and the Tianxian sword became Chu Tianjun's signature magical weapon. In his previous life, Tianxian was a gift from the ethereal Yue, and Chu Tianjun indeed wielded it with great proficiency. Moreover, he developed feelings for the tool spirit, thus, no matter how much he disliked the ethereal Yue, it would not affect his continued use of the Tianxian sword in this life. Old friend, in the last life, we were just a step away from making you a spiritual artifact. In this life, I will ensure you ascend to the Tao with the body of a magical weapon. Chu Tianjun sincerely spoke to the Tianxian sword. Spiritual artifacts are a higher existence than magical tools and treasures, and to be classified as a spiritual artifact, it must not only possess intelligence but also the ability to take form, and most importantly, it must be capable of self-cultivation like a human. Magical tools can be refined by any cultivator. Treasures require at least a golden core cultivator to refine, but spiritual artifacts cannot be created purely by high cultivation. In his past life, Chu Tianjun had encountered numerous transformation stage cultivators, and even some from the void refining stage, and he knew one from the cave profound stage, yet he had only heard of true spiritual artifacts. As for whether that ancestor of the cave profound stage had a spiritual artifact, Chu Tianjun was uncertain, but he could confirm that those void refining stage old monsters he had seen definitely did not possess spiritual artifacts. Kuaning was left with only its instinctual awareness, like a blank slate, accepting the name Tianxian. As for becoming a spiritual artifact, Tianxian was currently unable to comprehend. With the Tianxian sword back in his possession, Chu Tianjun saw a marked improvement in his combat power. He then spent another 6 months traversing 4 states, gathering numerous opportunities at the golden core level. This reincarnation with memories was exhilarating. After half a year, the resources Chu Tianjun acquired were already sufficient for him to refine pills to advance to the nascent soul stage, and with the various heavenly materials and treasures, he could forge several powerful magical tools. In fact, among these items, there were some that could already be utilized at the nascent soul stage. After completing all of this, Chu Tianjun returned to the Jiuxiao sect. This time he had been away for a full 9 months, and it had been over 2 years since he joined the sect. When he appeared in the Internal Affairs Hall, the entire Jiuxiao sect was once again in an uproar, for a genius who condensed his golden core in just 2 years since initiation was not only the most formidable genius in the history of the Jiuxiao sect, but also likely unparalleled in the entire Fufeng state and even the eastern region. Immediately seal off the news, no disciple, is to leak the fact that Chu Tianjun has formed his golden core in 2 years. Master Tianchu immediately issued a gag order as the sect leader. Master Tianchu finally has some sense. If you all knew that I actually formed my golden core in just 1 year and 3 months, I wonder what your reactions would be. Chu Tianjun thought Master Tianx's decision was quite good, as it not only spared him trouble, but also considered the interests of the sect. The sect rules state that a golden core cultivator may establish their cave and recruit disciples, and additionally they must also handle some affairs within the sect. Tianjun, your talent is unparalleled, and it is not far-fetched to say you will achieve the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage in the future. As the sect leader, I can make an exception to exempt you from your service duties. You only need to focus on your cultivation. Master Tianchu no longer regarded Chu Tianjun solely as a junior. Rather, he adopted a more equal attitude. After all, given Chu Tianjun's performance, he should not take long to achieve the nascent soul stage, with a high likelihood of reaching the transformation stage or even higher in the future. At that time, the elders of the Jiuxiao sect would instead have to regard him as their junior. In the cultivation world, not only is strength revered, but achievement takes precedence. In his past life, Chu Tianjun cherished the mentor-student bond with the ethereal Yue, and considering the face of his master otherwise, he would have certainly become a transformation true monarch before the ethereal Yu. Since it is a sect custom, how can it be discarded for just one person? If the sect leader does not mind, I would like to serve as a transmission attendant in the transmission hall to clarify doubts for fellow disciples in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. However, to everyone's surprise, the usually indifferent and unsociable Chu Tianjun actually declined the sect leader's good intentions and voluntarily chose to take on the role of a transmission attendant, which most golden core cultivators were reluctant to do. The so-called transmission attendant is responsible for explaining cultivation techniques to chi refinement and foundation establishment disciples in the transmission hall every few days, teaching them about alchemy and artifact forging, while also addressing their questions. Engaging in such activities provides no benefit to one's own cultivation, and most cultivators are selfish, so no golden core cultivator is willing to waste their time on these lower-tier disciples with average talents. Master Tianchu naturally would not refuse Chu Tianjun's request, and soon everyone in the Zhou sect knew that the historically most talented brother Chu would be explaining techniques in the transmission hall and addressing the queries of low-tier disciples. Chu Tianjun did not choose another cave, but returned to the Peach Blossom Stone House. Everything in this place remained unchanged, with petals of peach blossoms scattered across the path. During his long absence of over half a year, no one had come to cause any destruction. There was none before, and surely there would be none in the future. The next day, Chu Tianjun arrived at the transmission hall. He had already mentioned yesterday that he would come today to give a lecture, so when he arrived the transmission hall was packed both inside and out. The Zhou sect has nearly 10,000 disciples, most of whom are in the chi refinement stage, with around 800 to 900 in the foundation establishment stage, 60 to 70 in the golden core stage, and about 10 in the nascent soul stage. Currently the most promising candidate for advancing to the transformation stage is the nine-sword true person of the falling cloud peak, whose peak nascent soul cultivation is a small realm higher than that of sect leader Tianchu. Today there are at least over 2,000 people in the transmission hall, mostly chi refinement disciples, with over 100 in the foundation establishment stage and even a few golden core cultivators. Not all of the Zhou sect's 10,000 disciples are present at the mountain gate, aside from those in seclusion, there are also those out for training or with tasks, so the attendance today is already considered a grand occasion. With the reputation of an unparalleled genius, the fellow disciples coming to the transmission hall were filled with anticipation, and those golden core cultivators hoped to gain insights from this genius. However, as Chu Tianjun began to share his cultivation insights, the audience gradually grew disappointed. Chu Tianjun did not present any substantial information. After half an hour, several golden core cultivators left one after another, and after an hour almost all the foundation establishment disciples departed, with more than half of the chi refinement disciples leaving as well. An hour and a half later, Chu Tianjun's teaching session concluded, leaving half an hour for the disciples to ask questions and seek clarifications. At this time, the original 2,000 people had dwindled to only 50 or 60, with the area outside the transmission hall empty, and just a few scattered individuals inside. These disciples asked questions according to the process, and Chu Tianjun answered them one by one, but his responses felt rather perfunctory, leaving most disciples filled with disappointment in the end. After this day ended, the sect members were disappointed that Chu Tianjun had become a transmission attendant. Just when everyone thought he would no longer show his face in the transmission hall, Chu Tianjun stated that he would go to the transmission hall on the 5th day of every month. A few days later, it happened to be the 15th of the month, and Chu Tianjun appeared punctually at the law transmission hall. Today there were only a dozen people in the hall, all of whom were chi refining disciples, and Chu Tianjun, as before, was explaining the most basic chi refining techniques. The people below were dozing off, and even he, the main speaker, seemed about to fall asleep. However, when a gray-haired disciple, who was only at the mid-chi refining stage, arrived late into the law transmission hall, Chu Tianjun's gaze shifted, and he became much more spirited. Soon Chu Tianjun's lecture ended, and it was time for the disciples to ask questions. Those who came today must have been the unyielding ones. They hoped to gain something from the genius Chu Tianjun. One by one, several chi refining disciples asked their questions regarding cultivation. Chu Tianjun answered each one, but these disciples gained little. Even if they did, it was barely helpful. Finally, it was the turn of an elderly cultivator who appeared very old, and his questions were not surprising, which was quite reasonable. Disciple is dull-witted. Since childhood, I joined the sect, but my cultivation has progressed slowly over the decades. Now I am already past the age of 70, fearing that in no more than 20 years I will turn to dust. This may be fate, but having embarked on the path of cultivation, I feel unwilling every time I think of it. I dare to ask the steward, do I still have a chance? The old man's voice was somewhat low, mixed with helplessness and unwillingness. This is actually the situation for most cultivators. Even if they embark on the path of cultivation, they only live a few decades longer than ordinary people, and it's difficult to surpass the foundation establishment stage. Reaching the age of 100 to 130 is the limit. Like this old cultivator before me with a mid-chi refining cultivation, living to 100 is already the maximum. Old, will you know your own situation, so why ask this? If I were you, I would rather leave the mountain early and enjoy 10 years of worldly wealth and honor. Old Wu is unable to bear children anymore, or going to the mortal world might not allow him to pass on his lineage. This is being too stubborn. Just as the old cultivator finished speaking before Chu Tianjun could respond, several sect disciples started making jokes about Old Wu. Old Wu's full name is Wu Qingyun. As he said, although he joined the Zhouxiao sect, his cultivation progressed slowly, and after decades, he made little headway. Now he was essentially waiting to die. However, just when everyone thought that Chu Tianjun would still respond perfunctorily to Wu Qingyun, this seemingly indifferent transmission steward surprisingly stood up. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu Tianjun slowly walked towards Wu Qingyun and earnestly said, "Of course there is still an opportunity. Your slow progress in cultivation is simply because you have not found a method that suits you. One must understand that the path of cultivation is not just a single route of following technique step by step. Alchemy, weapon forging, talisman making, formations, and even divination, those considered minor paths, can also lead directly to the great Tao if mastered deeply." This is the first time Chu Tianjun has spoken so much in response to a disciple's question. At this moment, not only was Wu Qingyun shocked, but even the other disciples felt astonished, as no one had ever told them that there are many paths in cultivation. At this point, Chu Tianjun had reached Wu Qingyun, and looking at the old man before him, a smile appeared on Chu Tianjun's face. "Junior brother Wu, although you have wasted a lifetime, it is never too late to forge ahead. I have a scroll of alchemical techniques here. Perhaps you can try walking a different path." Chu Tianjun's smile was sincere. As he spoke, he turned his hand and handed an ancient jade slip to Wu Qingyun. For the past few days, Chu Tianjun had been waiting for Wu Qingyun. Originally, he should have taken the initiative to find Wu Qingyun, but this scroll of alchemical secrets was retrieved only after he formed his golden core. Moreover, Wu Qingyun had been in seclusion recently and was likely just emerging today. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun was often wronged and misunderstood. When almost everyone in the sect did not believe him and even sought to harm him, this low-level cultivator, who had a short lifespan, Wu Qingyun, was one of the few who supported and helped him. That time when Chu Tianjun was accused of colluding with the demonic path, Long Yu did not believe him, nor did the other elders in the sect. They broke his pipa, bones sealed his cultivation, and imprisoned him in a dark and damp underground cage for 3 months as punishment. "Senior brother, I brought you food, and here are some qi condensing pills to help you recover from your injuries." When Chu Tianjun was already in despair and feeling disheartened, the over 90-year-old Wu Qingyun surprisingly came quietly to the underground cage, not only bringing food for Chu Tianjun, but also giving him the few qi condensing pills he had. "You are only at the mid-qi refining stage. These few qi condensing pills are not simple for you. Why are you giving them to me?" At that time, Chu Tianjun looked at the white-haired Wu Qingyun and asked, "I don't have much time left, but senior brother, you still have many days ahead. I have seen everything you have done for the sect over the years. No matter what those people say about you, I do not believe that senior brother would harm the sect. I only regret that I am of low status and cannot argue for you." Wu Qingyun spoke very candidly. He had sensed some clues, but due to his lowly status, even though he had been working hard for Chu Tianjun, no one in the sect believed him. 3 months later, when Chu Tianjun's punishment ended, and he emerged from the underground cage, he immediately went to find Wu Qingyun. But when he saw Wu Qingyun, all he found was a grave, a mound of earth without even a tombstone. At that moment, Chu Tianjun understood. No wonder Wu Qingyun hadn't appeared in the last 2 months. He had been discovered by Yi Chun after delivering food to him repeatedly, and that night Wu Qingyun's life force had finally extinguished due to the depletion of his lifespan. A mid-qi refining disciple in his 90s, his death did not attract anyone's attention, but Chu Tianjun was certain that Wu Qingyun originally had a few months left to live. This was undoubtedly the doing of Yi Chun. Those who do good for themselves always meet such fates. At that time, Wu Qingyun was no longer the first. Countless memories flashed through Chu Tianjun's mind as he saw Wu Qingyun looking at the jade slip that floated into his hand with a face of disbelief. In his mind, the words, "It is never too late to forge ahead," repeated endlessly. In all his years of cultivation, it was the first time someone had said such words to Wu Qingyun. Previously, the responses he received were always about how he was too talentless, that he was not cut out for cultivation, and to stop dreaming. "Do I really still have a chance?" Wu Qingyun said uncertainly. Chu Tianjun patted Wu Qingyun on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Of course I believe in you. Just don't give up on yourself. By the way, alchemy requires a large number of medicinal materials for refining. You can take all of these." Before Wu Qingyun could respond, Chu Tianjun waved his hand again, and a large quantity of spirit herbs and grasses appeared before Wu Qingyun, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Cultivation relies on talent, and so does alchemy and tool forging. However, the most important aspect of alchemy and tool forging is not talent. It actually depends on one's skill. As long as there are ample materials provided, one can still produce a master. This is too much. Wu Qingyun instinctively refused, mainly because Chu Tianjun was offering too much, far more than anyone would find believable. Of course, this is not a gift without strings attached. In the future, I will provide you with spirit herbs and grasses. You just focus on refining, and we will split the resulting pills 50-50, Chu Tianjun said without room for doubt. Soon the news that the useless old man Wu was favored by Chu Tianjun spread throughout the sect, and then for a long time Wu Qingyun was not seen again. However, 3 months later, when Wu Qingyun appeared again, he had already regained the appearance of a man in his 40s or 50s, and his cultivation had even reached the foundation establishment stage. In recent days, Chu Tianjun continued to visit the law transmission hall every 5th day. After the incident with Wu Qingyun, the number of disciples coming to the hall had increased, but most of them were merely seeking a stroke of good fortune, hoping to gain Chu Tianjun's favor like Wu Qingyun did. Chu Tianjun's lectures remained rather perfunctory. However, gradually people began to notice that his treatment of the listening disciples was not entirely dismissive. For instance, when he occasionally encountered a disciple, he would not only patiently resolve their doubts, but would even gift them pills and techniques. On several occasions, Chu Tianjun personally assisted a few disciples in the law transmission hall, using his spiritual power to clear their meridians and eliminate years of hidden injuries. Chu Tianjun would be particularly kind to certain disciples, but most of the time he remained indifferent. The sect merely assumed this was his character, believing his actions were guided by personal preference. One day Chu Tianjun was teaching as usual in the law transmission hall. Nowadays he had around 200 to 300 attendees for each of his lectures, and even some disciples from outside would seize the opportunity to return and try their luck. Among the people present today, there were a few foundation establishment disciples who were assigned to carry out tasks for the sect. Elder, I have recently become somewhat enamored with formations, but I often hear seniors say that these are merely sidetracks and excessive obsession with them can hinder cultivation. A few days ago I heard fellow disciples mention that you said the profundities of sidetracks can also point directly to the Tao. Is this true? A mid-foundation establishment disciple respectfully inquired of Chu Tianjun. After lecturing for so long, Chu Tianjun had not helped many yet. He often made astonishing remarks. These were certainly not intended to attract attention or shock others. Rather, they stemmed from his understanding gained in his previous life, which indeed enlightened and assisted many disciples. What is your name? Chu Tianjun did not immediately answer the disciple's question, but instead inquired about the other's name. Replying to Elder, I am Ouyang Ming. The questioning disciple replied respectfully. Hearing the name Ouyang Ming, a rare smile appeared on Chu Tianjun's face. Chu Tianjun indeed knew Ouyang Ming from his previous life, but their interactions were limited. Ouyang Ming had not directly helped him like Wu Qingyun yet. He was a clear-minded individual with an objective stance, ultimately becoming one of the disciples who perished for the sect. If you like formations, you can certainly try to pursue the path of formation cultivation. Perhaps your understanding of formations is still quite superficial. In truth, the realm of formations is vast and profound. A powerful gathering spirit formation can enhance cultivation efficiency, while there are lethal formations that can be easily deployed to slay powerful enemies across realms, and ancient formations that can withstand tribulations, even legendary formations that can reverse life and death. How could such a grand path be considered a sidetrack? Chu Tianjun proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating in everyone's ears, causing all present to show expressions of immense shock. At that moment outside the hall there was a figure with an extraordinary aura. It was Longyue, who had not appeared for a long time. She had been out training for a year and returned today curious to hear that Chu Tianjun had reached the golden core stage and was lecturing in the law transmission hall. Chu Tianjun's words also left Longyue in shock. If you like formations, have you crafted anything? Feel free to show it to me. Perhaps I can offer you some guidance. Chu Tianjun's voice continued, actively offering to guide the disciple. At that moment all eyes turned to Ouyang Ming, their gazes filled with envy, all realizing that Ouyang Ming had become the fortunate one receiving Chu Tianjun's favor. In the next moment, Ouyang Ming, overjoyed, took out a set of formation flags he had crafted. This was a defensive formation which included a mirage defense formation, clearly indicating that Ouyang Ming had put in effort. Not bad, you indeed have a talent for formations. Since that is the case, take this. It is the true explanation of formations, a relic left behind by an ancient cultivator. Chu Tianjun confirmed Ouyang Ming's talent in formations and handed him a jade slip which was a reward from his last outing. Disciple thanks the elder. Ouyang Ming hurriedly bowed deeply to Chu Tianjun. No need for that. Additionally, I have another item here which I crafted myself. I shall give it to you as well. If you cultivate to the golden core stage and activate this formation, it can withstand an attack from an early nascent soul. It is nearly invincible below the nascent soul stage. After gifting the true explanation of formations, Chu Tianjun handed Ouyang Ming the set of formation discs and flags that had previously trapped the Kuan eagle. This caused an uproar in the entire law transmission hall. Everyone remarked on Chu Tianjun's generosity. Such a miraculous item was given away so freely. Many regretted not having shown an interest in formations themselves. He is certainly not a cold-hearted person. He treats a stranger disciple so well. Even between many master and disciple relationships, such gifts are rare. The formation discs that are nearly invincible below the nascent soul stage are invaluable treasures. Langyue outside the hall was also deeply shaken. Inside the hall, Chu Tianjun helped Ouyang Ming to his feet and then spoke again. I have served as the transmission elder for half a year, and the sect's tasks are considered complete. I will not be returning in the future. After saying this, Chu Tianjun smiled at Ouyang Ming and nodded before ignoring everyone else and walking directly towards the exit. Upon seeing Chu Tianjun emerge, Langyue raised her hand, slightly parted her lips as if to greet him. But in the next moment, Chu Tianjun brushed past her and transformed into a streak of light flying away. Langyue swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, feeling quite awkward as she stood there in a daze. Fortunately, the disciples inside the hall did not notice her. To avoid being seen by them, she also transformed into a streak of light and left. As Chu Tianjun left, he did see Langyue, but chose to ignore her purely out of laziness to engage. Once back in the peach grove, his thoughts were not of Langyue but of the disciples he had guided and provided numerous benefits to during this time. These were the individuals Chu Tianjun cared for, in half a year's time, he had altered their fates through his guidance, ensuring they would achieve greater accomplishments than in his previous life. Langyue returned to Tianxian Peak feeling somewhat unsettled. Perhaps it was the allure of what could not be attained that stirred her. She could never shake the thought that her ancestor once said she had a predestined bond with Chu Tianjun. Yet Chu Tianjun was exceedingly indifferent towards her. Previously, she could comfort herself believing it was merely his character, but having seen him treat others so well in the law transmission hall today, it was evident he was not a cold-hearted person. This only deepened Langyue's distress. She longed to understand why. A year has passed. As a senior in the sect, what harm is there in going to see him? Looking at the somewhat desolate Tianxian Peak, Langyue's mind was filled with thoughts of the familiar peach grove. After a moment, she decided to go meet Chu Tianjun. This time Langyue concealed her presence, appearing above the peach grove. She wanted to observe what Chu Tianjun was doing before finding a suitable moment to reveal herself. When Langyue arrived, Chu Tianjun was sitting under a peach tree. Beside him was a stone table that Langyue had taken the liberty to arrange. Seeing that the stone table was still there, Langyue felt a bit better, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly an excited voice came from outside the peach grove, saying, "Deacon, I succeeded." Following that, a disciple in his 40s rushed into the peach grove like a child heading towards the stone house. Chu Tianjun recognized the voice belonged to Wu Qingyun, and he smiled as he stood up, estimating that Wu Qingyun had refined some good elixirs again. With an abundant supply of spiritual herbs and plants from Chu Tianjun, Wu Qingyun's growth had been tremendous. After a few months, he was already able to refine elixirs of the golden core stage, and the quality was getting higher and higher. Now he was quite famous in the Juxiao sect. However, Wu Qingyun never refined elixirs for others. He had enough materials, and half of the elixirs he refined were given to Chu Tianjun, while he kept the other half for himself as he was on the verge of reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage. Wu Qingyun soon appeared before Chu Tianjun, taking out a jade box that contained nearly 10 golden elixirs neatly arranged inside. "Not bad, Qingyun. This is the dust-settling pill that can increase the chances of forming a golden core. You've already managed to refine such elixirs. Your talent in alchemy is indeed impressive," Chu Tianjun said encouragingly while looking at the jade box. "If it weren't for the secret techniques in alchemy that you bestowed upon me along with countless spiritual herbs, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. You have given me a second life. Please allow me to bow to you." "Quickly get up, Qingyun. If you don't mind, can you call me senior brother?" Chu Tianjun reached out to stop Wu Qingyun from bowing, filled with anticipation, as he asked Wu Qingyun to call him senior brother. Long Yu witnessed everything before her and was very puzzled. Why was Chu Tianjun so kind to this disciple who had extremely poor qualifications and was clearly not long for this world? That phrase, "Can you call me senior brother?" made her heart flutter, as if Chu Tianjun had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Senior brother. Wu Qingyun looked up at Chu Tianjun. This elder, who had surpassed his years, was now shedding tears. Long Yu noticed that when Chu Tianjun heard Wu Qingyun call him senior brother, the disciple she remembered as indifferent had tears welling up in his eyes. Even Long Yue, who was hiding in the shadows, could feel that Chu Tianjun was in a good mood at this moment. He then offered Wu Qingyun some guidance on alchemy, with some points even making Long Yu feel enlightened. "I will be entering seclusion for a while. Your lifespan is limited, so you must quickly refine the elixirs, and strive to condense your golden core as soon as possible," Chu Tianjun suddenly said, implying that for the time being Wu Qingyun should not come to him. Senior brother is going into seclusion to improve his cultivation. Indeed, the sect's major competition occurs every 10 years in half a year. "I need to prepare as well," Chu Tianjun said casually. Wu Qingyun nodded slightly, saying, "You're right. The winner of the 10-year competition will receive a vast amount of elixirs and powerful magical treasures. With senior brother's strength, a little preparation will naturally lead to a chance at victory." The Jiuxiao sect held a disciple competition every 10 years, divided into two groups: Foundation Establishment and Golden Core, where the top-ranking disciples received considerable benefits. This was also a means for the sect to encourage and cultivate excellent disciples. Chu Tianjun just smiled without denying it, but in reality he was not aiming for first place or rewards. After a while, Wu Qingyun departed. At this point, the moon hung high in the sky, and the peach grove was extraordinarily quiet. Chu Tianjun had not noticed that Long Yu was secretly observing, or after all, there was still a huge gap in strength between the two. If he had known Long Yu was nearby, he would have turned around and returned to the house. Chu Tianjun, feeling at ease, sat under the peach tree and took out a wine flask, pouring himself a few cups. Long Yu felt like an onlooker. This scene seemed like a scroll of a painting, tranquil and beautiful. She wanted to join in, but every time she thought of Chu Tianjun's attitude towards her, she hesitated to reveal herself. Moments later, Long Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, then revealed herself gracefully descending from the air. As soon as Chu Tianjun noticed her arrival, he quickly put away the wine flask and cups, then looked at Long Yu with a cold expression. "I didn't expect that after just a year away you have already condensed your golden core. It's truly a pity that we couldn't become master and disciple." Long Yu's face broke into a faint smile. For someone with her gentle demeanor, saying such words was already quite a deliberate attempt to please Chu Tianjun. "How could I possibly be worthy of you, Long Yu? In the future you will have the best disciple in the world," Chu Tianjun replied indifferently. He actually wanted to leave, but Long Yu had positioned herself, cleverly blocking his path back to the stone house. This sounded like modesty and flattery, and it was also the second time Chu Tianjun had mentioned how Long Yu's future disciples would be. Yet anyone could tell that there was a hint of mockery in his words. "I have no intention of taking on disciples in this lifetime. Since we do not have the fate of master and disciple, I will not take in disciples in the future either." For some reason, Long Yu hastily began to explain, stating that she had not taken Chu Tianjun as a disciple, and that she would not take any other disciples in the future. Chu Tianjun sneered at this, and just as the atmosphere was about to become incredibly awkward this time, he actually spoke up. "So when I entered the sect that day, and you said you wanted to take me as your disciple, that was not your true intention, was it?" Chu Tianjun said meaningfully. Then he looked up towards a certain direction, where the ancestral hall of the Jiuxiao sect was located. Long Yu's expression froze at these words, and she instinctively looked towards the ancestral hall, then asked in a somewhat terrified manner, "How could you possibly know?" "Because I did not ascend the mountain alone." Was that person truly an ancestor of the Jiuxiao sect? This was the first time Chu Tianjun spoke so much to Long Yue, while she appeared cautious and careful. "I don't know who you saw, and I have never truly met the ancestor." Long Yu did not hide anything from Chu Tianjun. She indeed did not intend to take him as a disciple last time. It was a requirement from the supreme ancestor. Upon hearing this answer, Chu Tianjun felt more relieved. The reason he had not left the Jiuxiao sect after his rebirth apart from those he cared about was also due to the mysterious supreme ancestor. He couldn't understand why in his previous life that ancestor had led him into the sect, and despite his exhausting efforts for the sect, He had met such a tragic end, yet the ancestor had never shown himself. Although Long Yu did not know why Chu Tianjun asked this question, and how he discovered it, she felt that it was a very good start to have spoken so much with him for the first time. However, after receiving the answer, Chu Tianjun showed no intention of speaking further. The look in his eyes towards Long Yu turned back to its usual indifference, clearly indicating that it was time for her to leave. The sect's 10-year competition is about to begin. You are focused on improving your cultivation, and I assume you have neither the time nor energy to refine magical treasures. Please take this and use it. If you achieve a good ranking in the competition, the sect will reward you handsomely. Long Yu did not want to leave just like that. She hurriedly said while a black-and-white ancient mirror appeared before Chu Tianjun. The Tuyin mirror. How could she part with this? This is her life-bound magical treasure. Is she really lending it to me for the sect's competition? Seeing the mirror, Chu Tianjun was somewhat shocked as he recognized this treasure, the Tuyin mirror nurtured with Long Yu's nascent soul. Seeing that Chu Tianjun did not respond, Long Yu continued. This is my innate magic treasure, the Two Instruments mirror. It has two sides, one for offense and one for defense, making it a treasure that embodies both attack and defense. With this treasure, entering the top 3 in the competition is absolutely not a problem. I have magic treasures. Chu Tianjun replied, his tone crisp and indifferent. Chu Tianjun was already very familiar with the Two Instruments mirror without Long Yu's introduction. In his previous life, he had helped Long Yu find many rare treasures to integrate into the Two Instruments mirror, resulting in its power being much greater than it is now. Feeling once again that her warm expressions were met with cold indifference, Long Yu wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, but she did not need to, as Chu Tianjun left the stone house first. Upon entering the stone house, a formation activated, immediately isolating internal and external perceptions. Long Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, and stored the Two Instruments mirror, transforming it into a streak of light as she returned to Tianxian Peak. In the following period, Long Yu forced herself not to think about why Chu Tianjun did not go to the Peach Grove, and Chu Tianjun also did not make an appearance. Finally, one day Long Yu could no longer resist. This time she did not go to the Peach Grove herself, but instead spread out her divine sense to observe the grove from afar. After several observations, Long Yu discovered that Chu Tianjun seemed to be in seclusion as well, but there was a noticeable overflow of thunder energy from the stone house, as if it were brewing a storm. The power of thunder is notoriously difficult to master. How is he at the golden core stage able to do this? It looks like he is refining a magic treasure. Long Yu could not help but feel curious again. She vaguely guessed that Chu Tianjun was refining a magic treasure to prepare for the upcoming sect competition. Half a year quickly passed, and Chu Tianjun actually spent 6 months refining the magic treasure, a process that took longer than his previous endeavors on the Tianxian sword. The sound of bells echoed through the Jiuxiao Mountains, officially marking the start of the sect competition held once every 10 years. Chu Tianjun also registered for the competition on the last day. Today is the first day of the competition. According to sect customs, both disciples and elders must attend, and Chu Tianjun made a trip there primarily to draw lots. Long Yue, as a nascent soul elder, also made an appearance for a while, but since she had no disciples under her, she was not particularly invested in such matters and left before the lot drawing was finished. Chu Tianjun drew a lot, but did not appear again as the matches for the Foundation Establishment Stage disciples were ongoing, while those at the Golden Core Stage only had the last 2 days. There were many Foundation Establishment Stage disciples, but not everyone participated. For instance, Wu Qingyun the alchemist did not join. This year the biggest surprise was Ouyang Ming. Although he originally had low cultivation with the set of formation discs given by Chu Tianjun, he managed to reach the top 4. For this matter, the elders of the sect held a special meeting. That disciple named Ouyang Ming relies entirely on the formation discs. Not only at the Foundation Establishment Stage, but with those he could also achieve good results in the Golden Core Stage competition. Should a disciple who wins purely by relying on treasures be entitled to a ranking? The sect leader Master Tianshu raised this question, which was also a point of dissatisfaction for many disciples. The final outcome of the discussion was not surprising. Most elders still believed that winning with treasures was also a symbol of strength. However, in the end, Ouyang Ming only achieved 3rd place, as the top 2 had even more powerful magic treasures. Soon it was time for the highly anticipated matches of the Golden Core Stage. On this day, Long Yu also arrived, and in the morning Chu Tianjun had a match. According to the lottery results, he was to compete against a fellow disciple at the mid-Golden Core Stage. Chu Tianjun had some impression of this fellow disciple. According to his memories from the previous life, this person was also a fence-sitter and had previously tried to sabotage him. Therefore, as soon as the competition began, Chu Tianjun held nothing back. He directly summoned the Tianxian sword. Although he was still slightly weaker in cultivation level, facing this fellow disciple at the mid-golden core stage, Chu Tianjun did not need to act himself. The Tianxian sword operated on its own and shattered the opponent's bell-shaped defensive magic treasure with a single strike. The entire Zhou sect was shocked as the magic treasure was shattered. Even the nascent soul elders observing from the high platform wore expressions of astonishment. How is Chu Tianjun's flying sword treasure so powerful? I feel that the blue flying sword seems to possess intelligence. A living magic treasure is certainly not an ordinary one. Voices of discussion arose with everyone's attention focused on Chu Tianjun's Tianxian sword. Long Yu gazed in a trance at the briefly revealed Tianxian sword. Her thoughts differed from others. She felt that the blue sword adorned with gold perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. It's that familiar feeling again. The peach grove, the flying sword, each element feels reminiscent. What is going on? Long Yu's heart could not find peace once more. In the first match, Chu Tianjun easily won. After winning, he left, but before departing he glanced at the side of Master Zhujian, where a woman dressed in white like snow with exquisite features exuded a cold aura resembling an ice mountain fairy. At that moment, the ice mountain fairy was also looking at Chu Tianjun, but he had already turned away, and their gazes did not meet. Qingxue, this Chu Tianjun is the fastest cultivating disciple in the history of Zhou sect. It seems he has many trump cards. He will be a strong competitor for you this time, Master Zhujian said softly. The woman beside him was his only direct disciple, Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue remained silent and did not speak. She had just emerged from her seclusion in recent days, and had heard some news about Chu Tianjun, feeling somewhat competitive about it. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun did not participate in this 10-year competition, and 10 years later, he had already reached the nascent soul stage, so he never had a chance to spar with Lu Qingxue. However, in the next 30 years, the entire Zhou sect only produced Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue as nascent soul masters. Although they did not interact much during an incident, when Chu Tianjun was falsely accused, Lu Qingxue stood up for him and spoke many good words. She also secretly investigated the matter of his false accusation. At that time, she must have sensed the anomalies within Zhou sect. Unfortunately, anyone who treated Chu Tianjun well or purely thought about the sect's interests was destined to meet a bad end, including Lu Qingxue. Later, during an exploration of a secret realm, Lu Qingxue was deprived of her ice and thunder spiritual bodies by Yi Chan, and he attempted to corrupt her with lustful poison. However, before the poison could take effect, Lu Qingxue resolutely took her own life. When Chu Tianjun found Lu Qingxue, this talented disciple, who was cold on the outside but warm-hearted and solely devoted to the sect, was already a lifeless corpse. In this life, Chu Tianjun wasted time participating in this sect competition for only one reason: for Lu Qingxue. The matches for the Golden Core stage continued. Since there were not many Golden Core experts in Zhou sect, the competitions would not last too long. In the afternoon, Chu Tianjun had another match, and the top 16 had already been determined. Looking at the matchup chart before him, Chu Tianjun was certain he would take down Lu Qingxue's biggest competitor in the top 4. In that case, Lu Qingxue could secure first place, and with the resources from that, she should enter the nascent soul realm faster than in her previous life. Everything developed as Chu Tianjun had envisioned. The next afternoon, he won with just 3 swords, prompting a fellow disciple at the peak of the Golden Core stage to concede voluntarily. This person was also the first in his previous life. Too strong. How is that flying sword so powerful? He has already defeated all others in the Golden Core early stage. It seems that the first place must belong to senior brother Chu. Chu Tianjun's momentum was unstoppable, and at this moment everyone believed he would surely be the number 1 in the Golden Core stage, the first person under the elders of Zhou sect. Qingxue, don't be overconfident. If you feel it's too much after a few exchanges, just concede. Losing to him wouldn't be a disgrace, Master Zhujian advised, watching Lu Qingxue, who was about to take the stage. At this time, all the elders of Zhou sect had no doubts about Chu Tianjun's strength. Indeed, any cultivator below the nascent soul stage would not lose face against him. Lu Qingxue nodded lightly, saying nothing as she gracefully landed on the stage. Lu Qingxue from Luoxia Peak, please teach me, she said, showing respect to her opponent by cupping her fists toward Chu Tianjun. Based on Chu Tianjun's performance in the previous matches, he would only use his flying sword to respond to his opponents, typically ending the battles in a matter of breaths. However, this time Chu Tianjun surprised everyone. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed to Lu Qingxue, speaking in an extremely humble and respectful tone. Chu Tianjun pays his respects to senior sister Lu. How is that possible? He actually dares to call her senior sister. What am I seeing? The most talented genius of our sect is bowing to senior sister Lu. Could it be that Chu Shixiang has feelings for senior sister Lu? The crowd began to discuss fervently, their focus gradually shifting. Lu Qingxue was equally astonished. She looked at Chu Tianjun seriously, her eyes filled with confusion. Yet she could tell that his expression was sincere and devoid of ulterior motives, especially since today was their first meeting. Could it be that this kid really likes this type of girl? A thought crossed Hongyu's mind. However, as soon as it appeared, she felt somewhat ashamed. Why would she care about the feelings of a junior? I dare not take it lightly. Chu Shixiang, your talent is extraordinary, and the treasures in your hands are formidable. My Kanglan sword was bestowed by my master, so during our sparring, I ask you to show mercy, Lu Qingxue replied, returning the gesture to Chu Tianjun. With that, a greenish flying sword appeared in front of Lu Qingxue. Chu Tianjun had already destroyed several magical treasures, and Lu Qingxue was clearly worried that he might sever her flying sword. But the next moment Chu Tianjun directly addressed the elder, saying, I am feeling unwell today and fear I cannot continue. I concede to senior sister Lu in our duel. After saying this, Chu Tianjun did not give anyone a chance to respond and turned into a beam of light, returning to his residence. Many people took a long time to come to their senses, and everyone felt that this year's sect competition was rather perfunctory. Ahem, since you voluntarily concede, then, the first place in the Golden Core group goes to senior sister Lu. The sect leader Master Tianshu concluded the competition, and Lu Qingxue received the rewards she deserved. Chu Tianjun returned to the peach grove immediately, a satisfied smile on his face. He had accomplished nearly everything he needed to do, and next he would restore his cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Once he restored his nascent soul cultivation, he could retrieve most of the opportunities known from his past life and then challenge the transformation stage. Lu Qingxue from Luoxia Peak requests an audience with Chu Shixiang. As Chu Tianjun was planning for the future, Lu Qingxue's voice rang out from outside the peach grove. Senior sister, please come in. Chu Tianjun immediately responded, knowing Lu Qingxue would come as he was actually waiting for her. It seems like Shixiang knew I would come. Lu Qingxue soon appeared in front of Chu Tianjun. Their titles were quite strange. One called him Shixiang, and the other called her Shiji. Senior sister must think that I deliberately conceded to let you win first place. With your temperament, you would naturally come to ask me the reason, Chu Tianjun said straightforwardly, not beating around the bush. Lu Qingxue nodded, but said nothing, simply watching Chu Tianjun, waiting for his further explanation. Because your talent is indeed better than mine, senior sister. Not only do you possess a cold ice spiritual body, but you also hide another spiritual body. Have you heard of the divine mist spiritual body? Chu Tianjun continued with his explanation. The divine mist spiritual body is a sacred body for cultivating lightning powers. This spiritual body was discovered in Lu Qingxue's past life only after she reached the nascent soul stage. In this life, Chu Tianjun's plan was to help her activate it early. How is that possible? Having one spiritual body is already a rarity, and I can't even feel it myself, Lu Qingxue replied, somewhat incredulous as it seemed too surreal. The thunder body is indeed rare, and it is difficult to discover without the corresponding power to activate it. However, there is an opportunity at a place called Thunder Marsh in Qingzhou, where a heavenly thundergrass grows deep within. If senior sister can obtain it, you can activate the divine mist spiritual body in advance. Here's the map. You might as well give it a try, Chu Tianjun patiently explained, presenting a map he had prepared in advance. Lu Qingxue gradually started to believe it, instinctively taking the map. Then Chu Tianjun took out another item. It was a fist-sized sphere of light held in the palm of Chu Tianjun's hand, surrounded by lightning, and inside was a very miniature yet exquisitely crafted armor. Senior sister, take this to Thunder Marsh. It will help you easily obtain the Thunder Spirit Grass. After refining the Thunder Spirit Grass, you will be able to cultivate lightning techniques, and the nascent soul stage will be within reach soon, Chu Tianjun said, pushing the mini armor toward Lu Qingxue. He had no small talk throughout, and this mini armor was something he spent half a year refining with various rare materials. What is this? Why are you being so kind to me? Lu Qingxue asked cautiously. She was willing to believe Chu Tianjun's words, but couldn't understand why he was being so generous without reason. Chu Tianjun's behavior was indeed somewhat odd. Two people who had never met were suddenly speaking so intimately, naturally raising suspicions about motives. But facing Lu Qingxue, Chu Tianjun understood her character well. If he were to use convoluted means with her, it would likely backfire. Just like in his past life, only she had noticed the sex anomalies and secretly investigated. Yichen's facade could deceive everyone but not Lu Qingxue. Being honest with such a person was the best way to get along. This item is called Thunder Emperor Armor. It is just the most basic version. As your cultivation deepens, the Thunder Emperor Armor can evolve further. Within the Zhou sect, from the elders to ordinary disciples, most are selfish and harbor their own agendas. But you, senior sister, are cold on the outside yet warm on the inside, always considering the sect's development. You deserve all of this. Chu Tianjun spoke calmly. His words were straightforward yet somewhat rebellious. At this moment, Lu Qingxue felt a storm of emotions within her. For the first time, someone truly understood her. In fact, beneath her cold exterior, she was indeed warm-hearted, and had always been focused on the development of the sect. Most cultivators seek powerful strength and longevity, but that isn't absolute. Lu Qingxue's childhood was tragic. Her village was attacked by beasts, and it was a passing disciple of the Zhou sect who saved her. After coming to the Zhou sect, Lu Qingxue considered it her home. Her exceptional cultivation talent soon became apparent, and she was taken as a direct disciple by Master Zhujian. However, her motivation for cultivation was not for herself, but to repay the Zhou sect for saving her life and nurturing her. All right, I will go to Thunder Marsh. After a moment, Lu Qingxue accepted the Thunder Emperor Armor, speaking firmly. Then I look forward to senior sister achieving the nascent soul stage soon. Chu Tianjun replied with cupped fists. I also have a request. Please agree, Shixiang. When we both reach the nascent soul stage, can we have a thrilling spar? Lu Qingxue then cupped her fists as well. Chu Tianjun smiled and replied, I agree. Lu Qingxue soon left the peach grove, and Chu Tianjun was in a very good mood, because the people he cared about were becoming better under his prior intervention. Moreover, Chu Tianjun discovered that these individuals were actually quite outstanding. They had many shining qualities, and being with them uplifted his spirits. This was true for Wu Qingyun, Ouyang Ming, and Lu Qingxue as well. Unfortunately, Chu Tianjun's good mood was quickly shattered when Lang Yu appeared before him again. Compared to Lu Qingxue and the others, Chu Tianjun suddenly felt foolish in his past life for blindly clinging to Lang Yu and her foolishness while forsaking so many truly worthy individuals. Seeing Lang Yue, Chu Tianjun instinctively turned and stepped back toward the stone house. In the next moment, Lang Yu took the initiative to ask, what's the deal with your flying sword? Why does it feel so familiar to me? And did we know each other before? Many things about you seem so familiar. Elder Lang Yue, you might be overthinking this. Just because you like something doesn't mean others can't like it too. It's all just coincidence, or you don't think too much about it. This time Chu Tianjun responded to Lang Yue, but his tone was rather unfriendly. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Lang Yu was not easily dissuaded. She had mustered her courage to come tonight determined to find an answer. Lang Yu realized that this matter had become an indelible thought in her mind. If she did not clarify it, it might become an inner demon, and during her future tribulation that inner demon could spell her doom. You really know how to dramatize things. We have never interacted before, there was no past, and there will be no future. After saying this, Chu Tianjun turned his back to Lang Yu, and did not wait for her to respond before returning to the stone house to activate the formation. Lang Yu once again left empty-handed. Although Chu Tianjun had made it clear that they had no interaction, the more he said that the more it lingered in her mind. The next day, Lu Qingxue left Zhoushan Mountain, naturally heading to Qingzhou Lui's to seek the Tianlei grass that Chu Tianjun had mentioned. Chu Tianjun also left the sect that day, but he was heading in the opposite direction of Lu Qingxue. This time he aimed to restore his nascent soul cultivation. The nascent soul stage is already the most powerful existence most cultivators can access. Among the elite of a state, one would be respected and recognized wherever they go. However, in reality, the nascent soul stage is just the fourth stage among the 8 major realms of cultivation. One could say that the path of cultivation has only just begun. After the nascent soul stage, there are the transformation stage, the refinement stage, the profound cave stage, and the great ascension stage. It is said that at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, one can ascend to become an immortal, but regarding what happens after becoming an immortal, even Chu Tianjun's current understanding is unclear. However, he could basically confirm that there is indeed an upper realm, since the method for creating the Thunder Emperor battle armor he gifted to Lu Qingxue is said to be a remnant from the upper realm. In this life, Chu Tianjun's rebirth poses no bottleneck before the transformation stage yet, Even so, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. He estimates that it will take about a year to recover his nascent soul cultivation. For cultivators, especially high-level cultivators, a year or two is hardly significant. Indeed, after a year of seclusion, Chu Tianjun successfully restored his cultivation to the nascent soul stage without facing any tribulation or inner demon. With the successful completion of his nascent soul stage, Chu Tianjun felt even more spirited. Next, he should seek the majority of opportunities available at the nascent soul stage. With these resources, he would have enough to push for the transformation stage in this life. Perhaps before Yi Chun joins Lang Yue, I will step into the transformation stage. At that time, no matter how cunning Yi Chun is, he will be no match for my unmatched divine abilities. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Chu Tianjun's mouth as he spoke softly. In his past life, he was framed like a villain in a story, while Yi Chun was that kind of protagonist who turned the tide. Now it was not merely about killing Yi Chun. That guy had made remarkable progress in his cultivation in just 2 years after joining Zhoushan sect, not to mention the numerous fortuitous encounters he had, acquiring a wealth of rare treasures and resources seemingly tailored for him. Chu Tianjun was uncertain about where and how to obtain them, but he intended to intercept Yi Chen's resources, seize everything from him, and then eliminate him. 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, it had been exactly 5 years since Chu Tianjun joined Zhoushan sect. Returning to the sect now would surely astonish them once more, but he did not return immediately. Instead, he collected those opportunities according to his memories from his past life. After another 6 months, Chu Tianjun had nearly traversed the various states of the eastern region, collecting most of the opportunities, including those originally belonging to Lang Yu or others. Half a year later, Chu Tianjun left the eastern region and arrived in the northern region, primarily dominated by the demon clan. In his past life, Chu Tianjun had come to the heart of the demon clan, while at the nascent soul stage wreaking havoc and seizing numerous treasures. Back then he was the pride of heaven and the leader of the righteous young generation. However, this time he did not take action against the demon clan. He simply followed his memories to various locations where rare materials or treasures were found, and apart from those that were still maturing or unopened, he collected almost everything. Chu Tianjun's time away from Zhoushan sect was quite long, nearly 3 years. This time, he did not return quietly. Before he even arrived at Zhoushan Mountain, the overwhelming pressure and divine sense of his nascent soul stage enveloped the mountain. Who is this friend visiting from afar? Zhoushan sect was on high alert. Zhenren Tianxu was the first to fly out, his expression filled with vigilance. After several years, does the sect leader not recognize his disciple anymore? In the next moment, Chu Tianjun appeared, his voice resonating throughout the Zhoushan mountain range, as he withdrew his pressure and divine sense. Tianjun, you have reached the nascent soul stage. Wonderful. This is truly a blessing for the sect. Junior brother Chu is now the youngest nascent soul practitioner in the history of our sect. In a single sentence, Zhenren Tianxu changed his terms of address for Chu Tianjun several times. Now that Chu Tianjun had reached the nascent soul stage, he could only address him as junior brother. At this moment, the entire Zhoushan sect was in an uproar. Producing a nascent soul practitioner was a monumental event for any sect. Moreover, it had only been 7 years since Chu Tianjun joined Zhoushan sect, which was enough to make him stand out among the ranks. He has already reached the nascent soul stage. Lang Yu also saw Chu Tianjun, but she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. In that moment, she knew that there would be no possibility of becoming his disciple anymore. This marks the era of prosperity for Zhoushan sect. Immediately announced to the world that a grand ceremony for junior brother Chu's nascent soul achievement will be held in a month. Moments later, Zhenren Tianxu announced an important decision in his capacity as sect leader. That very night, Chu Tianjun appeared over the peach grove. Suddenly, the mountain where the peach grove was located erupted with a tremendous roar, and a massive peak rose from the ground, with the original peach grove becoming the summit. From now on, this shall be Tianjun Peak, where my cave dwelling resides. Chu Tianjun's voice rang out once more, and every disciple of Zhoushan sect heard it clearly. The Tianjun Peak has now become as tall as the peaks where the nascent soul elders reside. Now, without the need for divine sense, Lang Yue can simply stand on the Tianshan Peak and gaze into the distance to see a vast peach orchard. Lang Yue felt a stirring in her heart. Several times, she had wanted to visit Tianjun Peak under the pretense of congratulating him, but ultimately did not go, as Chu Tianjun was closed off to visitors, and the other nascent soul elders had also been turned away. However, in the following days, those disciples who had benefited from Chu Tianjun in previous years tacitly established their own caves near Tianjun Peak, or even at the foot of the mountain. These people did not dare to disturb Chu Tianjun, but it was clear they were making a show of paying respect to him as their master. All these individuals shared a common characteristic: they originally had low cultivation and had not taken on any masters, and some like Wu Qingyun were previously quite unfortunate. This situation was unprecedented in the Zhoushan sect and could be seen as a group of initially low aptitude and low cultivation disciples, having received guidance from Chu Tianjun, now voluntarily gathering together after he became a nascent soul elder, forming a faction within the sect. Chu Tianjun was naturally aware of this situation, but he did not intervene. A few days prior, when Wu Qingyun came to present the pills he had refined in recent years, he had probed Chu Tianjun's attitude towards it, to which he replied indifferently. With Chu Tianjun's response, those disciples gathering near Tianjun Peak felt even more justified. Soon a month passed, and the nascent soul celebration held for Chu Tianjun took place as scheduled. At this time, the Zhoushan sect only had some influence in the Fufeng prefecture, so the attendees were mainly sects and cultivation families from Fufeng prefecture, along with representatives from several mortal countries in the region. Chu Tianjun did not care for such celebrations, but he did not refuse the sect's arrangements, as attendees typically brought generous gifts. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Today Longyue also made an appearance. She referred to Chu Tianjun as junior brother, and her congratulatory gift was clearly superior to what other nascent soul cultivators offered. This time Chu Tianjun accepted Longyue's gift calmly. He also noticed that her cultivation was noticeably weaker than it had been at this time in his previous life, indicating that he had indeed taken some of her opportunities, which had a clear impact on her. In his past life, the nascent soul celebration was the peak moment of Chu Tianjun's life, and also the peak moment for Longyue, as he publicly acknowledged her as his disciple in front of all the cultivators of Fufeng prefecture, giving all the gifts he received to her, stating that a disciple's achievements were all thanks to their master, becoming a well-known tale. Afterward, Longyue did not take all the gifts, only a few that were very useful to her. In the following years, it was also the best time for the relationship between Chu Tianjun and Longyue. As fellow nascent souls, they cultivated together, explored secret realms together, and faced various opportunities and challenges together, remaining inseparable during this time, with their cultivation rapidly increasing. Having received the gifts, Chu Tianjun politely stayed for a while, and the grand ceremony soon came to a hasty conclusion. Back at Tianjun Peak, he strolled under the peach trees, his face showing a contemplative expression. Today, almost all the sect disciples are present. Why has she not been found yet? Could it be that she has not yet entered the sect? It's a pity that when I died in my past life, I didn't even have the chance to ask her name. Chu Tianjun allowed the sect to hold the nascent soul celebration for another very important reason. He was still waiting for someone to appear. This person was special to Chu Tianjun, for she was the last individual who cared for him, having seen him when he was discarded into a horde of monsters by Longyue just before his death. Chu Tianjun could face Longyue coldly and mercilessly, but he could never forget the scene of that little girl, who had only reached the late stage of chi refinement, rushing into a horde of monsters without regard for her safety, simply to retrieve his corpse. I actually have no memory of that little girl at all. I don't even remember when I saw her. In the end, I didn't even have the chance to ask her name. I suppose she also met her end at the jaws of a beast in my past life, didn't she? Chu Tianjun recalled the last scene before his death. At that moment he was indeed in despair, but the final moment when that little junior sister, whose name he didn't even know, rushed into the horde of monsters for him, dying gallantly alongside him, shone like a ray of light, illuminating his soul. At that moment Chu Tianjun truly regretted it, remembering the journey he had taken, being wronged and misunderstood, yet still having fellow disciples who believed in him and stood by him. He wanted to live on, not just for himself but for those who were worth it. At first Chu Tianjun had fantasized that since he had been reborn, perhaps that little girl had also been reborn. But later he dismissed this thought, for if that little girl had also been reborn, she should have come to find him by now. Based on her cultivation level at the time, she should have entered the sect only a few years ago. Perhaps she still has a few more years before entering. But I cannot keep waiting like this. There are less than 20 years until Yi-chan appears. I must strive to advance to the transformation stage within these 20 years. Chu Tianjun continued to contemplate. He actually felt that time was quite tight for him, with the goal of successfully reaching the transformation stage within 20 years. After a moment of thought, Chu Tianjun gently waved his sleeve towards the stone table in front of him, and then ink, paper, and brush appeared on the stone table. Next, Chu Tianjun drew the appearance of that girl according to his memory, planning to give this painting to the steward responsible for registering new disciples in the sect, so that he would immediately know when she appeared. Just as Chu Tianjun was about to finish his drawing, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Elder Tianjun, may I come in?" The voice sounded somewhat cold, but the attitude was very respectful. The owner of the voice was familiar to Chu Tianjun. It was Lu Qingxue whom he had guided to the Thunder Marsh. Today Chu Tianjun had also caught a glimpse of Lu Qingxue from afar, but it seemed she had not been in the sect until today. Sister Lu, there's no need for formality. Tianjun Peak welcomes you at any time, Chu Tianjun said with a smile, putting down his brush and turning around. When this voice reached Lu Qingxue's ears, she was taken aback, and she noticed that Chu Tianjun, who had already reached the nascent soul stage, still called her Sister Lu. The next moment Lu Qingxue appeared in front of Chu Tianjun. It had been a few years since they last met, and Chu Tianjun glanced at her. Although she had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, she had already reached the peak of the golden core. However, what puzzled Chu Tianjun was that he did not sense any thunderous power from Lu Qingxue. It seemed that not only had she not awakened the divine Xia spirit body, but even the aura of the Thunder Emperor battle armor he had given her was gone. Elder Tianjun, you're too humble. You are already a nascent soul cultivator. How can you still call me sister? Just call me Qingxue from now on. Are you painting, Elder? Is this the one you care for? Lu Qingxue said, rarely smiling lightly, and halfway through her sentence, she caught sight of the painting behind Chu Tianjun, and subconsciously asked if it was the one he cared for. It's a misunderstanding. She is my benefactor, and I have been searching for her. Chu Tianjun calmly explained. To be precise, that girl whose name he did not know indeed held a significant place in his heart, but she was not the kind of beloved that Lu Qingxue referred to. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun refer to her as merely a benefactor, Lu Qingxue's beautiful eyes flickered, and she quickly replied, Then I must remember the elder's benefactor well, and pay more attention in the future to help the elder find this young lady as soon as possible. After saying this, Lu Qingxue earnestly gazed at the painting, deeply imprinting the figure within her mind. You keep calling me elder, which feels a bit unfamiliar to me. If you don't mind, you can still call me senior brother. You are already half a step into the nascent soul stage. I believe it won't be long before you break through to the nascent soul. Chu Tianjun said with a smile, showing no airs towards those who had helped him in his past life. Then I will definitely not disappoint senior brother, striving to call you that openly and to spar with you in a dignified manner soon. Lu Qingxue said, firmly, appearing somewhat obsessed with martial arts. Chu Tianjun nodded with a smile, realizing that despite having lived 2 lives, Lu Qingxue remained unchanged, still the cold exterior, with a warm heart, a talented cultivator. By the way, why do you still carry this aura? Did something happen during the Thunder Marsh trip? Chu Tianjun asked, expressing his concern. He had spent considerable effort and half a year assisting Lu Qingxue in refining the Thunder Emperor's battle armor. If she did not obtain this opportunity, it would be a significant loss. Hearing Chu Tianjun's inquiry about her situation, Lu Qingxue smiled softly, then glanced around mysteriously. Following that, her aura shifted, radiating a powerful thunderous energy, and a stunning set of battle armor, shimmering with arcs of electricity, appeared around her, while a purple long spear materialized in her hand. The long spear seemed to be forged from thunder itself. At the moment it appeared, the heavens rumbled with thunder, and the clouds above seemed to brew with lightning. Following senior brother's guidance, I successfully found the heavenly thundergrass, activated the divine sky spirit body, and even received a legacy in the Thunder Marsh. Although the legacy is somewhat incomplete, it includes the method to conceal the divine sky spirit body, and this damaged spiritual treasure, the heaven-splitting thunder spear. I intend to hide my divine sky spirit body, so that it can serve as a trump card, Lu Qingxue said, handing the heaven-splitting thunder spear to Chu Tianjun, with the implication that he could examine it at will. Hiss, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. Since Qingxue has this idea, quickly put it away. This heaven-splitting thunder spear, along with the Thunder Emperor's battle armor, and your spirit body is incredibly well-matched. Chu Tianjun did not envy Lu Qingxue's fortune. He merely expressed his sincere admiration. The heavenly thundergrass existed within the Thunder Marsh, a piece of information Chu Tianjun had known from his past life. He had not obtained the heavenly thundergrass in his previous life, nor had he heard about the legacy or the damaged spiritual treasure. At this moment, Chu Tianjun couldn't help but wonder, if it weren't for the fact that he had implicated Lu Qingxue in his past life, causing her to be schemed against by Yi Chun, her achievements would likely have been much higher. Lu Qingxue was unaware of Chu Tianjun's many thoughts. She obediently stored away her treasures, and in an instant her aura transformed from one of violent destruction to the cold, aloof feeling it had before. The two reminisced, with Lu Qingxue sharing her experiences from the past few years. It turned out that she had rushed back thousands of miles overnight after hearing that Chu Tianjun was holding a nascent soul celebration. Senior brother, I don't have many valuable things. I obtained this by chance during my travels. It seems to be some kind of technique, but I do not understand its meaning, so I will give it to you as a gift and I hope you won't dislike it. As Lu Qingxue was about to leave, she suddenly took out a small piece of tattered gold foil and handed it to Chu Tianjun. Upon seeing the gold foil for the first time, Chu Tianjun's expression froze, and when he touched the gold foil a storm surged within his heart. Where did you find this? Do you know what this is? Chu Tianjun asked immediately after confirming that the material of the gold foil was not genuine gold. I killed a demonic beast and found it in its belly. That beast was skilled in corrosive venom attacks, and this gold foil looked like it had been inside it for a long time. I thought it was remarkable that it hadn't been corroded at all and decided to keep it. There are many strange symbols on it, but I don't recognize any of them. Do you perhaps know their origins, senior brother? Lu Qingxue explained the origins of the gold foil in detail. After obtaining it, she had researched it thoroughly, but she didn't recognize a single symbol on it. Chu Tianjun took a deep breath and then very seriously said to Lu Qingxue, "The symbols on this are actually a form of writing specifically from the higher realms, often referred to as immortal script. This may indeed be a fragment of a technique from the immortal realm. Qingxue, are you truly willing to give this to me?" Senior brother recognizes the characters. Lu Qingxue's face revealed an expression of extreme shock, her gaze full of admiration. Because she had no idea what this gold foil was, Chu Tianjun could have easily pretended to know nothing and quietly accepted it, but now he not only explained it, but also asked Lu Qingxue if she was willing to part with it. From Chu Tianjun's candid gaze, Lu Qingxue was certain that if she expressed reluctance, he would unhesitatingly return it to her. Chu Tianjun nodded and then said, "I recognize a little. Just from this page, I could probably identify about 1/10 or 1/12 of it. Since senior brother recognizes it, it means this item is fated to be with you. Keeping it in my possession would be of no value, you should take it." Lu Qingxue said with equal sincerity. Chu Tianjun nodded appreciatively, realizing that being with truly outstanding individuals reduces much of the deceit and treachery. He felt he had missed too much in his past life. He indeed recognized this item because he had obtained a page in his previous life as well. However, the opportunity for that page had not yet arrived, and he had yet to acquire it in this life. In his past life, Chu Tianjun had invested significant effort studying the gold foil, and he had indeed learned a bit of immortal script. Even though it was only a few phrases, understanding their meanings had greatly benefited him. Through the immortal script on that page of gold foil from his past life, Chu Tianjun learned that it was a book from the immortal realm titled 6 Instruments of the Heavenly Book, truly a remarkable tome, even among immortal texts. Unfortunately, he had obtained that page too late in his past life and had not managed to study it in depth. "I will take this item. If I can comprehend the mysteries within it in the future, I will share them with you at the first opportunity. You are on the verge of forming your nascent soul, and here are some pills that will assist in breaking through to the nascent soul stage, a small token of my sincerity," Chu Tianjun said as he accepted the 6 Instruments of the Heavenly Book gold foil and then took out several bottles of pills. Lu Qingxue did not hesitate. She truly enjoyed this feeling of being with Chu Tianjun, as it lessened the deceit typically found among cultivators, making her feel that she was not walking the path of greatness alone. After Lu Qingxue left, Chu Tianjun continued to paint. The next day he went to the sect's office responsible for registering new disciples and handed the portrait to the disciples there, while casually giving a few instructions. At the Zhoushan sect, disciples could be recruited at any time by Golden Core cultivators and nascent soul elders, but there was only one centralized recruitment event each year. Regardless of the method of entry, registration for a waste token was necessary. So once the person in the painting appeared at Zhoushan sect, Chu Tianjun would be able to know immediately. Having obtained a page of the 6 ceremonies, Heavenly Book, Chu Tianjun did not expend energy to study it, for he was still unfamiliar with the celestial script. He only knew that the content of this page discussed the Gung among the 6 ceremonies, yet what exactly Gung was remained a mystery to him. As the figure in the painting would likely not be found anytime soon, Chu Tianjun decided to enter seclusion once more for an extended period. After all, he had scavenged numerous resources last time, and it was time to convert them to enhance his strength. Whether he reached the mid or late stage of nascent soul, he needed to go through this process before attempting to break into the transformation realm. On this day, he had activated the formation at his residence, and was about to close off his senses to begin refining heavenly materials and elixirs. Just then, a jade talisman flew to the outside of the stone house. Junior brother Tianjun, hurry to the sect's main hall. There is an important matter to discuss. The Jade Talisman was sent by the sect leader Master Tianxu. Chu Tianjun dispelled the formation and transformed into a beam of light to rush to the sect's main hall. Inside the hall there was already a seat designated for Chu Tianjun, just as in his previous life, right next to the translucent moon. Once Chu Tianjun sat down, he immediately felt the gazes of the others in the hall shifting towards him and the translucent moon. In the next moment Master Tianxu spoke again. The demonic path is launching a large-scale attack on the Yuezhou region, and the Eastern Domain Immortal Alliance has ordered the various sects to draw personnel. This time our Juxiao sect needs to send 2 nascent soul real people. Based on the mission situations over the years, this heavy responsibility would fall upon junior sister Longyue and junior brother Tianjun. Before Master Tianxu could finish, Chu Tianjun already understood in his heart. This matter had also occurred in his previous life, but at that time he was merely at the late stage of Golden Core, and it was Longyue and another nascent soul elder who went to Yuezhou. On that occasion Longyue sustained significant injuries, and it was not until years later when Chu Tianjun advanced to nascent soul that he completely healed her wounds from that incident. Even within the sect, nascent soul real people were not free from worries. Indeed, it was necessary to take turns contributing to the sect. In such wars between the Immortal Alliance and the demonic path, powerful sects needed only to send nascent soul real people, while weaker sects had to send a large number of ordinary disciples to the front lines. This seemed fair at first glance, but in reality it deprived smaller sects of opportunities for development, while larger sects having nascent soul real people to bear the brunt of such matters afforded their mid- and low-level disciples more time and space to grow. Yet this was an unavoidable circumstance, for fairness itself was built upon strength. Neither Chu Tianjun nor Longyue could refuse this task. Chu Tianjun was indifferent, treating it as a casual trip. Although he had just entered nascent soul, he was confident that he would not fear even facing a peak nascent soul cultivator. Longyue, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased at the prospect of going to the battlefield in Yuezhou with Chu Tianjun. The sect meeting quickly concluded, and Chu Tianjun still avoided Longyue, saying he needed to return to make some preparations before directly heading back to Tianjun Peak. In truth, he had little to prepare, as he did not wish to go to the Yuezhou front with Longyue and planned to simply run away alone to Yuezhou. However, Chu Tianjun underestimated Longyue's tenacity in this life. As soon as he returned to Tianjun Peak, she made a grand appearance above the peach grove. Junior brother Tianjun, are you ready? This Lingfeng shuttle is perfect for traveling. We should be off. Longyue stood on a large shuttle-shaped magical artifact, her voice loud enough for not only Chu Tianjun to hear, but also many nearby. Chu Tianjun was very familiar with the Lingfeng shuttle. It was one of Longyue's magical artifacts which he had used many times in his previous life. In front of many disciples, Chu Tianjun still gave Longyue some face at this moment. He boarded the Lingfeng shuttle and stood beside her. This artifact only requires the infusion of spiritual power to fly at high speed. The journey to Yuezhou is quite far, so let's take turns infusing our spiritual power. I will explain the workings of the Lingfeng shuttle to you. Longyue appeared as calm as ever, yet her voice was noticeably different from usual. Magical artifacts are crafted by cultivators themselves. Although many artifacts share similar principles, each person certainly has their own habits during the crafting process. Thus, even if one obtains another cultivator's artifact, it must be re-ritualized, or one must be very familiar with the original operating mechanism. Longyue was about to explain the operating mechanism of the Lingfeng shuttle to Chu Tianjun, akin to sharing the password to her own door. A generous gesture. However, before Longyue could finish, Chu Tianjun interrupted her. He formed a hand seal with one hand, then pressed down on the Lingfeng shuttle beneath him, saying, I know how. In the next moment, the Lingfeng shuttle vanished from Zhoushan Mountain, flying away at an incredible speed. Having restored his nascent soul cultivation, Chu Tianjun no longer needed to hide many aspects. In this life, he had also cultivated the heavenly seizing creation technique and the great freedom demonic art, along with the 6 ceremonies heavenly book. Now, even against the strongest Juxiao sect combatant, the 9 swords real person, he felt confident of victory. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the current visible strongest cultivator of Juxiao sect. Longyue looked at Chu Tianjun in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he was so familiar with the Lingfeng shuttle. Moreover, she could distinctly feel that the Lingfeng shuttle under Chu Tianjun's control was even faster and smoother than when its owner used it. Junior brother has just entered nascent soul, yet possesses such profound spiritual power. This indicates that your foundation is solid. It won't be long before I'll have to call you senior brother Chu Tianjun. Long Yue swallowed back her original words. She felt it was inappropriate to ask why Chu Tianjun understood the Lingfeng shuttle better than its owner, so she began to praise him instead. This was clearly a statement aimed at bridging the gap between them, which was quite rare for Long Yue's character. Yet Chu Tianjun maintained a cold attitude, replying, "In that case, senior sister should focus on her cultivation." As he spoke the word senior, he nearly instinctively said, "Master," instead, but thankfully he reacted in time. At this moment his mood was somewhat bittersweet. After all, he had called her master for decades in his previous life, and now to change it to senior sister was bound to evoke some feelings. Long Yue also sensed something unusual. She felt that Chu Tianjun had almost said, "Master," just now. Watching the man beside her, who had closed his eyes to rest, Long Yue's emotions were equally complex. She felt Chu Tianjun was truly becoming her inner demon, as she would involuntarily think of him when apart, and upon seeing him she always felt something very special. A feeling that was not quite affection but somehow more entangling. Chu Tianjun did not let Long Yue supply any spiritual power throughout directly piloting the Lingfeng shuttle to the Yuezhou front line. The two represented Zhoushan sect and met with 3 transformation realm true lords stationed there. The 2 true people from Zhoushan sect will guard the 6 Harmonies Pass. After a brief moment, Chu Tianjun and Long Yue received their task to head to the 6 Harmonies Pass, which was 1,500 miles west of the command tent. Due to the prolonged wars against the southern domain's demonic path, the Immortal Alliance had constructed numerous passes on the Yuezhou front line. Usually these passes were only guarded by a small number of cultivators, with nascent soul real people stationed only during great battles. Such wars typically erupted every 10 or 20 years. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had participated in one. It could be said that as long as one did not die in such wars, killing a few demonic path experts brought substantial gains. Of course, the opposing side surely held the same thought. At this moment, the 6 Harmonies Pass was defended by more than a handful of cultivators. In addition to Chu Tianjun and Long Yue, there were also over 10 Golden Core experts and more than 300 Foundation Establishment cultivators. In such places there were none below Foundation Establishment, and the strength of a single 6 Harmonies Pass was already comparable to that of an average mid-tier Cultivation sect. Tianjun, if we encounter a master of the demonic path, do not stray too far from your senior sister. My 2 instruments mirror is better at defense than offense, and it can protect itself even against 3 nascent souls. On the city tower of Liuhe Pass, Hong Yue took the initiative to speak with Chu Tianjun. Upon hearing her words, even several unfamiliar Golden Core experts in the distance felt that this senior sister Hong Yue was quite considerate. In this battlefield between the righteous and the demonic, it is not uncommon for nascent soul masters to fall. Everyone here is also fighting for profit to survive, and there are very few who can truly fight side by side and protect others. However, facing Hong Yu's almost blatant concern, Chu Tianjun still spoke indifferently, saying, "Senior sister Hong Yue, you should take care of yourself first." Chu Tianjun's expression was devoid of emotion, presenting an attitude that kept others at a distance. He remembered that Hong Yue was injured this time. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, she would likely be injured again. Chu Tianjun did not plan to help her, but he also would not allow her to die at the front line of Yuezhou. After all, if Hong Yue died prematurely, Yi Chun might not show up at the Zhoushan sect. For the sake of revenge, Hong Yue could not die just yet. Once again she faced rejection, and Hong Yue sighed internally, but it seemed she had already grown accustomed to it. She felt dejected but did not blame Chu Tianjun. The next half-day at Liuhe Pass was very calm, and Hong Yue did not speak to Chu Tianjun again. In the evening, while Chu Tianjun was meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed into the distance, and then Hong Yue sensed it too. A nearby fortress erupted with a massive wave of spiritual energy, clearly indicating that a great battle was underway. Soon the early warning at Liuhe Pass sounded, and news came from the Celestial Alliance's command tent that a new wave of demonic attacks had begun, urging all fortresses to prepare for battle. "They are here, this is bad. There are actually 4 nascent souls." Hong Yue stood up abruptly, her expression filled with shock, as she looked outside Liuhe Pass, where the 2 instruments mirror had already appeared behind her. Chu Tianjun frowned slightly. He finally understood why Hong Yue had sustained such severe injuries in his past life. A small Liuhe Pass, yet the demonic forces sent so many people here, clearly treating it as a breakthrough point. The 4 demonic nascent souls were all in their early stages. With the protection of the 2 instruments mirror, Hong Yue had already flown out of Liuhe Pass and engaged in battle with the 4 demonic nascent souls. Chu Tianjun stood atop the city wall, yet he showed no intention of helping. At first Hongyue did not mind, but as the pressure mounted she realized that this junior brother behind her seemed completely indifferent to her fate. So he is truly so cold-hearted. Does he intend to watch me die? Am I really going to die here today? In her heart Hongyue felt more unwilling than afraid. She could not understand why she had been so good to Chu Tianjun, yet this junior brother remained so heartless toward her. But just as Hongyue fell into extreme despair, Chu Tianjun suddenly looked into the void and casually said, "When do you plan to watch until?" After speaking, Chu Tianjun also flew out of Liuhe Pass. At the same time above, where Hongyue was battling the 4 demonic nascent souls, a majestic figure appeared. This person exuded overwhelming demonic energy, and the immense pressure caused both Hongyue and the 4 demonic nascent souls, still in combat, to instinctively restrain themselves. So there are still strong experts lurking in the shadows. He is not cold-hearted and unwilling to act. I misjudged him. The appearance of the demonic master instantly changed Hongyu's attitude. At this moment she felt a deep sense of guilt. Hidden in the shadows was a latest-stage nascent soul demonic expert. If it were not for Chu Tianjun holding them back, if the other party suddenly attacked, Hongyue would likely be in grave danger. I thought Liuhe Pass was the weakest point, but it seems those old fellows have miscalculated. The hidden demonic expert spoke somewhat unexpectedly, locking his aura onto Chu Tianjun, their energies clashing in the air, while the battles of others seemed to have become insignificant. Chu Tianjun recognized the appearance of this demonic expert. Coupled with his aura, he also unexpectedly said, "Saint Demon Sect's Tang Wuji, it seems your demonic forces are truly running out of options, even sending the illustrious Saint Sun to the front lines." Chu Tianjun's tone carried a hint of mockery. As he pointed out the other's identity, there was no tension or gravity in his voice, as if he did not regard the opponent highly. But upon hearing Chu Tianjun's words, Hongyu's expression changed dramatically. The name Tang Wuji is indeed renowned in both the righteous and demonic paths. He is the Saint Son of the Saint Demon Sect, the largest sect in the demonic path. Although there are more than one Saint Son and Saint Daughter in the Saint Demon Sect, their numbers are not many, and each of them has the potential to inherit the title of Demon Lord in the future. Naturally, their strength is not to be underestimated. Junior brother, hurry and leave. This demon is not someone you can contend with. I will hold them off. Hongyue urgently called out. Chu Tianjun glanced at Hongyue with some surprise. It must be said that before Yi Chen's appearance, Hongyue was indeed quite good. Even if Chu Tianjun had not become her disciple in this life, at this moment faced with a powerful enemy, she was still willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. This time Chu Tianjun did not speak. Instead, Tang Wuji chuckled and said if he wanted to leave, he should have done so long ago. When did the Celestial Alliance produce such a character? Today is a good opportunity to learn a thing or two. Upon hearing Tang Wuji's words, Hongyu's body trembled slightly, and she became even more certain that she had misjudged Chu Tianjun. Thus she quickly began to imagine many scenarios. He did not leave. Could it be that he stayed behind for me? Indeed, junior brother is not as cold as he appears. Tianjun, rest assured, I will not abandon you. These words were not spoken aloud, but Hongyue silently thought them, and her gaze toward Chu Tianjun became incredibly gentle. Chu Tianjun was unaware that in such a short time this woman had added so much drama. Feeling the change in her gaze, he could only internally complain, what is this woman thinking again? You actually know me? Tang Wuji did not interrupt Hongyu's emotional farewell to Chu Tianjun earlier, perhaps, because people in the demonic path enjoy watching such scenes. Now he inquired how Chu Tianjun could possibly know him. Chu Tianjun indeed recognized Tang Wuji. In his previous life, the two had battled at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and Chu Tianjun won, even slaying this demonic prodigy. Moreover, the page of the 6 instruments heavenly book that Chu Tianjun obtained in his past life, the rune chapter, came from this person. Chu Tianjun studied the rune chapter in depth, which explains the way of change within the heavenly book. It was also due to this heavenly book's rune chapter that he was able to perfect the great freedom demonic art. Have you participated in the Tianyuan trial? Chu Tianjun did not answer Tang Wuji's question, but instead asked a question out of the blue. Tang Wuji instinctively shook his head. Tianyuan is a special place in the southern region, akin to a secret realm. Every demonic cultivator only has one chance to enter in their lifetime. Chu Tianjun sighed internally. Since Tang Wuji had not obtained the rune chapter of the 6 instruments heavenly book, he could not kill him just yet. Although Chu Tianjun already knew the celestial script on the rune chapter, since receiving the Gung chapter from Lu Qingxue, he felt that the celestial script in the 6 instruments heavenly book was just one aspect. The golden foil pages, which seemed like gold, but were not, also held immense value, perhaps even surpassing that of the celestial script. If he could gather the complete 6 instruments, heavenly book, unexpected gains might await him. Although it would still take waiting for Tang Wuji to gain the opportunity of the Ren chapter of the 6 instruments, heavenly book to strike, it was evidently unavoidable to not engage in a confrontation today. After obtaining the information he desired, Chu Tianjun ceased his chatter and boldly attacked Tang Wuji, who was at the late nascent soul stage with his early nascent soul cultivation. Chu Tianjun didn't even use the Tianxian sword. He unleashed his techniques with one hand, launching various attacks towards Tang Wuji, dazzling the onlookers with the sheer variety of his methods. What kind of freak is this? To have such formidable strength at the early nascent soul stage, has he mastered too many techniques? Tang Wuji, the holy son of the sacred demon sect, soon wore a grave expression, realizing that without using any hidden cards, he could only match Chu Tianjun, an early nascent soul, in strength. But if he used his hidden cards, could the other party not have any? How is brother Tianjun so powerful? That's a late nascent soul demonic prodigy. Where did he learn these techniques? Many of them were not from the Jiuxiao sect. Long Yu also observed the battle between Chu Tianjun and Tang Wuji, her heart filled with similar doubts. At this moment, Long Yu's engagement with the 4 demonic nascent souls had become somewhat perfunctory. It wasn't just her paying attention, but the 4 demonic nascent soul experts were also observing, as watching a duel of masters was an opportunity for learning. If there were to be a battle at the god transformation stage at this time, the entire righteous and demonic battlefield would likely pause to witness the duel of the big shots first. I have no grudges or enmities with this person, so there is no need to expose my hidden cards here. Since I've already made my move, others can't say anything if I leave without merit. After exchanging a few blows with Chu Tianjun, Tang Wuji had already begun to contemplate how to retreat. Regardless of whether it is the righteous or the demonic path, fundamentally they are all cultivators, and cultivation is inherently selfish. Without sufficient benefits, who would willingly fight to the death? The intelligence was incorrect. There are experts stationed at the Liuhua Pass. Let's go. After a moment, Tang Wuji found an opportunity, created distance from Chu Tianjun, and shouted to the 4 demonic nascent soul experts. He left decisively, immediately fleeing after delivering his words without any hesitation. The 4 demonic nascent soul experts were also very decisive. Upon receiving the news, they immediately acted, their combined attack far surpassing their previous efforts, breaking through Long Yu's 2 instruments mirror, and their final attack landed on her. Though she managed to withstand it, she was still injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Want to leave? You've come this far, are you not going to leave something behind? Chu Tianjun's gaze swept over the 4 nascent souls. At this moment, Tang Wuji had already vanished, but the 4 were already locked onto by his aura. Not good, split up and flee. The 4 nascent souls were alarmed. They knew their strength was vastly inferior to Tang Wuji's, and if even the Holy Sun was defeated by this person, they surely wouldn't be his match. The 4 scattered to escape, and Chu Tianjun moved, as well, choosing to pursue one of them, an old man clad in black robes, whose attire conformed to the typical image of a demonic practitioner. Although he was also at the early nascent soul stage, Chu Tianjun was clearly much stronger. After a brief exchange, he struck a palm down on the opponent's crown, then activated the seizing heaven and creating fortune technique, forcibly drawing the power from the demonic cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator, whether their energy is demonic or spiritual, would be a waste to let it go. As the demonic cultivator felt his internal power uncontrollably being siphoned away, the fear on his face turned into despair, a despair so profound it made him give up struggling. He could only instinctively utter, You are the holy. Before the demonic cultivator could finish his sentence, his body had already withered. Chu Tianjun retracted his hand, grasping a limp nascent soul, though the demonic cultivator had not yet truly fallen. Long Yue, having just taken a hit, was already covering her chest with one hand and supporting herself on the ground with the other. Now witnessing Chu Tianjun easily slay a demonic cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, her eyes were filled with shock. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun softly called out, Tianxian. Upon uttering these words, the Tianxian sword flew out, circling around Chu Tianjun before a phantom of the Kuan eagle appeared. Then Chu Tianjun tossed the limp demonic nascent soul. A cry of an eagle echoed in the void, and the Kuan eagle phantom swallowed the demonic nascent soul in one bite, leaving only a light blue sword adorned with golden accents soaring. His flying sword devoured a nascent soul. Is it evolving into a spiritual treasure? Long Yu was once again astounded. She had heard of the process of top-tier treasures transforming into spiritual treasures. Moreover, seeing the Tianxian sword again, especially hearing Chu Tianjun call out Tianquan, made Long Yu feel a deep sense of familiarity. After a moment, Chu Tianjun put away the Tianxian sword and walked towards Long Yu. As he approached, he casually said, "You are injured." This statement could not be discerned as a question or a concern, however it fell on Long Yu's ears, and she believed Chu Tianjun was caring for her. Long Yu felt joy in her heart, instinctively reaching out her hand, thinking that in the next moment Chu Tianjun would help her up. But before her hand could fully extend, she saw Chu Tianjun stride past her, not pausing in the slightest. Then a cold voice rang out, but by this time Chu Tianjun had already moved behind Long Yue. "If you are injured, return to the sect. Don't hinder others here." Long Yue, the dignified nascent soul true person, was on the verge of tears at this moment. Besides feeling dejected, she also felt a sense of abandonment, even though she had never truly received anything, yet somehow felt as if she had been cast aside. Chu Tianjun ignored Long Yu. He knew that this minor injury wouldn't kill her, and this time she was hurt even less than in her previous life. She could heal on her own in 2 to 3 years. Soon battles at other passes wrapped up one after another. In the final tally, Liuhe Pass emerged as the most fruitful, marking the first time in 3 years that a nascent soul had fallen on the righteous and demonic front lines, boosting the morale of the Immortal Alliance. The next morning, Long Yu received a jade talisman from the true monarch of God Transformation. Since their Jiuxiao sect had slain a nascent soul demonic cultivator, according to Immortal Alliance rules, they could withdraw 1 cultivator of equivalent realm. Chu Tianjun had given this quota to Long Yue, allowing her to return to the sect. The Immortal Alliance stipulates that any cultivator on the front lines, as long as they engage in battle for 3 months or slay an enemy of the same realm, can conclude their task and leave. Upon receiving the jade talisman, Long Yue, who had originally felt pain all night, suddenly found her heart no longer aching. She once again firmly believed that Chu Tianjun's apparent indifference was merely a way of protecting her through intentional distance. If he truly did not care for her, why would he use the merit of slaying a nascent soul demonic cultivator to allow her to leave the battlefield early? It must be said that Long Yu was indeed good at adding drama. The reason Chu Tianjun allowed her to leave was that first, Long Yu could not die yet, and second, he genuinely did not want her to be a hindrance here. Chu Tianjun sought to divert Long Yu, and then disguise himself as a demonic cultivator to head to the southern domain, where there were not only many opportunities, but also an extremely important task waiting to be accomplished. Long Yu ultimately accepted what she considered a kindness. As she was leaving, she looked back at Chu Tianjun with reluctance, lowering her head, and softly saying, "Brother Tianjun, do take care. I await your safe return." Chu Tianjun did not even flinch. He merely listened to these words. In his previous life, he had done so much for Long Yue, and in the end, what had he gained from it? Now he only wished for Long Yu to leave quickly. Without receiving a response, Long Yu looked at Chu Tianjun earnestly a few times before finally departing. After a long while, Chu Tianjun finally opened his eyes. Then he stood up, and with a wave of his sleeve, a figure identical to him appeared beside him. Then Chu Tianjun's true self concealed his aura, and quietly left Liuhe Pass, while the puppet doppelganger emitted his aura, still sitting cross-legged with closed eyes on the watchtower. Soon after, Chu Tianjun entered the territory of the southern domain, and he no longer concealed his aura. However, the aura surrounding him had transformed into a vast demonic energy, making him appear as a bona fide golden core stage demonic cultivator. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had visited the southern region. At that time, he was already at the late stage of the nascent soul. During that visit, he had decimated the younger generation of the demonic path, leaving them almost in ruins. No demonic sect leader or holy offspring could match him. It seemed that he was also quite lucky that time. Although he encountered several demonic lords at the transformation stage, he managed to escape smoothly. In the end, even when several transformation stage demonic lords surrounded him, they couldn't keep him there. This time he decided to keep a low profile. After all, the circumstances were different. In his previous life, the top figure of the demonic path, Jishuanyu, had not intervened. Currently, the righteous and demonic factions were still engaged in a fierce battle. If Jishuanyu were watching, he would certainly not be a match for him. Chu Tianjun did not plan to rampage this time. He was quite worried about a demonic powerhouse named Jishuanyu. Jishuanyu was the leader of the Holy Demon Sect, also referred to as the Holy Master by demonic cultivators in the southern region. The demonic path does not consider itself demonic. They refer to their way as the Holy Path. Even the Holy Demon Sect merely calls itself the Holy Sect with the term demonic added by the righteous sects. In the Immortal Alliance, Jishuanyu is known as the Demon Master. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun scoffed at this, firmly believing it was the demonic path glorifying itself, an utterly shameless display. However, in this life, Chu Tianjun had no such thoughts. On the contrary, he felt that the Immortal Alliance was overly hypocritical and began to acknowledge the demonic path, or rather the holy path. After experiencing various events in his previous life, and seeing the true faces of many individuals, Chu Tianjun realized that both the Immortal Alliance and the demonic path essentially exploited the resources of the weak, with the powerful enjoying the offerings of the powerless. The people of the demonic path do not hide this. They take it for granted, while the Immortal Alliance adorns these actions with various beautiful slogans, making exploitation and plunder seem justified, all while making the oppressed feel grateful. The demonic energy on Chu Tianjun's body was transformed from the Great Freedom Demon Art, which is essentially demonic energy. Therefore, his identity posed no issues. Although his golden core cultivation was not particularly strong, it was sufficient for traveling in the southern region. Since the Liuhe Pass was merely a puppet, Chu Tianjun didn't have much time, so he hurriedly gathered a few resources and headed straight for a place called Blackwind Mountain. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had also been here. On Blackwind Mountain, there was a Blackwind Academy akin to a school in the mundane world, but this one was a demonic academy. Do not think that those in the demonic path only engage in killing. They also seek to learn and improve. However, their studies are not about rights and morality, but rather very pragmatic means of enhancement. These means include traditional demonic cultivation techniques, blood sacrifices, or methods like killing spouses or children to attain enlightenment. Essentially, they pursue power by any means necessary, which in the eyes of righteous cultivators makes them seem like a group of lunatics. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun wreaked havoc at the Blackwind Academy, almost annihilating it, and he gained very important knowledge there, including an understanding of some immortal seals. This time he came with a sincere attitude. Although he was surrounded by demonic energy, he appeared quite polite. Not all demonic cultivators are madmen. They prefer the most straightforward ways to enhance their cultivation and strength, devoid of morality, yet most can still communicate normally. I am Chu Lu, here to seek an audience with Master Jin Qi. Chu Tianjun assumed the name Chu Lu, seeking the renowned Master Jin Qi, who was well-versed in immortal seals. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had killed Master Jin Qi with a single sword strike. Later, he self-studied immortal seals from his jade slips. This time, asking for direct guidance would surely yield greater results. Soon Chu Tianjun met Master Jin Qi, who looked somewhat unfriendly and had a sharp monkey-like face. Upon learning that Chu Tianjun wished to learn about immortal seals, Master Jin Qi was somewhat surprised. However, demonic cultivators seemed quite indifferent, and he did not refuse but instead directly stated his requirements. If you wish to learn, I need a deep-sea demon spider's inner core, 10 pounds of cold ice dark iron, and 3 pounds of nether silk. Master Jin Qi listed several materials which were his demands for payment. After Master Jin Qi finished speaking, Chu Tianjun clapped his storage bag, and several items appeared. Master, are you looking to refine the 10,000 souls banner? Some of the items he presented, although somewhat different from what the master requested, were actually more effective and sufficient to refine a high-grade 10,000 souls banner. What does the master think? Chu Tianjun did not present the exact payment as requested by the other party, but he had suitable alternatives. Good, very good a deal. However, let's agree first that I will only explain for half an hour each day for a total of 1 month. As for how much you can learn, that depends on your own abilities. Master Jin Qi immediately accepted the items into his possession, appearing to be quite the businessman. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded. He felt that this duration was about right. The knowledge of immortal seals could only be said to be something Master Jin Qi had some understanding of, and his knowledge was actually quite limited. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun settled down at the Blackwind Academy. The actions of the demonic path are indeed very straightforward. As long as you provide sufficient payment, you can exchange for everything you desire. The next day, Master Jin Qi began to explain immortal seals to Chu Tianjun. At first, Chu Tianjun did not show any prior knowledge. He wanted to listen systematically. After 3 days, once Master Jin Qi finished explaining the basics, Chu Tianjun began to display his talent, grasping many concepts with just a little guidance. After 10 days, Chu Tianjun felt he was close to exhausting Master Jin Kai's knowledge. It was likely that within half a month, he would have learned all that Master Jin Qi could teach, at which point he could study independently and gradually master more immortal seals. However, on the 12th day, Master Jin Qi suddenly introduced Chu Tianjun to someone. Chu Lu, this is Miss Yujio, who is also here to learn immortal seals. She studied for a period some years ago, so you two will attend classes together. Perhaps mutual confirmation will help you learn faster. To be honest, I don't have much left to teach you. Master Jin Qi said with a smile, followed by a young girl in blue who looked cheerful and vibrant. This girl appeared very young, at most 15 or 16 years old, with bright eyes that seemed harmless. However, Chu Tianjun did not dare to underestimate her. This was the southern region's demonic path, where no one could truly be considered harmless. Moreover, the fact that her name was similar to his assumed identity was quite suspect. I am Chu Lu, pleased to meet Miss Yujio. Chu Tianjun greeted her with an innocent expression, appearing to be a person without any ill intentions. Are you the sixth among your siblings, Chu brother? Yujio blinked her bright eyes and curiously stared at Chu Tianjun, asking, Do you have older brothers or sisters? Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect her to ask such a question. However, playing along was something anyone could do. The next moment he replied in a naive manner, The older ones all died in the womb, so I don't know if they were boys or girls. Chu Tianjun's response had a hint of demonic flavor, but the next moment Yujio's words immediately made Chu Tianjun's answer seem trivial. Yujio excitedly said, They are truly a bunch of useless people, just like my 8 older siblings. But they are somewhat fortunate, my 8 older siblings have all been sacrificed by me to become soul slaves. After saying this, Yujio shyly lowered her head, her toes drawing circles on the ground. Behind her, shadows enveloped in demonic energy emerged, both male and female appearing quite young, the smallest being 5 or 6 years old, and the oldest around 11 or 12, totaling exactly 8. Chu Tianjun glanced at the 8 soul slaves. Although he knew the situation was not uncommon in the southern region, as this was the territory of demonic cultivators, even parents, wives, and children held no value if they could not demonstrate worth. However, seeing Yujio's seemingly harmless demeanor while being followed by 8 close soul slaves, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Pervert. Chu Xiong seems to pity them. Suddenly Yujio looked up at Chu Tianjun, her face still bearing a faint smile, her eyes exceptionally clear, but the more she appeared this way, the more unsettling it felt. What do I care? Chu Tianjun coldly replied, a very standard demonic response. Yujio continued to smile and then retracted her soul slaves. This was clearly not a friendly meeting, but it was very characteristic of a demonic encounter. The next day the two attended class together, and within just one day Chu Tianjun witnessed Yujio's profound understanding of Xianzhuan. Setting aside other matters, he admired her comprehension of Xianzhuan and even learned some things from her. Mr. Jin Kai's value, on the other hand, was diminishing. By the 15th day he had taught all he could. However, Chu Tianjun chose not to leave, as both he and Yujio decided to continue self-study, essentially learning from each other's understanding of Xianzhuan. This character run has countless interpretations. It can represent water, refer to the north, imply grandeur, denote treachery and disaster, and also signify the number 9. There should be other interpretations we are unaware of. So can I also call myself Yurin? Chu Xiong, do you think Yujio sounds better, or Yurin? In a courtyard of the Black Wind Academy, Yujio happily conversed with Chu Tianjun. Beside them lay jade slips, bamboo slips, and books along with tea and snacks. If this scene were placed in the righteous path, it would be quite a poetic and fragrant picture. This time Chu Tianjun did not respond with what do I care, but smiled and said, whether it sounds good or not doesn't matter. The one you like is the most suitable for you. That makes sense. Then I'll still call myself Yujio. Chu Xiong, shall we continue discussing this character? Yujio tilted her head in thought, and then focused her gaze back on the paper, continuing to discuss another Xianzhuan with Chu Tianjun. I must say, although Yujio is a bit of a pervert, she indeed provided Chu Tianjun with a lot of inspiration regarding Xianzhuan. He felt that this trip was worth it. Now Chu Tianjun had a deeper understanding of the Rin and Gung sections of the 6th instrument, Heavenly Book, which significantly enhanced his strength. The Rin section's transformation technique was something Chu Tianjun had grasped in his previous life, and now he had gained insights into the art of deduction from it, something only accessible to those in the cave profound realm. Now, with his nascent soul cultivation, he had managed to touch upon it ahead of time. His understanding of the Gung section was somewhat lacking. This section mainly discussed the path of slaughter and destruction, with certain elements greatly enhancing the power of techniques. Time swiftly passed, and soon a month was approaching. Regardless of whether it was due to the Black Wind Academy or the possibility of the puppet at Liuha Pass being exposed, Chu Tianjun should also prepare to leave. Miss Yu, I will be leaving the academy tomorrow. This cup of wine is for you. On the last night, before parting, Chu Tianjun proactively raised a cup of wine to Yuzhou. Although they had wine and meat during meals in the past, they mostly ate separately and poured their own drinks. Chu Tianjun didn't know Yuzhou's real name, but he suspected that her surname Yu was indeed genuine. To drink together with Chu Xiong is too formal. We owe each other nothing. Yuzhou's smile remained bright and radiant, still exuding that seemingly harmless demeanor, yet her words felt remarkably profound. That's true, then let's consider it a fair trade. To this fairness, let's drink a toast. Chu Tianjun chuckled self-deprecatingly. After living in the southern region for a month, he gradually understood the rules here. There was no such thing as human feelings. If one had no value, others were too lazy to say a word. What a coincidence. I was planning to leave tomorrow too. Next time we meet, we can discuss Xianzhuan again. Chu Xiong, you must work hard. If I can't gain anything from you, I might just refine you and your siblings into soul slaves. Then we could be close friends and be together every day. Yuzhou looked at Chu Tianjun with anticipation, her expression, seemingly harmless, yet she spoke words that sent chills down one's spine. Chu Tianjun had already grown accustomed to Yuzhou's way of thinking. After all, she was demonic. If she started discussing friendship and ideals, acting like a sentimental person, she wouldn't be demonic but rather mundane. Then it's a deal. If Miss Yu doesn't put in the effort, I wouldn't mind integrating you and your older siblings into my magical treasures. I enjoy seeing families reunited and orderly. Chu Tianjun responded pointedly, his sincere expression matching his earnest tone. Having stayed in the southern region for nearly a month and a half, Chu Tianjun quietly returned to Liuhe Pass. Fortunately, there had been no unexpected incidents during this time, and no one had noticed the flaws in his puppet avatar. It was likely because he had killed a nascent soul last time, and the demonic cultivators had been much quieter recently. Even if there were occasional attacks, they did not target Liuhe Pass. Having switched back from his puppet avatar to his true self, Chu Tianjun continued to meditate and refine his skills in the watchtower, using this opportunity to digest the gains from his study of Xianzhuan. Quickly, another month and a half passed. During this time, Chu Tianjun hadn't taken any action, and he had finally completed the required time for his tasks, ready to leave the battlefield. After leaving, Chu Tianjun did not rush back to Zhoushan Sect. He wandered outside for another 6 months, gaining some small rewards along the way. By the time he returned to Zhoushan Sect, nearly a year had passed. As soon as he landed in the Peach Grove, Chu Tianjun felt a streak of escape light rising from Tianxian Peak, landing before him in an instant. Without thinking, he knew it must be Longyue, and his previously good mood suddenly soured. However, Longyue was in an exceptionally good mood at this time. Although her injuries from the past 6 months had not fully healed, they were basically no longer serious. Over this half year, she had not only recalled Chu Tianjun, but had become utterly infatuated with him. Junior brother Tianjun, you finally returned. Are you unhurt? Where have you been for the past 6 months? Why didn't you return to the sect on time? Longyue seemed to have forgotten Chu Tianjun's previous indifference and disregard, and this time she bombarded him with questions. If an uninformed person were to witness this scene, they would likely think they were a couple. Chu Tianjun felt that this woman was getting increasingly brazen. He instinctively wanted to retort, "What's it to you?" However, just as he was about to speak, another voice interrupted him, cutting off what he was about to say. "Elder Tianjun, the person from the painting, has arrived at the sect." The voice belonged to a Golden Core steward, the one responsible for registering new disciples. He had rushed over as soon as he sensed Chu Tianjun's return, but he was slightly slower than Longyue due to his speed. The figure in the painting appeared, causing Chu Tianjun to forget about the Lingyue beside him. He hurriedly asked the Golden Core steward, "Where is she?" "She is in the courtyard of the servant disciples. That girl entered the sect together with the new disciples half a month ago, but her aptitude is extremely poor, so she can only start as a servant," the Golden Core steward said cautiously. He did consider checking on the figure in the painting, but on that day Chu Tianjun only mentioned that the person had appeared to notify him, and the Golden Core steward was unsure of Chu Tianjun's attitude towards the figure in the painting, so he could only proceed according to the rules. For new disciples of the Zhoushan sect, if they are not taken as disciples by a nascent soul master or a Golden Core powerhouse, 2 situations may arise. One is that those with decent aptitude will start as ordinary disciples. Chu Tianjun, who did not take a master back then, was in this category, which is relatively free. The other is that those assessed as having poor aptitude must start as servants. This status is much worse, comparable to the servants of wealthy families in the secular world. After receiving a response, Chu Tianjun did not ask anything further. He took a step forward and flew towards the servant courtyard. What is the matter with the figure in the painting? After Chu Tianjun left, Lingyue calmly asked the steward. The Golden Core steward hurriedly explained the situation. Is that painting still here? Lingyue continued curiously. I still have it, Elder Lingyue, please take a look. The Golden Core steward quickly took out the painting of Chu Tianjun. Lingyue took the scroll and opened it. She thought the figure in the painting was quite pretty but not extraordinarily stunning. She even had the thought, aside from being younger, she is not necessarily prettier than me. Alright, it's none of your business, Lingyue said expressionlessly as she put the painting away, and then flew towards the servant courtyard following Chu Tianjun. The Golden Core steward was left in a daze for quite a while, unsure of the relationship between the three. After a moment of curiosity, he also flew towards the servant courtyard. Before Chu Tianjun arrived at the servant courtyard, a dramatic scene was unfolding here. A girl dressed relatively elegantly was cleaning the courtyard, holding a broom with her sleeves tightly bound, looking both composed and somewhat capable. This girl sweeping the floor was the figure in the painting that Chu Tianjun had been waiting for. Originally this was quite a picturesque scene, but soon a few people barged in. A group of boys and girls of similar ages arrived, led by a girl in red, who held her head high and looked down at the figure in the painting with a mocking expression. Oh, isn't this our long princess? How did you enter the immortal gate and end up looking like a servant? Shen'er, is this the princess of Ningguo you mentioned? Her aptitude is too poor, isn't it? She'll probably just be a servant even after a lifetime of cultivation. A young male disciple behind the red-clothed girl said, his eyes filled with disdain for the figure in the painting. Once you enter the immortal gate, there are no princesses. Even a secular emperor must bow respectfully to a Golden Core steward, let alone, when a Foundation establishment senior descends the mountain, the emperor must respectfully call them immortal teacher. Junior sister Shen'er is exceptionally gifted, and has a Golden Core steward as her master. This so-called princess isn't even worthy to carry your shoes. The group of young boys and girls continually flattered the girl in red, while belittling the figure in the painting, revealing through their words that the figure was actually a princess of the secular dynasty. However, they were not entirely wrong. In this world, secular dynasties can only rely on the immortal sex. If the royal family has no capable disciples with decent cultivation, the royal family will not last long. The figure in the painting ignored their cold jabs and quietly swept the fallen leaves on the ground. She had already gathered most of the leaves in the courtyard, and not wanting to argue with these people, turned to leave with her broom. Just then the girl in red Shen'er suddenly waved her hand, and a gust of wind swept through, scattering the leaves that had just been gathered all over the courtyard again. Then the red-clothed girl laughed and said, "Oh dear, how come there are so many leaves again? Princess, you mustn't be lazy. If you can't even clean this courtyard, you won't be having dinner tonight." The way she emphasized the title princess was utterly humiliating. Shen'er, don't go too far. Your father is the Marquis of Wuan, and my father treats him well. I used to regard you as my own sister, so why do you have to make things difficult for me? The figure in the painting couldn't hold back any longer, recalling the humiliations she had faced since coming to the mountain, and felt even more distressed. She is indeed the long princess of Ningguo, while the girl in red Shen'er is the daughter of the Marquis of Wuan. The two had a close relationship since childhood, referring to each other as sisters. However, ever since entering Zhoushan sect and Shen'er being taken as a disciple by a Golden Core steward, she had completely changed her attitude towards her former good sister. What are you saying? You can't even clean a room, how can you rule the world? If you can't even keep a courtyard clean, how can you go far on the path of cultivation? Your aptitude is already poor, and if you don't work harder, how will you manage in the future? Princess, I'm just doing this for your own good, Shen'er said mockingly, her demeanor dripping with disdain. The figure in the painting suppressed her anger but knew that here she was no longer a princess, and her status was far inferior to the group before her. What was the use of feeling wronged? Resisting would only lead to greater humiliation. Thus she said nothing more, lowered her head, and began to silently sweep the fallen leaves again. Seeing that the figure in the painting had endured, Shen'er snorted coldly, clearly not yet satisfied. The next moment she smugly continued, "Let me tell you the truth, my master has already agreed with me that it won't be long before my father forces your father to abdicate. By then I will be the princess and you will just be a stray dog." Upon hearing this, the figure in the painting paused. The reason she came to Zhoushan sect to seek a master was to cultivate successfully and help her father secure the throne, yet the one who sought to usurp her family's territory was her former good sister. Qi Xian'er. The figure in the painting could no longer hold back. Her eyes blazed with anger as she looked at Qi Xian'er. Still not convinced? A mere servant dares to look at me like that. Teach her a lesson. Qi Xian'er said with a cold smile. She came to humiliate the figure in the painting, and mere verbal humiliations were not enough. The few lackeys behind Qi Xian'er immediately approached the figure in the painting, some wielding whips. The figure in the painting instinctively raised her hands to defend herself, her sleeves falling to reveal her fair arms, which were covered in bruises and scars, clearly indicating that she had often been bullied in this way these days. The sound of the whip slicing through the air rang out, and the figure in the painting instinctively stepped back. Losing her balance, she fell, instinctively closing her eyes to brace for the impending beating. But the pain that should have come did not arrive. She cautiously opened her eyes and saw a figure standing in front of her, having appeared there without her noticing. The figure stood there, and the raised whip could not fall. The disciples who were about to strike seemed to have been frozen in place. Who are you, daring to interfere in my affairs? Qi Xian'er glared fiercely at Chu Tianjun from a distance. In the next moment, her sycophantic underlings chimed in with threats. Young man, I advise you not to meddle. Senior Sister Xian'er's master is a golden core disciplinary elder. The wrath of a golden core cultivator is beyond your endurance. You court death. Kneel now and beg forgiveness while you still can. Chu Tianjun paid no heed to their barking. He lowered his gaze to the girl lying on the ground, the very face that had flickered once faintly in his memories. Bullying fellow disciples and defying elders. You are the ones courting death. Suddenly Long Yu landed beside Chu Tianjun. A ripple of spiritual energy emanated from her. Not a single strike delivered, yet Qi Xian'er and her entourage were hurled backward in an instant, left half dead though still breathing. Long Yu did not know the nature of Chu Tianjun's connection with the girl on the ground, but she saw tenderness in his eyes, a softness she had never witnessed before. For a fleeting moment, a whisper of jealousy stirred within her heart. Her intervention may have been less about justice and more about drawing his gaze. Even stepping forward 2 paces, glancing sideways at him as if silently urging, praise me now. Many ordinary disciples had never even laid eyes on Chu Tianjun. Newly initiated cultivators especially knew nothing of him. Thus Qi Xian'er and her peers never imagined he could be a nascent soul elder. The disciples lay broken and gasping upon the earth, when finally the golden core disciplinary elder arrived. Senior Uncle Ma, save me. These two have brutalized a fellow disciple. Send them immediately to the Hall of Discipline. Qi Xian'er clearly recognized the elder addressing him as Senior Uncle Ma. Silence. Before you stand none other than our sect's elders. True immortals Chu Tianjun and Long Yu. Elder Ma barked the rebuke, instinctively stepping away from Qi Xian'er. Impossible. She's but a menial servant. A talentless cultivator. How could she possibly know a nascent soul, true immortal? Qi Xian'er refused to believe it, her voice rising into near hysteria. Though these disciples had never seen Chu Tianjun or Long Yu, the names of the sect's great nascent soul elders were legendary, known to every acolyte by heart. And Chu Tianjun's renown had soared. He had forced the demon sect's Saint Heir to retreat on the Yuezhou battlefield, then stood alone against 4 nascent soul cultivators, slaying one outright. His feats rendered him without question the strongest under the veil of cultivation, second only to those who had ascended to the divine transformation realm. Brother, who is this young lady to you? Long Yu asked curiously, though her question carried weight far beyond mere curiosity. Chu Tianjun ignored Qi Xian'er and her cohorts, and even Long Yu. Instead he reached toward the girl from the painting and spoke gently. My name is Chu Tianjun. From this day forth Tianjun Peak shall be your home. No one shall dare harm you again. The girl from the painting rose to her feet, stunned, gazing at Chu Tianjun in disbelief. May I cultivate under elders' guidance henceforth? Chu Tianjun nodded. Yes, you may call me senior brother or master, if you wish, whichever pleases you most. A hush fell over the onlookers, including Long Yu. This was unvarnished favoritism. Worse still, if a newly initiated disciple called Chu Tianjun senior brother, the entire hierarchy of Zheshao sect would unravel. As all watched breathless, awaiting the girl's choice, she bowed deeply before Chu Tianjun, palms pressing flat upon the earth, preparing to kowtow. A quiet sigh escaped Long Yu's lips. Accepting a female disciple was preferable to gaining another junior sister. Yet what followed stunned everyone, even Chu Tianjun himself. Humbly grateful for your immortal grace, this unworthy disciple begs to become your adopted daughter. and vows to serve at your feet for all her days. For a heartbeat, Chu Tianjun's mind went utterly blank. In both lifetimes combined, he had yet to claim even a Tao companion. Yet here suddenly a daughter appeared. Yet he felt no resistance. First, his sentiment toward the girl was pure gratitude. Second, that final fleeting glance in his past life confirmed it. Her gaze held no infatuation, only reverence. Just as Chu Tianjun prepared to accept, Long Yu stepped forward first. How wonderful! What a lovely, obedient daughter you've gained, brother. I feel an instant kinship with this child. As your senior elder, I offer this as a token of welcome. Should you ever seek guidance, come to Tianxian Peak. I shall teach you myself. With warmth and grace, Long Yu flipped her palm upward and placed a radiant jade vial into the girl's hands. Chu Tianjun raised an eyebrow. The artifact was unmistakable. Engraved upon its base in fine script were the characters Emu Liuli Ping. The Emu Lapis vial, a rare treasure Long Yu had once acquired by chance. Though slightly flawed, the vial remained extraordinary. Its primary function was to accelerate healing, while the self-generating spirit fluid within could instantly replenish a cultivator's spiritual energy. In his past life, the vial had never been fully restored. Chu Tianjun had long suspected that once perfected it might ascend to the rank of a spirit treasure. Why has she grown so generous? And this effusiveness, is it not excessive? Was she not famed for serenity like chrysanthemums in autumn mist? Chu Tianjun found Long Yu utterly inscrutable. Her conduct deviated sharply from all he remembered. The girl glanced uncertainly at Chu Tianjun, flustered. Long Yu's overwhelming kindness momentarily muddling her sense of allegiance. Chu Tianjun nodded. Now that we are father and daughter, other elders will surely present gifts in due course. Consider this an early bestowal. By the way, what is your name? At these words, Long Yu's expression shifted strangely. She hadn't expected Chu Tianjun to be ignorant of the girl's name. Yet his question left no ambiguity. He had accepted her as his daughter. I am Ning Jiangwo. Jiangwo, a fine young lady. Why would your father choose such a name? Chu Tianjun's brow darkened, utterly incongruous with her delicate bearing. Well, I was born on the very day my imperial father ascended the throne and founded the realm. Truth be told, I've long disliked this name. Might father bestow a new one upon me? Ning Jiangwo looked up at Chu Tianjun, hopeful. She had borne this burden far too long. Chu Tianjun studied her carefully. This request he would gladly honor. Then, casting his gaze across the courtyard, he began contemplating a name worthy of his adopted daughter. At that very moment, snowflakes began drifting softly from the sky. He caught one upon his palm, then glanced down at fallen leaves scattered across the ground, and spoke. How does Chiosa sound? Chio Ci, Ning Chio Ci, Chu Chio Ci. Perfect. I adore it. Repeating the new name, she savored both iterations. Ning Chio Ci and Chu Chio Ci. Each resonant, elegant, and timeless regardless of surname. Long Yu nodded approvingly beside them. Chio Ci, thanks father for this honored name. And with that, Ning Chio Ci knelt once more, now calling Chu Tianjun father. Chu Tianjun brought Ning Chiozi back to Tianjun Peak and officially notified the sect that there was now a new young master at Tianjun Peak. Ning Qiu's status immediately rose above that of the direct disciples, prompting the sect to plan a ceremony in a few days to worship at the ancestral hall. As for those disciples who bullied Ning Chiozi, Chu Tianjun did not kill them directly, but instead handed them over to the discipline hall. After arriving at Tianjun Peak, Ning Chiozi seemed to transform back into a princess cherished by many in the mortal world. Chu Tianjun provided her with the best elixirs and taught her techniques sufficient for reaching the god transformation stage, as well as several powerful spells. These were all gathered from his past lives and had undergone some modifications by him. Moreover, since Ning Chiozi became Chu Tianjun's daughter, those disciples surrounding Tianjun Peak showed great care towards this little junior sister. Wu Qingyun fully opened his elixirs to Ning Chiozi and also imparted his alchemy insights without reservation. Ouyang Ming was the same, sharing his array insights and legendary formations. As long as Ning Chiozi showed interest, he would hold nothing back. Other fellow disciples were similarly kind, whether they were at the foundation establishment stage or golden core stage. They all called Ning Chiozi little junior sister, truly making her the center of affection. Especially Zhenren Longyue from Tianxian Peak, who seemed particularly fond of her. Not only did she allow Ning Chiozi to come and go freely at Tianxian Peak, but she also frequently visited Tianjun Peak to guide Ning Chiozi in her cultivation, occasionally bringing elixirs and treasures. One might think she was the illegitimate daughter of Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun did not wish to see Longyue, but the woman had become clever. She only came under the pretense of looking for Ning Chotzi, making it difficult to drive her away. Recently Chu Tianjun had not shown his face much. He was deeply immersed in researching celestial inscriptions at his residence, primarily continuing to comprehend the Ren chapter of the Six Instruments, heavenly book, especially the techniques of deduction within it. Due to Ning Qiusi's arrival, he could no longer let his daughter live in the stone house, especially since it was only a single room. Later Chu Tianjun built a courtyard in the peach grove with him, residing in the main house, and Ning Chotzi staying in a side room. One day, while Chu Tianjun was cultivating in his room, celestial inscriptions began to appear behind him. These inscriptions combined and continuously rotated behind him, resembling a phantom of a compass when viewed closely. The compass was layered intricately, and the exact number of layers was unclear, but it felt exceedingly complex and mysterious. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Then came Ning Qiusi's voice. "Father Chotzi has brewed some fresh tea for you. May I come in?" Upon hearing her voice, Chu Tianjun opened his eyes, and the next moment the celestial inscription compass vanished, leaving no trace of its presence in the room. "Come in," Chu Tianjun said. Regardless of the time, whenever Ning Chotzi arrived, he would pause whatever he was doing. Even if she had no matter to discuss, just wanting to talk, Chu Tianjun would indulge her. He truly cared for Ning Chotzi and embodied the role of a father perfectly. Soon Ning Chotzi entered. She moved gracefully, wearing a splendid dress that was nearly at the level of a magical artifact. Her demeanor was serene and composed, radiating both the elegance of a princess and the ethereal grace of a sect member. However, Ning Qiusi's cultivation was still not high. Even under Chu Tianjun's meticulous guidance, and with an unlimited supply of elixirs, she had only reached the peak of qi refinement after a month. In fact, Ning Qiusi's talent was genuinely poor. Among those seen by Chu Tianjun, she was one of the two with the worst aptitude, even worse than Wu Qingyun. "Father, please try the new tea." Ning Chotzi obediently sat beside Chu Tianjun, serving him tea. "Chotzi is thoughtful. How has your cultivation been lately?" Chu Tianjun took a sip of tea, his face filled with paternal affection as he asked. He was also striving to play the role of a father, learning how to be one starting from scratch. After all, having never even been in a romantic relationship, suddenly gaining a daughter of 16 or 17 years old, he needed to adapt even after living two lives. Master Longyue said, "I can try foundation establishment now, and senior brother Qingyun has prepared a top-quality foundation establishment pill for me. Senior brother Ouyang has also set up a gathering spirit grade array, but I lack confidence. Father, with my poor talent, despite all the resources you've invested in me, have you ever regretted it?" Ning Chotzi spoke cautiously, her gaze stealing glances at Chu Tianjun. Hearing this, Chu Tianjun smiled. He understood that Ning Qiusi's lack of confidence in attempting foundation establishment stemmed not from doubt in herself, but from her insecurity and confusion about why he treated her so well. Back when she was at the servant courtyard, Ning Chotzi had expressed her desire to take Chu Tianjun as her adoptive father. At that moment, Chu Tianjun already sensed that this little girl was not as simple as she appeared. Among all her choices, she opted for the one most advantageous to her, and making that choice was not because she felt an immediate bond with Chu Tianjun, nor was it due to some inexplicable familiarity. Rather, it was because she wanted to protect the Daming dynasty and her father's throne. Just as she, despite her poor talent, still wished to join the Zhou sect. "It's not that you lack confidence in your cultivation, but rather in the belief that I will always treat you well, right? Or perhaps you suspect that my kindness towards you has ulterior motives, correct?" Chu Tianjun looked at Ning Chotzi, openly intending to resolve this mental knot today. Without clearing this doubt, she, with her already poor talent, would never hope to advance far in her cultivation. "Chotzi dares not. Father, you are astute. Oh, Chotzi is merely curious." At first Chotzi indeed had such thoughts, but over the past month, she felt that father truly regarded her as his daughter. Regardless of his motives, Chotzi just wanted clarity. Even if father demanded her life, she would willingly offer it. Ning Chotzi hurriedly knelt down in fear. Over the past month, she had indeed felt the utmost care, yet she was also aware that this father before her was a true powerhouse, someone capable of deciding the fate of a nation with a single word. "Get up. Actually, I am also quite curious." Chu Tianjun gently raised his hand to help Ning Chotzi up, while uttering a bewildering statement. Ning Chotzi looked puzzled. Why would her adoptive father treat her kindly? Did he not even know himself? Fortunately, the next moment Chu Tianjun continued, "When I was establishing my foundation, I encountered an inner demon tribulation. During that tribulation I saw some images that might belong to the future. In those images I was ultimately betrayed by everyone, devoured by demonic beasts, yet you fearlessly charged into the horde of beasts trying to retrieve my corpse even knowing I had no chance of survival. Chu Tianjun did not speak the full truth, and he said this to explore the relationship he once had with Ning Chotzi in his past life. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun's words, Ning Chotzi looked incredulous. She did not doubt him, only shocked that someone could see the future. Is that really the future? What happened in between? Ning Chotzi grew increasingly curious, wanting to know why someone as kind and powerful as Chu Tianjun would be betrayed by everyone. This time Chu Tianjun shook his head and said it's not exactly the future. Rather, it's just one of countless possibilities. So you need not worry. If you want to know the process of that situation during the inner demon tribulation, there is indeed a way. What method? Ning Chotzi asked hastily. I have a great deduction technique that can project the future based on known information. Would you like to see how our lives might have turned out without that inner demon tribulation? After seeing it, if you do not wish to be my daughter, I will respect your choice. Chu Tianjun spoke candidly. Ning Chotzi hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. All right, let's begin. Chu Tianjun unhesitatingly pointed his finger at Ning Chotzi's forehead, and countless celestial inscriptions appeared behind him, followed by the emergence of a mysterious phantom of a compass. Long Yu was meditating in her room, and she felt quite happy lately. Besides having fully recovered from her injuries, she sensed that her relationship with her junior brother Tianjun was becoming increasingly closer, and he hadn't shown her any displeasure for quite some time. This is indeed worthy of celebration. Suddenly Long Yu's expression changed, and she dashed out of the room looking towards Tianjun Peak. At this moment Long Yu's eyes were drawn to a massive phantom of a compass that appeared above Tianjun Peak. The compass had countless concentric circles, so many that they were beyond counting, each rotating at a different speed, adorned with incomprehensible characters. Moreover, the phantom of the compass was clearly enlarging, soon reaching the heavens above and connecting to the abyss below. As the compass turned, it seemed as though the very operation of the world was driven by it. The enormous phantom startled countless people, yet no one knew what it was. At this moment Chu Tianjun and Ning Chotzi's eyes flashed with rapidly passing images. Since the subject of the deduction was Ning Chotzi, everything was based on her, thus the perspective was centered on her. According to the trajectory of the previous life, or rather in a scenario where Chu Tianjun had not met Ning Chotzi in advance, the events unfolded like this. Ning Chotzi had been an errand girl at the Zhoushan sect for several years, still enduring severe bullying. Soon Qi Xianer achieved success in her cultivation, and Marquis Wuan forced Emperor Ning to abdicate, leading to the downfall of the royal family. Due to Ning Chotzi's poor cultivation talent, many years later she was still at the qi refining stage. However, by chance, after being bullied once again, she happened to encounter Chu Tianjun passing by. At that time Chu Tianjun was already a nascent soul master, and with his kind-hearted nature, he certainly intervened to stop the bullying, and declared that he did not wish to see such things again. Seeing Ning Chotzi covered in injuries, Chu Tianjun even casually handed her a few pills. Thanks to Chu Tianjun's intervention, no one dared to bully Ning Chotzi anymore. For Chu Tianjun, it was merely a small act of kindness, but for Ning Chotzi it was a life-changing grace. Thus, even later when Chu Tianjun was betrayed by those close to him, in the final moments Ning Chotzi resolutely rushed into the midst of the demonic beasts. This perspective and the elements of deduction all stemmed from Ning Chotzi, so there was no detailed explanation of why Chu Tianjun would be betrayed by those close to him, but it was enough for both to understand each other's relationship. Moments later Chu Tianjun dismissed the great deduction technique which he had recently comprehended from the Ren chapter of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book. As the deduction concluded, the enormous compass in the void vanished, and both Chu Tianjun and Ning Chotzi appeared somewhat unnatural in the room. Chu Tianjun firmly believed in the result of this deduction, which surely depicted the entanglement between him and Ning Chotzi in the previous life, aligning perfectly with his kind-hearted demeanor from that time. However, he also felt quite gratified. In his past life, he had merely helped Ning Chotzi once, and she expressed such gratitude. In this life, if he treated her 1,000 times better, a person like her would surely not betray him. Such a little cotton-padded jacket was indeed worth having. Yet whether Ning Chotzi, knowing all this, would still be willing to be Chu Tianjun's daughter remained an unknown. You don't need to take this too seriously. This is just one of countless possible futures. Since we know each other in advance, this possibility may no longer exist. Chu Tianjun thought Ning Chotzi was still considering their relationship, so he spoke to console her, hoping she wouldn't feel burdened in making her choice. However, the next moment Ning Qiu suddenly jumped into Chu Tianjun's arms and, choking back tears, said, "My father and mother have raised me. I cannot disregard their kindness. For now, I must still be Ning Qiu." Chu Tianjun gently patted Ning Qiu's back, as he likely already knew her choice. This was understandable and acceptable to him. But Ning Qiu did not finish her words. She continued, "After 100 years, there will be no Ning Qiu in this world, only Chu Qiu." Chu Tianjun's hand paused involuntarily. This statement was indeed too impactful. Coupled with Ning Qiu's unwavering resolve before her death in the previous life, and the bond they had formed over this past month, he firmly recognized her as his daughter. "You and I are father and daughter. I will strive to be a good father. With me around, you will not suffer even a bit of grievance." Chu Tianjun was indeed a good person, one of the few in the cultivation world who valued emotions and loyalty. "Father, even if this is just one possibility for the future, you will be half a step into the transformation stage by then. In such a situation, if you are still betrayed by those close to you, it indicates that many people within the Jiushao sect want to harm you. We must be on guard and need to prepare in advance," Ning Qiu suddenly said with a serious expression. She wiped away her tears and looked incredibly resolute, showing no signs of weakness. Rather, she resembled a strategist filled with cunning plans. Chu Tianjun looked at Ning Qiu with curiosity. Her words made him realize the issues he had overlooked in the past. He had always thought that most of the people in Jiushao sect were accomplices, but now it seemed he had been too naive. After all, one hand cannot clap alone. Even if Yi Chun was incredibly skilled, how could he manage to turn a half-step transformation stage powerhouse into a target of betrayal within just 2 or 3 years? Moreover, recalling his previous life after he displayed his potential for breaking into the transformation stage, he clearly felt inexplicable constraints, many of which stemmed from within the sect. Later, when he helped Long Yu break through to the transformation stage, the pressure he faced was overwhelming. If he hadn't shouldered most of the burden for Long Yue, she would not have reached the transformation stage. "Qiu, share your thoughts." Chu Tianjun felt as though he had discovered a treasure. This advantageous daughter might bring him unexpected gains. "I have an 8-character policy: cultivate power both openly and secretly," Ning Qiu said with a serious expression. "I can understand cultivating power. In fact, as your father, I have done this too. The disciples affiliated with our Tianjun peak, though few in number, possess character that can withstand scrutiny." "What does both openly and secretly mean?" "It means that you are open while I am covert. Before you used the great deduction technique, both of us held misunderstandings. You thought I was just seeking a support to continue my mundane family power, while I believed your kindness towards me was driven by ulterior motives. We might as well pretend to have a conflict at an appropriate time, and I will find an excuse to leave Tianjun Peak and return to Ning Nation. If anyone wishes harm upon you, I would be the best pawn to utilize, as these people would find it hard not to approach me. Don't you think this is quite interesting, father?" Ning Qiu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. It was evident she intended to act with Chu Tianjun to set traps for their opponents, staging a performance akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai in the cultivation world. "If Qiu wishes to do this as your father, I will naturally agree. After all, your parents are merely mortals. Spending a few more years with them is fulfilling filial piety." Chu Tianjun agreed with Ning Qiu's idea. Although Ning Qiu was unaware of who her specific adversaries were, Chu Tianjun understood that she was digging a pit for Yi Chun. Chu Tianjun couldn't help but imagine if one day Yi Chun, with his heart set on plotting against Ning Qiu, was instead betrayed by her, what expression would this child of destiny have? "Father, there is one thing I don't understand. Among the dozens of elders in the sect, Elder Long Yu has the best relationship with you. Can she truly be trusted?" After a moment, Ning Qiu asked another question. Chu Tianjun hesitated for a moment before responding. "She is the least reliable. Although Long Yu currently seems to be the closest to Chu Tianjun, and there are even rumors within the sect about the two elders developing feelings for each other, possibly becoming Dao partners, Chu Tianjun's least trusted person is Long Yu. My daughter knows what to do. It's a pity that we are still too weak. If only we had 1 or 2 reliable nascent soul masters, it would be great." Ning Qiu said somewhat regretfully, perhaps also lamenting Long Yu's unreliability. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun said, "It's not that there aren't any. You have a senior aunt named Lu Qingxue who is absolutely trustworthy. You haven't met her yet. She has been in seclusion for years, striving to break through to the nascent soul stage, and she will probably be emerging soon. This time she will definitely become a nascent soul master. In the following period, the Zhou sect remained extremely tranquil, and Ning Qiuzi finally succeeded in her foundation establishment a few months later. To celebrate, Chu Tianjun held a banquet at Tianjun Peak, and the disciples affiliated with Tianjun Peak came to offer their congratulations. Naturally, Longyue would not miss this opportunity. After Chu Tianjun had previously told Ning Qiuzi that Longyue was the least reliable, this girl not only did not deliberately distance herself from Longyue, but instead became noticeably closer. Chu Tianjun did not intervene in this, for after a candid conversation with Ning Qiuzi, he realized that though his daughter had abysmal cultivation talent, she was exceptionally intelligent and farsighted. After the banquet, a rumor suddenly spread in the Zhou sect claiming that the adopted daughter of Master Tianjun, Ning Qiuzi, was actually a rare, pristine spirit body. Such spirit bodies had only appeared in legends. Initially, their cultivation showed no particular traits, but once they reached the nascent soul stage, they would reveal extraordinary abilities without any bottleneck in the subsequent stages of transformation and virtual refinement, only facing a bottleneck at the Dongxian stage. Not long after, it was said that many disciples heard a quarrel between Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiuzi at Tianjun Peak for reasons unknown, and then Ning Qiuzi returned to the Dening dynasty, citing her inability to watch her mundane parents grow old. Chu Tianjun said nothing about it, and gave Ning Qiuzi a substantial amount of elixirs and rare treasures, and he also sent Ouyang Ming, a formation master in the Golden Core stage, to protect Ning Qiuzi in the capital of Dening. It seemed that Chu Tianjun still treated Ning Qiuzi well, but there were rumors that Master Tianjun actually regarded his adopted daughter as a forbidden treasure. After Ning Qiuzi left, Longyue visited Tianjun Peak to inquire about what had happened, but she could not extract much information. However, she did learn that Chu Tianjun planned to enter seclusion to improve his cultivation. As for the rumor that Chu Tianjun regarded Ning Qiuzi as a forbidden treasure, Longyue did not believe it. Soon after, she also decided to travel to seek opportunities to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage, as she was indeed on the verge of reaching that level. After 3 years in seclusion, Chu Tianjun emerged as a mid-nascent soul cultivator with a stable foundation, and with a bit more effort he could even reach the late stage. 3 years was a mere blink of an eye for a cultivation sect. During this time, the Zhou sect saw little change, as not everyone cultivated as quickly as Chu Tianjun. During these 3 years, many foundation establishment disciples made no progress, and those in the Golden Core and nascent soul stages remained unchanged. However, half a month later, Longyue returned to the sect, having also reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Only Chu Tianjun knew that Longyue's speed was still considerably slower compared to her previous life. Upon her return to the sect, Longyue's first action was to go to Tianjun Peak, and this time she brought someone along. Chu Tianjun had already anticipated this. According to the timeline, that little junior sister from his previous life should appear now. Whether in his previous life or this one, Longyue had stated that she would only accept Chu Tianjun as her sole disciple, and for nearly 30 years she indeed had done so, even if this little junior sister hadn't broken her word. This was because the little junior sister Chu Yue was actually a descendant of Longyue's family. This time she had traveled to seek adventure, but learned of a major upheaval in her family, leaving only her as a last hope. Thus Longyue brought her to the Zhou sect. In her previous life, Longyue had never formally accepted Chu Yue as a disciple. There had been no ceremony of apprenticeship, nor had she visited the ancestral hall. In fact, it was Chu Tianjun, the senior brother, who had been responsible for her instruction. Chu Yue was only 6 years old when she ascended the mountain. Although Chu Tianjun did not raise her in a handsome manner, the situation was quite similar. Moreover, Chu Yue's talent was excessively poor, rivaling that of Ning Qiuzi. If not for Chu Tianjun continuously providing her with vast amounts of elixirs and later even directly using his own nascent soul stage spiritual power to guide her, she would have barely kept up with the cultivation pace of most others, otherwise she would have dragged the sect down. One could say that Chu Yue was raised by Chu Tianjun. With their surnames sounding the same, he felt a certain closeness to this little junior sister. However, in the end, when Yi Chun appeared, this closest little junior sister became the first person who did not believe in him. Longyue appeared before Chu Tianjun with a delicate little girl. This time he did not close the door to visitors. Seeing this white-eyed wolf he had once raised with his own hands, Chu Tianjun felt as if he were in a different world. Junior brother Tianjun Yue is a descendant of my late sister, now left all alone. I plan to let her stay in the Zhou sect. Her talent is somewhat lacking, but you are the best at teaching disciples. I have an unreasonable request. Could you take Yue as your disciple? Longyue said confidently, as if she felt that her relationship with Chu Tianjun was already very solid, and that he would agree to this small matter without hesitation. Chu Tianjun looked at Chu Yue, who blinked her eyes back at him. It had to be said that aside from her poor talent, young Chu Yue was quite likable in other respects, as she appeared very attractive. However, facing this adorable little girl, who could easily disarm most, Chu Tianjun bluntly replied, "No, her talent is ridiculously poor. With her ability, it would be better to give the cultivation resources to a pig." The 6-year-old girl could already understand. She had thought that Long Yue was just being modest when she said she was lacking talent, but now that Chu Tianjun said it seriously, how could her young heart bear it? In the next moment, Chu Yue burst into tears. "Tianjun, why treat her this way? She's still so young." Long Yue reproached Chu Tianjun quickly, pulling Chu Yue into her embrace. "I was merely stating the facts. If she can't bear it now, she'll only have to bear it even more when she grows up," Chu Tianjun said nonchalantly, which was a rare moment of communication with Long Yue. "You seem a bit biased. Q's talent isn't particularly impressive either. I see them as being on par. If you can teach Chotzi, why can't you teach Yue?" Long Yue continued to argue confidently. The more Chu Tianjun listened, the more displeased he became. He couldn't understand why he had tried to keep his distance from Long Yue, yet she still acted as if they were very familiar. How can this be the same? Chotzi is my daughter. If I don't teach her, who will? She is your relative. If you want to teach her, that's up to you. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Tianjun rolled his eyes at Long Yue, his tone becoming increasingly unfriendly. Yet even with Chu Tianjun being this way, Long Yue did not give up. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to his phrase, "It has nothing to do with me," and even if she heard it, she was not angry at all. Then Long Yue said seriously, "I have said that if I cannot become your disciple, I will never take in another disciple in this lifetime, even if Yue is my descendant. Just tell me what you want for me to accept Yue as a disciple, and I will agree to your conditions." Chu Tianjun nearly slapped this old and young pair away. She was bringing up this matter again. In the past instances when Long Yue had said this, Chu Tianjun would turn and leave without a second thought. But this time an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Chu Tianjun lowered his head in contemplation, and Long Yue couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. She knew there was a chance now, as Master Tianjun was not as unapproachable as he seemed. After a moment, Chu Tianjun raised his head and said with a playful tone, "It's not impossible. How about we make a bet? Well, set a limit of 10 years. If after 10 years you still haven't taken a disciple, then I will accept Chu Yue as my disciple and guarantee to teach her without reservation." "All right, I agree," Long Yue quickly interjected before Chu Tianjun could finish. "Wait, I haven't finished yet. What if you take a disciple within those 10 years? Chu Tianjun fixed his gaze on Long Yu's eyes, for he clearly remembered that 9 years later Yichan would join Long Yu's sect. This time Long Yue replied without a moment's thought, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I cannot possibly lose this bet. If I do lose, you can do whatever you want with me. I will do whatever you say." With this 10-year agreement in place, Long Yu no longer lingered and took Chu Yue away from Tianjun Peak. On the way back, Chu Yue curiously asked Long Yue, "Grandma Taibiao, why must Yue become a disciple of Master Chu?" Perhaps fearing that Chu Yue wouldn't understand or had other thoughts, Long Yu continued, "Yue, don't be anxious. 10 years will pass quickly, and by then you will be 16, the perfect age for cultivation. Don't think that your Master Tianjun looks stern and unapproachable. In fact, he is a warm-hearted person under that cold exterior." Chu Yue nodded, feeling a newfound curiosity toward Chu Tianjun. Having just arrived at Tianxian Peak, Chu Yue was still curious, and Long Yu was relatively patient. However, as a cultivator, Long Yu needed to often enter seclusion for her own practice, so after Chu Yue had acclimated to the Qi, Long Yu's periods of seclusion became longer. With only Chu Yue remaining on Tianxian Peak, her youthful heart could hardly endure the loneliness. Soon Chu Yue turned her gaze toward Tianjun Peak, thinking that since she would eventually become a disciple of Chu Tianjun, and given that her Grandma Taibiao and Master Chu had a good relationship, it shouldn't be a problem for her to go explore a bit, right? However, this visit led to Chu Yue not returning to Tianxian Peak at all. Chu Tianjun spent most of his time in seclusion, so Chu Yue didn't have much interaction with him. However, there were many disciples around Tianjun Peak, all of whom were devoted followers of Chu Tianjun. Upon learning that Chu Yue would soon become a disciple of Chu Tianjun, these Golden Core and Foundation Establishment senior brothers and sisters shifted all their previous care for Ning Chotzi onto Chu Yue. As for that 10-year agreement, aside from Chu Tianjun, everyone in the sect believed that Long Yu would not take on any disciples. Just 4 years later, the remarkably poor qualified Chu Yue managed to complete her foundation establishment, relying on the medicinal pills gifted by these senior brothers and sisters. At 10 years old, Chu Yue was fully integrated into the sect, especially around the caves of those senior brothers and sisters near Tianjun Peak, feeling as if she were at home. During this period, Long Yu emerged from seclusion twice, and she was quite pleased with this. In her view, this bet was entirely predictable. After all, Chu Yue would eventually belong to Tianjun Peak. With this familial connection to the younger generation and a relationship with junior brother Tianjun, does this bring me closer to him? Long Yu even felt she was quite clever. By the time Chu Tianjun emerged from seclusion, only a year remained until the 10-year mark. Upon emerging from seclusion this time, Chu Tianjun's cultivation had astonishingly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, half a step into the god transformation realm. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Juxiao sect would see another god transformation true monarch after a millennium. Another reason for this seclusion was that Lu Qingxue, who had successfully entered the nascent soul stage several years ago, was finally about to emerge after a long period of closed-door cultivation. Several years ago, when Lu Qingxue crossed the tribulation, it had caused a significant stir, marking a rare event in the sect. When Lu Qingxue faced her tribulation, Chu Tianjun had come to observe. He wasn't worried about his junior sister, but rather curious about how Lu Qingxue, possessing the divine sky spirit body, would fare against the tribulation. Unfortunately, the outcome left Chu Tianjun somewhat disappointed. Even when faced with the nascent soul tribulation, Lu Qingxue did not reveal her divine sky spirit body. She merely displayed her ice spirit body and easily passed the tribulation. However, this was also a good thing. The more hidden cards Lu Qingxue had, the more at ease Chu Tianjun felt, as she was a comrade he could trust with his back. What puzzled everyone, including Chu Tianjun, was that after successfully crossing the tribulation, Lu Qingxue did not emerge immediately, but instead underwent a lengthy 9-year seclusion. Senior brother Tianjun, long time no see. Lu Qingxue reappeared, the first person she greeted being Chu Tianjun. He smiled and nodded, responding casually, "Congratulations, Qingxue. Are you here to fulfill that agreement today?" Lu Qingxue smiled and shook her head. She understood that Chu Tianjun was referring to their sparring. Senior brother is already half a step into god transformation, and I know my own limitations. Even if I reveal all my hidden cards, I probably couldn't withstand a single blow from senior brother. He'll practice a bit more and strive to reach that point one day. But don't underestimate yourself, Oi. Everything has infinite possibilities, and the gap between us isn't as great as you think. Chu Tianjun seemed somewhat different upon emerging from seclusion. His words hinted at profound truths. Qingxue has been enlightened. May I establish a mountain peak near Tianjun Peak? A nascent soul true monarch can independently occupy a peak and recruit personal disciples similar to feudal lords in the mundane world. Now that Lu Qingxue also had this qualification, she could establish her own Qingxue Peak, creating her own lineage. Of course, do you need my help? Chu Tianjun immediately replied. Thank you, senior brother. Just having you visit often will suffice. Lu Qingxue said with a gentle smile. Then she soared into the sky, just like when Chu Tianjun had raised Tianjun Peak, forcefully lifting a mountain peak 20 miles east of Tianjun Peak. However, Lu Qingxue did not just create a mountain peak. She also cast several spells, and instantly Qingxue Peak became a land of ice and snow with a gigantic palace entirely sculpted from ice appearing amidst the wind and snow. Qingxue Peak was blanketed in white snow, while Tianjun Peak enjoyed a spring-like climate. The stark contrast in scenery between the two peaks, despite their proximity, became a notable feature of the Juxiao sect. Her ice spirit body is already so powerful. Her hidden divine sky spirit body must be even more formidable. I am quite eager to see it for myself. Seeing Lu Qingxue manipulating the elements, Chu Tianjun felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness her thunder-based divine abilities. Observing that Lu Qingxue's Qingxue Peak was right next to Tianjun Peak, Long Yu's expression soured. Coupled with her awareness that Chu Tianjun was already half a step into god transformation, while she was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, a sense of urgency welled up in her heart. Suddenly inspired, she felt there might be some opportunity outside and planned to venture out for training. Tonight, the Juxiao sect was indeed restless. Beyond the visible happenings, several nascent soul true monarchs were secretly gathering. When did Lu Qingxue become so close with Chu Tianjun? These two aren't about to become Dao partners, are they? This isn't even the most concerning part. Chu Tianjun has only been in the sect for 20 years and is already half a step into god transformation. Over the years, he hasn't used any particular means, but more and more disciples are gravitating towards Tianjun Peak. And the key is that these disciples only see Chu Tianjun and not the sect. This time Hongyue left the Zhouxiao sect without seeing Chu Tianjun. She was indifferent to Chu Yue while Chu Tianjun was taken aback for a moment, realizing that Chu Yue was already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, with the situation as it is, and with less than a year since Yi Chun arrived at the Zhouxiao sect, Chu Tianjun said nothing and allowed Chu Yue to enjoy her final moments of happiness. In fact, Chu Yue had already considered herself a direct disciple of Tianjun Peak, and she presented herself as such in front of others. At the age of 15, she understood everything. During these days, Chu Yue was secretly preparing gifts, thinking about what to present to Chu Tianjun on the day of her apprenticeship. Today, she spotted Chu Tianjun from a distance, who was in the cave dwelling of a senior sister at Tianjun Peak with a piece of clothing draped over his legs and a needle in hand, meticulously embroidering the collar of the garment. I wonder what master will gift me on the day of my apprenticeship. No matter what it is, it will be good. I heard that master has an adopted daughter, so should I call her senior sister? Will senior sister come on the day of my apprenticeship? Chu Yue thought to herself, her mind filled with images of Chu Tianjun standing beneath the peach tree. Suddenly Chu Yue exclaimed in surprise, having lost herself in her thoughts, causing the embroidery needle to prick her finger. What are you thinking about, little junior sister? Your dress is almost done. Do you really want to wait until the apprenticeship day to give it to Master Tianjun? The owner of the cave, a female cultivator named Chen Yuner, teased Chu Yue. She had also received kindness from Chu Tianjun in the past, and had moved to Tianjun Peak a few years after her foundation establishment. I just wanted it to feel more ceremonial. You must keep it a secret for me, senior sister Yuner, Chu Yue said, shyly lowering her head. That makes sense. The day is approaching, isn't it? Chen Yuner replied with a smile. The disciples near Tianjun Peak all knew that Chu Yue had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Yes, there are still 205 days left, Chu Yue blurted out, having really been counting the days. Chu Tianjun, unaware that this life of his indifference had completely changed both Hongyue and Chu Yue, left the Zhouxiao sect a few days later, wanting to retrieve the golden foil of the Ren chapter from the 6 Instruments Celestial Book before Yi Chen's arrival. Considering the timeline, Tang Wuji had already obtained a scroll of demonic cultivation technique named Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations in the Tianyuan. This technique was of little significance to Chu Tianjun, but the golden foil of the Ren chapter from the 6 Instruments Celestial Book was hidden within the human skin scroll, recording the technique. Upon entering the southern region, Chu Tianjun transformed into a figure brimming with demonic energy. This time he did not conceal his cultivation level, directly exuding the pressure of a peak nascent soul rampaging unchecked. Of course, this time he did not engage in large-scale slaughter. Instead, he headed straight to the place where he had encountered Tang Wuji in his previous life. Tang Wuji was the saint son of the Holy Demon Sect, and if he was within the sect, Chu Tianjun would not dare to approach. The title of Demon Lord Jishuanyu was enough to make even Chu Tianjun retreat, even at the God transformation stage. Fortunately, during this time, Tang Wuji should be outside cultivating the Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations. There were no errors in Tang Wuji's situation, and Chu Tianjun found him at the very place where they had met in his previous life. The two were like old enemies, meeting, their eyes burning with animosity. Last time, forced back by Chu Tianjun, Tang Wuji had resolutely entered Tianyuan to cultivate the Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations in order to avenge his previous humiliation. Hand over the Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations, and I can spare your life, Chu Tianjun stated directly upon meeting, asking Tang Wuji for the Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations right away. In truth, whether or not to kill Tang Wuji, the saint son of the demonic path, was of little consequence to Chu Tianjun. He only wanted the remaining pages of the 6 Instruments Celestial Book from the human skin scroll. If Tang Wuji obediently handed it over, he would indeed turn and leave. However, being the saint son of the demonic path, it was impossible for him to simply hand it over, and thus a battle became inevitable. At first, Tang Wuji was quite confident, but after just a few moves he realized he had greatly underestimated Chu Tianjun's strength. Chu Tianjun could have easily killed Tang Wuji from the beginning. He engaged in several exchanges to test his current strength. Although many of his techniques were still from his previous life, they incorporated elements from the Gung chapter of the 6 Instruments Celestial Book, making their power incomparable. You don't cherish your chance at life, so then offer me your treasures, Chu Tianjun said in a deep voice, when he felt it was about time, then directly drained Tang Wuji's power, tossing the weakened nascent soul to the Tianxian sword. But in the end, Tang Wuji looked at Chu Tianjun in confusion, uttering an incomplete sentence. You are the saint. It seems the heavenly creation technique has been recognized. Perhaps it's a renowned expert's ultimate skill from the demonic path. In my previous life, I didn't pay attention to it much. This demonic skill doesn't seem to have originated from the southern region. I remember finding it in a corner of the scripture repository of the Zhoushan sect. This time Chu Tianjun began to ponder. His line of thought was indeed correct. The heavenly creation technique was not purely a demonic skill. Forget it, no need to think about it. No matter how great the origins of the heavenly creation technique, they surely cannot compare to the significance of the 6 Instruments Celestial Book. This item is what will allow me to go further in the future. Soon Chu Tianjun stopped delving deeper into it. Indeed, he cared more about the 6 Instruments Celestial Book. After shattering the human skin scroll, Chu Tianjun once again acquired the golden foil of the Ren chapter, and without delay he returned to the Zhoushan sect, beginning to contemplate the 2 pages of remnants together. At this time, less than 100 days remained until the 10-year appointment, and Hongyue encountered the greatest opportunity of her life during her travels. This opportunity was indeed significant. It was a 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit. As long as she obtained the fruit, she could at least reach the late stage of nascent soul, and with good luck she might even break through to the peak directly. However, unfortunately, a late-stage nascent soul fire dragon guarded the vermilion fruit, likely waiting for its own cultivation to reach the required level, before swallowing the fruit to directly break through to the god transformation stage. This opportunity was simply too great, and Hongyue did not want to lose it. Although she was somewhat outmatched by the fire dragon, it was not without a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, she steeled herself and decided to take the risk to seize the vermilion fruit. In the battle for the vermilion fruit, Hongyue and the fire dragon fought for a full day and night. In the end, despite suffering serious injuries, she managed to obtain the vermilion fruit. But after using her last bit of spiritual energy to escape for 1,000 miles, Hongyue could no longer hold on and fainted. She remembered that she collapsed by a small river, but when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dilapidated thatched hut. "You're awake." Suddenly a boy's voice emerged, followed by the appearance of a short brown-haired youth, whose demeanor appeared remarkably pure. Hongyue instinctively became alert, but thankfully he checked her body, and her clothes were still intact with all her belongings still with her. "Did you save me?" Hongyue asked quietly. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Please have a bowl of porridge first." The boy squatted in front of Hongyue, a faint smile on his face, his eyes clear and unblemished. "Thank you," Hongyue said. Instinctively, she felt a strong affinity towards this boy. Receiving the somewhat worn earthen bowl, which indeed contained pure white porridge, Hongyue instinctively raised it to her lips, but suddenly froze as the bowl reached her mouth. How can a grilled fish compare to a bowl of plain porridge? At that moment, Hongyue recalled a statement made by Chu Tianjun many years ago, feeling a sense of absurdity. The bowl of plain porridge he referred to back then was precisely this one before her. "Forget it, I'm not hungry. Given your conditions, you should drink it yourself." After a moment of hesitation, Long Yu returned the earthen bowl to the young man. Long Yu indeed did not need to drink. Even though she was seriously injured, her nascent soul body had been nourished by spiritual energy for a century, and had consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, making ordinary food unnecessary for her. "You've been unconscious for 2 days, and you're not hungry." The young man looked extremely surprised, appearing somewhat naive. Seeing the young man's expression, Long Yu couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile, and then softly said, "I am a cultivator. I have long since ceased eating." "What? You're an immortal?" The young man was even more astonished, and admiration appeared in his clean eyes. "I am not an immortal, just one of those who aspire to become one through cultivation." Long Yu patiently explained, feeling goodwill towards her savior. The two then talked for a long time with the young man, recounting how he found Long Yu and the hardships he went through to bring her home. During the conversation, he repeatedly tried to persuade Long Yu to drink the bowl of porridge, but her mind was filled with Chu Tianjun's previous words, and she had no intention of drinking it. A fleeting look of regret flashed in the depths of the young man's eyes. Through their conversation, Long Yu learned that the young man was named Yi Chun, an orphan who had a difficult life, but was of pure character, a rare gentleman. "Little Chun, do you have any wishes? In order to repay your life-saving grace, I will help you fulfill any wish you have." Long Yu's fondness for Yi Chun surged rapidly. She did not notice the pained expression that briefly crossed Yi Chun's face earlier, and then she made a promise to fulfill any wish he might have. Yi Chun immediately showed excitement, but instead of immediately stating his wish, he asked Long Yu again, "Can it really be any wish?" "Of course, I keep my word." Long Yu replied without a second thought. To her, a mountain boy's wishes would likely revolve around wealth and glory, which were trivial matters to her as a nascent soul cultivator. Even if Yi-chun wished to become an emperor, Long Yu could help him achieve that in a year or so. But the moment Yi-chun revealed his wish, Long Yu was completely stunned. Yi-chun respectfully knelt before Long Yu and sincerely requested, "I beg the immortal to take me as a disciple. I, Yi-chun, am willing to serve master for a lifetime." What the hell? How can this be? Is this the reason for Tianjun's bet? Did he already guess it? So when I first said I would only take one disciple, he didn't believe me. He never believed in me from the start. Long Yu was truly dumbfounded, even cursing in her heart. At this moment she had to connect Chu Tianjun's various behaviors together. She did not believe these were mere coincidences. "Master, what's wrong?" Yi-chun was indeed attentive, already addressing her as master. At this moment Long Yu wished she could slap herself. How did she make such a careless promise? This trivial wish led to the other party wanting to take her as a master. What was she going to do now? "Master, are you feeling unwell? Is there anything I can do for you?" Yi-chun's expression turned very tense, and his clear eyes even glimmered with tears which almost spilled over. Seeing the concerned expression of the young man before her, Long Yu's heart softened, and in the next moment she inexplicably said, "All right, in a few days when I recover I will take you back to the sect." After saying this, Long Yu's heart was in turmoil. She began to regret her words. This was truly not the result she wanted. A few days later Long Yu returned to Zhoushan sect with an incredibly heavy heart, and the matter of taking Yi-chun as her disciple had already become a fact. She could only inform the sect and open the ancestral hall to hold the disciple ceremony. When a nascent soul elder takes a disciple, all the elders in the sect must be present, and Chu Tianjun would naturally be there. Long Yu was now very afraid to meet Chu Tianjun. Even though he had not arrived yet, the strange gazes from the other elders made her wish to find a crack in the ground to hide. At the foot of Tianjun Peak in Chen Yun'er's cave, upon hearing the news, Chu Yue collapsed to the ground, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be, how could she do this? Junior sister, this is all true. That boy named Yi-chun is already in the ancestral hall. I just saw Tianjun Jinren go there too." Chen Yun'er held Chu Yue with a pained expression. Not to mention Chu Yue struggled to accept it. Many disciples of Zhoushan sect also found it hard to believe. Those disciples who were friendly with Chu Yue had even been preparing for her disciple ceremony in the days leading up to this. Now all their elaborate preparations were for naught, as a mysterious person had taken the lead in becoming a disciple. Just as Chu Tianjun arrived outside the ancestral hall, Lu Qingxue also followed suit. "Your 10-year agreement with senior sister Long Yu is known to everyone. Why did she suddenly take a disciple at this time? Is this to deliberately annoy you or herself?" Lu Qingxue also couldn't understand why Long Yu would do such a thing. In these past few months Lu Qingxue had seen Chu Yue several times, and to her it seemed certain that Chu Yue would become Chu Tianjun's disciple, which is why she even prepared a gift for her. "Perhaps this is an exceptionally talented disciple that's hard to come by," Chu Tianjun said casually, even praising Yi-chun. Soon Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue entered the ancestral hall one after another. Chu Tianjun merely glanced at Yi-chun, who looked no different from when he saw him in his past life, and then his gaze playfully turned to Long Yu. "Congratulations to senior sister Long Yu for finding a good disciple. Now that everyone is here, let's get started." Chu Tianjun spoke first, and upon seeing Yi-chun take the disciple ceremony, he felt not a trace of hatred but rather a strange sense of satisfaction. Long Yu kept her head down. She wanted to explain a few words to Chu Tianjun, but she truly did not know how to explain. At this moment she didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. Then the simple disciple ceremony began, and Yi-chun respectfully presented tea and bowed his head. Next, the nascent soul cultivators were to present gifts to their new disciple. However, since there were quite a few direct disciples, the gifts were not too extravagant, usually just some relatively good elixirs. The previous elders were the same. Lu Qingxue only gave a pill that increased the chances of forming a golden core, which was already the best among everyone. In the previous life, it was also Chu Tianjun who gave the final gift. Others were Yi-chun's masters and uncles, but he was Yi-chun's elder brother. In this life, although his status had changed because he intentionally arrived late and stood in the back, he was still the last to give a gift. In his previous life, although Chu Tianjun felt some resentment upon learning that Yi-chun had saved Long Yu's life, he did not think much of it and was even grateful to Yi-chun. Thus the gift he presented was quite good, a treasure he had personally refined, which many golden core cultivators dreamt of possessing. "Yi Shiji, what a handsome appearance. It seems senior sister Long Yu is so happy she forgot to introduce me. Then let me introduce myself. I am Chu Tianjun." I wonder what gift Yi Shizhi would like. A treasure elixirs or some other rare item. When Yi Chun stood before Chu Tianjun, he took the initiative to speak. This was originally something Long Yu should have introduced, but with Chu Tianjun taking over she was indeed distracted, possibly feeling too embarrassed to speak. Disciple Yi Chun pays respects to Master Uncle Chu. Whatever gift Master Uncle bestows is naturally a good thing. Yi Chun does not dare to be picky. Whatever Master Uncle gives Yi Chun will like. Yi Chun hurriedly bowed to Chu Tianjun, and his words were indeed appropriate and gracious. Actually, I recently prepared a gift for my disciple, but since it is of no use now, I will simply pass it on to you, Master Yi. Chu Tianjun said with a beaming smile. As soon as he finished his words, everyone, except Yi Chun, had a strange expression, and Long Yu's face changed dramatically, becoming increasingly grim. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Chu Tianjun was ready to accept Chu Yue as his disciple, and had even prepared a gift for her. But now that this disciple was gone, the gift still had to be given just to someone else. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun flipped his palm, and a beautifully crafted golden hairpin, radiating a strong aura of treasure, appeared in his hand. Seeing this hairpin, everyone became even more convinced of their thoughts, for it was clearly a woman's hairpin. Chu Tianjun's voice followed, saying, "This item took me 2 years to personally refine. It can serve as a defensive magical treasure, and can also be used as a flying sword, suitable even for those in the nascent soul stage. As for the name, I intended for my disciple to choose it herself, so Master Yi can name it. The only downside is that it has a feminine design. I hope you don't mind, Master Yi." The ancestral hall fell into silence. One couldn't help but admit that the treasure Chu Tianjun presented was indeed remarkable. Not to mention a newly initiated disciple, even a nascent soul practitioner would be fond of it. However, these words were merely fabrications by Chu Tianjun. The golden hairpin was not crafted by him. He said this purely to annoy Long Yue and Yi Chun. "Thank you, Master Chu." Yi Chun said, his eyes shining as he accepted the hairpin. Many did not notice this scene, but Chu Tianjun did. A newly initiated disciple, still a country bumpkin, how could he understand the value of treasures? His eyes gleaming showed that he clearly understood. "All right, the gift has been given, so we shall take our leave now." After Yi Chun accepted the golden hairpin, Chu Tianjun casually left those words and turned to leave. As he moved to leave, Lu Qingxue followed without saying a word. Subsequently, other elders also departed, some shaking their heads, as they left, uncertain if they were lamenting for Chu Tianjun or for Chu Yue. "Master, did I do something wrong?" After all the elders had left, Yi Chun looked at Long Yue with a pitiful expression, clearly sensing the unusual atmosphere at the end. Before Long Yue could respond, a hoarse voice suddenly questioned from outside the ancestral hall, directed at Long Yue. "Why did you do this? Why did you treat me this way?" Chu Yue had arrived here unbeknownst to anyone, her makeup ruined by tears, as Chen Yuner looked on with deep sympathy from behind. "Yue, come back with me. From now on you can also call me Master." Long Yue looked at Chu Yue with deep regret. When Chu Tianjun presented the golden hairpin, Long Yue understood that the one most hurt by this was Chu Yue. Chu Yue was heartbroken. She still wanted to question Long Yue about something, but in the next moment Long Yue waved her hand binding Chu Yue, and then took Chu Yue and Yi Chun back to Tianxian Peak. This incident caused an uproar throughout the Zhouxiao sect. Initially, many were merely spectators watching Long Yue suddenly accept Yi Chun as a disciple, but when the scene of Chu Tianjun giving gifts spread, it transformed into sympathy for Chu Yue and pointed fingers at Long Yue and Yi Chun. Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun appeared to be in a bad mood, but inwardly he was quite pleased. He knew his actions would surely incite a conflict among Long Yue and her disciples, and there would be more drama to witness. However, moments later, Chen Yuner approached Chu Tianjun with a piece of clothing in hand. "Elder Tianjun, this is something the junior sister prepared for nearly a year ago. She originally intended to gift it to you on the day of her apprenticeship. We didn't know your size, so she secretly observed from a distance, quietly noting your figure, and toiled day and night to sew it together." Chen Yuner spoke with her head lowered, having witnessed the entire process, and even as an observer her words nearly brought her to tears. "Return it to Tianxian Peak. Since there is no fate, why force it? I also spent 2 years refining that golden hairpin. From now on you should not call her junior sister anymore." Chu Tianjun directly put on an act. His expression was filled with sorrow, as if he was sending off a white-haired person to a black-haired one. However, when he saw the clothing and heard Chen Yuner say it was crafted stitch by Chu Yue over nearly a year, Chu Tianjun's heart trembled for a moment. Chen Yuner did not dare to say anything more, and could only helplessly take the clothing to Tianxian Peak. At this moment Long Yue and her 2 disciples had returned. The atmosphere among them was somewhat strange. Chu Yue was still crying. Long Yue looked sorrowful, and only Yi Chun appeared somewhat at a loss. I am Chun Yuner from Tianjun Peak here on Elder Tianjun's orders. Is junior sister Chu Yue here? Soon Chun Yuner's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing that she was sent by Chu Tianjun, Chu Yue hurriedly ran out as if propelled. Long Yue maintained her composure, walking quickly outside, while Yi Chun followed instinctively. Junior sister Chu, Elder Tianjun asked me to bring this back to you. Chun Yuner had previously referred to Chu Yue as junior sister, but now she addressed her as junior sister Chu, clearly indicating a distance. Did he say anything? Chu Yue's face was ashen. When she saw that the clothing was being returned by Chu Tianjun, she knew there was no hope left yet. She still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked. Chun Yuner felt somewhat awkward. In truth, Chu Tianjun did not say anything specifically to Chu Yue, but she still replied. The elder said, since there is no fate, why force it? Just that one sentence. I worked tirelessly for a year to sew this. Even if I could keep it as a memento, it would be better. Chu Yue continued to question. At this moment she felt no hatred toward Chu Tianjun. She even imagined how sad he must have looked when he said, since there is no fate, why force it? Chun Yuner did not want to see any rift between the Chu Yue she grew up with and her beloved elder, so she added. The elder also mentioned that golden hairpin was something he refined day and night for 2 years. After saying this, Chun Yuner handed the clothing to Chu Yue. Holding the clothing, Chu Yue directly sat on the ground, covering her face and crying. Feeling that this was still insufficient, Chun Yuner added, when I left it seemed like the elder aged significantly in that moment. Upon hearing Chun Yuner's words, Long Yu's heart was filled with immense sorrow. She could not understand how such a foolproof situation could lead to this outcome. Chun Yuner did not linger long at Tianjun Peak. In the end, Long Yue wanted to help Chu Yue, but she did not allow Long Yue to touch her, instead clutching the clothing and silently returning to her room. Master, what exactly is going on? What happened to my senior sister? Yi Chun innocently asked, his expression quite sincere. Long Yue sighed, not wanting to elaborate further. To be honest, seeing her disciple Yi Chun now made her uneasy, so she merely said, be nicer to your senior sister from now on. After saying this, Long Yue also returned to her room. That night the 3 at Tianjun Peak were unable to sleep, while Chu Tianjun maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to meditate and cultivate. The 2 pages of the 6 instruments heavenly book floated behind him, resembling a magical treasure being refined. On the following morning, in the courtyard of Tianjun Peak, Yi Chun began to busy himself. This fellow was quite adept at making himself useful. He rose early to clean the courtyard and even prepared porridge. Long Yu and Chu Yue stepped out of the room almost simultaneously. Long Yu appeared unchanged, her demeanor radiating a serene elegance, whereas Chu Yue looked dejected, her whole being reflecting her sadness. Senior sister, would you like a bowl of porridge? I woke up early to make it. Yi Chun offered, presenting a bowl of white porridge to Chu Yue. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Chu Yue showed no regard for Yi Chun, dismissively knocking over the bowl of porridge with a wave of her hand before striding out. Master, does senior sister dislike me? Yi Chun felt Long Yu approaching him, tears welling in his clear eyes, as he asked pitifully. It's all right, let her calm down for a few days. For now, familiarize yourself with your surroundings. I will teach you the method of entry into cultivation in due time, Long Yu said with a calm expression. However, at that moment, her heart was not as indifferent as her exterior suggested. Are you blind? Clearly, she does not like you. It's just porridge again. Can you cook anything else besides porridge? Due to a careless remark made by Chu Tianjun years ago, Long Yu had yet to taste Yi Chun's porridge. She instinctively disliked this plain porridge, and upon seeing Yi Chun it even felt irksome. Yet some unseen force prevented her from openly confronting him. Chu Yue wandered aimlessly, quickly leaving Tianjun Peak and naturally arriving at Tianjun Peak. At the foot of Tianjun Peak there were many caves. She was very familiar with this place, having spent most of the past decade living here. Before Chu Yue stood a cave belonging to a junior brother who had only moved in 3 years ago. He was the only one she could call a junior brother, as he had established his foundation later than her. The cave had a formation barrier, but Chu Yue knew how to open and close it. As usual, she placed her hand on the formation's core, hoping to enter and express her grievances to her junior brother. However, when her hand touched the formation's core, her expression froze. The formation, which had remained unchanged for 3 years, had been replaced. Now she was unable to enter as she did not know the new password. Junior brother Zhou, are you there? Can you let me in for a bit? Chu Yue called out with a hint of tears in her voice. Sister Chu, you should return to Tianxian Peak. It would be difficult for me to let you in. The junior brother replied, still showing respect for Chu Yue. Tears surged forth again as she stood outside the cave for a long time before finally turning to leave. Later Chu Yue visited many caves, but one and all she could not get in. Some kindly advised her to leave, while others simply pretended not to hear and did not respond. Finally Chu Yue arrived at the cave of Wu Qingyun, whose status was only second to Chu Tianjun on Tianjun Peak. This old alchemist had managed to reach the golden core stage thanks to an abundance of pills, and for now he had no concerns about lifespan, looking as youthful as one in their 30s. In the past Wu Qingyun had treated Chu Yue very well, otherwise given her talent establishing her foundation would have been a far-fetched dream. Senior brother Wu, can you take me to see Master Tianjun Zhenren? Chu Yue came seeking Wu Qingyun's assistance to meet Chu Tianjun. Over the years she had regarded Chu Tianjun as her master and Tianjun Peak as her home. Now Chu Yue felt like an abandoned child wishing to find her parent to express her grievances, and she believed it was not her fault. Sister Chu, don't you understand? This is something beyond our control. It concerns the matters between nascent soul elders. Yesterday Elder Tianjun gave the magical artifact that was supposed to be yours to Yi-chan, severing this karmic bond completely. You should return. Wu Qingyun, the good-hearted elder, not only responded to Chu Yue but even appeared outside the cave. Chu Yue had cried all her tears. She looked despairingly up at the mountaintop where she could barely make out a sea of peach blossoms. She had originally thought she would soon be able to live there, but now that dream felt utterly out of reach. At this moment Chu Tianjun was also watching from above. He had sensed her presence as soon as she entered the vicinity of Tianjun Peak. He had to admit that the clothes Chu Yue had made along with her visits to every cave today seeking help had touched Chu Tianjun somewhat. Alright, let's see how you perform next. If you can see through Yi Chen's true nature, there will still be a place for you at Tianjun Peak. If you remain as you were in your past life, I won't mind having you three, master and disciples, together in harmony. Chu Tianjun sighed, ultimately giving her a chance, influenced by the fact that he had raised her and her current demeanor. After leaving Tianjun Peak, Chu Yue sat alone by a cliff for an entire day, returning to Tianxian Peak in a daze only after midnight. As she entered the courtyard, a silence enveloped her. At this hour Long Yu was likely meditating with her eyes closed while Yi-chan had probably gone to bed. Chu Yue looked up at Yi-chen's room, and her previously hollow eyes suddenly brimmed with boundless hatred. Then with determined steps Chu Yue walked back to her room. Once there she sat on the bed, pulled out her hairpin, lifted her skirt, and violently stabbed it into her thigh. As the hairpin pierced through, blood gushed forth, yet there was no trace of pain on Chu Yue's face. Her expression grew somewhat vacant, but her eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred, as if they could devour everything, akin to an endless abyss. Yi-chan, you have ruined everything for me. I Chu Yue vow that you will not die a good death. Remember this, Chu Yue. The pain on your body is but a fraction of the torment in your heart. If you don't kill Yi-chan, how can you face yourself? Not yet 16, Chu Yue seemed to have suddenly matured that night, transforming into a vengeful and obsessed individual. One cannot deny that she had pinpointed her target accurately. Though she also resented Long Yue, she recognized that the true culprit was Yi-chan. Now there was but one task left in her life: to kill Yi-chan. The next day Chu Yue did not leave Tianxian Peak, however. She rose very early, practicing in the courtyard under the morning glow. Yi-chan did not disturb Chu Yue either. After she finished her practice, he brought a bowl of white porridge to her. This time Chu Yue did not knock over the porridge, but she also said nothing and simply walked away. A glimmer of joy appeared in Yi-chen's eyes. He knew this was a good start. Unfortunately, Long Yu had explicitly told Yi-chan the day before that she did not need to eat, and that he should not plan meals for her, which reduced his chances to curry favor. In the following days, Tianxian Peak fell into a tranquil routine. Everyone became orderly, especially Chu Yue, whose life became highly structured. Though her talent remained poor, she had begun to cultivate diligently. Yi-chan left a bowl of porridge for Chu Yue every day. On the 5th day, when she saw the porridge on the table, she surprisingly took the initiative to serve herself and drink it. Does it suit your taste, senior sister? If you prefer it salty or sweet, I will make it according to your taste in the future, Yi-chan said, looking quite excited. His sincere gaze seemed to merge with the coldest ice and snow in the world. This is just fine, Chu Yue surprisingly replied. In the days that followed, she drank the porridge Yichun made daily. After a few more days, she even smiled at Yichun and began to call him junior brother. Long Yu also summoned both disciples to her side and began to impart some techniques. Yue, you are already in the foundation establishment stage. You learned a lot of cultivation knowledge during your years at Tianjun Peak. Please help Xiao Chun more often. His talent is quite high, and his future achievements will not be low. Finally, Long Yu asked Chu Yue to assist Yichun more, and praised his talent in passing. Yes, I will help Xiao Chun with his cultivation, master. You need not worry about us. Chu Yue instantly took on the demeanor of a senior sister, appearing to have truly matured. Gradually, Tianxian Peak was filled with laughter and joy. Yichun seemed to have a knack for winning the hearts of girls, often making Chu Yue laugh. Yichun raised his head, gazing at Chu Yue with clear eyes. Sister, you look really beautiful when you smile. Long Yu witnessed all of this, and logically, she should be happy about such laughter and joy, but her heart told her that this was not what she truly desired. It's been 3 months since I last saw Tianjun. What face do I have to meet him now? What reasons can I find to see him in the future? Long Yu did not forget due to the passage of time. Instead, she felt that things were drifting further from her expectations. During the day, Chu Yue played and joked with Yichun, but at night, when silence fell, she would sit on her bed, viciously stabbing her thigh with a hairpin to self-harm. How disgusting! Yichun, you are truly despicable. Chu Yue, you must endure, you must hold on. One day I will make this disgusting maggot pay for its sins. During the day and at night, Chu Yue was like two different people. No one knew what she was enduring. All that mattered was that Yichun was currently very happy. Moreover, Yichun's talent was indeed remarkable. On the 100th day of formal cultivation, he successfully achieved foundation establishment, which was the standard time for a prodigy. In the past, Yichun's 100-day foundation establishment would definitely have caused a stir in Zhoushan sect, and his name would have resonated like thunder. However, now with the record set by Chu Tianjun at 10 days for foundation establishment, the two were worlds apart. Recently, rumors had circulated that Tianjun had begun to break through to the transformation stage. This rumor was significant. Not only was it buzzing in Zhoushan sect, but the entire eastern region was discussing it as a transformation stage true master could influence the dynamics of an entire region. Senior brother, you don't seem to be breaking through to transformation stage. How can you still chat with me? In the courtyard of Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingxue looked at Chu Tianjun with curiosity. It's just fake news meant to make people think I'm too busy to attend to them, Chu Tianjun casually explained. Senior brother, do you have any plans? Lu Qingxue quickly asked, realizing that this was her senior brother trying to get her to do something. Over the years, she had always felt that everything was for her benefit while she wanted to contribute to Chu Tianjun. I would like to ask Qingxue for a favor, Chu Tianjun said directly. Senior brother, there's no need to be polite. Just give me your orders, Lu Qingxue replied without asking what it was, simply agreeing. In half a month, it will be the time for the opening of the Songjin Valley Secret Realm. This secret realm is only for foundation establishment disciples to train. Typically, only 1 or 2 Golden Core elders lead the team, but I hope you can follow secretly this time. Chu Tianjun spoke softly, as it was merely a simple task for Lu Qingxue. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had entered this secret realm. He didn't need to go in, but since Yichun and Chu Yue were going, he considered that it was their first time participating in such an event. The kind-hearted Chu Tianjun decided to escort this group of foundation establishment disciples with his nascent soul cultivation. However, this inconspicuous secret realm led to Chu Tianjun's first failure. He hadn't paid much attention to that incident at the time, but later reflected that Yichun must have been involved. The Songjin Valley secret realm fully belonged to Zhoushan sect, and its exploration rate had nearly reached 100. The dangers and areas within were well understood, which is why it had only been a trial ground for foundation establishment disciples for thousands of years. However, in his previous life, after Chu Tianjun led his team in a latest-stage nascent soul, great demon unexpectedly appeared, and it was a crazed one. Many disciples died during that trial, and Chu Tianjun was injured while slaying the great demon. If it were just this, it wouldn't be a big deal, but since that trip to the secret realm, rumors began to spread within the sect claiming that Chu Tianjun disregarded the lives of the sect's disciples in order to seize a rare treasure within the secret realm, attracting the attention of the great demon. Of course, this was nonsense, but from that moment on, the once gentle and beloved senior brother Chu Tianjun gradually transformed into a malicious villain. Are you saying that there is something important belonging to the demon race in the Songjin Valley secret realm? Has our sect been infiltrated by undercover agents? Is there an undercover agent disrupting this trial? Lu Qingxue said frostily after hearing this. She truly had the sect's best interests at heart, and anyone who sought to harm Zhou Xiao sect would be her mortal enemy. Although it's just a guess, it's quite likely that latest-stage nascent soul great demon has been hiding within, and I suspect it is guarding something. This time you don't need to slay the great demon, just record who disturbed it. It would be best to see what they obtained from Cangjin Valley. Chu Tianjun continued asking Lu Qingxue to follow secretly. He didn't intend to forcibly change the outcome of this Cangjin Valley secret realm incident. In fact, he had set up a plan that would kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Are you just going to watch those disciples die? Lu Qingxue asked, somewhat unable to understand, and she directly inquired. Chu Tianjun then pointed at the Cangjin Valley map and said, "Before we set off, I will have the sect issue an order prohibiting disciples from approaching this area. If they disobey the sect's orders, then let them die." Qingxue, besides the undercover agents, there are many others in Zhou Xiao sect harboring ill intentions. It is time for these people to reveal themselves slowly. Lu Qingxue looked seriously at Chu Tianjun. She had always vaguely felt that many things in the sect were amiss, but she had no concrete evidence, and was unwilling to think in that direction. Now that Chu Tianjun had clarified, her final hopes were shattered. However, thinking of having such a senior brother still working to mend the sect gave her some comfort and renewed her motivation. So she nodded solemnly and said, "I will listen to senior brother. To be safe, take the Tianxian sword with you, and make sure to protect yourself." Finally, Chu Tianjun even gave his Tianxian sword to Lu Qingxue, ensuring that her journey would be foolproof. Although the Tianxian sword had not yet evolved into a spirit treasure after devouring Tang Wuji's nascent soul, its weapon spirit had gradually matured, making the sword equivalent to a helper at the early nascent soul stage. Lu Qingxue felt warmth in her heart. Although she had her own powerful trump cards, and was not afraid even if she faced that pinnacle nascent soul great demon, she still accepted the Tianxian sword, as she couldn't refuse her senior brother's kindness. Meanwhile, on Tianxian Peak, Long Yu also called Yi Chun and Chu Yue to her side, to instruct them about the trial. Little Chun has already reached Foundation establishment. He can go to the Cangjin Valley secret realm. You two must listen to the team leader when you enter. Although most places in that secret realm are not dangerous and have been explored, it only opens once every 30 years and the demonic beasts can cultivate. There could be powerful ones lurking, so do not be careless. Disciple will strictly follow master's teachings. I will definitely protect my senior sister, Yi Chun said with utmost seriousness. After speaking, he glanced at Chu Yue, who was now looking at him with deep affection, smiling tenderly. Yechun, you truly are a master of acting. If I were not the now wiser Chu Yue, I might have been deceived by your facade. Your painstaking efforts to get close to me, your daily flattery, are nothing but attempts to take advantage of my pills and treasures, are they? I will dangle you along and see how long you can keep up this act. Beneath her tender exterior, Chu Yue's heart was already disgusted with Yechun. After being hurt and darkened, Chu Yue felt as if she had gained a godlike perspective. She had long seen through Yechun's true intentions, which were merely to covet her possessions. Having lived on Tianjun Peak for nearly 10 years, Chu Yue was the center of countless affections, with enough gifts from her senior brothers and sisters to fuel several breakthroughs to the Golden Core stage. These items held little value for high-level practitioners, but for ordinary disciples within the sect, they were akin to a mobile treasure trove. Thank you, Xiao Chun. I still have a few top-grade healing pills here. We are about to enter the secret realm, and I will share half with you. With me around, you will surely be safe. Suddenly, Chu Yue pulled out 2 pills, emitting a faint blue glow from her storage bag, her gaze sincere and full of tenderness. Yechun hurriedly accepted them, overjoyed. He could tell at a glance that these 2 pills were incredibly precious. Even a severely injured Golden Core practitioner could instantly recover with them. Having been nurtured for nearly 10 years as Chu Tianjun's prized disciple, and given Chu Tianjun's notorious wealth, it was no surprise that she possessed many valuable items. As long as I keep this foolish girl tied to me, it would be enough for me to reach the Golden Core stage. Yechun silently mused to him. Chu Yue was merely a naive girl with abundant resources. In fact, in his past life, Chu Yue appeared the same way to Yechun. Once he had taken all her pills and treasures, he could also take advantage of her body. Over the past few months, Yechun had gained a thorough understanding of Zhou Xiao sect, as well as the 10-year agreement between Tianxian Peak and Tianjun Peak. Chu Tianjun was renowned not only for being a peerless genius, but also for his remarkable wealth. Whether during his time as the transmission elder, or when he occasionally assisted fellow disciples, he had always been extravagantly generous. Of course, Chu Tianjun's wealth was genuine in this life. His resource consumption for self-cultivation was minimal, and he had amassed even more than in his past life. The resources he used were selective, and now they had piled up like a mountain. Soon, the day of the opening of the Cangjin Valley secret realm arrived. Chu Tianjun stood beneath a peach tree watching as a sect flying boat slowly departed, followed closely by Lu Qingxue, who concealed her presence. Seeing these disciples leave the sect, a faint smile appeared on Chu Tianjun's lips as he formed a sword gesture with his fingers and wrote a line of characters in the air before him. These characters were composed of spiritual energy, gathering and coalescing in the air. Once several sentences were completed, a jade talisman flew out, and those spiritual characters then entered the jade talisman. Next, Chu Tianjun gently flicked the jade talisman with his hand, and it transformed into a speck of light, vanishing at an incredible speed. Within the imperial palace of the Da Ning dynasty, Ning Qiuzi sat cross-legged in a noble golden robe. Her palace was arranged with a gigantic spirit-gathering formation, and countless spirit pills continuously flew into her body at intervals. It had been over 10 years since Ning Qiuzi left Tianjun Peak. She had not returned since. Now her father and mother were both aging, and the governance of the Da Ning dynasty was largely in her hands as the eldest princess. However, even with the busy affairs of state, Ning Qiuzi seized every bit of spare time to cultivate. But talent is indeed of utmost importance. Despite her diligent efforts, the powerful spirit-gathering formation, and the endless supply of pills, after more than 10 years, she had only reached the late foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, a jade talisman ignored all the defenses of the palace and fell directly into Ning Qiuzi's chamber. Upon seeing the talisman, Ning Qiuzi immediately halted her cultivation, her expression excited as she grasped the talisman, gazing at the characters on it with joy. The more Ning Qiuzi looked, the happier she became, until finally she whispered to herself in excitement, "Does this mean I can return soon?" The next day, at the Da Ning dynasty's court assembly, Princess Ning Qiuzi issued several decrees in succession, all concerning the war. The Da Ning dynasty was preparing to mobilize its forces to wage war against the surrounding mortal nations. Soon, even the cultivation world learned that Ning Qiuzi, relying on her half-step transformation, god-adoptive father, brazenly launched a war to unify the mundane world of Fufeng State. This princess was also unrestrained, directly declaring war on the 12 nations with the might of her own kingdom. Ning Qiuzi's final decree was to widely recruit exceptional talents from around the world. The Da Ning dynasty not only promised high-ranking positions and wealth, but also offered powerful cultivation methods, various spirit pills, and endless rare treasures. This was clearly aimed at attracting cultivators. However, according to the laws of the Immortal Alliance, Golden Core and above practitioners were not allowed to interfere in mortal disputes, so this recruitment was mainly targeted at Foundation establishment practitioners. Currently, Ye Chun was still unaware of this news. If he were to see this imperial edict from the Da Ning dynasty, he would undoubtedly believe it was tailor-made for him. In fact, it truly was made for him. Based on Chu Tianjun's memories from his past life, Ye Chun began laying out plans in the mortal realm during his Foundation establishment stage, and supported a female emperor during his Golden Core stage. By the time Chu Tianjun died, that female emperor was also one of Ye Chun's consorts, and was close to unifying Fufeng State. Chu Tianjun could not help but acknowledge that Ye Chun indeed possessed great fortune, as he had seized almost all the benefits. And in his past life he was nothing more than an enormous experience bag, defined as the villainous elder brother constantly being used by Ye Chun to gain experience. In this life, Chu Tianjun had laid many plans, but it seemed he was still being used to gain experience by Ye Chun. At least now the resources of Chu Yue came from him, and it wouldn't be long before Ye Chun would go to the Da Ning dynasty, where Ning Qiuzi's resources also originated from him. However, the situation of pretending to be an active experience bag is naturally different from being a passive experience bag. The Cangjin Valley secret realm belonged solely to the Zhouxiao sect. When the disciples of Zhouxiao sect arrived, several Golden Core elders from other sects were already setting up formations outside the secret realm. Within those formations were clear spatial fluctuations, with a dark crack being torn in the void, connecting to another world. This time over 100 individuals entered the secret realm, including 2 leading Golden Core elders, while the rest were all Foundation establishment disciples. Standing among the Foundation establishment disciples, Ye Chun stood out like a crane among chickens. Apart from his appearance, he also had the halo of 100 days of Foundation establishment above his head, which was the ticket to future prodigies. Soon one of the Golden Core elders began to announce the precautions for entering the secret realm, emphasizing a certain area that was forbidden to approach. This elder was a person of Chu Tianjun. Now more and more disciples were relying on Tianjun Peak. These disciples were distributed across various sect institutions, allowing Chu Tianjun to bypass the elder meeting for many matters and directly arrange them through these disciples. Upon hearing of the restricted area, Ye Chen's expression subtly changed, but he concealed it well. Even the Golden Core elders did not notice. Yet no matter how well he hid it, he could not escape the notice of those who cared for him. The fleeting anomaly was still detected by Chu Yue. Is Ye Chen trying to go to the secret realm's forbidden area? A glint of cunning flashed in Chu Yue's eyes, mixed with a touch of pathological madness. Once the formation stabilized the entrance to the secret realm, over 100 Foundation establishment disciples entered under the guidance of 2 Golden Core attendants. After these disciples entered the secret realm, Lu Qingxue appeared at the entrance, yet none of the Golden Core attendants guarding the formation noticed her presence. It was evident that Lu Qingxue possessed a powerful invisibility artifact as she boldly walked into the secret realm. The nascent soul stage is indeed a significant watershed in the cultivation realm. Otherwise, the title of real person would not only begin to be used from this stage. The overall environment of the Cangjin Valley secret realm is rather dim, resembling a mining cave. The ground here is exceedingly hard, mostly covered with various mineral remnants, yet there are also trees and flowers, with certain places harboring spiritual herbs that do not exist in the outside world, which adds to the value of Cangjin Valley. As the newly entered disciples collectively advanced under the guidance of the 2 Golden Core attendants, Ye Chen and Chu Yue remained inseparable. As they walked, he quietly asked Senior Sister, "You are well informed. Do you know how this Cangjin Valley secret realm was formed? I have heard Golden Core seniors mention it before. It seems this secret realm was originally an abandoned mining site of the celestial realm. Most secret realms are formed in this manner." Chu Yue replied softly to Ye Chen. These were things she had learned at Tianjun Peak. "Senior Sister, you really know a lot. All right, we can start to split up now, but remember not to enter the forbidden zones, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences of any danger encountered." About a quarter of an hour later, the disciples of the Zhouxiao sect arrived at an open area, where the leading Golden Core attendant announced that the Foundation establishment disciples could explore the secret realm on their own. Chu Yue was right. This Cangjin Valley secret realm is indeed an abandoned mining site of the celestial realm. However, the area of the secret realm is vast, spanning over 10,000 miles. For Foundation establishment cultivators, even flying at full speed would take several days to traverse such a large expanse. Thus, each group dispersed, relying on their own fortunes, which was the best plan. The crowd scattered, forming pairs, yet each group bore only a few members. With too many people, it becomes difficult to share any treasures found. Except for particularly close relationships, everyone preferred not to stick together at this moment. Ye Chen and Chu Yue formed a group, and Chu Yue behaved very obediently, seemingly without her own thoughts. Wherever Ye Chen suggested going, she followed. Lu Qingxue had also appeared where the sect disciples were dispersing. Her divine sense spread in one direction, which was towards the marked forbidden zone. Anyone heading in this direction must have intentions to venture into the forbidden area. Naturally, Ye Chen and Chu Yue were heading in that direction. "Xiao Chen, that seems to be the direction of the forbidden zone, doesn't it?" Chu Yue casually asked as they walked. "Senior Sister, think about it. Since the forbidden zone is in that direction, it means fewer fellow disciples are exploring there, increasing our chances of finding good treasures. Moreover, the closer we get to the forbidden zone, the better the treasures will undoubtedly be. As long as we are careful not to step into the forbidden zone, it should be fine." Ye Chen immediately provided an explanation, and his 2 reasons sounded quite convincing. A flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashed in Chu Yue's eyes, yet she spoke with an admiring tone. "Xiao Chen, you are truly clever." Lu Qingxue had already locked onto several groups of disciples. At this moment, she was unaware that the person Chu Tianjun wanted her to monitor was actually Ye Chen. However, Lu Qingxue soon realized that the malicious infiltrator mentioned by Chu Tianjun must be Ye Chen and Chu Yue. Because the 2 were now only 2 to 3 miles away from the forbidden zone, those disciples who had also headed in that direction had either changed course or stopped moving forward. Do both of them have problems, or just one? Chu Yue was almost accepted as a disciple by a senior brother, so logically she shouldn't have any issues. Could it be Ye Chen? Lu Qingxue directly suspected Ye Chen. At this moment, she gently raised her hand, and a smooth stone as reflective as a mirror appeared above her head. This was a magical artifact known as the Shadow Stone, which wasn't particularly precious and merely served to capture images. The first of Chu Tianjun's 3 birds with 1 stone was to make Lu Qingxue suspect Ye Chen herself. Thus, she would be wary of him in the future. Once suspicion began, Lu Qingxue would not easily fall for Yi Chen's schemes, greatly reducing the chance of a tragedy occurring. Senior sister, this forbidden zone doesn't seem dangerous at all. I can faintly see treasures shimmering. How about we sneak in? At the edge of the forbidden zone, Yi Chen finally revealed his true thoughts. As he and Chu Yue walked this way, they had indeed gathered quite a few treasures. Compared to other teams, they were likely the most successful. Chu Yue hesitated for a moment, but nodded, seemingly blinded by the bountiful rewards. Lu Qingxue had confirmed that either Yi Chen or Chu Yue had problems, or one of them did. She kept her distance with the shadow stone, continuously recording their every move. About a quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at a place overgrown with vines resembling a valley. This location indeed had many rare spiritual herbs, but a powerful beast lay on a stone platform. Yi Chen's gaze did not focus on the spiritual herbs, but rather on the stone platform beneath the beast. Senior sister, ill distract the beast. You quickly collect those spiritual herbs. Yi Chen suddenly whispered in Chu Yue's ear, his gaze sincere, completely disregarding his own danger, as if he only wished for her to gather the spiritual herbs. This beast looks very formidable, possibly at the nascent soul stage. It's too dangerous. Xiao Chen. Chu Yue said, her face filled with concern, as she quickly shook her head, unable to decipher Yi Chen's intentions. In the next moment, Yi Chen gently grasped Chu Yue's hand and said, these spiritual herbs are extremely rare. If we can obtain them, they will surely help you break through to the golden core stage. I would willingly die for it, so senior sister, don't hesitate, prepare to act. Chu Yue allowed Yi Chen to hold her hand. At this moment she felt disgusted, but pretended to be moved, ultimately nodding obediently. In Lu Qingxue's eyes, the two discussed for a while, and then Yi Chen revealed himself to attract the beast. The very artifact Yi Chen used to draw the beast was the golden hairpin given to him by Chu Tianjun during his apprenticeship. Chu Tianjun had indeed not spoken without merit. This golden hairpin could be used even at the nascent soul stage. Several times the beast nearly struck Yi Chen down with a single blow, but it was held off by the golden hairpin. As Yi Chen fought and retreated, he drew the beast to the edge of the forbidden zone, creating a massive commotion. Soon some disciples, driven by greed, blatantly ignored the previous prohibitions, likely thinking there was a great opportunity, and headed in this direction. Meanwhile, Yi Chen took the chance to lead the disaster eastward as a nascent soul beast, mercilessly slaughtered the Foundation establishment disciples. At this moment, Lu Qingxue indeed did not intervene. These disciples were, as Chu Tianjun had said, reaping the consequences of their actions. Soon the two Golden Core leaders noticed something amiss, and began organizing the disciples in the secret realm to retreat. If Chu Tianjun were present, he would find this scene almost identical to the previous life. Chu Yue quickly gathered the spiritual herbs in the valley, and soon received a message from Yi Chen, saying the beast was about to return, and urging her to leave quickly, assuring her that he would join her soon. Just as Chu Yue left the valley, Yi Chen returned to it, landing directly on the stone platform where the beast had been. Then with a single strike, he hit the stone platform beneath him, and subsequently a copper coffin was taken away. At the very moment Yi Chen retrieved the copper coffin, the mid-nascent soul beast suddenly went berserk, its aura instantly surging to the late nascent soul stage. From Chu Yue's perspective, Yi Chen was being relentlessly pursued by the maddened demonic beast, while the golden hairpin artifact, having endured repeated strikes, teetered on the verge of collapse. Seeing the golden hairpin about to shatter, a torrent of seething hatred flashed across Chu Yue's eyes. This artifact should have been hers. Senior sister, flee now. Yi Chen cried out anxiously, his expression convincingly portraying a disciple sacrificing himself to cover her retreat. Lu Qingxue had already confirmed it. Yi Chen was the true anomaly, yet she remained composed, recording everything with a spirit-reflecting stone, making no move to intervene. Next came their frantic flight toward the entrance. The moment they converged, the golden hairpin shattered, utterly dissolving into a fine golden dust that drifted away like mist. Yi Chen collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded, and spat forth a mouthful of blood. A flash of cold ruthlessness flickered in Chu Yue's eyes, swiftly masked. Instead, she wore an expression of profound concern as she helped Yi Chen rise, then swiftly deployed several formation discs, formation banners, and disposable life-preserving talismans. Indeed, Chu Yue carried an astonishing array of treasures. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator, she managed, through these artifacts, to stall a nascent soul-stage demonic beast for a precious few moments. She dashed toward the exit with Yi Chen in tow, then produced a vial of pills whose refinement level was unmistakably high. Xiao Chen, swallow these at once. There are more. I have plenty. You must survive. Chu Yue appeared deeply distressed, urgently urging Yi Chen to take the pills. A triumphant gleam flickered deep within Yi Chen's gaze. He swallowed the pills without hesitation, yet he failed to notice that each time he ingested one, an identical glint of calculated victory shimmered in Chu Yue's eyes. The moment the pills dissolved in his belly, his wounds vanished, his spiritual energy surged, and the residual potency even verged on propelling him across a minor cultivation breakthrough. Chu Yue truly is a little heiress. Chu Tianjun has spared no expense on her, but all these riches now fall to me. I hear Chu Tianjun also has an adopted daughter. Her pill stores and artifacts must be even richer, and I shall acquire them too in due course. This Zhou sect is indeed my auspicious land. Chu Tianjun, the so-called Millennium Supreme Genius. All he possesses shall soon be mine. Yi Chen's spirits soared. He had already begun weaving visions of his glorious future. The rampaging demonic beast decimated the Zhou sect's trial disciples. 2 golden core elders perished. One slain outright, the other critically injured, while fewer than 30 of over 100 Foundation establishment disciples emerged alive. Such losses represented nearly 1/10 of the sect's entire Foundation establishment cohort. Lu Qingxue never revealed herself throughout the ordeal, and returned to the Zhou sect ahead of the survivors. Senior brother Yi Chen must not be allowed to live. Lu Qingxue's first words upon meeting Chu Tianjun dripped with lethal intent. Chu Tianjun nodded. Though he had yet to review the spirit-reflecting stone, he knew Lu Qingxue had witnessed something significant. And precisely this was what he had hoped for. The spirit-reflecting stone replayed its recorded images. Chu Tianjun watched intently, and paused deliberately when Yi Chen retrieved the bronze coffin, scrutinizing its surface with meticulous care. An artifact from the immortal realm, and celestial script adorns it. Chu Tianjun murmured, brow furrowed. He recognized the celestial script instantly. How did Yi Chen know such a treasure lay hidden here? Could this youth hail from some extraordinary lineage? What is his true purpose in joining our Zhou sect? Lu Qingxue, standing beside him, blanched at his words. Let us watch further before drawing conclusions, Chu Tianjun replied, declining to answer, then resumed playback. Already he sensed something subtly amiss in Chu Yue's behavior. Soon the recording reached the scene where Chu Yue administered pills to Yi Chen. Once again Chu Tianjun froze the image, this time focusing intently on the pills Yi Chen had just swallowed. This young lady seems different now, Chu Tianjun said with a faint enigmatic smile. Are these pills tainted? Yet they bear no trace of poison. Lu Qingxue frowned in confusion. Not poison, but far more perilous. Qingxue, once the trial disciples return, you will formally petition the disciplinary hall to investigate the incident within the secret realm. Chu Tianjun offered no further explanation, only instructed Lu Qingxue to initiate the disciplinary hall's inquiry. When the survivors finally staggered back, the Zhou sect lay shrouded in grief. The toll had been catastrophic. Thereafter Elder Qingxue proposed a full investigation by the disciplinary hall to identify the culprit who had violated sacred prohibitions, invaded forbidden grounds, and caused mass casualties among the sect's disciples. On the day of the disciplinary hall's hearing, nearly every nascent soul elder of the Zhou sect attended, except for Elder Zhujian, Chu Tianjun, and Long Yu. Elder Zhujian had secluded himself in cultivation since Lu Qingxue's ascension to nascent soul. Chu Tianjun publicly claimed he was breaking through to the transcendent sage realm. Long Yu likewise remained in seclusion, refining the Zhu fruit. Within the disciplinary hall, the remaining 24 Foundation establishment disciples knelt in silence. Before them stood a golden core disciplinarian who had lost one arm, who defied the ban and trespassed into the forbidden zone. Step forward now, or face soul-searching interrogation with punishment doubled for resistance. A golden core peak disciplinarian thundered the warning. Yi Chen's hands trembled slightly as they pressed against the floor. He turned his head toward Chu Yue. His expression resolute, his gaze sincere, as if silently vowing he would shoulder all blame and protect his senior sister from consequence. Chu Yue noticed his look, not because she sought it, but because Yi Chen had deliberately placed it before her. It was I, she declared, stepping forward. I alone am at fault. For coveting a few spirit herbs, I doomed many fellow disciples. I accept execution or punishment without complaint. Chu Yue's confession ignited a storm of murmurs. Disciples voiced condemnation, while elders hesitated, weighing the gravity of justice against delicate ties. Their dilemma stemmed from two truths. Chu Yue was Long Yu's soul kin, and Chu Tianjun, though silent, had not fully relinquished his regard for the disciple who had nearly become his personal heir. No, it was not only senior sister. I entered the forbidden zone as well. I stand ready to share her punishment. Yichun rose then, voice thick with emotion, shielding Chu Yue behind him. His courage and loyalty moved many disciples to nod in quiet admiration, even raising thumbs in mute approval. Chu Yue kept her head bowed, but her eyes burned with murderous intent aimed squarely at Yichun. She knew full well it had been Yichun who first incited her to enter the forbidden zone. Now he performed as though reluctantly drawn in, solely to safeguard her. Brother, you nearly gave your life for me. I understand your heart, and so long as you live, nothing else matters. Let me bear all consequences alone. The lethal glare vanished from Chu Yue's eyes. When she spoke again, her gaze overflowed only with tender devotion. For Yichun alone. Yichun swelled with inward triumph. Chu Yue is indeed naive and wealthy. She is utterly under my control. He feared not for her life. He trusted Long Yu would never abandon her. Thus, by sharing her guilt, he ensured both his own protection and perhaps even deeper favor from his master. A noble vow, to bear it all alone. Yet can you truly bear it? Defying sect law, causing dozens of disciples to perish. You deserve soul extraction, bona pulverization, and ash scattering. Lu Qingxue rebuked him with scathing disappointment. Around the hall, disciples nodded grimly. Such a crime demanded retribution beyond mere death. Murmurs swelled into clamor, then into fervent outcry. Yet Long Yu still did not appear. A flicker of unease stirred in Yi Chen's chest. Still all remained within his grasp, until amid the roaring chorus demanding Chu Yue's execution, a calm resonant voice echoed from beyond the hall's threshold, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of sovereign authority. Halt! With that single word, Chu Tianjun stood tall and unwavering before Chu Yue. His presence a mountain anchoring the storm. Chu Yue stared blankly at the figure before her, and despite her acting skills, tears flowed uncontrollably. Then she felt nothing around her, only hearing a voice that sounded like celestial music. This child is still new to the sect, considering it is her first offense, and that she has shown remorse. I wish to give her another chance. Elder Long Yue did not intervene yet. The true man Tianjun is willing to vouch for Chu Yue. Isn't it said that the true man Tianjun values loyalty? If I had such a master, I would be willing to die for them. Chu Yue is truly unfortunate having such an elder like Elder Long Yue. Junior brother, be cautious with your words. She is still an elder. Chu Tianjun's appearance undoubtedly turned the situation around. If it were other elders, they might not have been able to change the outcome of Chu Yue facing severe punishment, but he was different. He was the strongest in the Zhoushan sect. Junior brother Tianjun, this may not be in accordance with the rules. Even as an elder, you cannot simply overlook this matter, stated an elder in the midstage of nascent soul. This elder's surname was Chan, and the fallen Golden Core disciple in the secret realm was his disciple. Soon several other elders echoed his sentiment. Among the 70 or so fallen Foundation establishment disciples, many had connections with these elders. Faced with the opposition of these elders, Chu Tianjun simply said, "A complete latest-stage nascent soul beast. I wonder if that would suffice to compensate for the losses of the sect." "What do you mean?" As soon as Chu Tianjun's words fell, the disciples in the hall began to whisper among themselves. In the next moment, the sect leader Truman Tianchu asked, "Is junior brother Tianjun planning to slay a latest-stage nascent soul demon to offset Chu Yue's wrongdoing?" Chu Tianjun nodded, saying, "I remember that there is such a clause in the sect rules. If one is not enough, then two will suffice." The elders exchanged glances. There was indeed such a regulation in the rules. Even if serious consequences arose, if a higher price could be paid for compensation, the accountability could be waived. Moreover, the corpse of a complete latest-stage nascent soul beast is a treasure of immense value, far exceeding that of a golden core plus dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators. If utilized properly, it could even assist a golden core cultivator in breaking through to nascent soul. The value of an additional nascent soul true man for the sect is self-evident. If junior brother Tianjun is determined, then one will suffice. Truman Tianchu agreed, directly, not asking for two, which would be absurd. "Very well, within 7 days, I shall present a latest-stage nascent soul demon to the sect," Chu Tianjun declared resolutely. At that moment, all eyes were on him, and his image grew immensely larger. Chu Yue's eyes blurred, and her heart melted at that moment. Master Uncle did not abandon me. He is striving for the transformation stage. In such a critical moment he chose to give up the breakthrough to save me, and is willing to slay a latest-stage nascent soul demon. From this moment on, Chu Yuwei's world would no longer accommodate anyone else. Chu Tianjun had become her one and only. But soon Chu Tianjun uttered another phrase. Chu Yuwei, you may escape death today, but while the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped. This serves as both a minor punishment and a lesson, as well as an explanation to the fallen comrades. You will seal your cultivation, lock your peep a bone, and reflect in the underground prison for 3 months. Chu Tianjun's voice echoed in the law enforcement hall. This was precisely the punishment he had once endured in his past life. Chu Yuwei bowed deeply to Chu Tianjun and said, "Disciple accepts the punishment." Chu Tianjun did not look at Chu Yuwei but cast a glance at Yi Chun. At that moment many gazes turned to Yi Chun, and some began to express their confusion. Earlier you were willing to die alongside Chu Yuwei. Why are you now reluctant to seal your cultivation and go to the underground prison for 3 months? Yi Chun was also quite conflicted at this moment. Earlier he had gallantly expressed his willingness to die with Chu Yuwei, knowing that either Elder Longyue or Chu Tianjun would surely come to protect her. But now this punishment would definitely be enforced. He did not wish to truly suffer. Just as Yi Chun was hesitating, another voice rang out once again, the same 2 words, "Wait." In the next moment Longyue appeared in the hall. She did not stand elsewhere but right beside Chu Tianjun. This was the first time she had appeared before Chu Tianjun since Yi Chun had arrived at Zhoushan sect. Chu Tianjun instinctively took 2 steps to the side and inwardly scolded Longyue. This foolish woman, why did she come to stir up trouble at such a crucial moment? If only Yu Wei could be punished in the underground prison, Yi Chen's true nature would be revealed to many. Even if he followed her, wouldn't it be better to have him suffer for 3 months? Truly big-chested and brainless, big-chested and brainless. Chu Tianjun gritted his teeth in frustration, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Longyue's chest. Cough, elder sister Longyue, your timing is truly impeccable. Lu Qingxue said with a hint of sarcasm, casting an unhappy glance at Chu Tianjun, clearly having noticed his inappropriate gaze. As a disciple, I am responsible for the mistakes made under my master's guidance. I should take this punishment. I will go to the underground prison. Longyue declared, wanting to take the punishment for Chu Yuwei. This was indeed aligned with the sect's regulations. Although Chu Tianjun was dissatisfied, he could not say much. Yi Chun lowered his head, feeling that he had acted too rashly. He should have been more proactive earlier, but now it was evidently too late. Since that's the case, then please, elder sister Longyue, Chu Tianjun said, feeling angry, and insisted on following the rules with Longyue. Longyue did not hesitate, extending her hand toward the side of the law enforcement hall, and 2 black chains flew over. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the chains pierced through her peep, a bone and blood flowed down the chains in an instant. No, master, it was my fault. Oh, master should not take the punishment for me. Let me go instead. At this moment Chu Yuwei was not watching the spectacle. She crawled to Longyue's feet, her face filled with deep remorse. Little Chun, take your senior sister back. Longyue said, coldly instructing Yi Chun to take Chu Yuwei back. Yi Chun felt as if he had been granted amnesty, his face displaying a painful expression as he pulled Chu Yuwei away. Following this, Longyue placed a seal on herself, sealing her cultivation for 3 months. Self-imposed sealing is somewhat lax, just like one cannot suffocate oneself by holding their breath, though they can certainly feel discomfort. Breaking the seal forcibly is possible but requires some cost. Longyue cast a complex glance at Chu Tianjun, filled with guilt and gratitude, before walking toward the underground prison under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Originally the matter should have ended here, but on the way back Chu Yuwei heard Yi Chun whisper, "Senior sister, we have both been deceived by Chu Tianjun. He does not genuinely wish to save you. He merely seeks to humiliate master." "Ah, Shaochen, how did you discover this?" Chu Yuwei felt an intense desire to crush Yi Chun to ashes, but on the surface, she pretended to be more willing to trust him. "Senior sister, think about it. Even if Chu Tianjun doesn't appear, master will definitely save us. He has already used a latest-stage nascent soul demon to offset his sins, yet he still claims that while the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment cannot. What is that underground prison? To seal our powers is clearly an attempt to humiliate us. His initial purpose was not to punish you but to humiliate master." Yi Chun launched into a tirade that at first glance seemed to have some merit. Even those who agreed with him would surely view Chu Tianjun as a vile and treacherous individual. "What? He is truly that malicious?" Chu Yuwei said in horror, yet in her heart, She had cursed Yi-chun countless times. Senior sister, you grew up in the sect since childhood and don't know the malice of humanity. I've heard that Chu Tianjun even treats his adopted daughter as a forbidden object, taking her in only to seize her spirit. What can a person like him not do? Yi-chun continued his outpouring, painting Chu Tianjun as irredeemably wicked, a quintessential villain of the immortal sect. Shouldn't I be grateful that I didn't fall under his tutelage? Xiao-chun, I'm lucky to have you. Chu Yue spoke with a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate bird, her face a mixture of fear and relief. Yi-chun said earnestly and seriously, senior sister, rest assured, I will strive to cultivate diligently and grow quickly. In the future I will protect you and master. Xiao-chun. Chu Yue moved, leaned her head against Yi-chen's chest, calling out his name in a soft, shy, and somewhat ambiguous tone. A hint of pride flashed in Yi-chen's eyes as he pretended to be nervous and reached out to touch Chu Yue's flowing hair. This was undoubtedly a beautiful scene. After a moment, Chu Yue looked up at Yi-chun, as if making a significant decision. She brushed her right hand across her left wrist and several storage bags appeared before her. Xiao-chun's senior sister gives you all her elixirs. You must become strong quickly. These should be enough for you to cultivate to the golden core stage. Chu Yue spoke with affectionate eyes, resembling a young lady sending a struggling scholar off to the capital for the imperial examination. How can this be? You've given them all to me. What will you do, senior sister? Yi-chun hesitated to accept immediately, wearing a troubled expression, but he was not refusing. Having you, senior sister, is enough. Chu Yue shyly uttered a remark, then lowered her head, perfectly embodying the bashfulness of a girl awakening to her feelings. Chu Tianjun stood beneath the peach tree, taking in the entire scene. Under his divine sense, he heard every word the two exchanged clearly. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had likely been played by Yi-chun and Chu Yue in this manner. Yet today, upon witnessing this scene, he felt no anger. Instead, he smiled with amusement, saying, "This green tea must be treated with green tea. Chu Yue, you truly surprised me this lifetime." Following this, Chu Tianjun no longer paid attention to Yi-chun and Chu Yue. He transformed into a streak of light and left the Jiuxiao sect naturally to slay a latest-stage nascent soul demon. Long Yue was already bound in the underground prison with chains locking her, pipa bones nailed to the stone wall. The place was pitch black, filled with snakes, insects, rodents, and filth, making it far too dirty for someone as divine as Long Yue. Indeed, Tianjun is not heartless. Now that I have come to this underground prison to be punished, this should lessen some of his hatred towards me, right? Long Yue's clothing was already soiled with filthy insects crawling on her, yet she cared little about that. What occupied her mind was whether Chu Tianjun's hatred for her had decreased. When Chu Yue was being interrogated, she did not show up for a long time as she was waiting for Chu Tianjun to appear. Finally, she got the result she had been hoping for. The reason she willingly took Chu Yue's place in the underground prison was not merely to bear the punishment for her master, but because it was the method of punishment proposed by Chu Tianjun. At night, in the courtyard of Tianxian Peak, Yi-chun and Chu Yue were in their respective rooms. Yi-chun was frantically consuming and refining pills, and the elixirs that Chu Yue gave him were not only numerous but also of high quality. While refining the pills, Yi-chun was also planning for the future. Chu Yue has already devoted herself to me, and the resources she possesses are limited. I should find an opportunity to go to the Daming dynasty. Ning Qiuzi not only has more resources but is also a princess. Just thinking about it excites me. Once I have tamed Ning Qiuzi, it will be time for my good master. Oh, and that Lu Qingxue. This woman is a bit tricky, but fortunately my family has already arranged many things in advance. Days later, Yi-chun successfully broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. At this time, his displayed talent was already catching up to Chu Tianjun. After a few more days, Yi-chun spoke to Chu Yue about his desire to go out and train. It is common for foundation establishment disciples to go out for training, so it is reasonable for Yi-chun to descend the mountain at this time. I've heard that Ning Qiuzi is recruiting talented individuals. Perhaps she also wants to break free from Chu Tianjun's control. Senior sister, I believe this is our opportunity. If we can join forces with Ning Qiuzi, we'll have a better chance to defeat that tyrant Chu Tianjun. Yi-chun revealed his plan, and in his words, Chu Tianjun had already become a tyrant. Chu Yue seemed to be truly brainwashed by him. It was clear that Yi-chun intended to create a harem, yet she felt no anger and instead worried about his safety. She even proactively said, "Xiao-chun, the spiritual herbs I collected in the secret realm last time, I will have someone refine them into pills for you. You must speed up your consumption of the pills, and strive to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. Senior sister, you are too good to me. I Yi-chan swear to heaven that I will never let you down in this lifetime, Yue senior sister. Yi-chan swore to the heavens, his attitude sincere and his gaze steadfast. Yi-chan excitedly descended the mountain heading straight for the Daming dynasty. Though he was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, he felt that all the world's strong were merely insignificant figures and all beauties should submit beneath him. At this time Chu Tianjun was already in the Liubo mountain range, preparing to slay a late-stage nascent soul demon. There was no need to go to the distant northern region as there were several in the Liubo mountain range. The demon Chu Tianjun was preparing to kill was deeply connected to him. In his previous life this place had been where he suffered the most serious defeat. It was here that Yi-chan had caused Chu Tianjun to stumble. Within the Liubo mountain range there is a place called Wubohai. Although it is named a sea, it is actually a massive lake. The lake is abundant with treasures of water element, and according to the trajectory of the previous life a rare treasure will emerge here in about a year and a half. In the previous life many top sects from the eastern region fought over it, and the disciples of the sect suffered heavy casualties due to a peak nascent soul water dragon lurking in the calm sea. This creature was unlike ordinary demon beasts, possessing an astonishing level of strength comparable to the early stage of the god transformation realm. Ultimately, it was Chu Tianjun, a prodigy of the righteous path, who paid the price of falling to a lower realm to slay this water dragon, which was almost on par with the god transformation stage. Such a feat, combined with his rescue of numerous disciples from the Immortal Alliance, should have made Chu Tianjun a figure of universal admiration destined to become the leader of the Eastern region's Immortal Alliance. However, the reality was that right after he slew the water dragon, a female demon, along with a horde of demon beasts, surrounded the remaining disciples of the Immortal Alliance, declaring in front of everyone that Chu Tianjun was her master, and that this was all part of his scheme. At this point Chu Tianjun could no longer clear his name, and in the end it was Yi-chan who turned the tide, leading the remaining disciples to break through the encirclement, and bringing the severely injured and demoted Chu Tianjun back to the sect for trial. In truth, Chu Tianjun had long wanted to come here, but the water dragon was indeed formidable, and previously, he did not have the confidence. However, recently he had gained a deeper understanding of the Six Instruments heavenly book, and although he had not fully stepped into the god transformation stage, he was confident he could slay the water dragon. In the sky above the calm sea, Chu Tianjun summoned the Tianxian sword, which then transformed its wings, retracting to become a kuin, sinking into the calm sea. Moments later, the previously tranquil surface of the sea surged with tumultuous waves, followed by immense roars and howls from beneath the water, as if some peerless, ferocious beast was battling below. After a few moments, the Tianxian sword emerged from the water's surface, having transformed back into its sword form, and closely following was a colossal water dragon glistening with a silver sheen, exuding a terrifying aura. "You wretched beast, we meet again," Chu Tianjun said with a light smile upon seeing the water dragon before him. The wisdom of the nascent soul demon beast was not inferior to that of humans, so it could naturally understand what Chu Tianjun was saying, but while it could comprehend the words, the meaning was perplexing. Clearly this was their first encounter, so how could this human cultivator say they had met before? This thought only briefly flashed through the water dragon's consciousness, as the next moment left it no time to ponder. Chu Tianjun was not one for unnecessary words, and immediately unleashed his thunderous techniques. Faced with a water dragon whose strength was not inferior to that of the god transformation stage, he struck with his most powerful move. Countless mysterious runes appeared behind him, forming rings of compasses that seemed to control the very workings of the world. In that moment Chu Tianjun resembled a divine being. He simply raised his hand towards the water dragon, then clenched his fingers, forcibly extracting a small snake-like white dragon shadow from within the body of the 100-jong water dragon. This shadow represented the water dragon's nascent soul, held in Chu Tianjun's grasp, struggling desperately. However, as the compass behind Chu Tianjun rotated, the aura of the water dragon's nascent soul rapidly weakened, as if placed into a millstone that ground away its power. After a few moments, the water dragon's nascent soul was on the verge of collapse. Chu Tianjun softly commanded, "Tianxian." He then tossed the water dragon's nascent soul, and the Tianxian sword transformed into a kuin eagle, swallowing the nascent soul whole. Instead of returning immediately, the Tianxian sword, now in its kuin form, shrank its wings again and plunged back into the water. However, this time, the kuin form of the Tianxian sword was vastly different from before. Not only did its aura become significantly stronger, but its ability to control water was evidently enhanced. This marked a step closer for the Tianxian sword to evolve into a spiritual treasure. After swimming around in the depths of the water, it emerged with a palm-sized bronze box. Chu Tianjun held this bronze box in his palm, and immediately recalled the copper coffin that Yichun had retrieved from the hidden gold valley. However, the copper coffin clearly bore immortal seals, while this bronze box did not. Why does this feel like it was originally prepared for Yichun? Chu Tianjun's expression turned contemplative, yet he did not rush to open the bronze box. He stood on the water's surface for a long time, suddenly looking towards the shore and coldly saying, "How long do you intend to watch?" Where he directed his gaze was a row of willow trees which appeared to be unremarkable. However, just as his words fell, one of the willow trees suddenly emitted a green light, and then a woman dressed in green with a stunning appearance appeared. Upon seeing the woman's face, a strong killing intent surfaced in Chu Tianjun's eyes. He recognized her, even if she returned to ashes, for she was the demoness who had suddenly appeared before him in the previous life, declaring herself as his master. "Senior, please calm down. This little girl did not intend to eavesdrop. She has taken root here, and due to her shallow cultivation is unable to move at all now." The demoness transformed from the willow tree bowed respectfully to Chu Tianjun, her expression fearful, appearing genuinely terrified. This demoness cultivation was only at the golden core stage, yet Chu Tianjun found it strange. It was already difficult for grass and trees to gain sentience, and even if they awakened their intelligence, their cultivation would be exceedingly slow. When he had seen this demoness in the previous life, she was already at the early nascent soul stage. This meant that in the following year or so, this demoness, still only at the mid-golden core stage, could cultivate to the nascent soul stage. She should not have encountered Yichun yet. It seems Yichun is the reason for her rapid cultivation progress. With this connection to his past life, Chu Tianjun immediately linked this woman to Yichun, and many things began to make sense. "What is your name?" Chu Tianjun retracted his killing intent and calmly asked her. He then shifted his form and appeared beneath a willow tree, standing a zhang away from the demoness. "I must say Yichun's taste is quite commendable. Oh, his harem is visually pleasing. This demoness possesses a unique aura, blending grace with allure, innocence with a hint of seduction. These distinct qualities come together flawlessly." Chu Tianjun assessed her from top to bottom, beginning to evaluate her. "In response to your inquiry, my name is Lu Ruyan." The demoness, transformed from the willow tree, answered respectfully. "Lu Ruyan, do you know what is inside this bronze box?" Chu Tianjun raised the bronze box and inquired. Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head, saying, "Although I have been aware since gaining consciousness, I have never seen this object. However, it seems that Water Dragon was guarding it." "Oh, would you like to know what is inside?" Chu Tianjun concealed his killing intent and even revealed a smile. Lu Ruyan was of course curious. She quickly nodded, but then felt it inappropriate and added, "I will follow your senior's instructions." Chu Tianjun said nothing further, gently snapping his fingers to open the bronze box before Lu Ruyan. As the box opened, a pink pearl emerged, radiating brilliance and appearing exquisite. However, Chu Tianjun immediately discerned that there was something inside the pearl. He reached out and gently touched the pearl, causing it to shatter, and at once a pink mist enveloped both Chu Tianjun and Lu Ruyan. What is this? Such potent lust poison." As soon as Chu Tianjun came into contact with the pink mist, he immediately understood what it was. Chu Tianjun, due to his high cultivation, was fine, but for Lu Ruyan opposite him, it was quite distressing. The moment she encountered the lust poison, she felt parched, and her desires surged uncontrollably like a flood. "Oh no, it seems I am going to be at this person's mercy today. I hope he is the destined person I have been waiting for." Lu Ruyan breathed heavily, the last remnants of her rationality telling her what was about to unfold. Lu Ruyan was indeed a willow tree. Yet from the moment she awakened to sentience, she felt an inexplicable certainty she had been waiting for someone. Chu Tianjun cultivated the creation and supreme freedom demon art, only to discover that this demonic cultivation technique could even neutralize such a potent lust toxin. This lust toxin itself was an exceptionally refined form of energy, one that irresistibly stirred carnal longing in those of the opposite sex, binding them thereafter with unwavering obsessive devotion following consummation. In mere moments, Lu Ruyan's eyes grew languid and smoldering. She advanced toward Chu Tianjun, step by deliberate step, shedding her robes as she walked, her demeanor now that of a cunning, seasoned seductress. Yet just as Lu Ruyan reached for Chu Tianjun's body poised for intimate union, he suddenly splayed his 5 fingers, and the entire rosy mist surrounding them surged inward, drawn into his being, where the creation and supreme freedom demon art transmuted it into the purest spiritual energy. Deprived of the toxin, Lu Ruyan instantly regained her senses. Her cheeks flushed crimson yet overwhelmed by profound shame. She hastily gathered her scattered garments and stood with head-bowed arms clasped tightly across her chest. I owe you my deepest gratitude, Senior Cultivator. Had it not been for your extraordinary mastery we would have— Lu Ruyan attempted to ease the suffocating awkwardness, only to find her words deepening it further. She remained with head lowered awaiting a reply, but none came. Summoning courage, she lifted her gaze, only to meet Chu Tianjun's faint chilling smirk. Before Lu Ruyan could react, terror flashing in her eyes, Chu Tianjun seized her robes and tore them away in one ruthless motion. Senior Cultivator, no, don't. Why are you doing this? Lu Ruyan offered no resistance as he pinned her against her own willow trunk. The ensuing assault was brutal, unrelenting. Her cries echoed across the lakeshore, humiliating, bewildering, and utterly disorienting. In truth, under the toxin's influence, Lu Ruyan had already steeled herself for surrender, and she bore no aversion to this formidable human cultivator. His effortless slaying of the water serpent, a demon beast rivaling a nascent soul cultivator in power, had left an indelible impression upon her heart. As a Yao beast, she was innately awed by strength. Perhaps for a fleeting instant she had even welcomed the potency of that lust toxin in the casket. Yet why must he first dispel it, only to impose his will so shamelessly? Chu Tianjun was undeniably formidable, in every sense, and when he finally finished dressing, half an hour had passed. By then Lu Ruyan lay limp as a willow branch, utterly drained of strength. Clutching her tattered robes, she sat in silence, uncertain what to say. Until seeing Chu Tianjun remain wordless, she dared lift her eyes once more. She had not witnessed him earlier slipping the heaven-whirling sword into the bronze casket nor sinking it deep beneath the water. She saw only a man fastening his belt, preparing to depart. Senior Cultivator, I felt drawn to you the moment our eyes met. When I opened that jade casket just now, had you acted then, I would have yielded willingly. So why treat me thus? Seeing him turn to leave, Lu Ruyan urgently sought clarity, her Yao nature rendering her speech startlingly forthright. Chu Tianjun halted, turned back with a devilishly charming smile, and said, the moment I laid eyes on you, I wanted exactly this. Lu Ruyan froze, mortified and furious, yet too afraid to show anger, and strangely no longer certain shame was warranted. Chu Tianjun spared her life, not out of mercy but to observe whether Yi Chun would still claim her after her defilement. His answer served two purposes: first, to mirror her own confession, the moment I saw you, and second, to settle a grudge from his previous life when Lu Ruyan had betrayed him. A fitting act of retribution. As Chu Tianjun resumed his departure, Lu Ruyan called out once more, Senior Cultivator, will we meet again? At her words, Chu Tianjun's frame tensed. Then he quickened his pace, inwardly musing, has this Yao woman grown addicted? Whatever unfolded next, at least this encounter would poison and ensnare Yi Chun. Provided, of course, that he survived long enough to reach this point in this lifetime. Upon returning to the Zhou sect at dusk, Chu Tianjun appeared directly above the Grand Hall and released the 100-zhang corpse of the giant water serpent. Senior Brother Tianshu, I have slain a peak nascent soul-level demonic beast, a millennium-old water serpent. The sect may dispose of the remains as it sees fit. Chu Tianjun's voice resonated across the entire Zhou sect. Countless gazes converged upon the hall. The colossal serpent's body was awe-inspiring. But even more staggering was his declaration. Peak nascent soul and a legendary dragon serpent. True cultivator Chu Tianjun may not be a transcendent soul cultivator, yet he surely rivals one. Having delivered the serpent's corpse to the sect, Chu Tianjun departed without delay, only to find Lu Qingxue awaiting him atop Tianjun Peak. Senior brother, you're far too generous. That corpse rivals a transcendent soul cultivator. Its flesh and blood alone could refine countless spirit pills. Its hide and bones are peerless materials for forging supreme artifacts. And why did you leave behind the serpent's heart? Its essence blood could nurture an entire generation of nascent soul cultivators. Lu Qingxue scolded him, her expression mirroring that of a wife berating a profligate husband. Then they must be overjoyed. Chu Tianjun replied with a quiet smile. His question only deepened Lu Qingxue's ire. She shot him an exasperated glance and continued, overjoyed. The entire eastern region has stirred. Sects from Qingzhou, Yuezhou, and Yangzhou have pulled every string imaginable, seeking to trade for fragments of that serpent. Chu Tianjun showed no trace of annoyance, only a knowing, inscrutable smile. Then perhaps, junior sister, you ought to keep a meticulous ledger. Lu Qingxue's expression stiffened. Then in an instant comprehension dawned. She looked at him with quiet remorse. After a pause she murmured, "Forgive me, senior brother. I failed to grasp your profound intent. To surrender such a treasure to these treacherous wolves feels like feeding vultures with pearls. It matters not. One day they shall repay it all. Tenfold. I once believed only certain elders were self-serving. But now I see it clearly. Our Fufeng prefecture has not produced a single transcendent soul cultivator in 1,000 years. There is far more than mere negligence at play." Chu Tianjun waved his hand dismissively. His gaze distant, his tone ominously grave. Since abandoning his former naivety, Chu Tianjun had grown sharply perceptive. Beyond his vendetta against Yichun, he now discerned the Zhoushan sect's rot at its roots. The sect was being bled dry by rival sects, and many elders deliberately suppressed prodigious disciples. Yet one question plagued him most: all elders knew of the Supreme Elder Patriarch enshrined in the Ancestral Hall, whose cultivation had reached the terrifying Void Enlightenment realm. How then dared they act so brazenly? And how could the Supreme Elder Patriarch remain utterly indifferent? For several days thereafter Chu Tianjun remained absent from Tianjun Peak, spending most of his time in the scripture repository. He recalled that in his past life it was precisely at this juncture, after returning wounded from the Treasure Gold Valley, that he had stumbled upon the heaven-stealing creation art while convalescing among the texts. He had visited the scripture repository soon after rebirth, but searched in vain for the heaven-stealing creation art. Returning again, he found nothing. So the heaven-stealing creation art was never originally housed here. It was placed there later. Has my altered path caused its benefactor to withhold it? Standing by the scripture repository's window, gazing absently outside, Chu Tianjun concluded with certainty the art had been deliberately planted for him. Yet in his past life he had refused to cultivate it. Its descriptions and effects alike screamed demonic art. This lifetime he had embraced it, yet the very text meant to appear now remained conspicuously absent. After days of vigilant waiting, yielding nothing, he finally left the scripture repository. By then, the elders had already divided the water serpent's remains among themselves. Back atop Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingxue arrived immediately. "Senior brother, I recorded everything just as you instructed. The situation is worse than we imagined." She held up a small notebook, flipping through its pages as she spoke. Chu Tianjun's brow furrowed deeper with every word. Aside from himself, Lu Qingxue, the nine-sword true cultivator, who remained sealed in a life-or-death seclusion, and the imprisoned lunar veil true cultivator, every other nascent soul cultivator in the Zhoushan sect, including sect master Tianshu, had established clandestine ties with external sects. Choice fragments of the serpent flowed outward through these elders' networks. "Senior brother, if not for your efforts these past years to gather loyal disciples, the Zhoushan sect would now be riddled with spies and traitors. My master's Wangyue Peak lineage is already sparse. The Tianshan Peak line has none at all. And having only recently attained nascent soul, my Qingxue Peak boasts no disciples either." Lu Qingxue's expression hardened with grim realization. The deeper she probed, the more irredeemable the sect seemed. So, what proportion of disciples remained truly loyal? Chu Tianjun asked curiously. He had gathered disciples yet never tallied their numbers. "Less than 2/10." Lu Qingxue replied, her voice no longer grave, but heavy with despair. "It almost feels as though we are the infiltrators," Chu Tianjun remarked wryly. Lu Qingxue blinked. Then after a heartbeat's pause nodded slowly. It was in fact precisely that. The question of who the traitor is has long transcended practical inquiry. It now belongs to the realm of philosophy, given the current state of the Zhoushan sect. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue tacitly refrained from pursuing it further. "Qingxue, how much do you know about our sect's supreme elder?" Chu Tianjun then shifted the conversation toward the enigmatic figure. "I didn't even know we had a supreme elder, until you told me just now. But if such an elder truly exists, how could she stand idly by as the sect descends into decay? And if she truly cultivates at the Tao-permeating realm, she could elevate the Zhoushan sect to supremacy among all sects across the continent." Lu Qingxue's expression grew faintly bewildered. Yet her doubts echoed a genuine paradox embedded deep within the sect's very foundations. Meanwhile, Chu Tianjun found himself increasingly convinced why, of all places, had Yichun chosen the Zhoushan sect. That possibility could not be dismissed. It is true. Longyue once received direct instruction from the Supreme Elder, and I may have even met her myself. Chu Tianjun spoke with solemn conviction. "You've seen me, senior brother. Have you truly met the Supreme Elder?" Lu Qingxue leaned in, curiosity sharpened. Many of you have long wondered, how did I, an ordinary mortal, ascend Zhoushan Mountain unaided? Today I shall show you precisely how I climbed that mountain. A spectral compass materialized behind Chu Tianjun. Then 2 radiant beams emanated from his eyes, converging before him, whereupon a shimmering luminescent screen unfolded, revealing vivid scenes drawn from his own memories. The memory began on a frigid winter day. Young Chu Tianjun, clad in threadbare garments, trudged through deep snow delivering firewood for a local landowner. An orphan, yes, but one blessed with uncommon fortune. He had survived to adulthood, grown strong enough to sustain himself. Life was austere, yet starvation remained distant. After selling the firewood, he earned a few copper coins. In the marketplace, he bought several steamed buns, tucking 2 into his chest and distributing the rest among street urchins huddled by the roadside. At that time, Chu Tianjun was still utterly mundane, yet already bore the quiet hallmark of profound kindness. Yet perhaps kindness was too simple a word. He himself had been raised on the charity of strangers. Now, he simply extended what little he could to orphans whose fates mirrored his own. Having finished the distribution, he returned to his humble dwelling, gathered dry kindling, lit a small fire, and boiled snow into water. As he sat savoring his modest meal, a voice rang out, "Little one, you possess a heart far gentler than your circumstances suggest. And yet you feed others when you yourself go hungry." The speaker was a girl similarly dressed in thin clothes, yet hers were immaculate, pristine against his tattered garb. Noticing her shivering form and gaze lingering upon his buns, he instinctively offered, "If you seek shelter from the storm, please sit beside me." She smiled and seated herself beside him. After a pause, he handed her the second bun. "This blizzard shows no sign of relenting. If you'll forgive its plainness, please accept it." She accepted without hesitation and ate with graceful poise. When she finished, she asked gently, "In this fleeting life, spanning but a few decades, do you truly intend to live it out like this?" Only then did Chu Tianjun realize, though her age appeared nearly his own, she had already addressed him twice as "little one." What else can an ordinary person do? Dreams hold everything, but reality offers nothing easy. His reply carried quiet resignation. Everyone dreams, but reality remains implacable. Life does not bend to desire, merely drifting with the current already sets one above many. Now, here is an opportunity. Would you follow me and cultivate the Tao? Her tone turned earnest, her eyes locking onto his. "What? Cultivate the Tao? No thank you. I've never even dreamed of such a thing." He laughed and waved dismissively, certain she teased him. "I am not jesting. Watch closely." She glared at him, then snapped her fingers. Instantly the world spun violently. In the next breath, he stood not in his crumbling thatched hut, but upon the frozen surface of a river sealed beneath ice. An illusion. He gasped, scanning his surroundings, though deep down he already doubted that explanation. This is earth-shortening, a divine art of the Tao-permeating realm, not some petty trick. So, will you cultivate the Tao with me? She tapped his forehead lightly, repeating her question with gentle insistence. Truly, can I? Though dazed by the tap, he believed her, yet lingered in uncertainty. She nodded, then added, almost as enticement, "Cultivation brings sumptuous robes, feasts beyond measure, and countless beautiful wives." "Then, I shall cultivate." His agreement came reluctantly, not driven by visions of beauty, but by the simple, honest yearning for a better life. That single phrase, "Then I shall cultivate," did not yet mark the beginning of his cultivation path. Rather, it heralded a journey up the mountain, arduous, resonant, unforgettable. Zhoushan Mountain pierced the heavens. Its main peak soared nearly 10,000 zhang high. Legend claimed no mortal had ever reached its summit. Yet the girl led Chu Tianjun upward step by deliberate step. "Immortal maiden, why do you guide me toward cultivation?" The ascent was grueling, so he spoke often to ease the silence. Before long, he confirmed her extraordinary power, and thus addressed her with reverence. "This path has grown too lonely," she replied, her words imbued with quiet poetry. Especially as they traversed the vast snow-draped peaks, 2 solitary figures moving in silent tandem against the white expanse. The memory flickered. Endless snow, endless steps. They foraged wild fruits when hungry, scooped and chewed snow when thirsty. "You are so powerful. Why not simply shorten the earth and carry me straight to the summit? There's no path here at all. How long must we walk?" After 2 or 3 days, impatience edged his voice. At that time he knew nothing of cultivation ranks, and felt no awe before this likely Tao-permeating elder disguised as a girl. She halted, smiled, and pointed behind him. Look behind you. Bewildered, he turned, and saw only snow and two parallel trails of footprints, one his own, the other hers, the very girl who had promised to guide him toward cultivation. I see them. But what of it? He asked, puzzled. You said there was no path. Then tell me, what are these if not the path we ourselves have made? She smiled, then paused, her expression turning grave. As for how long we walk, until you can walk no further, or until the path itself ends. In that instant something stirred within him, an inkling elusive and profound, yet words failed to capture it. The road stretched long. 10 days passed before he beheld the Zhoushuo sect's majestic main hall, and witnessed disciples soaring skyward on streaks of light or riding swords through the air. Only then did he know he had not been deceived. Master, when will I attain such power? He cried, pointing excitedly at the flying disciples. He had already begun addressing her as master. But she waved her hand lightly. I shall not be your master, nor do I take disciples. Should you perish before me, would I not suffer the agony of burying my own student? Discipleship breeds attachment, and attachment only invites sorrow. Still fear not. I have already arranged a master for you. Longyue is not only the most gifted disciple the Zhoushuo sect has nurtured in a millennium. She is also exceedingly lovely. Breeds attachment, and attachment only invites sorrow. He had spoken those very words upon his rebirth, words first heard from her lips. Then, may I know your name, elder? You are my guide. I shall remember you for all my days. By now Chu Tianjun sensed clearly this girl, appearing no older than himself, held immeasurable status and cultivation prowess. His words were no flattery. They sprang from genuine gratitude rooted in his nature as one who repaid kindness without condition. And indeed she deserved the title of guide, in full measure. Yet upon hearing his question she fell into thoughtful silence, then murmured with visible difficulty, my name. It has been too long. I have forgotten even my own. Truly, I wish I could tell you. Chu Tianjun's memory ended there, followed by the scene of him standing in the sect's grand hall, surrounded by elders vying to claim him as their disciple. Senior brother, this supreme elder is rather peculiar. She tapped you on the head. Twice. That was all Lu Qingxue said after witnessing his recollection. Chu Tianjun nodded. Everyone could sense something unusual about the elder ancestor. Indeed, she had tapped him on the head twice, once when he refused to believe she was a cultivator, dismissing her abilities as mere illusionary tricks. The second time was just before Chu Tianjun entered the Nine Heavens Grand Hall, when the elder ancestor jokingly announced she had arranged for a beautiful female cultivator named Longyue to take him as her disciple, adding with a playful smile that Longyue was exceptionally lovely, and lightly tapped his forehead once more. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue discussed the mysterious elder ancestor at length, yet uncovered no concrete insights. Still, Lu Qingxue reminded him that the sect maintained a dedicated archive of historical records. Perhaps clues awaited there. The next day Chu Tianjun arrived at a secluded courtyard inhabited only by a handful of disciples whose lifespans were nearly exhausted, and whose cultivation levels remained low. No one knew who had originally established this place. When Chu Tianjun stated his purpose, a disciple led him before a row of modest buildings and opened their doors, revealing shelves upon shelves of neatly arranged books. Indeed, every volume was bound in paper, not spirit-inscribed jade tablets nor memory-storing crystal stones. The Nine Heavens Sect's millennia-long history had been painstakingly recorded character by character on fragile parchment. This greatly increased Chu Tianjun's workload. Yet fortunately he sought only a single person, not a comprehensive study of the sect's 10th annals. Soon, within historical texts spanning 4,000 to 3,000 years ago, he discovered a suspicious figure. Though the records of this individual were sparse, each entry carried extraordinary weight. First, this person was the very first mortal, unaided by spiritual artifacts or external aid, to ascend the mountain path to the Nine Heavens Sect. Second, they were a prodigy of their era, attaining the nascent soul refinement realm in barely over a century. Not the current era's coveted spirit ascension realm, but the far rarer higher nascent soul refinement realm. Yet all documentation of this figure ceased abruptly 3,000 years ago. No mention of death, transcendence, or ascension. At this point Chu Tianjun had essentially uncovered the truth. The name Yuxuanji appeared repeatedly throughout the annals. Chu Tianjun immediately proceeded to the ancestral hall. Pushing open its weathered gate, his gaze swept slowly across every ancestral tablet within. After examining them all, a quiet smile touched his lips. Turning toward the empty hall, he said aloud, Elder Ancestor Xuanji. You were the one who brought me up the mountain, weren't you? Xuanji was a legendary genius in the Nine Heavens Sect's history. Yet no tablet bore her name in the ancestral hall. This meant she had not perished, thus the supreme elder ancestor could only be her. Alas, though Chu Tianjun had deduced the elder ancestor's identity, no reply came. Nor did he expect one. Silence troubled him not. Remaining uncertainties no longer weighed upon him. He knew that as his cultivation deepened, all mysteries would unravel. Once he reached the doubt-perceiving realm, elder ancestor Xuanji would surely reveal herself. Senior sister, I intend to enter seclusion once more. I entrust the sect's affairs to you. Should any emergency arise, you may awaken me. He handed Lu Qingxue a jade token, one capable of bypassing the formation seals guarding his residence. Senior brother Chu Yue has visited Longyue in the subterranean prison every day since Yichun descended the mountain. The 3-month term is nearly over. Shall we tell Longyue of Yichen's true nature? Lu Qingxue had recently observed Chu Yue closely ever since Chu Tianjun had saved her that day. No need, sighed Chu Tianjun. If one refuses to believe, even direct sight will not convince. If one truly understands, no words are required. She will grasp it on her own. He sighed deeply, still unwilling to alter Longyue's convictions, perhaps because her wounds ran too deep. Ever since Yichun left the mountain, Chu Yue had indeed visited Longyue daily in the subterranean prison. Not bringing food, not offering pills, merely sitting silently nearby, cultivating in stillness. At first Longyue urged Chu Yue to leave, declaring the place unclean. Chu Yue simply replied, my talent is poor. I cultivate just as well anywhere. Thereafter, no matter what Longyue said, Chu Yue remained silent. Longyue was no fool, though the remark sounded like self-deprecation, its undercurrent of resentment was unmistakable. Yes, her talent was modest. But she had once held the chance to become Chu Tianjun's disciple, destined to bask in boundless favor. Now, however, she resembled an orphan child cast aside and forgotten. Yue, your master was wrong. You deserve to dwell upon Tianjun Peak, cherished above all others. I have failed you. After several more days, Longyue finally bowed her head and confessed her fault to Chu Yue. This admission implicitly acknowledged that accepting Yichun as a disciple had been a grave error. Yet Chu Yue only smiled gently and said, Master, you are my sole kin in this world. There is no need for apology. Those words pierced Longyue's heart more sharply than any reproach, deepening her sorrow and intensifying her guilt. Because of Yichun alone, she had shattered her only remaining bond. Once merely disdainful of him, Longyue now felt for the first time a flicker of genuine hatred. 3 months passed swiftly. The seal upon Longyue dissolved, and her nascent soul realm cultivation surged back instantly. Iron chains shattered under her power, the wounds piercing her clavicles sealed rapidly, though the tears in her robes remained unrepaired. Let us return. You have suffered enough these past days, Longyue murmured, her voice thick with remorse. Chu Yue said nothing, only followed silently behind her. Emerging from the subterranean prison, they soared toward Tianxian Peak. En route, Tianjun Peak naturally came into view. Its sight after 3 months' absence stirred a strange disquiet within Longyue. The peach blossoms atop its summit bloomed just as luxuriantly as before, yet she possessed not even a pretext to ascend. Glancing back at Chu Yue, silent and hollow as a soulless automaton, Longyue's heart sank deeper still. Where has your junior brother gone? Upon returning to Tianxian Peak, Longyue did not glance toward Yichun, only turned to Chu Yue and asked. Truth be told, had Chu Yue not appeared during those months, Longyue might never have drawn such comparisons. Even on the first day Chu Yue visited her in the prison, Longyue had wondered why among her own disciples, especially Yichun, her formerly sworn junior disciple, had none come to see her. She never voiced the question, nor did Chu Yue volunteer an answer. Yet discontent had already taken root in Longyue's heart. The moment Yichun recoiled before the disciplinary hall had sown doubt about his character. Now that doubt had hardened into certainty. He departed for the Daning dynasty. To seek Ning Chotzi, Chu Yue replied plainly, her tone devoid of emotion or judgment. To seek Chotzi? What business does he have with her? Longyue frowned faintly. In Longyue's estimation, Ning Chotzi held exalted status. During Chotzi's time upon Tianjun Peak, Longyue had enjoyed unrestricted open access to the peak, even inspiring rumors that Chotzi was the illegitimate daughter of Chu Tianjun and herself. Far from resenting such gossip, Longyue had secretly delighted in it. Recalling this now only sharpened her bitterness. She suddenly realized Even when Chu Tianjun had always kept others at arm's length, even when he habitually rebuffed her with cold indifference. Those moments in hindsight had been profoundly precious. Now not even the privilege of rejection remained. Chu Tianjun's current seclusion was not aimed at breaking through to the nascent soul realm. In fact, he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation. His primary focus lay instead on studying the 6 ritual celestial scripture, all as part of an elaborate long-standing scheme, or rather a meticulously laid trap for those harboring ill intent. Meanwhile, Yichun seemed blessed by celestial fortune upon arriving in the great Ning dynasty. His path unfolded with uncanny ease and seamless success. When he entered the capital city of the great Ning dynasty, it happened to be the secular lantern festival. Throughout the city, lanterns shimmered and banners fluttered. On the famed Jinming Pond, ornate pleasure barges glided across the water, their decks alive with song, dance, and scholars composing verses in elegant rivalry. Coincidentally, Princess Chonggong Ning Chosi was also boating upon the lake that night. Her imperial barge gleamed with opulence. Yet her exalted status inevitably distanced her from the jubilant throng. Though several court ministers accompanied her aboard, most were venerable elders or men in their 40s and 50s, leaving the princess, despite her rank, strikingly solitary. Just as Ning Chosi drifted into listless boredom, a slender skiff glided silently past her barge. At its prow stood a young scholar clad in azure robes, poised graceful, his features radiant beneath the silvery glow of lantern light. Leaning idly upon my small boat, Jinming Pond stretches wide, merging sky and cloud. Oh, with whom shall I share this moment? The breeze and moonlight alone keep me company. He recited softly, hands clasped behind his back. His voice, though low, carried perfectly to Ning Chosi and her entourage aboard the barge. A masterful poem. Exquisite imagery. The ministers beside Ning Chosi murmured their admiration. And instinctively every gaze aboard turned toward the azure-robed youth. Invite this young master aboard. Ning Chosi, instantly captivated by his talent, instructed her attendants to extend the invitation. Soon the azure-robed youth stood before Ning Chosi and bowed with poised dignity. Yichun, direct disciple of Master Longyue of the Zhoushan sect, pays homage to your highness the princess. What? You claim to be senior uncle Longyue's disciple. She treated me with boundless kindness. I cherished her as a mother. Are you truly her disciple? Ning Chosi exclaimed, overjoyed. Yichun swiftly confirmed their shared connection. Convinced he had orchestrated a flawless entrance, he found her warmth immediate and genuine. That very night she escorted him into the imperial palace and hosted a banquet in his honor. How fares senior uncle Longyue? Ning Chosi asked only after some time, carefully avoiding any mention of recent events at the Zhoushan sect, feigning ignorance. Alas, my master. Yichen's expression darkened with anguish, then embellished the tale. Chu Tianjun, he claimed, had imprisoned Longyue in an underground dungeon. Not merely to subjugate, but to humiliate her. Senior sister, these words should never cross my lips. You and Elder Chu are father and daughter after all. But Yichun watched Ning Chosi closely, speaking with deliberate caution. He knew only rumors of her estrangement from Chu Tianjun, and still needed confirmation. Say no more. I know well enough he is capable of such cruelty. Though he calls himself my adoptive father, his sole aim has always been to seize my spirit body. In that instant Ning Chosi dispelled Yichen's lingering doubts. Thereupon an unspoken alliance crystallized. Yichun vowed to vanquish the tyrant Chu Tianjun and rescue both his master and senior sister. Ning Chosi pledged full cooperation, urging him to cultivate diligently and strengthen his power. Yet the moment Yichun departed, Ning Chosi's countenance hardened into icy severity. Senior brother Ouyang, how fares the grand gift we prepared for Yichun? Ouyang Ming materialized behind her. The formation is fully arrayed. Should he enter it, even a nascent soul cultivator would face utter annihilation, body and soul alike. Ouyang Ming spoke with quiet confidence. Though merely at the midstage of the Golden Core realm, he wielded the true treatise on formation arts, an ancient artifact inherited from the primordial cultivators, a time when formation mastery stood at the very heart of cultivation. Among its scrolls resided numerous formations capable of slaying foes far beyond one's own realm, though each demanded immense resources, meticulous pre-deployment, and crucially the target's voluntary entry. In a few days I shall lure him into the formation. Father refrains from acting directly, wishing to gauge Yichen's hidden strengths. I shall relieve his burden. If we succeed in eliminating Yichun, so much the better. If not, at least we shall force him to reveal some of his concealed cards. Ning Chosi declared decisively, her resolve to strike against Yichun now irrevocable. Her innate talent, like that of Chu Yue, ranked among the most abysmal ever witnessed by Chu Tianjun, truly the two weakest cultivators he had ever encountered. Yet their temperaments diverged starkly. Chu Yue played Yichun with patience, casting a long line to catch a great fish, whereas Ning Chosiai acted with swift, incisive force, possessing none of Chu Yue's enduring restraint. For several days, Yichun assisted Ning Chosiai in managing state affairs and military strategy. Indeed, his talents proved manifold. Under his guidance, the Ning Kingdom's armed forces surged in combat prowess and visionary policies. He helped enact promised lasting national strength. Junior brother Yi, urgent news from the front. To halt our advance, the Chun Kingdom has allied with demonic sects. The battlefield grows perilous. What shall we do? One day Ning Chosiai entered clutching a dispatch, her face etched with palpable anxiety. Yichun recognized his moment to shine. In just days, Ning Chosiai had grown visibly dependent upon him. Resolving this crisis involving the Chun Kingdom's demonic reinforcements would surely secure her complete trust, and perhaps her heart. He immediately thumped his chest in assurance, a trifling matter. I shall settle it with ease. Yet the enemy remains cultivators. I cannot bear to send junior brother Yi alone. I shall accompany you. Ning Chosiai replied, eyes clouded with concern. Yichun inwardly rejoiced. So she already clung to him. A mere woman indeed, yielded effortlessly to his charm. Outwardly, however, he feigned solicitude. Senior sister is of noble birth. There is no need for you to risk yourself alongside me. Await my triumphant return within the capital. No. Should anything befall you, how could I? Ning Chosiai blurted, then trailed off, cheeks flushing, as she lowered her head in shy embarrassment. Yichun, even more elated, reluctantly acquiesced, vowing solemnly to protect Ning Chosiai with his life, shielding her from harm, even from that old cur Chu Tianjun. In Yichen's lexicon, Chu Tianjun had now fallen from ancient demon to old cur. Little did he know Ning Chotsi's final silent thought was, if you do not perish, I shall lose all appetite and sleep. Days later, Yichun pursued a band of demons thick with malevolent chi, scattering them in panicked flight. Ning Chosiai followed close behind, and witnessed firsthand a fraction of Yichen's abilities. She was genuinely astonished, though only at the midstage of foundation establishment. His techniques rivaled those of Golden Core cultivators. Enough, junior brother. Let us halt here, Ning Chosiai called suddenly from behind him. Yichun instinctively halted, and noticed with a chill that the fleeing demonic cultivators had likewise frozen in place the moment her words rang out. Senior sister, what do you mean by this? A foreboding dread coiled in Yichen's gut. Even as he voiced the question, an invisible barrier surged upward, sealing him within its confines. As the formation activated, Ouyang Ming, who had been secretly guarding Ning Chotsi, materialized behind her, holding a formation disc in his hand. A soft radiance emanated from the disc, illuminating a miniature figure upon its surface, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to Yichun. Ning Chotsi did not immediately respond to Yichun. Instead, she flicked her fingers lightly. In an instant, the previously fleeing demonic cultivators reappeared at her side. Yet their expressions were blank and vacant, as if devoid of will or consciousness. Nothing special. Just arrived at our destination. The scenery here is rather exquisite, isn't it, junior brother? A fitting burial ground for you, I'd say. Ning Chotsi spoke with disarming innocence, her countenance bearing a faint, unsettling resemblance to Yichen's. Ning Chotsi, you wretched schemer, you've been playing me this whole time. Yichun was no fool, and at that moment he knew he'd been thoroughly deceived. Ah, now that's hardly fair, junior brother. Weren't you performing for me just as well? You came striding into my domain to sow discord between father and me. So tell me, why should only you be permitted to wear masks while others may not? Where in this world does such logic hold sway? Ning Chotsi replied with maddening composure, her calm demeanor only deepening Yichen's fury. These demonic cultivators, they're yours too. Yichun fixed Ning Chotsi with a glacial stare. Only now did he realize not a single one of those demonic cultivators had perished under his hand. They had deliberately lured him here, and in hindsight his oversight had been grievous. Puppet demon soldiers, father's little gift for my protection. Seems your knowledge remains woefully shallow, junior brother. As she introduced the figures before her, Ning Chotsi could not resist a barbed jab. Old dog Chu is indeed treacherous, but pity you. In truth, you're merely a furnace vessel raised by that old dog. Yichun sneered coldly, his gaze dripping with disdain. Ning Chotsi's expression finally darkened. She cared little how Yichun perceived her, But no one dared slander Chu Tianjun. Her voice dropped to a venomous whisper, still the same incorrigible cur. Dying yet still scheming to drive a wedge between us. Alas, our father-daughter bond is unshakable. Then with sudden gleeful triumph she added, "Oh, and one more secret, I possess no immaculate spirit body whatsoever. My innate talent is abysmal. Even dogs would shake their heads in dismay. Yet father dotes on me endlessly inexhaustible spirit pills, rare treasures beyond counting, even Master Ouyang, a peerless formation master assigned to guard me personally. Tell me, does envy burn hot in your chest?" Yi Chen's composure cracked. This reality defied every expectation he'd harbored. Yet he did not rage. Instead, a sardonic smile curled his lips as he uttered, voice laced with contempt, "Wretch! You truly believe a mere formation can confine me?" Ning Qiuzi's brow furrowed faintly. Instinctively, she shifted the puppet demon soldiers before her. In the next breath, Yi Chen erupted with staggering aura and roared, "Break!" Even through the formation's barrier, Ning Qiuzi sensed it. The fleeting surge of power from Yi Chen had reached the peak of the golden core realm. The formation's luminous curtain trembled, but held. Yi Chen, startled, murmured, "What formation is this?" "The five-element heaven-weaving formation. Its creation consumed nearly all my resources. Master Ouyang labored day and night for years to perfect it. Yi Chen, do you grasp now just how highly I value you?" Ning Qiuzi spoke with mocking amusement. The formation was extraordinarily capable of annihilating nascent soul cultivators. As Ning Qiuzi spoke, Ouyang Ming moved without pause, manipulating his formation disc. He summoned torrents of wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, and ice. The five elemental derivatives surging like cataclysmic forces. Within the formation's confines, it felt as though the very world were collapsing into apocalypse. "Fool! You don't know villains perish from talking too much." Yi Chen suddenly laughed again, cold and sharp, while behind him rose a bronze coffin. "Emerge! Today all of you shall die." Yi Chen's voice boomed with manic arrogance. At his command, the coffin lid slid aside with a grating metallic shriek. As the lid parted, Ning Qiuzi first beheld a pair of scaled, clawed hands emerging from the darkness, followed by an oppressive, suffocating pressure that spilled forth like a tide of dread. "So, you finally unveiled your trump card. What abomination do you intend to unleash?" Ning Qiuzi's face hardened, yet she did not retreat, only watched unwavering as the monstrous presence stirred within the coffin. "Ha ha ha ha! A flock of clay chickens and broken tiles. Daring to defy me?" Yi Chen's laughter crescendoed. Even the raging five-element energies recoiled from him the moment the coffin opened, refusing to draw near. Moments later, a grotesque creature crawled forth. A fusion of canine ferocity and humanoid form. Its aura pulsing with terrifying intensity, verging on transcendence beyond the nascent soul realm. "Little sister, flee!" Ouyang Ming reacted, instantly stepping before Ning Qiuzi. He frantically channeled energy into his formation disc, while simultaneously deploying several auxiliary formations. "Die!" Yi Chen uttered the word. Soft final. In that instant, the creature shattered the five-element heaven-weaving formation and lunged toward Ning Qiuzi and Ouyang Ming. "Brother, I'll handle this." Ning Qiuzi stepped forward, shielding Ouyang Ming with her own body. Yet she made no move to strike, only stood motionless, eyes serene as if already resigned to death. Just as the monster's talons neared her chest, a blinding light erupted from her heart, followed by a cascade of arcane celestial sigils. Each sigil was a Xian seal, sacred primordial script. Instantly they interlocked, coalescing into a golden sword silhouette that shot forth like a bolt of divine judgment. "Impossible! How do you bear Xian seals?" Yi Chen recoiled in shock, but before he could finish speaking, the golden blade pierced the monster clean through and continued onward, streaking toward him. Yi Chen reacted with lightning speed. The bronze coffin whisked him away in a blur. The golden blade pursued, relentlessly, vanishing into the horizon, where a resonant bell-like boom echoed across the sky, then faded into silence. That bronze coffin was his ultimate ace. "Brother Ouyang, immediately alert all sect disciples. We return to Tianjun Peak now." Ning Qiuzi collected the monster's corpse with a sweep of her hand, her tone grave as she addressed Ouyang Ming. "Shall we not pursue Yi Chen?" Ouyang Ming frowned. Yi Chen had clearly fled in disarray. Was this not the perfect moment to press the advantage? Father's life-saving artifact has already been expended. Further risk is unacceptable. We must retreat to Tianjun Peak at once, to seek Father's protection. To chase Yichun now would invite disaster. What if he treats us as mere experience points to grind? Ning Qiuzi spoke with solemn conviction, her sole urgent thought being to retreat and hunker down atop Tianjun Peak. Ouyang Ming's lips twitched. He'd expected some profound strategic rationale from his young junior sister, only to discover her reasoning boiled down quite simply to self-preservation. Ning Qiuzi hastened back to the Zhou sect without delay, abandoning even the war of the great Ning dynasty. Fortunately, at this time the imperial armies advanced with irresistible momentum. No force posed a genuine threat to Ning's state. The advantage lay squarely with them. Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, Ning Qiuzi exhaled deeply in relief. She had been away from Tianjun Peak for over a decade, yet little had changed. Father, this is the creature released from Yi Chen's bronze coffin. It must recognize the life-preserving talisman you gave me. It bears an immortal script. Ning Qiuzi placed the corpse of the creature before her father and recounted in detail her confrontation with Yi Chen. Your performance this time was commendable, but still reckless. Do not endanger yourself so lightly again. Chu Tianjun bent down to examine the corpse closely, then admonished Ning Qiuzi sternly against future recklessness. Yet such criticism was hardly fair. Who among ordinary cultivators could have anticipated Yi Chen's extraordinary trump card? Ning Qiuzi had unleashed thunderous techniques far surpassing Yi Chen's cultivation realm by several major tiers. The five-element heaven-deriving formation can obliterate nascent souls. Yi Chen is but a foundation establishment cultivator, even accounting for the immortal script talisman you gifted me. The very artifact capable of wounding a divine transformation cultivator. Yi Chen still survived. Father, I admit my error. I truly never imagined Yi Chen would prove so difficult to kill, and I have needlessly expended the life-preserving talisman you bestowed upon me. I shall never act so rashly again. Humbly accepting her father's reprimand, Ning Qiuzi felt most regretful about the talisman's loss. Still, it was not without gain. We now know Yi Chen's greatest secret lies in that bronze coffin, and have gleaned hints of his origin. As for the talisman, do not dwell on it. I shall forge you a new one soon, even more potent than the last. With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Tianjun sealed away the corpse, gazing upon Ning Qiuzi with tender affection. Then my efforts were not in vain. Ning Qiuzi paid little heed to Yi Chen's origins. Her voice brightened like a child seeking approval. Chu Tianjun nodded with a gentle smile. Qiuzi is peerless. How could she ever labor in vain? Senior brother, what manner of creature is this? And who or what is Yi Chen? Lu Qingxue had remained silent until now, respecting the father-daughter exchange, yet she sought answers to these urgent questions. His precise origin remains unclear, but he was certainly never alive to begin with. In truth, he is a corpse, his power sealed before death, likely manipulated by the bronze coffin itself. Moreover, the energy within him is neither spiritual energy nor demonic qi nor Yao essence. It is purer, more refined, superior to any force native to our world. I suspect it originates from the upper realms. And since Yi Chen recognizes immortal scripts and commands that coffin, he may well hail from above. Chu Tianjun voiced his deductions in one breath. While examining the corpse, he had sensed this alien energy. A force his cultivation art, the creation and great freedom demon art, could absorb but not yet transmute. This limitation stemmed solely from the incompleteness of the creation and great freedom demon art. Its current level insufficient to refine such transcendent energy. Perfecting it thus became an urgent priority. His conjecture left Lu Qingxue and Ning Qiuzi speechless. To them, the upper realms were synonymous with the celestial realm, an unreachable myth. It had been over 10,000 years since anyone achieved ascension. Many doubted the celestial realm existed at all. If he truly hails from the celestial realm, why descend? And Yi Chen's personal strength is unremarkable. Lu Qingxue found contradictions aplenty, and remained skeptical of his celestial origin. Before Chu Tianjun could reply, Ning Qiuzi interjected. Such a possibility is far from negligible, senior aunt. Have you ever watched a box drama? A box drama was a form of cultivation entertainment, miniature puppets staged within a sealed box-like artifact performing scripted narratives. Some cultivators even composed elaborate plays for them. Lu Qingxue nodded, then paled, grasping Ning Qiuzi's implication. Qiuzi, do you mean our world is but a box drama to the celestial realm? Then what are we? Her voice trembled. If proven true, such a revelation might shatter countless Dao hearts. Fortunately, Chu Tianjun spoke before despair took root. Qiuxi's analogy is just that. An analogy. Even if we were confined to a box, does it matter? We are no puppets. We are living souls, flesh and blood beings endowed with will, memory, and feeling. At the very least, I know you are real. That is enough. His words rang with profound sincerity. He himself had long pondered whether their world was but a constructed stage, even whether his fate was preordained. Yet, after his rebirth, seeing Lu Qingxue and others still alive filled him with fierce gratitude for the present moment. Even if reality were a box, its contents had become infinitely precious. Moreover, having forged a destiny utterly divergent from his past life, proved this world was no fixed script. You are real. That is enough. That single sentence warmed both Lu Qingxue and Ning Qiuxi to their cores. At that very moment, a streak of swordlight shot toward Chu Tianjun. His Tianxian sword retrieved from the copper casket submerged in the waveless sea. Seeing the sword return, Chu Tianjun smiled with quiet satisfaction. He knew Yi Chun had surely visited the waveless sea, and suffered a grievous wound from the Tianxian blade. He would be alive perhaps, but barely. Indeed, Yi Chun had recently arrived at the waveless sea, surprised not to find the water serpent. But noticing the copper casket still resting undisturbed on the seabed, he dismissed his doubts. He came to claim the casket openly, no longer concealing his intent. He had resolved to strike against his master Longyue. Yet, as he eagerly opened the casket, a blinding sword light erupted, searing through his defenses. Chu Tianjun, you treacherous cur! I shall never forgive you! Half-dead Yi Chun barely evaded the blade, fleeing in terror lest further traps await, vanishing instantly, wrapped once more by the bronze coffin. When calm returned to the waveless sea, Lu Ruyan emerged, graceful and poised, gazing upon the still waters. So his name is Chu Tianjun. When I reach nascent soul and break free from this place, will he still remember me? Humph, wretched man. After what he did to me, dare he deny it now? I'll hunt you down across the 3 realms and 6 paths. After the Tianxian swords returned, Chu Tianjun turned to Lu Qingxue. Now that we know Yi Chen's ultimate secret, and his current strength poses no insurmountable threat, it is time to cast our net. Not only Yi Chun, but also those hidden traitors both within and beyond our sect. On the day Ning Qiuxi returned to the Zhouxiao sect, a bombshell news quickly spread. It was said that Yi Chun, the personal disciple of the luminary master from Tianxian Peak, intended to plot against Ning Qiuxi, the adopted daughter of the Tianjun master, and even colluded with people from the demonic path. Ning Qiuxi hurried back to report, and the Tianjun master was furious, ordering the capture of Yi Chun to bring him back to the discipline hall for questioning. Almost all the disciples affiliated with Tianjun Peak descended the mountain to apprehend Yi Chun. It was said that even Lu Qingxue, a nascent soul master, who had a good relationship with Chu Tianjun personally, went to arrest Yi Chun. The disciples of Tianjun Peak practically emptied out, while the other disciples of Zhouxiao sect merely watched the spectacle, and even the entire Fufeng prefecture was engaged in watching the drama. Everyone was eager to see whether the Tianjun master and luminary master would fall out, because of this disciple named Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun was Luminary's direct disciple. Luminary soon learned of the news. She was quite pleased when she heard that Ning Qiuxi had returned to the mountain, but her mood turned sour upon learning that Yi Chun plotted against Ning Qiuxi and colluded with the demonic path. In the end, she mustered her courage to go to Tianjun Peak, but she only landed in the peach grove, feeling too shy to enter the courtyard. Chu Tianjun naturally would not meet Luminary, but Ning Qiuxi took the initiative to see her, as the two had once shared a very good relationship, even resembling a mother-daughter bond. Qiuxi, Yi Chun hasn't done anything to you, has he? Luminary asked with a face full of apology. Her hatred for Yi Chun was becoming apparent. She felt that Yi Chun not only harmed Chu Yue, but was now also harming Ning Qiuxi. The biggest mistake of her life had been to take Yi Chun as her disciple. Ning Qiuxi looked at Luminary and smiled, just as she had many years ago. However, her words made Luminary feel even worse. Even if I tell the truth, master, would you believe me? Yi Chun is your prized disciple. Although Chu Tianjun did not come out, he was aware of everything happening outside, and felt a smile creeping onto his face at this scene. In this lifetime, he had done nothing wrong. He had only treated those he cared for well, yet Yi Chun was subjected to the same treatment he had endured in his previous life. He knew that now Chu Yue hated Yi Chun to the bone, and Luminary's feelings toward this disciple of hers were likely filled with suspicion and distrust, which would slowly develop into indifference and disgust, just like how she felt about him in his past life. I will personally go and capture this ungrateful disciple. Master will have an explanation for you. If he truly deserves punishment, I will expel him from the sect. After a moment of silence, Luminary resolutely said to Ning Chotzi. Chu Tianjun found Luminary's words somewhat unbelievable. If he weren't aware of the situation from his past life, Luminary's decision would have made sense, but compared to the previous life, it seemed too much of a contrast. The contrast was so pronounced in Chu Tianjun's eyes that it felt unreal. In fact, Master, you really don't need to go to such lengths. So many senior brothers and sisters have already come to my aid, and even senior sister Qingxue has gone. You two are after all master and disciple, it's unnecessary. Ning Chotzi said with a demeanor of understanding. This was not an act for Ning Chotzi. Although she was the only one besides Chu Tianjun who knew about another possible future, she was not reborn, and had no personal experience, so she bore no hatred toward Luminary. In fact, due to their long-term interactions, her feelings for Luminary were genuine. Hearing Ning Cusis' words, Luminary felt somewhat relieved. After a moment's hesitation, Luminary asked, "Is my junior brother doing well? My father has entered closed-door cultivation. He won't come out until he breaks through to the transformation stage." Ning Chotzi did not hide anything from Luminary, but this statement was a lie. Upon hearing that Chu Tianjun wouldn't come out until he reached the transformation stage, Luminary finally realized that the gap between herself and Chu Tianjun was growing larger. She had once thought she could take him as a disciple, but soon he would surpass her cultivation. Would she have to address Chu Tianjun as senior the next time they met? Not long after, Luminary also left Zhoushan Mountain, likely to truly capture Yichun. Chotzi, you are not to leave the small courtyard for any reason these days. Also send word to the disciples still at Tianjun Peak to tightly shut their caves. No matter what happens, they are not to come out. Remember, I mean any matter. Just as the majority of the disciples from Tianjun Peak went out to capture Yichun, and only a few early foundation establishment and qi refining disciples remained on the mountain, Chu Tianjun suddenly issued a serious order. Ning Chotzi didn't quite understand why such arrangements were necessary, but she conveyed the message truthfully. Now only Chu Tianjun and Ning Chotzi were left at the summit. The remaining disciples were mostly those who had benefited from Chu Tianjun's kindness over the years, and were his own disciples. The entire Zhoushan sect had become very quiet, or Tianjun Peak was especially desolate, while places like Qingxue Peak and Tianxian Peak had originally been sparsely populated. Suddenly one day, dark clouds gathered over Tianjun Peak, and then a dark vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex slowly rotated and thunder was brewing within it, with booming sounds spreading in all directions, audible even miles away. At the same time, a terrifying pressure emerged, but it was not the pressure of some powerful cultivator. Rather, it was the pressure of the heavenly tribulation about to descend. Heavenly tribulation? Is he about to undergo the transformation stage, heavenly tribulation? Chu Tianjun has been cultivating for less than 30 years, and he has already attracted the transformation stage, heavenly tribulation. This talent is simply monstrous. No way. If this person successfully becomes a transformation stage true monarch, the entire eastern region will likely revert to the pattern of 3,000 years ago, with Zhoushan sect dominating. We will have no opportunity to rise again. Various thoughts surged as the heavenly tribulation appeared over Tianjun Peak. Among them were elders from Zhoushan sect, nascent soul masters from other sects in Fufeng Prefecture, and 3 transformation stage true monarchs from the eastern region. However, Chu Tianjun's transformation stage, heavenly tribulation, seemed a bit different. The tribulation clouds were immensely powerful gathering, without dissipating yet, they seemed to hesitate to strike. Meanwhile, the disciples from Tianjun Peak who had gone out to capture Yichun were not actually searching for Yichun, but were divided into several groups, each doing their own thing. Wu Qingyun, a master of alchemy, led several disciples to a place called Changchun Valley. Although it was named Changchun, it was actually a place shrouded in toxic miasma year-round. Moreover, there was a cultivator named Mr. Ghost residing in Changchun Valley. This person was adept at using poison and also skilled in alchemy. It was said that he could concoct poison pills lethal enough to kill transformation stage cultivators. I am Wu Qingyun, a disciple of Zhoushan sect's Tianjun Peak, here to pay my respects to Mr. Ghost. Wu Qingyun arrived nonchalantly in front of a thatched cottage, politely bowing. Interesting. You actually broke through my poison and managed to walk here unscathed. You do have some skills. An elderly voice came from within the cottage. Poison and alchemy are closely related. Since you can use poison, I can certainly dispel it. Wu Qingyun replied with a smile, appearing like a learned scholar. What brings you here? Mr. Ghost asked, his tone somewhat unfriendly. I have been ordered to retrieve the 9 Doubts Cauldron. Wu Qingyun replied calmly. Seeking death. Mr. Ghost suddenly erupted in anger, and then a stream of dark green poison shot out from the cottage. It was rumored that Mr. Ghost possessed a treasured cauldron that greatly enhanced the chances of pill formation, and all his achievements stemmed from it. Times have changed, Mr. Ghost. Your poison is nothing to me. Wu Qingyun replied, unhurriedly flipping his palm to reveal a golden pill that immediately floated up. As soon as the pill appeared, a refreshing fragrance spread out, and then golden ripples began to undulate on the golden pill. When the dark green poison touched the golden ripples, it instantly dissipated. With the golden ripples spreading, the poison in the entire Changchun Valley vanished, and the withered trees and dying grass instantly regained vitality. In an instant, the sounds of birds and flowers filled the air, truly living up to the name of Changchun Valley. This was a pill, but it resembled a powerful magical treasure. The several disciples who followed Wu Qingyun were also shocked, realizing for the first time that this was the true essence of alchemy, that pills were not merely for consumption. In an unknown cave, Ouyang Ming led his disciples, all holding formation flags and standing in positions according to the formation. Several golden core cultivators and over 20 foundation establishment cultivators were exerting their full strength to bash against a stone door. Finally, the stone door was broken open. Inside there were no rare treasures or magical swords, but rather a mountain of spirit stones, as if a supreme vein of or had been blasted open. These spirit stones were enough to sustain a sect like Zhouxiao for 5 years. Yichun felt that his luck had been somewhat poor lately. Although he had stumbled into many strange places by various coincidences, he had not reaped any benefits from them. At this moment, Yichun was aimlessly flying with a magical artifact. He had originally been distracted, but suddenly he inexplicably noticed a luxurious carriage pulled by spirit beasts flying in the distance. Yichun followed the carriage for a long way, but nothing unexpected happened. Soon the carriage grew distant, and Yichun felt as if he had lost something inexplicably. Originally, this area was home to a group of rogue cultivators who specialized in robbing cultivators. They had banded together to commit various evils resembling the activities of bandits in the mundane world. However, just a day prior, a male and female sword cultivator had suddenly invaded their lair, directly wiping out all of these people without any negotiation, which was why the robbers did not appear today. The carriage Yichun had seen earlier belonged to the first merchant association of the Immortal Alliance, the Qin Family Association. If those robbers had not perished yesterday, Yichun could have staged a heroic rescue of the damsel in distress, but now that opportunity was lost. As a child of fortune, one would expect him to have everything: mastery of alchemy and poison, a vast amount of spirit stones, and the attention of the Merchant Association's young lady. But now it seemed he had none of it. Yichun, how long do you plan to hide? Just as Yichun was feeling somewhat aimless, a familiar voice suddenly appeared behind him. Yichun immediately put on an innocent expression and turned around to exclaim, Master! The newcomer was Luminary, who was the first to find Yichun, because no one else had genuinely searched for him. Come back to the sect with me. Any issues can be explained at the discipline hall. Luminary's face was very gloomy, clearly showing a demeanor of questioning him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yichun's eyes. A mad and vengeful thought was born in his heart, yet he ended up not providing much explanation and followed Luminary back to Zhouxiao sect. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun was similarly cast into the Hall of Discipline by Longyue, and since then he had essentially lost everything. However, at that time Longyue had already reached the transformation stage with Chu Tianjun's assistance, while now she was still a bit short of the peak of the nascent soul. At this moment, the elders gathered in the Hall of Discipline, but 3 were absent: Chu Tianjun, who was undergoing tribulation, Zhujian Jinren, who was still in seclusion, and Lu Qingxue, whose whereabouts were unknown. When Longyue returned to the mountain, she immediately noticed the ominous tribulation clouds hovering over Tianjun Peak. A sense of unease washed over her, and she found herself less concerned about how to deal with Yichun than before. The elders in the Hall of Discipline, including Tianshu Zhenren, appeared noticeably distracted, their focus entirely on Tianjun Peak. Indeed, whether Chu Tianjun could survive the transformation tribulation would have far-reaching implications. At this moment, not only were the elders and disciples of the Zhouxiao sect waiting, but countless eyes from outside were also watching, with at least 30 nascent soul experts quietly appearing near the Zhouxiao sect. The Tianjun Peak is closed, so Ning Qiuzi cannot come to identify him. Without a plaintiff, there's no way to trial. How about we imprison Yichun for now and discuss it after Chu Shidi passes the tribulation? Tianshu Zhenren spoke up. Everyone understood that this matter was essentially a feud between Chu Tianjun and Longyue. Xiao Chun, are you all right? Suddenly Chu Yue rushed into the hall in a hurry, looking anxious and deeply worried for Yi Chen's safety. "Senior sister, I'm fine. Master doesn't trust me and no one believes me. Do you still believe me, senior sister?" Yi Chen said with a face full of grievance, appearing very pitiful and helpless at that moment. "Senior sister believes you. You're not hurt, are you? Have you finished the pills I gave you?" Chu Yue looked at Yi Chen with a pained expression, gently tidying his disheveled hair, still caring about whether he had finished his pills. Yi Chen nodded in response. "Quickly take these pills. They are all top-grade spirit pills that can help you significantly increase your cultivation." Chu Yue quickly took out several pills which looked extremely precious just by their color. Many people frowned slightly at this scene, thinking that Chu Yue was overly infatuated and too good to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, felt quite pleased and did not hesitate to consume the pills, clearly feeling the increase in his cultivation. "Senior sister, you are too good to me," Yi Chen said, deeply moved, while the Hall of Discipline became a place of sweet affection. But the next moment Chu Yue suddenly asked Yi Chen a perplexing question: "Are these pills tasty?" Yi Chen instinctively nodded. Just as he was about to say they were delicious, he suddenly felt something was amiss and asked with a puzzled expression, "What do you mean, senior sister?" "It means nothing. Senior sister has put a lot of effort into trying to kill you. If you think these pills taste bad, it would sadden me." Chu Yue's face slowly revealed a sickly smile, and her words left everyone in shock. "You vile woman, are you trying to act like me? Did you poison the pills you gave me?" Yi Chen felt this scene was too similar to what had happened earlier with Ning Chotzi. Chu Yue had already gotten up and distanced herself from Yi Chen. At this moment her sickly smile became more pronounced, and upon hearing Yi Chen's question she said triumphantly, "This is not poison, it's a curse." "Curse?" Everyone, including Yi Chen, looked bewildered and curious. In the next moment Chu Yue's sickly smile turned into madness, and suddenly black flames erupted from her body, enveloping her completely as she rapidly burned away. "Yi Chen, you have destroyed everything I had. I will risk my life to take you down with me. Once my body is completely burned away, you will meet the same fate as me. Even after death, I will become a wronged soul, eternally entangled with you, forcing you to endure endless torment." Chu Yue's body was gradually consumed by the flames, and indeed Yi Chen's body was undergoing the same transformation. These black flames were fundamentally different from ordinary flames, seemingly impossible to extinguish. Yi Chen tried many methods, but nothing worked. At this moment he and Chu Yue were like two people looking into a mirror. Whatever the person outside did, the one inside would mirror exactly. "Yue, don't." At this moment Long Yue did not care about Yi Chen, but rather reached out to try and stop Chu Yue. "Get away. Stop pretending to care. You brought me to the sect, and for 10 years you ignored me. It was the senior brothers and sisters of Tianjun Peak who raised me, taught me skills, gave me pills, and gifted me artifacts. Just when I was filled with joy and about to become Chu Shishu's disciple, you brought this guy back, shattering my dreams with your own hands." Chu Yue yelled at Long Yue, finally releasing the words she had held back for so long. At that moment she seemed completely mad, and the black flames around her made her appear as if she were an evil spirit formed solely from resentment. "Yue, I..." Long Yue wanted to explain but found no reason to do so. She realized that everything was her fault. Moreover, the black flames on Chu Yue were extremely strange. Even at full force Long Yue could not approach them, let alone extinguish them. "Father, why don't you intervene? Chu Yue truly wants to be your disciple. It's already come to this. There's no need for further testing, right?" At the peak of Tianjun, Chu Tianjun had already stepped out of his house with Ning Chotzi standing behind him, gazing regretfully at everything happening in the Hall of Discipline. "This is the most malicious curse, sacrificing one's soul as the price. Once it begins, it cannot be reversed." Chu Tianjun spoke in a somber tone, having lost any desire to test Chu Yue. When Chu Yue spoke those heartfelt words to Long Yue, Chu Tianjun no longer harbored any resentment towards Chu Yue. He felt that this life's Chu Yue was indeed pitiable. The past had become just that, the past. "Mad woman, stop!" Yi Chen howled in agony, unable to bear the burning sensation. However, Chu Yue felt no pain at all. Her state had turned into madness, and the black flames grew ever stronger. The others from the Zhou sect were still watching the spectacle, most of them thinking it was just a melodramatic story from the Tianxian Peak's Longyue family, since it didn't concern them. But soon it would become more than just a spectacle. Suddenly Yi Chen laughed wildly as a copper coffin appeared behind him, slowly opening with his laughter. "You despicable ants dare to scheme against me. Today I shall refine you all, aiding me in reconstructing my supreme physical form. Yi Chen's voice echoed throughout the entire Jiuxiao sect as a terrifying pressure emanated from the copper coffin. Under this pressure, even the nascent soul realms felt a sense of despair. At this moment, the copper coffin had fully opened, but instead of a monster, a cloud of blood mist erupted forth. The blood mist shot towards a disciple like a ghost, and before the unfortunate disciple could react, he was reduced to a pile of dry bones, while the blood mist visibly grew stronger. The speed of the blood mist was astonishing. In an instant several disciples were slain, and now only the soul of Yi Chen remained entering the copper coffin. At that moment the black flames on Chu Yue vanished. She knew she had failed to completely kill Yi Chen. Her soul was already very fragile, dissipating bit by bit, her face filled with regret. Seeing this, the nascent soul elders, including Long Yue, all attacked the blood mist. Some also targeted the copper coffin, but neither the blood mist nor the coffin could be harmed by even these nascent soul realms. In just a moment, 7 or 8 out of thousands of disciples in the Jiuxiao sect were devoured by the blood mist. Soon the first nascent soul elder was also consumed, and this bizarre method left the entire Jiuxiao sect defenseless. Is this the fate of Jiuxiao sect after my death? Chu Tianjun coldly watched everything unfold, not intervening to stop Yi Chen, for the ones dying now are not the true disciples of Jiuxiao sect. In the end, only a few elder-level figures in the late nascent soul stage struggled to hold on. At this point, they revealed their trump cards. Among them, aside from Long Yue, the most adept spells were not those of Jiuxiao sect, but the sect's signature techniques from other factions. Chu Tianjun's gaze flickered towards the ancestral hall, which remained eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Are they still not showing themselves? My Xuanji ancestor, Chu Tianjun silently thought. Soon even the sect master Tianshu Zhenren was consumed by the blood mist, leaving only Long Yu standing apart from Tianjun Peak, which was isolated by the formation. There was also one other, merely a vengeful spirit, Chu Yue. Before his death, Tianshu Zhenren had used a technique that Chu Tianjun recognized. It was one of the sect's signature techniques from the Qingzhou Wujimen, a powerful sword technique, known as the 7-star sword style. Even the sect master was from another faction. A Jiuxiao sect was quite something indeed. Chu Tianjun suddenly felt a sense of irony and humor, proving that he was indeed the undercover spy. In the end, the blood mist did not kill Long Yu but returned to the copper coffin. The coffin shook violently, and an even more terrifying aura surged forth, a pressure surpassing that of the nascent soul stage, something only a god transformation stage could achieve. Amidst Long Yu's fearful gaze, a humanoid monster emerged from the copper coffin. This creature had no skin whatsoever, its flesh was completely exposed, appearing as if countless remnants of flesh had been amalgamated to form a humanoid shape. Yi Chen, you monster! Was it all a conspiracy from the start when you took me as your master? Long Yue, with the 2 instruments mirror hovering above her head and a long sword in hand, pointed at the creature and demanded sternly, "My beautiful master, do not worry, I will not kill you. Once I deal with that old dog Chu Tianjun, I will come to pamper you properly." The creature transformed from Yi Chen spoke, its voice still that of Yi Chen, but the face devoid of skin no longer held its former innocence. After speaking, Yi Chen's gaze turned towards Tianjun Peak, his eyes filled with a palpable killing intent. Long Yu instinctively glanced at Tianjun Peak, as well as the impending heavenly tribulation descending from the skies. She quickly positioned herself in front of Yi Chen, saying, "If you wish to harm him, you must first kill me." Arrogant fool! Yi Chen scoffed coldly and casually struck out a palm towards Long Yu. With that palm strike, Long Yu was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the stone wall outside the Hall of Discipline. Her flying sword shattered instantly, and even her life-bound treasure, the 2 instruments mirror, dimmed and fell a short distance away. With just one move, Long Yue, a peak nascent soul, was nearly defeated. This was the result of Yi Chen clearly not wanting to kill her. At this moment, Yi Chen's strength was truly terrifying. Old dog Chu, today marks your demise. Yi Chen soared into the air toward Tianjun Peak. Chu Tianjun, who had been watching like an onlooker, finally moved. With a wave of his sleeve, the heavenly tribulation in the sky instantly vanished, and then he took a step, appearing outside Tianjun Peak to confront the imposing Yi Chen. Chu Tianjun's mood was somewhat special at this moment. Having lived again, he was finally facing Yi Chen at his strongest, without misunderstanding or betrayal this time. As Yi Chen's fist came roaring from a distance, Chu Tianjun did not use any treasures or divine abilities, but simply raised his right hand to meet it, appearing calm and unbothered. Soon a tremendous force impacted Chu Tianjun's palm, and in the next moment a massive phantom of a compass appeared behind him. The compass merely rotated slowly, and the power of Yi Chun at the God transformation stage was rendered ineffective. Impossible! What is this? I possess an immortal weapon and my strength has reached the God transformation stage. How could you so easily dissolve my attack? Yi Chen's voice echoed in disbelief. He could feel his power still suppressed by Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun did not respond to Yi Chun, but continued to press down with his hand from a higher position. As the compass phantom rotated behind him, it seemed as if a gigantic hand had appeared in the void. The hand descended from the sky. Yi Chun did not dare to take it heeding, instead summoning the copper coffin in front of him. In the next moment, the enormous hand in the void collided with the copper coffin, producing a sound of metal grinding and crashing that even nascent soul realms found chilling. Impossible! How could you, a mere stepping stone of a villain, become so strong? Yi Chen's voice echoed in disbelief once more. This time Chu Tianjun was somewhat moved by Yi Chen's words. In this life he and Yi Chun had little interaction, but it was clear from the beginning that Yi Chun still regarded him as an enemy. And the positioning was very accurate. He was indeed a stepping stone for a villain. The dead do not need to know too much. Chu Tianjun was not a talkative villain, so he did not intend to waste words with Yi Chun. He gathered his strength, planning to crush Yi Chun in one blow. However, at that moment, an unprecedented power erupted from the copper coffin, knocking Chu Tianjun back several meters. In the next moment, the copper coffin wrapped around Yi Chun and vanished in a flash. Is this the power of an immortal weapon? But I reckon it can't be used many times, can it? This world does not have enough energy to replenish the consumption of the immortal weapon. I wonder how many times you can use it. Chu Tianjun frowned slightly, knowing that the copper coffin had unleashed its might. Chu Tianjun did not pursue Yi Chun, as he sensed nearly 30 nascent soul realms in the distance, watching him closely along with 3 pairs of God transformation stage gazes focused on him. Thus, while being pushed back by the immortal weapon, Chu Tianjun suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Injured. Seized the opportunity to take his life. If he is this formidable before reaching the God transformation stage, if we do not kill him today, we will never have a chance in the future. As Chu Tianjun spat out blood, the distant watching nascent soul realms from other factions could no longer hold back and jumped into the fray. Chu Tianjun still stood in the void, but at this moment his aura had noticeably weakened, appearing somewhat strained. Nearly 30 nascent soul experts appeared with great momentum, yet Chu Tianjun did not immediately pay attention to them, instead turning his gaze once again towards the ancestral hall. It remained desolate and empty, devoid of any human presence. Still unwilling to show yourself? It seems these people have grasped your limits. No wonder they dare to act so recklessly, having nearly drained the Zhou sect over the past few millennia. What exactly is your true bottom line? Is it the complete destruction of the sect? Or is there none at all? Chu Tianjun had been acting all along. Even now he was still performing, whether it was against Yi Chun or eliminating those sect elders and disciples who had plundered the Zhou sect. His fundamental goal was still to draw out Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji was certainly still within the Zhou sect. This was Chu Tianjun testing the opponent's bottom line. He knew that his death would not make her reveal herself, as he had already died once in his past life. Now that the Zhou sect had reached the brink of annihilation, and yet Yu Xuanji still did not show herself, this meant she did not care about the sect. However, there was one thing that puzzled Chu Tianjun. Since she didn't care about the sect, why had she continued to leave behind the true inheritance of the Zhou sect? Although Longyue from the previous life was foolish, her lineage truly belonged to the Zhou sect, and was the only lineage that was not a spy. Even Chu Tianjun was brought up the mountain by Yu Xuanji herself, who specifically instructed Longyue to take him in, indicating that she was still leaving behind a legacy for the Zhou sect. Longyue was unaware that Chu Tianjun was acting. At this moment, nearly 30 nascent soul experts surrounded him, and she wanted to help, but she was left with only half her life and lacked the strength to even take to the air. Is the Zhou sect finished today? Dying together wouldn't be too bad. It's just a pity that even in death he never looked at me. Longyue felt some regret in her heart, yet she also felt a sense of relief. In the discipline hall, Chu Yui's soul was already very weak. She crouched in a corner, quietly waiting for the moment when everything would fade away. Hand over your cultivation methods and treasures, and we can spare your disciples. A greedy nascent soul expert spoke to Chu Tianjun. Just now Chu Tianjun had forced back Yi Chun, who was at the God transformation stage with his nascent soul power, which had already stirred the hearts of these people. You petty thieves dare to offend my sect. Your crimes deserve death. Suddenly a cold voice echoed across Zhoushan Mountain, and simultaneously, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. In an instant, snow began to fall from the sky. In the next moment, a figure dressed in white like snow appeared beside Chu Tianjun. Lu Qingxue holding the azure-green Kanglan sword, coldly gazing at the gathered nascent soul experts without any fear. Haha, what a deep bond among fellow disciples. I never expected to witness such a touching scene in such a peculiar place as the Zhoushan sect. Lu Qingxue's appearance did not deter the nascent soul experts. They merely found it amusing. In their eyes, the Zhoushan sect was indeed a strange place, one that had been occupied for years with the original sect heritage almost non-existent. Senior brother, rest for a moment. I will eliminate these petty thieves before coming to heal you. Lu Qingxue paid no attention to these strong foes, casting a pained glance at Chu Tianjun, then positioned herself protectively behind him. Chu Tianjun nodded, showing no signs of worry. In fact, he was quite eager to see Lu Qingxue reveal her true power. Ha ha ha, such boastfulness. Lu Qingxue's confidence instead drew more ridicule. However, Lu Qingxue chose not to waste words with them. She tossed the Kanglan sword, and it shot out, forming a crystalline wall that protected her and Chu Tianjun. The nascent soul experts displayed disdain, mocking Lu Qingxue for such trivial means. But this mockery only lasted for a moment, as when the Kanglan sword flew out, Lu Qingxue began to rise slowly into the air, a beautifully crafted ancient armor appearing around her, crackling with arcs of electricity. The armor clung tightly to Lu Qingxue, transforming her originally flowing figure into a more graceful silhouette, while her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Then Lu Qingxue reached her right hand forward, and a purple lightning spear materialized in her grasp. At the moment the sky-splitting thunder spear appeared, thunder roared in the heavens, and countless bolts of lightning began to descend with Lu Qingxue. At the center, the entire world seemed to transform into a domain of thunder. At this moment she no longer resembled the ice mountain goddess. Her being was completely replaced by a violent and destructive aura, as she brandished the spear and charged towards the nearly 30 nascent soul experts. This scene resembled that of a female general on the battlefield, plunging alone into the midst of 1,000 troops. Though there may be countless enemies, I shall advance alone. So powerful, there is no rival beneath the god transformation stage, Chu Tianjun remarked, as he saw Lu Qingxue unveil her trump card. Die! Lu Qingxue had already directed her spear towards a nascent soul expert, lightly uttering the word die. As the sky-splitting thunder spear thrust forward, countless bolts of lightning converged above, and at the spear's target a roaring thunder dragon was born. The thunder dragon roared, its voice echoing through the heavens and the earth. In a single dive, the nascent soul expert in front was instantaneously turned to dust, not even leaving behind a nascent soul. This is a divine ability, not merely the power of the sky-splitting thunder spear. The divine mist spirit body truly is remarkable. Chu Tianjun couldn't help but admire as he witnessed Lu Qingxue kill a nascent soul expert with a single strike. With Chu Tianjun's experience, he could discern the true strength of Lu Qingxue. That sky-splitting thunder spear was not even complete, merely amplifying her lightning power, while the thunder domain enveloping the heavens and the final thunder dragon were manifestations of divine abilities. Divine abilities differ from spells or techniques. They are not merely manipulations of power, but arise from comprehending rules, representing a more potent means of power than spells or techniques. Those possessing a spirit body may easily comprehend corresponding divine abilities. It was evident that Lu Qingxue had grasped the lightning divine ability because of her divine mist spirit body. Speaking of which, Lu Qingxue was the most talented prodigy Chu Tianjun had ever seen. Throughout 2 lifetimes, he had encountered only a handful of prodigies with spirit bodies, and Lu Qingxue was the only one with 2 great spirit bodies. This is bad. This girl has comprehended divine abilities. Everyone quickly unite your strength. We must not let her defeat us individually. Among the group of nascent souls, someone with decent insight quickly recognized Lu Qingxue's strength and urgently alerted the others. After all, they were cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage. These individuals quickly combined their powers, and the combined strength of so many nascent souls was already quite terrifying. In the next moment, a light dome enveloped the group of nascent souls. Although bolts of lightning descended and thunder roared at Lu Qingxue's spear's point, they were still blocked by the light dome. After all, she is but one person. Her internal spiritual power cannot sustain output for long. If we just hold on for a moment, killing this girl will be as easy as pie. These nascent souls had already devised a countermeasure. Chu Tianjun took a glance back, but this time he wasn't looking at the ancestral hall. He was gazing towards the direction of Lu Qingxue's Master the nine-sword true person at Wangyue Peak. After a glance, Chu Tianjun sighed lightly, then turned his gaze towards Lu Qingxue with eyes full of compassion and heartache before quietly appearing beside her. At this moment, Lu Qingxue was fully engaged in combat with numerous nascent soul practitioners, completely unaware that Chu Tianjun had approached her. This was due to her absolute trust in him. The 9 swords have indeed taken in a good disciple. Young lady, cease your actions and you may yet live. Just as Lu Qingxue was at a stalemate with the many nascent soul true practitioners, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Then 3 colossal figures appeared on the horizon, entirely composed of spiritual energy, towering and majestic, truly deserving the description of reaching the heavens. The dermic manifestation of the primordial spirit. It must be the transformation god true monarch. The 3 true monarchs are about to take action. Someone exclaimed. Those 3 enormous manifestations were indeed the transformation god true monarchs of the Eastern Domain Immortal Alliance. I care not who you are. Those who offend my sect are my enemies. Lu Qingxue showed no fear in the face of the 3 transformation god true monarchs. She not only declared those who offend my sect are my enemies, but also pointed her left hand at one of the transformation god true monarchs' primordial spirit manifestations, sending the Kanglan sword flying towards it. A nascent soul practitioner facing nearly 30 opponents of the same rank alone brazenly attacked a transformation god true monarch. Qingxue, do not be disrespectful. At the moment the Kanglan sword was launched, the voice of the 9 swords true monarch suddenly rang out, followed by 9 flying swords of various luminous colors blocking the Kanglan sword's path and ruthlessly severing it. The destruction of a single flying sword should not have harmed Lu Qingxue, but she knew it was severed by her own master, whom she had always revered like a father. Moreover, the Kanglan sword was a gift from the 9 swords true monarch, symbolizing their master-disciple relationship, much like how the Lingyue sword was given to Chu Tianjun by her in the previous life. With the Kanglan sword severed, Lu Qingxue's heart was filled with sorrow, and she was nearly driven to the brink of breaking her Dao heart. Fortunately, at that moment, one of Chu Tianjun's hands rested on Lu Qingxue's shoulder, followed by an incredibly gentle flow of spiritual energy entering her body. Simultaneously, his reassuring voice reached her ears. No matter what happens, your senior brother will always be by your side. I will take care of everything. Before the words had faded, Chu Tianjun had already placed himself in front of Lu Qingxue, and at that moment the 9 swords true monarch finally appeared. Upon the arrival of the 9 swords true monarch, he first bowed deeply to one of the primordial spirit manifestations, saying, Disciple pays respect to Master. I implore Master to forgive Qingxue. She was unaware of her disciple's identity, and thus offended you, which was never her intention. No harm done. My disciple is exceptionally gifted and is a fine prospect. I shall not argue with the younger generation, said the primordial spirit manifestation in a gentle voice. Chu Tianjun recognized him as the Grand Elder of Lingyun Dao in Yangzhou, known as the Qinghe True Monarch, though it seemed his name was indeed Qinghe. Since he was already a transformation god true monarch, no one dared to call him by name, and over time even his surname had become less known. Master, what is happening? Lu Qingxue steadied herself, having retracted her abilities, and looked at the 9 swords true monarch with a questioning gaze. The 9 swords true monarch remained unperturbed and calmly replied, In truth, I am a disciple of Lingyun Dao, so you are also regarded as a grand disciple of Qinghe True Monarch. In fact, the 9 Xiaozong is mostly comprised of disciples from other sects. If not for Chu Tianjun's appearance, the 9 Xiaozong would have long ceased to exist. We are merely using its name for the sake of spiritual vein resources. Now that the 9 Xiaozong is doomed to be unable to survive, our master-disciple duo should return to our original sect. Master, you have taught me since childhood to respect my teachers and honor the Dao, yet my Dao comes from the inheritance of the 9 Xiaozong. Are you now telling me that we are infiltrators? Lu Qingxue gazed at the 9 swords true monarch with a look of despair. At this moment her faith truly shattered. Only Chu Tianjun in this world could fully understand Lu Qingxue's feelings at this moment, having been backstabbed by the one she loved most. Such pain was something only he could empathize with. Qingxue, with your talent, you could become a saintess in Lingyun Dao with great potential to become the sect leader in the future. The 9 swords true monarch said earnestly, genuinely seeing great promise in this disciple. Saintess? Sect leader? Since the moment I entered the sect you told me I was a disciple of the 9 Xiaozong. All the resources I have used over the decades and everything I have learned comes from the 9 Xiaozong. Lu Qingxue's expression grew increasingly desolate. She suddenly felt that she no longer recognized her closest master. Chu Tianjun sighed. He and Lu Qingxue had never experienced such a scene in their previous life, but he had suspected not long ago that the Nine Swords' true monarch was also an infiltrator. Throughout this time, Chu Tianjun had been worried, fearing that when the Nine Swords' true monarch revealed the truth, it would coincide with Lu Qingxue's departure from the Nine Xiaozong and from him. But now it seemed he had overthought it. At least he could see that Lu Qingxue's worldview was without a single flaw. This was still the previous life version of her, who had little connection with him, yet fought tenaciously to ensure that not a single genius disciple would be lost to the sect striving to prove Chu Tianjun's innocence. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. This road is one of contention for resources and opportunities. Now that the Nine Xiaozong has lost its value, do you still not understand? The Nine Swords' true monarch continued to persuade, trying to correct Lu Qingxue's misguided views. Aside from the initial words spoken by Chu Tianjun, he had allowed Lu Qingxue and the Nine Swords' true monarch to converse without interference. He did not wish to interfere with Lu Qingxue's decision. Ultimately, it was up to her to choose. Fortunately, Lu Qingxue did not disappoint Chu Tianjun. She suddenly looked serious and said to the Nine Swords' true monarch, "Master, this is the last time I shall call you master. From now on we are no longer master and disciple. I, Lu Qingxue, will always be a disciple of the Nine Xiaozong. If you intend to harm the Nine Xiaozong, then we can only be enemies from this point forward. Foolish child, the Nine Xiaozong is down to just a few of you stray cats and dogs. Do you really think you can escape while following an injured Chu Tianjun?" The Qinghe true monarch said with a tone of disappointment, clearly valuing Lu Qingxue's talent greatly. "Who said we plan to escape?" Chu Tianjun had already shielded Lu Qingxue behind him, standing tall, as he looked at the three colossal primordial spirit manifestations in the distance, speaking with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. At that moment, it was evident that he appeared to be injured. "What do you think you can still resist?" Another transformation god true monarch scoffed. Chu Tianjun did not respond to the other party, but once again looked towards the ancestral hall, shouting loudly, "Old ancestor Xuanji, is this truly what you wish to see? Your ancestor will not take action. After killing you, as long as a few disciples are arranged, they will continue to use the Nine Xiaozong's name. As long as the reputation does not perish, your ancestor will not care." The other transformation god true monarch, who had been silent, finally spoke. This statement clarified many of Chu Tianjun's doubts, indicating that these individuals had grasped the bottom line of Yu Xuanji. Chu Tianjun withdrew his gaze, suddenly smiling as he said, "In fact, I have never thought of resisting." Before he could finish his sentence, someone sneered, at least you have self-awareness." However, the next moment Chu Tianjun continued, "Because all of this has been part of my plan to lure you here. After all, capturing you all at once saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one." Ha 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 ha, this kid must be scared silly. He must have shattered his Tao heart and gone mad. He doesn't even know the vast difference between nascent soul and transformation god. This is not merely a difference in realm. Even if he possesses the strength close to transformation god, he is facing three transformation god true monarchs. The three transformation god true monarchs and those nascent soul strong practitioners seemed to find the funniest joke in the world, as the Nine Xiaozong was on the brink of annihilation, yet Chu Tianjun arrogantly proclaimed that everything was part of his scheme. Indeed, there was an insurmountable chasm between transformation god and nascent soul. Transformation god was the evolved form of nascent soul, commanding the might of heaven and earth with every gesture, wielding divine powers. In the face of countless taunts, Chu Tianjun merely smiled, then looked up at the heavens, asking, "Is it difficult to become a transformation god?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand towards the heavens, and then purple lightning surged from above, coalescing into a massive heavenly tribulation in an instant. Chu Tianjun reached out to draw forth the heavenly tribulation, and those lightning bolts capable of instilling fear in cultivators were all caught by him. The power of the lightning surged into his body. At that moment, it felt less like he was transcending tribulation and more like he was refining the power of the heavenly tribulation. The booming sounds were incessant, and the three transformation stage true lords were certain that Chu Tianjun was currently undergoing the divine transformation tribulation. Even though they had all faced this tribulation before, they dared not intervene and could only allow him to absorb the power of the tribulation. Typically, cultivators at the transformation stage spend several days, if not over 10 days, transcending tribulation. This was also the reason why no one doubted the lingering tribulation clouds over Tianjun Peak some time ago. However, Chu Tianjun's unconventional method of transcending tribulation took only a moment. Even the inner demon tribulation which should have appeared during a normal transformation stage did not manifest. Chu Tianjun understood this, for he had no inner conflicts. Without inner conflicts, how could there be inner demons? Moments later, a gigantic primordial spirit appeared behind Chu Tianjun, identical in form to him. This primordial spirit looked even more majestic and vast than the other three transformation stage True Lord's manifestations. Qing Xue, leave the rest to your senior brother. Chu Tianjun's voice emanated from the primordial spirit. In the next moment, the primordial spirit raised a finger, directing it straight at the Nine Swords True Man. Before Chu Tianjun's arrival, the Nine Swords True Man had long been the strongest combatant of the Zhou sect, but at this moment he was utterly defenseless. With just a single finger from the primordial spirit, this former nascent soul powerhouse, once ranked among the top 3 in Fufeng Prefecture, was obliterated. According to Chu Tianjun's usual practice, nascent souls should not be wasted. They must be fed to the Tianxian sword. However, he left no trace of the Nine Swords True Man. Knowing that Lu Qingxue could never bring herself to kill him, Chu Tianjun took matters into his own hands, ensuring a complete annihilation. Seeing the Nine Swords True Man obliterated, Lu Qingxue displayed a look of sorrow on her face. She softly called out for her master, but her gaze was soon replaced by determination. Chu Tianjun's movements were simply too fast. By the time he had killed the Nine Swords True Man, the others finally reacted. True Lord King's voice thundered, "This child acts too tyrannically. Such a person must not be left alive. Everyone attack together." In the next moment, the 3 transformation stage True Lords and more than 20 nascent soul True Men launched a combined assault on Chu Tianjun. Their attacks included spells, magical techniques, and divine abilities. Faced with such devastating attacks, Chu Tianjun's primordial spirit merely raised its right hand, and in an instant the enormous phantom of a compass reappeared atop Zhou Mountain. This time it was oriented horizontally, acting as a shield to block the attacks from the 3 transformation stage True Lords. As for the attacks from the nascent soul stage, Chu Tianjun astonishingly caught them with his left hand. At that moment, Chu Tianjun unleashed the full potential of the heavenly creation seizing technique and the great freedom demonic skill. Whether spells or magical artifacts, they were either absorbed by him as power or shattered within 3 feet in front of him. Has he really become this strong? Long Yu lay on the ground, barely alive, yet able to witness the entire battle unfold. She couldn't comprehend how Chu Tianjun had instantaneously advanced to the transformation stage and managed to suppress over 20 nascent soul True Men while facing 3 True Lords of the same stage. It was hard to say this was merely the transformation stage. She would believe it if he were a great being of the void refinement stage. Tianxian. Suddenly Chu Tianjun called forth the Tianxian sword again. The Tianxian sword, now possessing a high level of intelligence, transformed into the form of an eagle upon its appearance, soaring toward the group of nascent soul True Men. Even if these nascent souls joined forces, how could they stand against the already ascended Chu Tianjun? Had it not been for his intention to allow Tianxian to devour the nascent souls, they would have likely been eliminated with a single strike. Under Chu Tianjun's suppression, the Tianxian sword devoured 1 nascent soul True Man after another, this time consuming both the person and their nascent soul. In just a moment, Chu Tianjun no longer needed to intervene. The Tianxian sword could independently slay the remaining nascent soul True Men. Now it's your turn. You have taken plenty from my Zhou sect over the years, haven't you? Today, let your primordial spirits serve as compensation. Chu Tianjun's immense primordial spirit shifted from defense to offense, pressing the gigantic compass phantom down upon the 3 transformation stage True Lords. The higher the strength, the more straightforward the battle becomes. The primordial spirit was already more formidable than most spells or techniques, and it surpassed ordinary magical artifacts. Therefore, the primordial spirit itself was a formidable means, making additional tools unnecessary in this contest. Chu Tianjun, standing alone, appeared to be at a disadvantage, but the heavenly creation seizing technique was truly against the heavens. While others expended energy, the more they fought, he grew even more vigorous, with each clash gaining an advantage. This fellow is too sinister. To kill this child requires careful planning, True Lord Qinghe said gravely. After a brief skirmish, they realized they could do nothing to Chu Tianjun, who was only growing stronger. Want to escape? There's no chance. Chu Tianjun discerned the thoughts of the 3 and snorted coldly. In the next moment, 2 pages of golden foil flew from Chu Tianjun's body, heading toward 2 of the transformation stage cultivators, while his primordial spirit launched a full-force assault on True Lord Qinghe. In recent years, Chu Tianjun had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. He spent nearly all his time researching these 2 pages of the 6 instruments Tianshu. His greatest achievement was not mastering more celestial scripts or comprehending powerful divine abilities from the fragments. Instead, he directly refined the 2 pages of golden foil into something akin to a magical artifact. These pages, resembling gold foil, were made of an unknown material. Even with all his efforts, he could not leave a trace upon them. At that point, he conceived the idea of refining them like magical artifact flying swords. The result was that he indeed succeeded. At this moment, the 2 pages of golden foil fell onto the 2 primordial spirits, emitting no dazzling light, but the celestial scripts on them glowed, faintly suppressing the 2 transformation stage cultivators' manifestations. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chu Tianjun had drained True Lord King's primordial spirit using the heavenly creation seizing technique, and then effortlessly absorbed the remaining 2 primordial spirits as his own power. Once the primordial spirits of the 3 true lords from the eastern domain were absorbed by Chu Tianjun, he was only a step away from reaching the mid-transformation stage. From this day forth, there shall be no immortal alliance in the eastern domain. Chu Tianjun's voice spread, continuously resonating for hundreds of thousands of miles, reaching all major cultivation sects and families across the 4 states of the eastern domain. He then summoned the Tianxian sword, feeling it in his hand. It was still a bit far from evolving into a spiritual treasure, but the sword spirit was already akin to a sentient being, refining the residual power of the dozens of nascent souls within the sword. Now that there is no immortal alliance, you will temporarily hold the front line in Yuezhou, Chu Tianjun said to the Tianxian sword, and then with a gentle toss the Tianxian sword transformed into a beam of sword light heading south. Moments later at the Yuezhou front line, where anxiety gripped the hearts of the people, the fortress that once belonged to the Immortal Alliance was overshadowed by the Tianxian sword, which hung in the sky, emanating a strong pressure. With a single sword in the air, no one below the transformation stage dared to step forward. Qing Shui, I leave the remaining troubles to you. After defeating the 3 god transformation stage cultivators, Chu Tianjun spoke to Lu Qingshui, and then dismantled the protective formation of Tianjun Peak. At this moment, Zhou Shao Mountain lay in ruins, the aftermath of the earlier battle, causing countless peaks to collapse, many palaces and towers to be destroyed, and numerous severed limbs and shattered magical artifacts scattered about. Lu Qingshui nodded and began to lead the few remaining disciples to clean up the ravaged sect. Chu Tianjun retracted his divine form and gracefully descended from the sky, finally landing outside the discipline hall. However, he still did not look at Long Yue, directly ignoring her as he quickly entered the hall. In a corner of the discipline hall, Chu Tianjun saw Chu Youwei, who was left with only a wisp of divine soul. Upon witnessing such a tragic scene, his heart softened. In his past life, Chu Youwei was raised by him. Although he did not directly participate in her growth in this life, she still spent 10 years growing up on Tianjun Peak. The remaining consciousness of Chu Youwei also noticed Chu Tianjun's presence. She looked at him with a sorrowful gaze, but unfortunately her lingering soul could not shed tears, otherwise she would have been weeping profusely. Not being able to call you master is my greatest regret. The remnants of Chu Youwei's consciousness stirred with some emotion, conveying something like that. Chu Tianjun extended a hand, as if to pull the curled-up Chu Youwei from the corner, while softly saying, I will take you home. Chu Youwei clearly heard Chu Tianjun's voice, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Her previously vacant gaze became bright, and even her residual soul seemed to strengthen a bit. Soon Chu Youwei's residual soul was enveloped by the sleeve of Chu Tianjun, and then he held a pitch-black orb in his hand. This orb resembled amber, and upon closer inspection one could see a young girl lying inside as if she were peacefully sleeping. Earlier Long Yu had seen Chu Tianjun walk into the hall without even glancing at her. Already on the brink of death, her aura was even more diminished. She felt immense disappointment, and upon seeing the ruins of the sect believed that a large part of it was due to her taking Yichun as a disciple, which deepened her heartbreak. With the intertwining of various emotions and injuries, even she, a nascent soul stage cultivator, was about to faint. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly landed beside Long Yu. At the same time, a precious bottle appeared above her head, pouring out a green light that slowly healed her injuries. Sherbua, you are seriously injured, let me help you back. Ning Chotzi squatted in front of Long Yue using the Imu Liuli bottle that was originally gifted to her by Long Yu for healing, and also took out a top-tier healing pill to feed to her. Long Yu said nothing, glanced at the discipline hall, and allowed Ning Chotzi to take her back to Tianxian Peak. Tianxian Peak suffered less damage as there were hardly any palaces there, and the courtyard where Long Yu lived remained mostly intact. After returning Long Yu to her residence, Ning Qiuzi did not hurry to leave. Instead, after Long Yu's injuries improved a bit, she suddenly asked, "Sherbua, do you feel that father is intentionally distancing himself from you?" Long Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and then she said with a hint of sorrow, "It is all my fault. Do you know Sherbua? In truth, father is a very cheerful person. He is not as cold as he appears. At Tianjun Peak, he would take all of us to recite poetry and paint, and like mortals we would gather around bonfires to sing and dance. He would share many interesting anecdotes with us." Ning Qiuzi began to speak of Chu Tianjun's good qualities, which indeed represented the true Chu Tianjun. He was not some aloof celestial being. Most of the time he treated people kindly and had a cheerful disposition. So he has always disliked me. The more she learned about the true Chu Tianjun, the worse Long Yu felt in her heart. She finally realized that Chu Tianjun's indifference was only directed at her. It should not be the case. Father is just avoiding you because he saw some possible future events during his tribulation of the heart demon when he was establishing his foundation. Ning Qiuzi denied Long Yu's statement. As someone who had always been scheming behind the scenes, she had a larger plan, and Long Yu was a crucial part of it. Long Yu was greatly shocked. Ning Qiuzi's words connected many of her guesses. Thus she hurriedly asked, "What did he see?" "Everyone died. I died, senior brother Qingyun died, senior brother Ouyang died, and even Master Qingxue died. Everyone from Tianjun Peak died, and even father perished. He was stripped of his cultivation by his closest kin and thrown into a horde of demonic beasts to be devoured. Although I do not know exactly what happened in between, merely observing it allows one to feel the desolation and despair father experienced at that time." Ning Qiuzi spoke with a sorrowful expression. Although she only saw a few events from her perspective through the great divination technique, she indeed felt Chu Tianjun's despair before his death. Who is it? Who did all of this? Long Yu's eyes ignited with killing intent. Whether Chu Tianjun hated her or was indifferent to her, she could not allow anyone to treat him this way. However, the next moment Ning Qiuzi's words struck Long Yu like a thunderbolt. It was you who crippled father's cultivation with your own hands and threw him into the horde of demonic beasts to be devoured." Ning Qiuzi's tone was not one of anger but rather calm. Long Yu was left speechless. She was unwilling to believe such a possibility existed, but upon reflection, if she could inexplicably take Yichun as a disciple, it was not entirely impossible that Chu Tianjun had not intentionally distanced himself from her. "Sherbua, in fact, everyone can see that you like father, right? But your disposition is too cold. If you could be honest with father, whether regarding the possible future during the heart demon tribulation or the events that have already occurred, they could all be changed. You have a 10-year agreement with him. Why not bring Yichun back to the mountain first and explain the reasons to father? If you discuss matters together, how could Yichun, no matter how cunning he is, escape father's gaze? If you had opened up to father earlier, even if you could not be together, there would have been fewer misunderstandings, and how could Yue have met such a tragic end?" Ning Qiuzi continued, and no one expected that this person with the worst talent and the lowest cultivation would be the one to see through it all. In the end, Long Yu did not even realize when Ning Qiuzi left. Now she had only one thought: to break through to the god transformation stage as soon as possible, not to enhance her cultivation, but to provoke the heart demon tribulation and see what exactly Chu Tianjun had witnessed. On Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun was stabilizing Chu Yu's divine soul. With the assistance of the 6 principles heavenly book, Chu Yue would not dissipate, but he also did not immediately arrange for her to seize a body. "I told Sherbua about the heart demon tribulation," Ning Qiuzi said to Chu Tianjun with nonchalance. "You are harming her. It will only make her die faster." Chu Tianjun responded with indifference. "Only by entering the game can the truth be glimpsed, father. In fact, you never had a choice from the beginning." Ning Qiuzi's face bore an unusual seriousness. "I have indeed never seen through her. Perhaps there is something I have overlooked about her, otherwise Yichun would have no reason to meticulously plot all of this." In the next moment, Chu Tianjun did not refute, but instead spoke with a contemplative expression. This was something Chu Tianjun had only recently realized. Even though in his previous life Yichun had schemed to kill him, that was not his ultimate goal. His fundamental aim was to possess Long Yu. In this life, Chu Tianjun had already suppressed Yichun to the point of becoming a discarded disciple of the sect, yet in the end, he still risked it all by pretending to be taken back to the sect by Long Yu, refining all the disciples of Zhouxiao sect, achieving a physical strength comparable to that of the transformation stage, but he did not kill Long Yu. From that moment on, Chu Tianjun had his doubts. Yi Chen's true target seemed to be Long Yu. Moreover, there is a simple truth: Yichun possessed an immortal artifact and might even be a person from the immortal realm himself, and in this world, he had many prearranged means for his growth. Such a person had no need to join Zhou sect, as he could flourish in any manner. From this perspective, the most valuable asset of Zhou sect might truly be this beautiful master from the previous life. In the following period, disciples from Tianjun Peak gradually returned to the sect led by Lu Qingxue. They began to rebuild Zhou sect, and the once dilapidated sect gradually regained much of its former glory. After this incident, Zhou sect seemed to have suffered a great loss in strength, but in reality it was undergoing a transformation embodying the notion that one must break before one can establish. Firstly, the cohesion of the sect was unprecedented. Without any undercover spies, although the number of nascent soul cultivators was pitifully low, they now had Chu Tianjun, a true lord of the transformation stage. Additionally, Lu Qingxue was an invincible presence among the nascent souls, and Zhou sect had already become the dominant force in the eastern region. Unifying the region was merely a matter of time. Indeed, it wasn't long before Chu Tianjun summoned Lu Qingxue and a number of Golden Core disciples to the Peach Grove. Qiu Ci, you must return to the mortal realm once more. This time, I want you to unify the mortal world of the eastern region. Chu Tianjun said with an unusually serious expression, appearing ambitious. Daughter understands and will not let father down. Ning Qiuzi stood up in response, appearing equally excited. The remaining disciples follow me to sweep away all the cultivation sects in the eastern region. The structure of this cultivation world needs to change, either submit or be exterminated. From now on, Zhou sect shall be the only sect in the eastern region. Chu Tianjun then also stood up, his sleeves sweeping as he spoke with imposing grandeur. If he did not also claim to be a cultivator, anyone witnessing this would think him a demon threatening extermination at a moment's notice and not allowing other sects to exist. Even the demonic path of the southern region wasn't as tyrannical. In the Peach Grove, more than a dozen Golden Core disciples clasped their fists and accepted orders. These were the last remaining Golden Cores of Zhou sect, most of whom had only recently ascended to Golden Core, but were all exceptionally powerful and loyal to Chu Tianjun. However, just as everyone was filled with enthusiasm, Lu Qingxue suddenly stepped forward, cupping her fists to Chu Tianjun, and saying, a mere sect without even a transformation stage cultivator, why must senior brother personally take action? Qingxue is willing to fight for the sect. Give me 10 days, just 10 days, and I will clear all sects in the eastern region for senior brother. Lu Qingxue had the strength to say such words, and no one doubted her. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded, saying, since Qingxue is willing, then you may go on this journey. You can freely dispatch the sect's disciples. Subsequently, every day there were sects or mortal nations being destroyed, with many more voluntarily submitting, renouncing their sect names, and offering vast amounts of spirit stones and rare treasures to Zhou sect. In a short time, Zhou sect drained the resources of the 4 states, reclaiming everything that should have belonged to them over the past 3,000 years. Due to the supremacy of Zhou sect, other sects scattered as the tree fell. Some with poor qualifications became rogue cultivators, while those with good qualifications sought to join Zhou sect, hoping to enter its ranks. These days, the eastern region was in turmoil. Fortunately, the demonic cultivators from the southern region did not seize this opportunity to invade. Of course, this was all because of Chu Tianjun. The southern region had only a few transformation stage cultivators, and these demons were not confident they could suppress Chu Tianjun. They might even be counterkilled. Now within the entire southern region's demonic path, Chu Tianjun had single-handedly killed 3 major transformation stage lords, and slaughtered dozens of nascent souls, causing the demons to view him as more of a demon lord. Not long ago, several major transformation stage demons from the southern region gathered at the Holy Sect, requesting the Holy Master Ji Xuanyu to take action, but Ji Xuanyu did not agree. Ji Xuanyu was a formidable figure in the void refinement stage. Even though Chu Tianjun had absorbed the primordial spirits of 3 transformation stage lords, he still considered himself not a match for Ji Xuanyu. In his previous life, he had sensed Ji Xuanyu's presence from afar and knew that he indeed was not a match for this person at that time. Of course, Chu Tianjun was not worried, for Ji Xuanyu had always been stronger than the combined power of true monarch Qinghe and others, and since this holy master had never acted personally, now that he was stronger than the combined 3, there was even less reason for him to intervene. Chu Tianjun suspected that the reason Ji Xuanyu did not directly intervene in the eastern region might also relate to the hidden figure of the Xuanji ancestor within Zhou sect. A month after the changes in Zhou sect, the sect had basically returned to its former state, but the structure had changed significantly. Many peaks were gone, and the main hall of the sect had been rebuilt even more magnificent than before. At this time, the disciples of Zhou sect gathered inside and outside the main hall. Chu Tianjun stood at the highest point within the hall with Lu Qingxue, and some Golden Core and soon-to-be Golden Core disciples below, while outside were the Foundation Establishment and Chi Refinement disciples totaling just over 1,000. Today, I have gathered you all for several important matters to announce a Zhoushan sect has a legacy of 10,000 years, having once flourished and then fallen. Now that the sect has come into our hands, I wish to work with all of you to revive it. Chu Tianjun's voice echoed throughout Zhoushan sect. At this moment, everyone in the sect was present in and around the hall, but only one person was absent: Long Yu from Tianxian Peak. Long Yu's injuries had mostly healed. These days she had been madly cultivating, and in just over a month she had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, currently frantically accumulating power, attempting to trigger the transformation tribulation. However, she still heard Chu Tianjun's voice. From today onward, Zhoushan sect will establish an outer sect. All disciples in the Chi Refinement and Foundation Establishment stages will be considered outer disciples, receiving spirit stones and pills monthly according to sect benefits, and may freely browse the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Disciples who reach the Golden Core stage and pass the sect's hard examination may be promoted to inner disciples, able to open independent cave abodes with corresponding benefits enhanced and access to the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Nascent soul stage disciples will be true disciples, able to establish their own peak as a dojo, participate in sect management, and have the right to freely enter and exit the Scripture Pavilion. The sect will establish the positions of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Anyone who breaks through to the transformation stage may become the Holy Son or Holy Daughter, participating in sect decisions internally and representing the sect externally, automatically gaining the qualification to inherit the position of sect master. From this day forth, I will act as the acting sect master of Zhoushan sect. Does anyone have any objections? Chu Tianjun had stated many reforms, each one completely overturning the original structure of Zhoushan sect. His adjustments essentially transformed Zhoushan sect into a centralized authority where everyone, including the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, were regarded as disciples, weakening the master-disciple transmission, leaving only a sect's legacy. Senior brother, there are no objections to everything else, but this position of sect master is undoubtedly yours. Why are you only acting as the acting sect master? Lu Qingxue voiced the confusion of everyone. With this reform from Chu Tianjun, aside from the sect master, the other disciples, including the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, only maintained relationships of senior and junior brothers and sisters, and Chu Tianjun was undoubtedly the rightful first person. It was indeed unnecessary to add the word acting. Scanning the crowd, Chu Tianjun saw that everyone shared this confusion, so he looked towards the ancestral hall and then spoke. Because our Zhoushan sect still has a supreme ancestor remaining, our sect has always respected teachers and the Tao. Since the ancestor is still here, how can I presume to overstep? This time Chu Tianjun revealed the existence of Yuxuanji to all sect disciples. Many had learned this secret for the first time, and began to whisper amongst themselves. A smile appeared on Chu Tianjun's face, as his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the ancestral hall. Today, he finally felt a faint aura appearing in that direction, as if there was a gaze also watching him. Then Chu Tianjun loudly declared, "Is this arrangement satisfactory to the Xuanji ancestor?" Many thought he was merely speaking casually, but in truth he too was just speaking offhandedly. But the next moment a voice indeed appeared from the void. It was impossible to tell whether it was male or female, and it simply said one word: good. Hearing the response of good, everyone was taken aback, while Chu Tianjun smiled even more broadly. He knew that regardless of the intentions of the revered Xuanji ancestor, as long as his own strength increased, the day would come when the other party would reveal themselves. If she is unwilling to see me, then I shall grow on my own until the day I am worthy to meet her. Today, in my capacity as acting sect master, I announce the first appointment within the sect. Lu Qingxue has fought valiantly for the sect. Her contributions are undeniable. Although her cultivation has not yet reached the transformation stage, she is exceptionally promoted to the position of saintess. The first thing Chu Tianjun did in his role as acting sect master was to designate Lu Qingxue as the saintess of the Zhoushan sect. Naturally, Lu Qingxue would not reject her senior brother's kindness, and the other disciples all bowed in unison towards the direction of the two. The wisdom of the acting sect master is undeniable. We pay our respects to Saintess Qingxue. Thousands of voices echoed in unison, all genuinely convinced. The Zhoushan sect had effectively undergone a rebirth, and soon rumors spread across the land stating that there existed another supreme ancestor within the Zhoushan sect whose strength surpassed even that of Chu Tianjun, the true monarch of transformation. At the same time, the Zhoushan sect announced to the outside world that it would begin to actively recruit disciples, but with one restriction: no one above the Golden Core stage would be accepted, only those at Foundation Establishment stage and below, including mortals. Almost simultaneously, the Daning dynasty unified the Eastern domain, establishing a management agency for cultivators in the form of a dynasty, and opened the most basic cultivation techniques to all mortals. The dynasty also set up a dedicated institution to select those with outstanding talents among novice cultivators and mortals. After a period of training within the dynasty, if they excelled, they could be directly recommended to enter the Jiuxiao sect. Now the pattern of the Eastern Domain had become very close to that of an immortal sect, with one leading authority, the Jiuxiao sect, controlling all resources. To formally join the Jiuxiao sect represented a leap toward greatness. One day, dark clouds suddenly gathered over Tianjun Peak, and a giant black vortex quickly formed. Disciples with a bit of knowledge immediately understood that this was one of the remaining two nascent soul realms of the Jiuxiao sect, the real person of the misty moon summoning the transformation tribulation. Chu Tianjun sensed the gathering of the tribulation in an instant. This time he hesitated not at all, his figure flickered, and he appeared in the courtyard of Tianjun Peak. This was his first visit to this place since his rebirth, yet it felt utterly familiar to him. The appearance of Chu Tianjun sent a shock through the heart of the misty moon. Just as she was still contemplating his intentions, she saw him look up at the sky, then casually wave his hand, dispersing the originally terrifying tribulation vortex. Misty Moon stared in confusion at the man beside her. Chu Tianjun had become a knot in her heart, and her feelings towards him were extremely complex. There was regret, guilt, admiration, and unrequited love. Misty Moon opened her mouth. She had many things she wanted to say, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Fortunately, this time Chu Tianjun did not make it too difficult for her. The next moment he took the initiative to say, "You cannot survive this tribulation." Although his tone remained cold, Misty Moon felt that it was actually a concern for her. Misty Moon knew that she could not survive the tribulation, but it was not her intention. She wanted to see what Chu Tianjun truly saw through the inner demon tribulation. He knew she could not survive the tribulation, so he intervened to disperse it. Didn't that mean he did not want her to die? "I want to know what you truly saw." Misty Moon gathered her courage to say something. She remembered what Ning Qiuzi had told her: when people are more honest with each other, misunderstandings decrease. Actually, none of it matters anymore. Chu Tianjun surprisingly responded to Misty Moon. "But it is very important to me. Let me face the tribulation. Even if I die, I am willing." Misty Moon seems to have truly changed from before. Her eyes were resolute, knowing what she wanted to do and what she wanted. Chu Tianjun hesitated for a moment, then looked at Misty Moon and said, this was his first time looking directly at her since his rebirth. "You owe me one matter from our 10-year appointment, or today, I want you to fulfill that promise." Misty Moon's expression changed slightly, and she immediately asked, "What do you want me to do?" This question was not because she wanted to break her promise, but rather out of pure curiosity, or perhaps a hint of expectation. "Do not face the tribulation, if you must wait until after you have killed Yi Chun." Chu Tianjun said immediately, "I want to kill Yi Chun with my own hands, but if I do not face the tribulation, I cannot accomplish that. Are you considering this for me in a roundabout way?" Misty Moon looked at Chu Tianjun with confidence. After being enlightened by Ning Qiuzi, she had indeed changed a lot. Chu Tianjun was taken aback. This was completely different from his impression of that master. Her words seemed to implicitly ask Chu Tianjun if he liked her. Even in the nascent soul stage, it is not impossible to kill someone in the transformation stage. Do you truly want to kill Yi Chun with your own hands? He is still your disciple. Chu Tianjun said, his expression remaining relatively unchanged. Misty Moon had indeed not formally expelled Yi Chun from the sect. However, that was merely a procedural matter. When Yi Chun used the immortal artifact to refine many people, and stated he wanted to confront his master, he had already ceased to be her disciple. Looking back now, I realize I never truly regarded him as a disciple. When he expressed his desire to become my disciple, it was never my intention. It felt as though something was interfering with my decision. Misty Moon answered calmly, finally voicing words that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Chu Tianjun was not surprised. He had realized long ago that Misty Moon was a very special existence. She seemed to be the root of all causes, and in truth everything revolved around her. The next moment Chu Tianjun flipped his palm and took out a jade slip, offering it to Misty Moon. Misty Moon instinctively took the jade slip, and upon touching it, she read the information within. When she understood its contents, she looked at Chu Tianjun in disbelief. Before Misty Moon could question him, Chu Tianjun spoke. "First, the Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations is indeed a top-tier demonic cultivation technique. It can help you slay someone in the transformation stage with your nascent soul power. However, you must have seen the dangers within. The choice is yours." What Chu Tianjun provided to Misty Moon was the demonic art Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations. The original record of this technique had been destroyed by Chu Tianjun, but he remembered it from his past life and thus re-recorded it onto the jade slip. I will practice it. As long as it can rectify my mistakes, I am willing to descend into the demonic path. I will make you understand my intentions, Misty Moon said stubbornly. Her demeanor increasingly made Chu Tianjun feel unfamiliar, and this version of Misty Moon made it impossible for him to harbor hatred. Chu Tianjun decided not to say anything further. In the past, he would have walked away at this point, but today before leaving he nodded at Misty Moon, acknowledging her. In the past, at this moment, Misty Moon would not have said anything, only watching Chu Tianjun leave with some regret. However, this time before Chu Tianjun could move, Misty Moon took the initiative to ask, "So how should I address you from now on?" Previously, Misty Moon had referred to Chu Tianjun as junior brother, but now, according to cultivation level, she should actually call him senior uncle or senior. However, since Chu Tianjun had reformed the Zhoushan sect, aside from a few with clear lineages, everyone from Misty Moon at the nascent soul stage to the newly initiated disciples at the Qi refinement stage could address Chu Tianjun as acting sect master or senior brother. "Call me whatever you like." Chu Tianjun had already taken off and flew away, but he still said one last thing before departing. Chu Tianjun's appearance restored Long Yu from a hollow, lifeless shell. In the days that followed, she quietly cultivated the ninefold demon transformation art atop Tianxian Peak. This demonic cultivation technique was not difficult to master, nor did it demand an extended period to complete. Its sole prerequisite was nascent soul cultivation. Long Yu achieved full mastery in merely a dozen days. Yet this art earned its reputation as a miraculous technique for profoundly unusual reasons. The ninefold demon transformation art conferred no direct increase in cultivation base, and its manifest techniques consisted of but a single immutable move. That singular move consumed the cultivator's entire reservoir of spiritual energy, including the very foundation of their current realm. Put plainly, unleashing the ninefold demon transformation art unleashed power far surpassing one's present realm. Transcending an entire major cultivation tier was commonplace. Yet the cost was staggering. Upon activation, the cultivator would be utterly drained of strength and instantly plummet to the level of an ordinary mortal. Should a nascent soul cultivator employ it once, they would require at least a decade to rebuild their foundation. Cultivators raced against time itself. Their lifespans were precious beyond measure. Thus, despite its extraordinary nature, this art remained virtually unused. Its deployment all but severed one's path of cultivation. How many, having fallen to mundanity, could ever rise again? Even disregarding the barriers of realm progression, who among mortals could bear the colossal resources required for such recovery? Yet the art's most astonishing feature lay in its culmination. If one survived 9 successive activations and fully restored their cultivation, legend held that all restrictions would vanish. Thereafter, the technique could be wielded at will to transcend major realms, with each use depleting only strength, not causing realm regression. Such a phenomenon verged on the heretical. A spirit establishment cultivator might unleash void refinement tier power. A Tao integration cultivator could slay a great perfection master, and a great perfection cultivator theoretically could cleave through celestial beings with ease. Long Yu prepared to slay Yi Chun while Zhoushan sect flourished steadily. Yet Chu Tianjun too prepared for that same reckoning. Yi Chen's escape did not signify Chu Tianjun's forgiveness. Drawing upon memories of his past life, and accounting for known deviations, he deduced with certainty that Yi Chun had fled to the northern wilds, seeking refuge among the demon clans. In his previous life, as Chu Tianjun lay dying, the northern demon clans launched a massive southern invasion. At first he had failed to connect that cataclysm to Yi Chun, but now hindsight revealed Yi Chen's hidden hand behind it all. This time Chu Tianjun would not wait for Yi Chun to marshal another demonic host. He would march northward himself, to the heart of demon territory, and end Yi Chun there. One evening at dusk, Long Yu sat alone in the courtyard. Zhoushan sect had recently accepted a new cohort of disciples, and the sect slowly regained its vitality. Yet Tianxian Peak remained desolate, home to Long Yu alone. Beyond cultivation, her most frequent act was sitting silently in that courtyard, gazing toward Tianjun Peak. Near enough to see, yet impossibly distant in feeling. Chu Tianjun, the acting sect master, still dwelled within the peach grove. Daily affairs were impeccably managed by several golden core disciples, while Lu Qingxue, the peerless powerhouse beneath the spirit ascension realm, stood as the sect's unshakable shield, pressing the entire Eastern Domain's cultivation world into breathless submission. Ning Qiu Ci, though abysmal in cultivation aptitude, possessed uncanny genius in administration. She oversaw the vast Eastern Domain, spanning 4 provinces, both immortal and mortal realms, With its billions of commoners, countless spirit veins and mineral deposits, Zhou Sect's sprawling enterprises, infrastructure projects, and the provisions for thousands of disciples. Every detail arranged with flawless precision. Under her stewardship, Zhou Sect ascended with unstoppable momentum. Senior Elder, there's a gathering on Tianjun Peak tonight. Would you join me? Ning Qiu Ci landed beside Long Yue, beaming with delight. A gathering? Me? Long Yu asked, disbelief coloring her voice. Are you not also part of Zhou Sect? Father has even caught spirit fish for roasting. Surely you'd like to taste them. Ning Qiu Ci spoke as if coaxing a shy girl, and Long Yu's heart stirred. Yet desire warred with shame, prompting her hesitant reply, would it truly be appropriate for me to attend? We are all family. What could possibly be inappropriate? Besides, Father has never forbidden you from setting foot on Tianjun Peak. And Senior Elder, you remain Zhou Sect's sole true heir. Ning Qiu Ci winked playfully. After Chu Tianjun reformed Zhou Sect, Lu Qingshua's unprecedented elevation to sacred maiden left Long Yu as the sect's only true heir. Moreover, Chu Tianjun had neither revoked her stewardship of Tianxian Peak, nor excluded her from sect benefits. Her name remained duly recorded among Tianxian Peak's heirs, with spirit stones and pills delivered monthly by junior disciples. Thus Long Yu's status as Zhou Sect's true heir was formally acknowledged. By sect law, true heirs were entitled to establish their own peak as a cultivation domain, participate in sect governance, and enter the scripture pavilion freely. Meaning, in theory, no place within the sect was barred to her. Zhou Sect's scripture pavilion had undergone profound transformation. Alongside its original canon, Chu Tianjun had integrated numerous rare texts gathered from across the land, including foundational arts once jealously guarded by the Eastern domain's greatest sects, as well as techniques and divine abilities he himself had forged. Very well, Long Yu acquiesced, persuaded at last. Though her heart trembled fiercely, she resolved to take this long-deferred step forward. Moments later, Long Yu and Ning Qiu Ci arrived at the peach grove atop Tianjun Peak. Before entering, her nerves flared. She braced herself for Chu Tianjun's immediate dismissal. The grove already teemed with guests, most of whom Long Yu recognized or had glimpsed before. Chu Tianjun sat absorbed in painting, brush in hand. Lu Qingxue stood quietly beside him, a vision of harmonious grace that evoked effortless admiration. Nearby, others stood or reclined. Wu Qingyun, Ouyang Ming, and several disciples who had long resided around Tianjun Peak. Others remained nameless to Long Yu, mere newcomers who had gravitated to Tianjun Peak in recent years. Most were golden core cultivators. Only one or two retained the foundation establishment realm. They gathered in small clusters, some conversing, some sipping wine, others earnestly debating cultivation principles. When Ning Qiu Ci and Long Yu entered, every gaze turned toward them, and upon recognizing Long Yu, expressions grew subtly strained. Long Yu sensed it keenly, her steps faltered. Yet in the next instant, Ning Qiu Ci took her hand and guided her firmly toward Chu Tianjun. Pulled along, Long Yu steeled herself to proceed. Yet even her resolve could not lift her eyes to meet Chu Tianjun's gaze. Father, I've brought Senior Elder Ning Qiu Ci announced proudly upon reaching Chu Tianjun. Since she's here, let her sit wherever she pleases. Chu Tianjun looked up and spoke those words, and to Long Yue they resonated like celestial music, the most beautiful utterance she had heard in ages. Senior Elder, sit with me, Ning Qiu Ci said, guiding Long Yu to a spot just beside Chu Tianjun. Once the others saw Chu Tianjun's tacit acceptance, their glances softened. No longer wary but natural. This was the first time Long Yue attended such a gathering. She had always been curious, but did not dare to express herself, sitting there very quietly. Soon Chu Tianjun put down his brush and began to casually inquire about the recent cultivation situations of the disciples present. Long Yue glanced at the drawing paper of Chu Tianjun, which depicted the scene before her, but it currently only featured the landscape, without any people, clearly indicating that the artwork was still incomplete. As each disciple asked Chu Tianjun various questions, his answers not only resolved their doubts, but also greatly benefited the listeners. Long Yue knew that this was Chu Tianjun, the acting master, providing special guidance to those close to him. My father once said that people have varying degrees of closeness. He cannot take care of everyone, but at least he can ensure that those close to him become better. Ning Qiu whispered in Long Yu's ear, seemingly able to guess what Long Yue was thinking. The process of Chu Tianjun instructing the disciples was not long, yet Long Yue could not integrate herself into it. She remained quietly seated, feeling somewhat out of place. Once Chu Tianjun finished providing guidance to these disciples, the real gathering time began. At this point, the roasted spiritual beasts and spiritual fish were ready along with wine brewed from spiritual fruits. Today, it is rare to have so many people gathered. My wife and I would like to perform a sword dance to liven things up. Please allow us, acting master. Shortly after the gathering began, a refined, middle-aged man stood up and said. As he spoke, his gaze first glanced in Longyu's direction, clearly indicating that his reference to many people included her presence. When this man stood up, a woman beside him almost simultaneously rose, and their movements were so in sync that even their attire and appearance suggested they were a married couple. That would be wonderful. The dual swords of such a virtuous couple are indeed a marvel. We are fortunate to witness this today. Chu Tianjun clapped and smiled in this moment, shedding the solemnity of the acting master, appearing as a close friend sharing a drink with companions. The couple then began to perform their sword dance in the center of the gathering. Although they did not use any magical techniques or sword formulas, their movements were pleasing to the eye, and their swordplay felt extraordinary. Uncle Master, these two are a married couple. They were originally a pair of wandering cultivators who met by chance many years ago when my father was traveling. My father gifted them a set of sword techniques, and shortly thereafter their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few years they reached the golden core stage, and their relationship is exceptionally strong. Their combined swords double their power, allowing them to contend with nascent soul cultivators without losing ground. Over the years they have cleared many sects and families, for my father and outsiders call them the dual fiends. Ning Chotzi promptly introduced them to Longyue. Longyue indeed learned about this couple for the first time, and could tell that both had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, making them the most likely candidates in the Zhoushan sect to achieve the nascent soul. If these two were to achieve nascent soul, it would mean two nascent souls at once. Speaking of the Zhoushan sect, although they do not have many members now, the strongest nascent soul and golden core cultivators are both within the sect. Chu Tianjun's exact strength remains unclear, and it is very possible that the most powerful divine transformation cultivators are also in the Zhoushan sect. What are their names? Longyue finally spoke for the first time since arriving at the peach forest. She indeed needed to know their names. She couldn't just refer to them as dual fiends in the future, could she? Senior brother is called Zhou Qingfeng and senior sister is called Li Wanhua. Ning Chotzi quietly revealed their names. Longyue nodded, committing these names to memory. After the sword dance by Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua concluded, everyone applauded, but no one knew that the sword techniques gifted by Chu Tianjun to this couple were actually the very ones he had used with Longyue in their past life. Those were the years when their bond was the closest, both being nascent soul cultivators, and they were inseparable, advancing and retreating together. Together they could indeed contend with divine transformation cultivators. However, in this life, Chu Tianjun unhesitatingly gifted this set of sword techniques. Now witnessing Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua using these techniques, he rarely reminisced about the happiest times of his past life. Since establishing the Zhoushan sect, Chu Tianjun had a sense of illusion, as if he were also gradually forgetting his past life. Sometimes he even questioned whether that past life truly happened or if it was merely a kind of possible future he glimpsed, as Ning Chotzi had said, a kind-hearted deception. Since senior brother and senior sister have showcased their talents, how can I be absent? Uncle Master, I must trouble you again. Ning Chotzi suddenly stood up and said, leaving her seat while smiling at Lu Qingsnow. Lu Qingsnow nodded with a smile, then flipped her palm to reveal a bamboo flute. Longyue looked at the two with curiosity and anticipation, and soon Lu Qingsnow began to play the bamboo flute. The sound was exceptionally beautiful, and it was the first time Longyue realized that Lu Qingsnow had this talent. However, upon reflection, she felt relieved. Perhaps there were many things she did not know. It seemed she had never truly integrated into the Zhoushan sect, and looking back on her past days, was indeed bland and flavorless. As Lu Qingsnow's flute music began to play, Ning Chotzi started to dance gracefully. Her movements were fluid and elegant, drawing praises from the surrounding disciples, and the atmosphere reached its peak. A smile unconsciously appeared on Longyue's face, and she suddenly felt her heart becoming tranquil, sensing that the world had become more beautiful. Immediately, she instinctively looked at Chu Tianjun, only to see him picking up the brush again to paint. The scene had already changed somewhat from the beginning. In addition to the landscape, there were now some people, including the previously performed sword dance by Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua. Lu Qingsnow elegantly playing the bamboo flute, Ning Chotzi dancing gracefully, and the surrounding people either applauding or drinking. Yet there was no depiction of herself in the painting. Uncle Master, come join us. Suddenly Ning Chotzi appeared in front of Longyue, unexpectedly trying to pull her up to dance. I really can't. Longyue said, somewhat flustered. It's very simple, just follow my lead. Uncle Master, you are so beautiful, you must dance wonderfully. Ning Qiuzi was not disheartened, using her strength to pull Long Yue, seeming intent on pushing her into action. Long Yue felt somewhat embarrassed. She looked at Ning Qiuzi's eager gaze, then glanced around, not wanting to dampen everyone's spirits, and inexplicably found herself yielding to Ning Qiuzi's pull. At first Long Yue indeed could not let go. Her movements appeared stiff and awkward. However, as she continued dancing, perhaps moved by Ning Qiuzi's sincere smile, or truly wanting to integrate, her movements gradually became more fluid, and although she was mimicking Ning Qiuzi, she began to dance with style. In the end, Long Yue's dance was not inferior to Ning Qiuzi's at all. Her figure and grace were impeccable as she danced around the bonfire with Ning Qiuzi, creating a breathtaking scene. Finally, as the performance concluded, Ning Qiuzi stopped her movements, looking at Long Yue with delight, as if praising her, saying, "I told you, Uncle Master, you dance beautifully, don't you all agree?" "Indeed, indeed. This song and dance are fit only for the heavens, such a rare occurrence on earth." Miss Qiuzi and real person Long Yue, even the celestial beings from the upper realms would sigh in admiration. Some around began to echo, not only praising Ning Qiuzi and Long Yue, but also remembering Lu Kingsnow the Saintess. The atmosphere was indeed wonderful. Long Yue was the first to feel this vibe. She had always thought that cultivating immortality meant being detached and solitary, focusing solely on meditation. She had never considered that cultivating immortality could also be filled with human warmth, just as Ning Qiuzi had said, a group of people coming together to drink merrily, dancing joyfully around the bonfire. Long Yue felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments, while a peculiar feeling stirred within her heart, as if she were on the verge of grasping something elusive, yet still just a step away. However, as she walked back to her seat, Long Yue caught another glance at Chu Tianjun's painting, and this time she noticed an additional figure in the scene dancing alongside Ning Qiuzi herself. In that instant, Long Yue felt as if her consciousness had been blasted open. A sudden enlightenment dawned upon her, revealing what she truly needed to cherish and what she desired. At the same time, her awareness expanded, leaving her momentarily stunned in place. Chu Tianjun was also momentarily taken aback, sensing an enigmatic aura suddenly emanating from Long Yue, and then he gazed up at the sky where tribulation clouds began to gather. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun swiftly dispersed the tribulation clouds, his expression revealing a complex mixture of emotions as he looked at Long Yue. Long Yue snapped back from her brief daze, feeling a bit awkward as she looked at Chu Tianjun, realizing he had once again helped her disperse the tribulation clouds. Otherwise, she would have had to face the divine tribulation. Although her current state and mindset had significantly improved, she still felt uncertain about her ability to successfully transcend the tribulation. This brief moment had not gone unnoticed by others who were curiously observing Chu Tianjun and Long Yue. "Have you gained a gifted supernatural ability?" Chu Tianjun finally broke the silence. Long Yue nodded, perplexed herself about how a strange supernatural ability had suddenly appeared in her mind. For now, she would refer to it as a supernatural ability. Only a few cultivators at the transformation stage could comprehend one or two supernatural abilities after understanding the forces of heaven and earth, and some cultivators with spiritual bodies could awaken such abilities, but Long Yue did not belong to either category. Thus, when Chu Tianjun spoke of her having gained a gifted supernatural ability, he was referring to an extremely rare phenomenon only found in legends, where certain individuals are favored by the fortunes of heaven and earth, thus bestowed with supernatural abilities, hence the term gifted supernatural ability. "Master Uncle, can you tell us what supernatural ability you've awakened?" Ning Qiuzi asked curiously. Generally, such gifted supernatural abilities are highly private matters that people seldom inquire about, and the individuals involved often attempt to conceal them. Yet it would be a lie to say they were not curious. Even Chu Tianjun was very intrigued. Perhaps sensing his curious gaze, Long Yue answered directly. "It is a very unique, or rather peculiar supernatural ability called Endless Remembrance, and this ability has a follow-up. When cultivated to a high level, it can transform into great prayer technique." Everyone listened, but only Chu Tianjun felt a storm brewing in his heart. The name Endless Remembrance did not seem particularly significant to him, but the name Great Prayer Technique immediately reminded him of the Great Simulation Technique he had comprehended from the Six Arts Heavenly Book. The two were clearly of the same caliber just by their names. To be on par with the supernatural abilities from the Six Arts Heavenly Book was undoubtedly impressive. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Long Yue continued without reservation. "This supernatural ability is not about the application of power. It resembles some kind of shamanistic art. By silently contemplating a certain wish each day, over time it can be realized. Indeed, Endless Remembrance must have a response. Sincere prayers will yield results." Is such a magical, supernatural ability real? If I think about ascending to immortality every day, could I not cultivate and still ascend after a number of years? Ning Chotzi exclaimed in shock, feeling that everything was too exaggerated. Long Yue nodded, then explained, in theory yes, but there are many limitations. For example, smaller wishes are more likely to succeed and require less time, whereas more outlandish wishes have a lower success rate. One could exchange time for success. If you did nothing but pray for 1,000 years, it might be possible to ascend to immortality, but who has a lifespan of 10,000 years to dedicate to a single task? There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. Whether it is endless remembrance or great prayer technique, they are essentially equivalent exchanges, just that what is exchanged are life and time. Nevertheless, they are indeed exceptional supernatural abilities. Chu Tianjun quickly provided a rather objective assessment. I will share the cultivation method with everyone. Let's see if anyone can cultivate it. Long Yue said, candidly surprising everyone. In an instant, everyone's impression of Long Yue changed completely. Even Lu Qingxue, who had always disdained her, began to admire her. The sharing of such a supernatural ability was exceedingly rare and went beyond mere generosity. Chu Tianjun felt a stir in his heart. He had provided many benefits to the sect's disciples, but hardly any supernatural abilities. He had tried to pass on several supernatural abilities to Ning Chotzi, but all had ended in failure. Supernatural abilities cannot be learned like techniques. Even if the principles are explained without personal comprehension, one cannot cultivate them. Furthermore, your supernatural ability appears to have a complex background. It's really unnecessary to share it. Chu Tianjun advised Long Yue not to share her supernatural ability, noting that few could resist the temptation of such powers. I am doing this voluntarily, Long Yue said decisively, and then she publicly revealed the cultivation method for endless remembrance. Everyone looked at Chu Tianjun, who nodded, and then they all began to memorize and attempt to cultivate. However, soon everyone found themselves utterly baffled. They could understand what Long Yue was saying, but actual cultivation was an entirely different matter. None of them could even touch the threshold. Even Chu Tianjun tried, but he too found it completely inaccessible. This supernatural ability was truly not something one could learn at will, especially Long Yue's ability, which did not conform to any form of power. Even Chu Tianjun's heavenly robbery technique could not absorb it, nor could great freedom of creation transform it. Seeing that everyone was unable to make any progress in cultivation, the gathering for the night was coming to an end. At that moment, Chu Tianjun suddenly spoke seriously. While everyone is here tonight, I want to announce a decision. A few days ago, I calculated the whereabouts of Yechen. I intend to lead a campaign against the demon clan to eliminate him. As soon as Chu Tianjun finished speaking, everyone bowed to him, saying, "The acting leader is wise." This included Long Yue. Will senior sister Long Yue also join? Just when they thought the matter was concluded, Lu Qingxue suddenly asked. Long Yue replied with a strong voice, "Of course I will go. I will personally kill Yechen." Since awakening her gifted supernatural ability, she had already begun to operate the peculiar endless remembrance technique. Right now, what she could not forget was the painting created by Chu Tianjun that night. She wanted to protect all this beauty, and hoped to always be present in the painting beside Chu Tianjun. This was a happy and beautiful wish, but soon a statement from Chu Tianjun made her feel a bit anxious. Long Yue, while you may earn merit for your sins, you ultimately accepted the calamity that is Yechen. After we kill him, I, as the acting leader, will still need to give the sect an explanation. At that time, I will still hold you accountable. Chu Tianjun's words not only unsettled Long Yue, but also left everyone puzzled. They had previously thought that he had forgiven Long Yue, but now it seemed that was not the case. Despite her apprehension, Long Yue felt that tonight's harvest was immense and held great significance for her. This feeling was no less than when she joined the Zhouxiao sect a century ago. On the morning of the second day, all the disciples of the Zhouxiao sect discovered that the main hall of the sect had detached from the mountain peak, transforming into a palace floating atop the mountain. Chu Tianjun stood on the jade steps of the hall. Below him were Lu Qingxue and a group of core disciples of the Zhouxiao sect, all possessing golden core cultivation, and Ning Chotzi was naturally absent. "Ouyang, please begin," Chu Tianjun said with a nod to Ouyang Ming in the crowd. In the next moment, Ouyang Ming cast a series of spells, and a faint barrier rose outside the Zhouxiao hall. Following that, countless formations lit up one after another, with hundreds of formations being activated. All these formations were based on the Zhouxiao hall. Some were engraved on the floor pillars and ceiling, while others formed the structure of the hall itself, serving as the nodes of the formations. After a moment under the gaze of all the disciples of the Zhou sect, the enormous palace transformed into a beam of light and shot northward. Now this Zhou hall was not only the main hall of the Zhou sect, but also a formidable magical treasure. To construct this hall, nearly 20-30 of the sect's resources had been consumed. It is worth noting that the resources of the Zhou sect now represented the entirety of the resources from the 4 states of the eastern region. The resources needed to construct a hall could sustain a large sect. The Zhou hall itself is at the level of a magical treasure with nearly 600 formations arranged on it, making the hall capable of both offense and defense. It serves as the foundation of our Zhou sect, and even a transformation stage true monarch cannot easily destroy it. While flying, Chu Tianjun casually explained to his disciples. The Zhou hall was crafted by him, and the nearly 600 formations were arranged over the past few months by Ouyang Ming and some disciples studying formations. Due to the overtime, the disciples who arranged the formations received triple their monthly salary, and the benefits of the Zhou sect were undoubtedly impressive. The Zhou hall flew extremely high and fast. While above the eastern region no one noticed, but upon entering the northern region it detached from its lightspeed state and began to fly at low altitude. This entity exuded a sense of oppression, causing the demon races below to hold their breath in fear, and none dared to show themselves. With such a grand entrance into the northern region, I believe we are the first in history for the Zhou sect. Chen Yuner stood at the edge of the Zhou hall smiling as she looked at the trembling demon race below. This former foundation establishment female cultivator had been close to Chu Yue and had recently achieved the golden core stage. Many disciples like Chen Yuner had successfully advanced, as the Zhou sect now had an abundance of resources, allowing for a substantial number of golden cores to be cultivated. I heard that this time the acting sect leader plans to capture a batch of demon races to use as mounts, so in the future our sect can ride demon beasts as mounts. One disciple chimed in, confirming that Chu Tianjun indeed had this plan, having already arranged for several powerful golden core disciples to handle this matter. The disciples aboard the Zhou hall showed no signs of anxiety before a life-and-death battle. Instead, they seemed to be on an excursion. Chu Tianjun quietly observed everything, fully aware that some disciples might never return from the northern region. However, Chu Tianjun took it lightly, as anyone could die, including himself. For the Zhou sect to grow, the disciples must endure trials and tribulations. A greenhouse can only nurture flowers. It cannot grow towering trees. Brother Tianjun, where is Yichun now? What cultivation level has he reached? Lu Qingxue had been by Chu Tianjun's side, and this form of address was exclusive to her. Among the entire Zhou sect, only Lu Qingxue and Wu Qingyun still called him Brother Tianjun. This time Wu Qingyun did not come, as he was not suited for such battles. Moreover, this late-blooming master of alchemy was already challenging the nascent soul realm. He should be appearing soon. When we entered the northern region, he must have sensed it. I'm not sure about his exact cultivation level. Perhaps he is nearing the refinement stage. Chu Tianjun spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the distance, leaving no one to know what he was thinking. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the northern horizon, followed by a massive shadow appearing in the sky. The shadow rapidly moved toward the Zhou hall, and as it drew closer it became clear that it was comprised of countless powerful demon beasts. The demon beasts swept in like a tide, resembling an army sweeping through. Among them were even several demon races that had already taken form at the nascent soul stage. In the center of the demon army, a throne made of colossal bones was particularly striking, and even more conspicuous was the tall and handsome figure seated upon it. Upon seeing the figure on the bone throne, Long Yu clenched her fists tightly. Her momentum had already reached its peak, feeling like a balloon on the verge of bursting, with her internal power threatening to explode. That person was naturally Yi Chun. Today he was not in that blood-soaked form, but had restored his handsome appearance. Yet everyone knew that his beautiful facade was certainly a facade. The Zhou hall had come to a halt, and all the formations began operating at full capacity. At that moment this palace had transformed into a fortress of war, with every disciple bracing themselves for battle. Yi Shizhi, doing well, I see. Given this posture, I assume you are now the demon emperor of the northern region. Before Yi Chan and his demon army arrived, Chu Tianjun had already appeared above the Zhou hall's roof, speaking in a calm, yet slightly mocking tone. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun still refer to Yi Chan, as Shizhi Long Yu's expression turned extremely grim, and others looked on in confusion. Old dog Chu, I didn't expect your courage to be so great. Rather than waiting for this emperor to find you, you came to deliver yourself to death. Yi Chen's handsome exterior belied the lack of decorum in his words. He opened with calling Chu an old dog, and while his momentum was indeed formidable, it seemed quite rude compared to Chu Tianjun's respectful address of Yi Shizi. Chu Tianjun, however, was neither angry nor upset, remaining nonchalant as he replied, "So our Zhou sect indeed has something you covet." After saying this, Chu Tianjun purposely glanced at Long Yue, and upon hearing his words, Yi Chen's gaze indeed turned towards Long Yu. The other party did not respond, but Chu Tianjun had already received a definite answer. "You, a mere ant, are not worthy to know. I know you are quite curious, but I simply will not tell you. If it weren't for that bitch Chu Yue scheming against me last time with the immortal artifact in hand, do you think you could truly harm me?" Yi Chen's tea art was naturally remarkable. He knew how to irritate others. These few sentences could easily provoke someone with poor emotional resilience. It should be noted that Chu Tianjun was not the type to talk excessively, but at this moment he certainly was, mainly because he knew Yi Chen possibly came from the higher realms and would undoubtedly know many secrets. Extracting information from him was far more valuable than simply killing him. "Have you heard the saying about capsizing in a ditch? Perhaps in your eyes this little world is indeed a ditch, but you have capsized several times already. Aren't you worried about capsizing again?" Chu Tianjun was also provoking Yi Chen with his words, aiming to make the other party lose their rationality. Whether it was about killing Yi Chen or making him accidentally reveal secrets, it was all quite beneficial. "You old dog, don't try to provoke me. If you have the ability, face me in a fair fight instead of using women to your advantage." Yi Chen clearly saw through Chu Tianjun's intentions. Although he appeared unaffected by the time he begged to duel with Chu Tianjun, he had already lost. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chu Tianjun momentarily looked dazed, feeling as if Yi Chen had stolen his lines. If this were his previous life, those would have been the words he most wanted to say. "You wretched beast, harboring malicious intent, using every means at your disposal to have once shared a master-disciple relationship with you is my lifelong disgrace. Today I shall personally turn you to ashes." Indeed, the next moment Hong Yue couldn't help but shout at Yi Chen. Her words were strikingly similar to those she had spoken when killing Chu Tianjun in her previous life. "Yi Chen, today I, the sect leader, come to clear the sect's ranks. Since you are still the emperor of the demon clan, after your death, the Zhou sect will take over the northern region. Regardless, you were once a disciple of the Zhou sect." Chu Tianjun suddenly sighed, and upon his words, it was akin to striking at the heart, making everyone understand why he initially referred to Yi Chen as his nephew. Yi Chen was furious. He had never encountered such a brazen individual. Here they were at his doorstep demanding his death, yet he wanted to wring every last bit of value from him. Indeed, Yi Chen had never been formally expelled from the Zhou sect, so in name, he still counted as a disciple. Since he was a disciple of the Zhou sect and also a demon emperor, the demon clan of the northern region should belong to the Zhou sect, at least in principle. If he was to clear the sect, then, after Yi Chen's death, everything that originally belonged to him should naturally revert to the Zhou sect. "You!" The once most eloquent Yi Chen was momentarily rendered speechless by his anger, and this scene resembled Chu Tianjun's past reaction when he was at a loss for words. "Indeed, to survive in this world, one must possess strength. Now that I hold the upper hand, armed with absolute power, whether through words or actions, the reasoning lies on my side. Even the devil's path has its logic." At this moment, Chu Tianjun felt a sense of enlightenment. In this life, his methods often leaned towards the devil's path, yet they led to a completely different future. This path is good, at least there are no regrets. Enough nonsense, take out your immortal artifact and let me see how much strength I need to exert to kill you. At this moment, Chu Tianjun truly resembled a villain, arrogant and dismissive. "Kill for me." Yi Chen ceased his banter, and with a command the army of demon beasts surged toward the Zhou hall. Faced with such a multitude of demons, the disciples of the Zhou sect were not foolish enough to leave their fortress, the Zhou hall, to engage the demon clan in close combat. They relied on formations and the inherently superlative Zhou hall to battle the demons. However, apart from Chu Tianjun, outside, after a moment, Lu Qingxue, sensing that the demon clan could not breach the Zhou hall for the time being, also flew out. She appeared clad in the attire of the Thunder Emperor's battle armor, wielding the splitting sky thunder spear, her gallant figure being notably eye-catching. Moreover, what drew more attention was the endless thunder and the thunder dragons swirling around her. One must admit, even with Chu Tianjun and Yi Chen, two powerful beings at the god transformation stage, clashing in terms of appearance and combat effectiveness, they paled in comparison to Lu Qingxue of the nascent soul stage. Of course, she was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. She was currently facing another god transformation demon king from the demon clan. Apart from Chu Tianjun, Lu Qingxue was the only one in the Juxiao sect capable of battling at the god transformation stage. Hongyue, however, did not intervene. She remained within the Juxiao hall, not assisting the other disciples in fending off the demon army, but fixing her gaze intently on Yi Chun, likely concentrating on gathering the strongest strike of the heavenly demon 9 transformations. This confrontation between Yi Chun and Chu Tianjun was somewhat different from the previous battle, where Chu Tianjun clashed with 3 other god transformation experts. Chu Tianjun did not unleash his divine sense, and Yi Chun was unsure if he had, but in any case, he did not release it either. Yi Chun's monstrous physique was more formidable than any magical artifact, while Chu Tianjun's physical body was quite ordinary. He did not withstand Yi Chun's attacks hidden. As long as the phantom compass behind him manifested, no matter how Yi Chun attacked, he could not break through the 3 inches in front of Chu Tianjun. The truly exciting part was Yi Chun's copper coffin immortal artifact, and the 2 shards of golden leaf released by Chu Tianjun. Whether it was the copper coffin immortal artifact or the golden leaf from the 6 rituals heavenly book, they appeared unremarkable, yet the sounds produced from their collision caused shockwaves through the minds of cultivators below the nascent soul stage and the demon clan. Fortunately, there were no foundation establishment stage cultivators nearby, otherwise they might have been stunned by the residual waves. The copper coffin immortal artifact was large, while the golden leaves were small, yet these 2 golden leaves could block the copper coffin. The golden leaves, one in front and one behind, appeared to cooperate remarkably, making the copper coffin seem somewhat clumsy. If this is all you are capable of, then I have overestimated you. This is the demon clan. I have an endless stream of demon beasts continuously charging forward. Your grand hall's formation will eventually be exhausted, and you will only be able to watch as they perish. Yi Chun perhaps intended to disturb Chu Tianjun's mental state, and as they fought he began to ramble. However, Yi Chun's statement held some truth. After all, no matter how strong a formation was, it would eventually suffer wear and tear. Yet here it was the demon clan, and Yi Chun could command a relentless wave of demon beasts to assault. Chu Tianjun said nothing. Even in his previous life, when labeled as a villain, he rarely spoke. In this life he had even less to say. With his current strength, killing Yi Chun was not impossible, but he wanted to give Hongyue a chance. Another important reason was that Chu Tianjun felt that if he personally killed Yi Chun, the process would be extremely troublesome, fraught with countless variables. However, if it were Hongyue who took action, it seemed like it would unfold naturally. This feeling was inexplicable. Part of it stemmed from the influence of the 6 rituals heavenly book, while another part seemed to derive from the experiences of his previous life. Cultivating immortality is to go against the heavens. In this world there is no concept of the heavenly path, but at this moment Chu Tianjun looked up at the sky. He knew this was merely the sky he could see, not necessarily the true sky. However, Yi Chun had come from above, perhaps he could indeed represent something. Yi Chun felt insulted as he fought against Chu Tianjun, who was lost in thought, gazing up at the sky. However, the next moment, he lost interest in Chu Tianjun, as he sensed a great terror approaching from behind. When Yi Chun turned around, Hongyue was already standing in midair, her hands forming a seal in front of her chest, a seal he had never seen before, one that looked extraordinarily formidable. Feeling something was amiss, Yi Chun wanted to evade, but at that moment Chu Tianjun suddenly struck the massive phantom of the compass, descending temporarily, binding Yi Chun in place. The next moment, as Hongyue completed her seal of force, imbued with a sense of destruction and clearly demonic energy, surged towards Yi Chun. In terms of both might and speed, the attack of the heavenly demon 9 transformations far surpassed the nascent soul stage and even ranked among the pinnacle of the god transformation stage. The terrifying force instantly engulfed Yi Chun, and in an instant, his body, known to be the strongest in this realm, was swiftly turned to ashes, even his soul obliterated. Chu Tianjun had considered whether to leave Yi Chun's soul behind to glean some secrets, but ultimately decided against it. Such a person was better off dead to avoid prolonged troubles. Yi Chun died so easily, his passing remarkably uneventful. Hongyue's aura immediately diminished to that of an ordinary person, and she could not even maintain her ability to float. Chu Tianjun did not reach out to catch her. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and Hongyue's body was sent back to the Juxiao hall. At this moment, with Yi Chun dead, the demon army scattered like birds and beasts. Chu Tianjun casually collected the copper coffin immortal artifact, and the 2 golden leaves flew into his body. If one were to say who had been the most idle during this battle, it would have to be Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader. The Juxiao sect did not immediately take over the demon forces, and the Juxiao hall transformed into a streak of light returning to Juxiao Mountain, where the disciples needed to rest. However, when the Zhoushan Hall once again floated above Zhoushan Mountain, Chu Tianjun publicly declared, "Hongwei, you misjudged people, and brought wolves into the fold, causing the sect to face great calamity. Although you have contributed despite your sins, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. You should have been stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect, but now that you have lost all your powers, that step is waived. You may leave the mountain. All past grievances are hereby erased, and you are no longer connected to the Zhoushan sect." Everyone looked at Chu Tianjun in shock, as they all believed that Hongwei had sacrificed her cultivation to kill Yi Chun. They thought any punishment would be merely symbolic, but they never expected she would be expelled from the sect. Hongwei felt as if the sky had collapsed. At that moment she truly lost everything, not only her realm and cultivation but also her hope. Lone Moon was utterly lost, reduced to a mere shell of her former self. She had no idea when Chu Tianjun had left nor when the others had departed. She couldn't even remember how she had left the Nine Heavens Palace, and eventually she felt someone supporting her. Next to her, still by her side, was Ning Chotzi. "Master Uncle, I will take you to a place," Ning Chotzi said softly, watching Lone Moon with a touch of pity. Lone Moon didn't wish to think about where Ning Chotzi would take her. She had no idea where she could go after leaving the Nine Heavens Sect. Now Lone Moon was an ordinary person. Although her physical body had been nourished by spiritual energy, for many years she had ultimately become an ordinary being. After all, it was a body over 100 years old, and if she couldn't cultivate again in a short time, she wouldn't have much time left. After an undetermined amount of time, Lone Moon felt she had left the Nine Heavens Mountain. There were many people in front of her, more bustling than she remembered from market days. If she looked closely, she could recognize this place, but at that moment she had no mood for it, so Lone Moon asked, "Where is this place?" "This is where the Nine Heavens Sect recruits mortal disciples. Although thousands come here daily, only a few are accepted. There are several foundation establishment disciples responsible for this, and they diligently select those with good roots and bones." Ning Chotzi explained with a smile, pointing to several disciples dressed in Nine Heavens Sect attire, using magical tools to assess the qualifications of applicants. Lone Moon looked at Ning Chotzi with some confusion, the only glimmer of spirit in her eyes. Seeing Lone Moon's lost expression, Ning Chotzi smiled helplessly, and then spoke meaningfully. "Your father expelled you from the sect, stating that all past grievances are erased, and you have no ties to the Nine Heavens Sect anymore. But he didn't say you cannot rejoin the Nine Heavens Sect, right? Erasing the past is just giving you a chance to start anew, isn't it?" Ning Chotzi's words made Lone Moon's body tremble suddenly, and in an instant her eyes sparkled with life, her whole being revitalized. "Don't hesitate, or everything is just beginning," Ning Chotzi suddenly said meaningfully, then took Lone Moon's hand and walked toward one of the recruiting disciples. Before they could approach, the recruiting disciple at Foundation Establishment noticed Ning Chotzi and Lone Moon and hurriedly stood up. "I have met Miss Chotzi and the esteemed Lone Moon." The disciple was very respectful. Even though Lone Moon had lost all her cultivation and had been expelled from the sect, he did not dare to be negligent, especially since Lone Moon had come with Ning Chotzi. "Junior brother, let us cut in line. First register Master Uncle." "Everything can proceed as per the process," Ning Chotzi said naturally, which was more of an order. "All right, I'll take care of it right away." The recruiting disciple responded hurriedly, bowing deeply. He then took out a jade slip and quickly recorded some information before handing it to Lone Moon. This was the proof of entry for Nine Heavens Sect disciples, a symbol of identity. With this, Lone Moon could be considered to have returned to the Nine Heavens Sect. "Thank you, junior brother. You can continue your work now." Ning Chotzi waved her hand, and then summoned a magical tool, flying up the mountain with Lone Moon. Moments later, the two returned to Tianxian Peak, where everything appeared unchanged from a few days prior. "I used a small privilege to claim Tianxian Peak under my name. Now I want to give this place to Master Uncle. It will still be yours from now on. And these pills were given to me by Master Uncle before. I have kept them over the years, and with these pills you should be able to quickly restore your cultivation." Ning Chotzi said a lot all at once, leaving Lone Moon deeply moved. She had treated Ning Chotzi well before to get closer to Chu Tianjun, and it seemed those kindnesses had not been in vain. Lone Moon did not refuse. She truly needed these pills. Not only to restore her cultivation, but her physical body had little time left, and she could certainly repay Ning Chotzi doubly well in the future. "According to the sect's new regulations, your father will personally grant you the true transmission position. As long as Master Uncle restores her nascent soul cultivation, you will be able to meet him officially. Before leaving, Ning Chotzi made sure to mention the most important point, and this statement indeed became the driving force for Lone Moon to cultivate again. Seeing that Ning Chotzi was about to leave, Lone Moon mustered her courage to ask, "Is this purely out of pity for me, or?" "It was my father who sent me here." Before Lone Moon could finish her question, Ning Chotzi directly provided her with the answer. This answer undoubtedly cleared all the clouds for Lone Moon. It was the answer she desired the most. At that moment, she truly severed all ties to the past and began anew. "In less than 10 years, I will undoubtedly return to the nascent soul stage," Lone Moon silently resolved. Ning Chotzi quickly returned to Tianjun Peak, where Chu Tianjun was still fiddling with the immortal artifact coffin. "How is your research going, father?" Ning Chotzi seemed to be the busiest person, not only managing the vast eastern region and its 4 states, but also overseeing some of the 9 Heavens Sect's affairs while worrying about her father's personal emotional issues. "This object is called the Burial Immortal Coffin. It is indeed an immortal artifact, but its actual use is quite different from its name. This artifact is a good thing used by immortal beings in the immortal realm to reshape their physical bodies, so young Weiss' physical body is about to find a solution." "Can it really reshape an immortal's body?" Ning Chotzi asked with joy on her face. "Does that mean Sister Yue can directly become an immortal?" Chu Tianjun shook his head and replied, "The resources required for an immortal's body are enormous. It would probably take the entire world to refine one immortal body. I cannot give her an immortal body, but I know there is a rare treasure in the southern region that can help Yue obtain a spiritual body. When the time is right, I will personally retrieve it, and that will be the day of her revival." "Is the spiritual body truly that important?" Ning Chotzi asked with a somewhat troubled expression. Mainly because both she and Chu Yue had very poor cultivation talent. If Yue obtained a spiritual body and was reborn, she would be the only one left behind. Effort is worthless in the face of talent. Having a spiritual body is naturally better than not having one, Chu Tianjun said bluntly, and his words undoubtedly left Ning Chotzi in a bad mood. Ning Chotzi pouted, clearly not wanting to continue discussing this heart-wrenching topic, so she shifted the conversation to Lone Moon. "By the way, I brought Master Uncle back to Tianjin Peak. With father's methods, he should be able to restore her cultivation in a short time. Why let her cultivate on her own?" This adopted daughter had never questioned Chu Tianjun, but she still had many doubts. "Things that come too easily will be taken for granted, whether they are things I have truly experienced or merely glimpses of a possible future. Now this cause and effect have been cut off by me. This is good for me and also good for them. We have only traveled halfway on this path to becoming immortals," Chu Tianjun said calmly, raising his head to look at the sky. Chu Tianjun initially thought that killing Yi Chun would end everything, but at that moment when he truly killed Yi Chun, he realized that this was not an ending but merely the beginning. "No matter what happens in the future, my daughter will always be by her father's side." Ning Chotzi squatted beside Chu Tianjun and said softly. She and Chu Tianjun shared a close bond, a pure and clean father-daughter relationship, absolutely free of any impure thoughts. "Although I just said that effort is worthless in the face of talent, your talent is not in cultivation at all, so you don't need to worry about your cultivation talent. As for your lifespan, you need not worry. Directly becoming a nascent soul is still a bit difficult now, but achieving the golden core stage should be easy. There is no better day than today," Chu Tianjun said as he placed his hand on Ning Chotzi's head, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy surged into her body. Ning Chotzi was at the foundation establishment stage, and her internal spiritual energy was in a liquid state, but her spiritual energy was like clear water. Now the spiritual energy that Chu Tianjun was pouring into her was like mercury, dense and heavy, more than tenfold. This mercury-like condensed spiritual energy flowed continuously into Ning Chotzi's dantian, and under Chu Tianjun's control, it was constantly compressed and injected. After about half a stick of incense, Chu Tianjun forcibly helped Ning Chotzi condense a high-quality golden core with external force. Though it did not display the sign of a dragon and tiger, uniting it consumed all the energy, and when the pill was formed, the sky was filled with auspicious light visible to everyone in the Nine Heavens Sect. "Am I already at the golden core stage?" Ning Chotzi felt an unprecedented surge of power and couldn't quite believe it. "Your biological parents may not have much time left. Go down the mountain and spend their last days with them. We father and daughter still have a long way ahead of us." Chu Tianjun appeared indifferent to everything usually, yet he was fully aware of all matters. After Ning Chotzi condensed her golden core, he sent her back to accompany her biological parents for their final moments. "Father, when we meet next time, I will be Chu Chotzi." Ning Chotzi smiled brightly as she waved goodbye to Chu Tianjun without the sorrow of parting. Chu Tianjun nodded with a smile watching as Ning Chotzi departed. This time he did not send anyone to protect Ning Chotzi. Firstly, she had already reached the golden core stage, significantly enhancing her self-protection abilities. Secondly, not long ago he had crafted a new protective talisman for her which was even more powerful. Furthermore, Ning Chotzi valued her life the most. In the face of danger, she would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. With her unmatched wits, she would certainly return overnight at the slightest hint of peril. After Ning Chotzi left, the atmosphere around Chu Tianjun became considerably quieter. During this period, Lu Qingxue led the elite disciples of the Zhou sect in sweeping through the northern region, repeatedly annihilating the demon clan. Those who refused to submit or seemed unruly were all killed. The Zhou sect was growing stronger through the conquest of the northern region. In his past life, Chu Tianjun was a soft-hearted person, but in this life he would not be weak. He could barely be considered a good person, yet he agreed with the saying that the path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. This journey is one of competition fought for resources and opportunities. This saying was once spoken by Lu Qingxu's former master, the Sword Sovereign. The principle holds true, even now as Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue seek to elevate their cultivation, they must still fight and seize. Moreover, during this time many from the Zhou sect were in closed-door cultivation. Wu Qingyun was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, while the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhuan had also entered seclusion not long ago, aiming for the same breakthrough. Additionally, more foundation establishment disciples were beginning to challenge for the golden core stage. This surge was thanks to the competition instigated by Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue. Not long after Ning Chotzi departed, Chu Tianjun also went into seclusion for a period. This time his retreat lasted only 3 years, but upon emerging his realm had already reached the midstage of divine transformation, and it was a stable midstage not far from the latest stage. Lu Qingxue had long since returned, and Wu Qingyun successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage a year ago. The couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhuan had become nascent soul realms 2 years prior. With this, the Zhou sect gained 4 more nascent soul realms. Additionally, the number of golden core experts had surged explosively. The sect now boasted nearly 50 golden core cultivators, and the quantity of golden core practitioners would soon rival that of the Zhou sect from previous years. The first thing Chu Tianjun did upon exiting his seclusion was to personally preside over the ceremony for the 3 nascent soul realms, bestowing upon them their positions of true inheritance. On this day, inside and outside the floating Zhou hall, nearly all the disciples of the Zhou sect had assembled apart from those outside. Chu Tianjun observed that since the Zhou sect's rebirth, it had been less than 10 years, and its numbers had already doubled. The key was that the quality of the disciples had improved significantly. If evaluated by combat strength, the current Zhou sect was at least several times stronger than when the Celestial Pivot Sovereign was in charge. Senior brother, over the years, the sect has accepted many disciples with exceptional potential. They have all come today. Do you want to take a look? After the 3 nascent soul realms were granted their true inheritance positions, Lu Qingxue suddenly spoke up. Chu Tianjun smiled and glanced at Lu Qingxue. It seemed that during his 3 years of seclusion, he had not only greatly increased his cultivation, but had also become increasingly adept at discerning the undercurrents, as if he could see through everything. It looks like Qingxue has also accepted a disciple. Your disciple is my disciple's niece. Shouldn't she come out and let me meet her? Chu Tianjun spoke directly, knowing that since it was Lu Qingxu's personal disciple, he had to take a good look. After the Zhou sect's rebirth, although the master-disciple transmission was weakened, it did not prohibit nascent soul realms from taking in disciples. If an exceptionally talented disciple could receive direct guidance from a nascent soul realm, their cultivation would certainly be smoother. This was beneficial for the sect, so there was no reason to ban it. Qing Yao, aren't you going to come forward and pay your respects to your master uncle? Lu Qingxue smiled faintly at Chu Tianjun, then waved at a disciple below. Having her thoughts seen through by Chu Tianjun, Lu Qingxue felt quite pleased inside, as it indicated that her senior brother understood her well. Chu Tianjun indeed understood her. He even knew Lu Qingxu's feelings towards him. He had never deliberately avoided it. Both he and Lu Qingxue had extremely long lifespans, and thus there was no possibility of any misunderstandings or rifts between them. Everything would unfold naturally in due course. In the next moment, a young girl around 18 years old, dressed in white above and a light green long skirt below, respectfully knelt on the ground. Disciple Jiang Qingyao paying respects to master uncle. The girl bowed deeply, She was indeed fortunate. If Lu Qingxue had not taken her as a disciple, she would have no right to call Chu Tianjun master uncle. Please rise quickly. Chu Tianjun slightly raised his right hand, lifting Jiang Qingyao up. At that moment he could also clearly see Jiang Qingyu's appearance, and if he were to describe her, the term exquisite beauty would be fitting. Not bad, you do bear some resemblance to junior sister Qingxue back in the day, and you have the water spirit body. This is a blessing for the sect. Qingyao, do you have a suitable magical artifact or flying sword? Chu Tianjun generously inquired, ultimately asking if Jiang Qingyao possessed a suitable magical artifact or flying sword. Jiang Qingyao possessed a water spirit body. Although this elemental spirit body was the most basic type and could not compare to Lu Qingxu's two top-tier spirit bodies, it was still exceptionally rare in this world. If all went well, reaching the divine transformation stage would be practically assured. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun's question, Jiang Qingyao looked inquiringly at her master, who nodded in affirmation. In response to Master Uncle, my cultivation is still low and I have not yet refined a magical artifact or flying sword. Jiang Qingyao answered truthfully, as she was still only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At the time you became my disciple, I should have presented you with a gift. Let me make it up to you today. Your master has instructed you to focus on sword techniques, so I will gift you a flying sword. Chu Tianjun was able to see through what Jiang Qingyao was focusing on in her cultivation. In truth, even if he hadn't looked, he could have guessed. Lu Qingxu's strongest abilities were in lightning and ice, stemming from her two top-tier spirit bodies, which she could not pass on to Jiang Qingyao. The remaining option was the sword techniques she had practiced under the Sword Sovereign, which she would most likely teach Jiang Qingyao. After Chu Tianjun finished speaking, he gently waved his hand and several items radiating a precious glow appeared before him. These items were of strange shapes. Some resembled ice crystals, some looked like liquids, and some were entirely unfamiliar to many. However, among all these items none were flying swords. Soon the crowd's confusion dissipated, as in the next moment Chu Tianjun directly crafted a translucent water-like flying sword on the spot using these materials. This flying sword is made from rare materials sufficient for you to use until the divine transformation stage. As for the name, you can decide it for yourself. Chu Tianjun flicked his finger lightly, and the transparent water-like flying sword flew to Jiang Qingyao. Jiang Qingyao was immensely excited as she knelt again in reverence. The others in the hall looked on with great envy, knowing that this was a testament to Chu Tianjun's affection, marveling at how Jiang Qingyao had found such a good master. Magic tools also come in grades low-level, mid-level, high-level, and top-grade. Chu Tianjun, being a true master at the nascent soul stage, could effortlessly forge magic tools that were among the best of the best. After meeting Jiang Qingyao, Chu Tianjun also got to know several other young disciples, all of whom were exceptionally gifted and had clear lineages. For instance, after Jiang Qingyao, Wu Qingyun introduced his first direct disciple, a female named Han Ningxiang, whom he had accepted 6 months earlier. Han Ningxiang was somewhat older. Although she didn't look old, her actual age was around 40. What surprised Chu Tianjun the most was that this female disciple of Wu Qingyun possessed the rare spiritual body. The alchemist's spiritual body. Qingyun, where did you find this disciple? Chu Tianjun was taken aback at the first sight of Han Ningxiang. In response to Master's inquiry, I was originally a worldly healer. Since I found it increasingly difficult to make breakthroughs in the medical arts among common folk, I aspired to join the immortal sect to study more profound medical skills. Thanks to the sect's acceptance, I have entered a whole new world. Wu Qingyun did not respond. Instead, Han Ningxiang herself answered Chu Tianjun. Only then did Wu Qingyun nod and say, Ningxiang was a renowned doctor in the secular world, a healer with a compassionate heart. I saw that she was very suitable for alchemy and accepted her as my direct disciple. Chu Tianjun nodded repeatedly, realizing that Han Ningxiang was not trying to show off or draw his attention. She understood that her master was usually immersed in the art of alchemy, and explaining how she became his disciple would likely take considerable time, so she simply answered Chu Tianjun in a few concise sentences. By all rights, I should present you with a meeting gift, but I unfortunately have no suitable alchemical items at hand. How about this? If you have any questions regarding cultivation in the future, feel free to come to me anytime. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Tianjun spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall showed expressions of astonishment. Wu Qingyun was even more excited, trembling, as he bowed deeply to Chu Tianjun. He understood that Chu Tianjun was indirectly offering to teach Han Ningxiang. Han Ningxiang was also thrilled and hurriedly prostrated herself. She was well aware that her master's entire knowledge of alchemy was taught by this esteemed elder, and for him to personally instruct her was worth more than any magical treasure or skill. In fact, in Chu Tianjun's heart, if measured by value, he believed Han Ningxiang had greater potential than Zhang Qingyao. Although both were spiritual bodies, once Han Ningxiang achieved mastery, she would bring greater benefits to the entire sect. Moreover, Han Ningxiang, being a healer by nature, was a person worthy of respect even before cultivating immortality. Do you still have family in the secular world? Chu Tianjun gently raised his hand to support Han Ningxiang and asked another question. Han Ningxiang shook her head and briefly explained her situation. It turned out that Han Ningxiang's parents had passed away early, but fortunately she had been betrothed as a child to a good family. They did not disdain her but took her in and raised her. When she came of age, she married her fiancé smoothly. Although her in-laws were just an ordinary family, they were kind-hearted, and her husband treated her well. They lived a peaceful and happy life. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Just 3 months after their marriage, Han Ningxiang's husband fell ill with a strange disease, and despite seeking many renowned doctors, no one could help. Han Ningxiang was a determined person. When her husband fell ill, she began to self-study medicine, thinking that if others could not save him, she would. While caring for her critically ill husband, Han Ningxiang devoted herself wholeheartedly to learning medicine. However, fate was unkind. Even with her skills surpassing most doctors, she could only prolong her husband's life for another year before he passed away. Han Ningxiang was heartbroken for a time, but she quickly picked herself up as she still had her in-laws to care for. Later, her medical skills became increasingly refined and her reputation grew. After sending off her in-laws a few years ago, she reached the limit of her medical knowledge in the mundane world. Hearing about the Zhoushan sect, she attempted to seek a master. With such deep affection and extraordinary talent, Zhoushan sect has truly discovered a treasure. Chu Tianjun was quite delighted, and the more he looked at Han Ningxiang, the more he found her pleasing. Originally, the appearance of Zhang Qingyao and Han Ningxiang made Chu Tianjun realize that Zhoushan sect had a bit of a trend of feminine dominance over masculinity. Fortunately, he had subsequently met several disciples, which made him feel that things were still relatively normal. Lu Qingxue and Wu Qingyun both accepted a direct disciple with a spiritual body, while the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu had directly taken in 6 disciples over the past 2 years. The couple had no children, so it was likely that accepting so many disciples was a way to compensate for that regret. Their Jinshi Peak was also the liveliest place in Zhoushan sect right now. Among the 6 disciples, 5 were male, and 1 was female, all of whom greeted Chu Tianjun respectfully. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu were a bit more distant from Chu Tianjun. Their disciples could not refer to him as master, but had to address him as the acting leader. Similarly, Chu Tianjun could not bestow them with top-grade magical treasures, nor could he personally instruct them. However, he did offer various rewards which, while not comparable to the hand-forged top-grade flying swords, were still what these foundation establishment disciples needed most at the moment. When Chu Tianjun saw the 3rd disciple among the 6, he was surprised once again. Remarkably, this one also possessed a spiritual body. The destruction spiritual body that is top-notch sword cultivation talent. This Qishao sword, while not a top-grade magical tool, is close to it. I'll gift it to you. Chu Tianjun could have forged another top-grade flying sword on the spot, but since he had only given Zhang Qingyao a top-grade flying sword, he decided to present this slightly inferior one to the youth named Lin Yu. The young Lin Yu carried the youthful vigor befitting his age. He straightened up to receive the flying sword, then respectfully knelt before Chu Tianjun, solemnly stating, "Thank you for the reward, acting leader. I am willing to devote my life to the sect without any regrets." The next disciple, ranked 4th, was quite ordinary, merely a decent candidate. The 5th was a girl, the only female disciple of Zhou Qingfeng, and Li Wanhu, also a promising candidate, but without a spiritual body. She did not leave a deep impression on Chu Tianjun. However, when he saw the 6th disciple, Chu Tianjun was taken aback. The boy appeared to be the youngest, thus becoming the little junior disciple, yet Chu Tianjun noticed that this child had average talent, and seemed somewhat awkward, even stuttering as he introduced himself. "Disciple Lin Fan Bo's to acting leader." Chu Tianjun looked towards Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu. Li Wanhu hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Chu Tianjun and explaining, "This child is a cousin of Lin Yu. The two have been very close since childhood. Lin Yu did not want to be separated from Lin Fan, and since Lin Fan has a pure and kind nature, we accepted both of them together." Li Wanhu stood beside Lin Fan, gently patting his shoulder, resembling a mother encouraging her child. Chu Tianjun understood that Lin Fan was essentially a condition for Lin Yu to take him as a disciple. However, accepting one more disciple for a sword cultivation genius with the destruction spiritual body was indeed not a problem. Moreover, it appeared that Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wan, who treated Lin Fan no differently, or in fact due to his mediocre talent, they seemed to give him special attention, speaking carefully to avoid hurting his self-esteem. Your cultivation speed is somewhat slow. Here is a vial of meridian opening pills which can improve your talent to some extent. Chu Tianjun simply introduced the effects of the pills before gently tossing the jade vial into Lin Fan's hands. This scene indeed made many feel that Chu Tianjun was somewhat perfunctory towards Lin Fan. However, Wu Qingyun, Han Ningxiang, and Lu Qingxue exchanged surprised glances at Chu Tianjun. Only they knew how precious the meridian opening pills were. Such items were virtually non-existent on the market. Even Ning Qiuzi could only obtain them in limited quantities. This vial contained only 3 pills which had just been refined over the past 3 years. 1 a year, originally intended for Ning Qiuzi. Thank you for the reward. Acting leader Lin Fan respectfully bowed in gratitude. He only managed to say this one sentence, and indeed, he was not as articulate as his cousin Lin Yu. Others did not pay much attention, assuming he was simply inarticulate. After that, there was nothing more to discuss, and everyone dispersed. Even Lu Qingxue was busy helping her disciple refine a top-grade flying sword as she left. In the end, Chu Tianjun sat alone in the grand hall. As the hall doors slowly closed, a compass phantom emerged behind him, and even 2 pages of gold leaf flew out. His gaze turned towards the void, seemingly seeking to glimpse the past and future, yet only a fog obscured everything, rendering it unclear. Interesting, in just a few short years, so many gifted individuals with spiritual bodies have emerged. What virtue does my humble Zhoxiao sect possess? Chu Tianjun murmured to himself, lowering his head. When the spiritual body prodigies began to appear one after another in Zhoxiao sect, Chu Tianjun sensed that something was amiss. This was something that could be understood without calculation or analysis, as the predecessors would say. Talents roam free in this era of great contention. With so many prodigies capable of leading an era emerging at once, it signified the arrival of an era of great contention, and clearly the humble Zhoxiao sect was at the eye of the storm. Chu Tianjun had once been a prodigy who defined an era. Yet now he no longer fit that title, for even the most exceptional prodigies appeared merely distinctive in his eyes. Jiang Qingyao followed Lu Qingxue back to Qingxue Peak, a realm of perpetual ice and snow wreathed in crackling thunder, perfectly suited to Lu Qingxue's cultivation. At first Jiang Qingyao struggled to adapt, yet after foundation establishment she grew accustomed. Not only because the thunder held destructive power, but also because it pulsed with vibrant life force, perfectly catalyzing her water spirit physique. Qingyao, your master, shall now refine this flying sword for you. See how exquisite it is. Henceforth you must treat your senior uncle with utmost respect, for he rarely crafts anything by hand, and each piece he creates is a true treasure. Lu Qingxue earnestly instructed her beloved disciple. She herself felt deeply grateful to Chu Tianjun for bestowing such a rare gift upon Jiang Qingyao, especially since even Lu Qingxue possessed only one artifact personally forged by him, the Thunder Emperor battle armor. Master Jiang Qingyao asked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Does senior uncle possess any extraordinary sword techniques? If so, and if paired with this peerless flying sword, would I not become truly formidable? She spoke with quiet reverence, her heart uplifted yet tinged with a subtle sense of incompleteness, as though something vital remained just beyond reach. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue instinctively furrowed her brow, but dismissed the thought swiftly, then replied with solemn warmth, should such techniques exist, senior uncle would surely grant them to you. His silence means the timing is not yet ripe. Some things must unfold step by step, and what suits you best is always what resonates deepest with your Tao. As my disciple, you need not concern yourself with external possessions. Devote yourself solely to cultivation. And know this, whatever Nine Heavens sect possesses, you shall receive the finest. Yes, thank you, master. I shall cultivate diligently. Jiang Qingyao bowed her head obediently. Indeed, as the sole direct disciple of the sect's holy maiden, Jiang Qingyao already enjoyed unparalleled privileges. Privileges befitting her status. Not because she bore a spirit physique, but because she was Lu Qingxue's disciple. Meanwhile, Wu Qingyun and Han Ningxiang, master and disciple, followed a far more austere path. Upon returning to Danding Peak, they immersed themselves in alchemy, their collaboration deepening now that Han Ningxiang had joined him. Compile the challenges we've encountered in the art of alchemy over these past 2 years. When time permits, ascend to Tianjun Peak to seek guidance from Elder Uncle the sect master. Listen attentively, record meticulously. Such opportunities are coveted by countless others. Even I may only meet my senior brother during designated hours. Wu Qingyun spoke these words gravely while refining pills. His tone might sound envious, yet his heart swelled with quiet joy. He knew well that having reached the nascent soul realm, his path ahead grew steeper still, whereas earlier cultivation could be propelled by torrents of pills. The deification realm demanded not only profound insight and celestial fortune, but both eluded him utterly. Han Ningxiang, however, was different. Her path stretched farther, her potential greater, for Nine Heavens Sect, and thus Chu Tianjun granted her such extraordinary privilege. To Wu Qingyun, who truly regarded the sect as his home, his disciples' brilliance mattered above all. He genuinely wished for her to surpass him sooner rather than later. Yes, master. I shall strive tirelessly and one day forge for you the immortal pill capable of breaking through into the deification realm. Han Ningxiang spoke with deep reverence for Wu Qingyun. After more than a year together, Han Ningxiang understood Wu Qingyun completely, a man of unwavering integrity, unreserved with his disciples, generous toward fellow cultivators, and utterly devoid of pretense even with outer sect disciples. To him the sect was family, and his disciples his children. If in time you can aid, elder brother, then even in death I shall depart with a smile. This is my sole wish as your master. Wu Qingyun spoke with unusual gravity. Though he often praised Chu Tianjun before, today's encounter had deepened his reverence, and his words now carried solemn weight. Rest assured, master. I shall honor elder uncle as I honor you, and Nine Heavens Sect shall forever be my home. Han Ningxiang replied with equal solemnity. She knew little of Chu Tianjun firsthand, only what others had told her. Yet she trusted her master implicitly. If he held such profound esteem for someone, that person must indeed be great, and worthy of her own reverence. In truth, upon arriving at Nine Heavens Sect, Han Ningxiang found reality starkly at odds with rumor. Before joining, she had heard tales of cultivation as a ruthless arena, deceit, betrayal, and ceaseless rivalry. Yet here she discovered cultivators possessed genuine emotion and loyalty. Perhaps only a rare few, yet they existed. Qinsa Peak buzzed with livelier energy. 6 disciples gathered, comparing treasures bestowed by Chu Tianjun. Gifts even Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua as a married couple could not match. 5 were exuberant. Only Lin Fan seemed subdued. His demeanor was habitual, others assumed shyness or self-doubt, and thus treated him with gentle care, often inventing reasons to draw him into conversation. Little junior brother, acting sect master's pills are peerless. Hurry and refine them. You may well be the first among us on Qinsa Peak to form a golden core. 5th senior sister Tian Shaoyi teased, waving Lin Fan's jade vial playfully, while the other seniors nodded in cheerful agreement. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, observing their disciples' joyful camaraderie, quietly withdrew, leaving the space to youth. Indeed, Fan brother. Refine those pills swiftly. In half a year comes the sect grand contest. The foundation establishment arena is too small. We shall compete on the golden core stage facing true masters. Lin Yu clapped Lin Fan's shoulder, encouraging his younger cousin. Though only 3rd senior brother by rank, Lin Yu stood highest in cultivation among the 6. Already at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Lin Fan smiled faintly, but deep within his eyes flickered an unsettling glint. He and Lin Yu had shared tender affection since childhood. Lin Yu had always acted the elder brother, guiding, advising. Yet ever since entering Nine Heavens Sect, Lin Fan perceived those teachings as veiled humiliation. Yes, I understand. Lin Fan nodded, concealing his resentment with practiced ease. To others he merely appeared reserved, quiet, modest, perhaps even timid. The seniors then turned to admire the quasi-peerless flying sword, Qi Xiao, gifted to Lin Yu by Chu Tianjun. Lin Yu graciously allowed all to examine and handle it freely, their fellowship warm and unstrained. Suddenly Lin Fan feigned curiosity, then tilted his head, puzzled. Brother Yu bears the annihilation spirit physique. How splendid it would be if he received a peerless flying sword. Alas, acting sect master bestowed that peerless blade upon one who is no true swordsman. The moment Lin Fan spoke, the senior's expressions stiffened. Brother Fan, what nonsense is this? That peerless sword was expressly forged for senior sister Jiang. Never utter such words again. Lin Yu rebuked him instantly. Words Lin Fan heard as sharp reprimand. He looked wounded. I merely grieve for Brother Yu's injustice. Were you to wield that peerless sword, victory in the Golden Core division of the Grand Contest would be within reach. Seeing Lin Fan's distress and recognizing his genuine concern, Lin Yu gently clasped his cousin's shoulder and spoke with heartfelt gravity. I know you speak from care. But the acting sect master's gifts are grace itself. Even a single thread demands gratitude. How dare we weigh one gift against another? We have yet earned no merit since joining the sect. Our audience with the acting sect master was granted solely through our master and mistress's standing. Had he bestowed nothing, it would have been entirely just. Lin Yu added this final remark, and all the juniors nodded in agreement. Lin Fan nodded too, but his assent rang hollow, unconvincing, inwardly unconvinced. In recent days, Chu Tianjun has been somewhat idle, waiting for the upcoming grand competition of the sect. After all, this is the first grand competition since the rebirth of the Zhoushan sect, and to him it marks the dawn of a new era, one belonging to the younger generation. During the competition, there will undoubtedly be disciples who shine brightly. As the acting leader, Chu Tianjun needs to know who these individuals are and plan how to cultivate them in the future. After the competition, Chu Tianjun has also made plans. He intends to head to the southern region's demon path. One reason is to obtain a rare treasure in preparation for reviving Chu Yuwei. The second reason is that he wants to find Yu Jiu. After all these years, he wonders if the sorceress who turned his siblings into soul slaves has made any new research on the immortal inscription. While searching for Yu Jiu, he also wants to test whether she knows any clues about the remaining pages of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book. The Six Instruments Heavenly Book is far too powerful, and Chu Tianjun has categorized it as something he must gather. However, he has not found any clues regarding the other 4 missing pages, and can only search in as many directions as possible. As the competition draws nearer, those exceptionally gifted young disciples are gradually breaking through to the Golden Core stage. First is Zhang Qingyao, the personal disciple of Lu Qingxue, who has taken full advantage of favorable circumstances to effortlessly break through to the Golden Core realm. Next is Lin Yu from the Qinsa Peak, who on the day he reached the Golden Core even attracted a heavenly tribulation. At that moment, even Chu Tianjun was startled and watched from a distance. Lin Yu faced the heavenly tribulation with brilliant radiance, not using typical protective treasures, but wielding the Qishao sword and directly confronting the tribulation. It appeared reckless, yet he passed through it with ease and quickly became a topic of admiration within the sect. One day, while sitting leisurely in the peach grove, Chu Tianjun suddenly noticed signs of a heavenly tribulation appearing on Tianjun Peak. This was naturally not his tribulation. If he were to transcend it, it would be the tribulation of the refining void stage. The tribulation clouds rapidly took shape, and a great formation rose from a cave dwelling beneath Tianjun Peak. With a movement of his foot, Chu Tianjun appeared within the formation. Do not be distracted. I will assist you in transcending the tribulation, Chu Tianjun said to a figure seated cross-legged within the formation. At that moment, the one transcending the tribulation was Ouyang Ming, a master of formations. He primarily practiced formations which slowed his own progress in cultivation, yet he was still able to challenge the nascent soul stage. Soon the heavenly tribulation's lightning fell. Chu Tianjun did not intervene to disperse the tribulation, for doing so would mean Ouyang Ming could not transcend it, and naturally, he would not achieve the nascent soul. He merely stood not far from Ouyang Ming, lightly pressing one hand down towards the ground, and then boundless spiritual energy surged into the formation beneath Ouyang Ming. The formation, which had already been radiant, suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, Ouyang Ming felt an unprecedented surge of power, and under the enhancement of the formation, the heavenly tribulation's lightning struck him without causing any harm. The heavenly tribulation did not last long. Once the tribulation clouds dissipated, Ouyang Ming stood there unscathed. He immediately knelt before Chu Tianjun, expressing heartfelt gratitude, as if he had been reborn. This was not the first time Chu Tianjun had bestowed such a favor. Soon the Zhoushan sect gained another true disciple, along with a new true disciple mountain peak, named the Four Symbols Peak. Subsequently, more disciples gradually broke through to the Golden Core stage, and just before the sect's grand competition, the number of Golden Core cultivators in Zhoushan sect reached 100. The 6 personal disciples of Qinsa Peak also successively reached the Golden Core, and even Lin Fan on the day before the sect's grand competition inexplicably condensed a Golden Core. Old 6, you are impressive. I told you the junior disciple would definitely succeed. Several senior brothers and sisters surrounded Lin Fan, with 5th sister Tian Xiaoa pulling Lin Fan's hand up and down, making him feel both embarrassed and satisfied. Fan, congratulations on also forming your Golden Core. Here are a few high-grade pills for replenishing chi and healing. The arena can be perilous, and since you've just formed your Golden Core, take them for emergencies. If you really feel that you cannot win, do not be stubborn. Conceding is not shameful. Lin Yu wanted to be more reserved. He was genuinely happy for his cousin. However, unlike others, he did not overly praise Lin Fan, but instead took out the pills and reminded him to prioritize safety during the arena competition. Yet these words fell into Lin Fan's ears, and he only felt that his cousin's remarks were mocking him, looking down on his cultivation, believing that he would embarrass himself in the arena. Brother Yu, you should keep them for yourself. It doesn't matter if I lose. You are the one competing for first place, so you need these pills more. This was Lin Fan's first refusal of Lin Yu, yet his words were quite well put, even moving Lin Yu. Other disciples watching this moment also felt Lin Fan's maturity and noted the deep bond between the brothers. Husband, throughout our lives, our greatest regret was not having children. Now these few disciples are quite good and can be seen as a compensation for our regret. Li Wanhua leaned against Zhou Qingfeng, watching everything that was happening with the disciples from a distance. Indeed, they are all our excellent apprentices. At first I was worried that Fan would feel inferior due to his poor aptitude. Now it appears that this boy might be a hidden gem. He seems dull on the surface, but is actually a piece of unrefined jade. Zhou Qingfeng also expressed his satisfaction, especially highlighting Lin Fan, clearly showing his great approval. The last time I went to Danding Peak, I heard from Master Ningxiang that the Tongmai pill is an extremely precious elixir. Even Miss Cho Ci can only take one a year. In the past 6 months, Fan has taken 3. His physique must have improved and his spiritual acumen has likely opened up right. Li Wanhua also wore a smile. Although she knew the preciousness of the Tongmai pill, she did not tell Lin Fan about its miraculous effects to preserve his pride, allowing him to believe that his achievements were purely due to his hard work, thus helping him build confidence for the future. On the second day, the disciples of the sect gathered at the foot of the Zhoushan Great Hall. Due to the hall being suspended in the air, a massive platform was created, and in preparation for the grand competition, more than 10 arenas had already been set up. The rules of the competition remained unchanged: Foundation Establishment Stage in one group and Golden Core Stage in another, with the order of participation determined by drawing lots. The first day consisted solely of drawing lots. Although there were many participants in the Foundation Establishment Stage, they attracted little attention. The Golden Core Stage had only 101 participants, yet it captured the entire sect's focus. Originally, by yesterday, the number of registered participants in the Golden Core group was exactly 100, but due to Lin Fan's timely breakthrough, there was one extra person, meaning that one participant would inevitably be left out in the first round. The final results of the drawing lots were quite coincidental, with Lin Fan being the one left out. In an instant, many remarked on his good fortune. "Hey, that old 6 from Chinsa Peak, the kid named Lin Fan, really has some luck, huh?" Not only did he achieve a timely breakthrough, but he also got lucky with the draw. Even Lu Qingxue, who usually did not pay much attention to sect affairs, brought this up in front of Chu Tianjun. During this time, Chu Tianjun was quite idle, and Lu Qingxue intentionally refrained from secluding herself, always finding ways to seek out Chu Tianjun. The two have had a pleasant time together over the past 6 months. Occasionally, Chu Tianjun would engage in intimate gestures with Lu Qingxue, such as brushing the petals from her hair. Once, when he saw a falling star, he directly approached it, captured the meteor, and in front of Lu Qingxue refined the meteorite into a hairpin, personally placing it in her hair. The two often admired the moon in the peach grove, and Lu Qingxue would lean against Chu Tianjun's arm. Everything felt very natural, just waiting for the right moment. In truth, Lu Qingxue also felt a sense of urgency. Otherwise, with her usual style, she would either be waging wars or secluding herself to increase her cultivation, and it would be impossible for her to be so leisurely for half a year. Primarily a few months ago, Lu Qingxue quietly approached Tianshan Peak and discovered that long-use cultivation had already recovered to the later stage of the Golden Core. If this continues in a year or so, she might even return to the nascent soul stage. Previously, Lu Qingxue did not think much of Long Yu, now she regarded her as a rival. Luck is also a part of strength, but how is Qing Yao preparing? Chu Tianjun casually remarked. He had heard about this matter, but did not pay much attention, still caring for Jiang Qingyao, Lu Qingsu's only personal disciple. Without the Choshui sword, she can at least place in the top 3. With the Choshui sword, first place should be no problem. Lu Qingxue said confidently. Choshui. She named her flying sword Choshui. That's quite a nice name. Chu Tianjun nodded in satisfaction. After all, it was a flying sword. He forged himself, and having a good name makes him feel good inside. The grand competition commenced as scheduled the following day. The first 2 days featured contests exclusively among Foundation Establishment cultivators. Numerous in count yet lacking grandeur. Even such prominent figures as Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue remained absent. Only Ouyang Ming, a newly ascended nascent soul true immortal, presided over the arena alongside several golden core disciples, serving as arbiters. Yet by the third day every nascent soul true immortal of the Zhou sect had gathered, and finally Chu Tianjun himself appeared upon the suspended Zhou Grand Hall. Hail the acting sect master! At the very moment Chu Tianjun appeared, thousands of disciples bowed in unison, and the Zhou sect radiated an unprecedented aura of sovereign strength. Let the competition begin. Chu Tianjun's voice resonated with quiet authority. Only 4 words yet laden with immutable command. Upon the suspended hall stood solely Chu Tianjun and several nascent soul true immortals. Even their own disciples waited below, assembled within the martial arenas. Though the sect boasted over 100 golden core cultivators, not all had registered for the contest. Han Ningxiang, for instance, had declined. Though herself a golden core cultivator, her mastery lay in alchemy. Combat held no place in her path. Nonetheless, Han Ningxiang attended that day, and indeed she had been present throughout the first 2 days, prepared to intervene should any fellow disciple suffer grievous injury. Most of these golden core cultivators were strangers to Chu Tianjun. Only a handful bore names he could recall. The first round would conclude entirely that day, yielding 50 victors. As the total number of participants exceeded 50, by one a supplementary draw would be held, though for fairness Sake Lin Fan was expressly barred from participating in this draw. This initial draw yielded no glaring mismatches, no overwhelming disparities in strength, nor premature clashes between favored contenders. Though the bouts were spirited, none rose to extraordinary distinction. Yet Chu Tianjun observed 2 arenas with particular attention: Lin Yu's and Zhang Qingyao's. Their combat styles bore striking resemblance. Both were sword cultivators, their art defined by swiftness, precision, and ruthless efficacy. Yet owing to differences in their spiritual physiognomies, Zhang Qingyao's style leaned toward supple grace, whereas Lin Yu struck with incisive ferocity. True unblunted brilliance laid bare. Both stood at the nascent stage of golden core cultivation, yet their opponents, one at mid-golden core, another at late golden core, fell without resistance, utterly outmatched. In the afternoon, the 50 advancing disciples drew lots anew. Fortune smiled upon Zhang Qingyao this time, eliciting palpable relief among the onlookers. Her buy-round temporarily removed a formidable adversary from contention, thereby granting others a marginally greater chance of advancement. The second day's contests commenced amid fervent anticipation. Having passed successive filters, the remaining competitors now wielded formidable cultivation. Bouts grew more dazzling, and genuine clashes between elite cultivators finally emerged. Yet even these feats struck Chu Tianjun as uninspired. Still, to affirm his disciples' sense of worth, he watched each bout to its conclusion. Just as Chu Tianjun assumed the morning's proceedings would fade into tedium, his gaze suddenly fixed upon one arena, whereupon gasps rippled through the crowd and every eye turned as one toward that same platform. There Lin Fan faced a male disciple of mid-golden core rank, a match seemingly preordained for Lin Fan's defeat, given both the disparity in cultivation and the superiority of his opponent's artifacts. Indeed, the bout unfolded precisely as expected. The mid-golden core disciple dominated Lin Fan outright. Yet even the opponent himself could not fathom how a certain victory had in its final moments shattered beyond recovery. His own artifact detonating without warning. Yes, his artifact exploded. Such an occurrence defied even the slimmest odds. Rarer than a golden core cultivator transcending into nascent soul. Artifacts bound intimately to their masters rarely concealed flaws, yet like teeth or bones they might harbor microscopic imperfections, capable of triggering catastrophic failure at the most inopportune instant, as when laughter dislocates a jaw. The artifact's sudden detonation sent the mid-golden core cultivator reeling, spitting forth a mouthful of core blood before collapsing unconscious without Lin Fan lifting a finger. All eyes turned to Chu Tianjun. Such an incident had no precedent in the sect's annals. After a brief pause, he spoke calmly. The artifact suffered an unforeseen rupture. Lin Fan is declared victor. Stunned silence followed. Lin Fan himself stood dumbfounded. Only after the arena arbiter, after prolonged hesitation, formally announced Lin Fan's victory, did the crowd stir back to awareness. With the cultivation sovereign of Chu Tianjun's stature having rendered judgment, no dissent arose. Only renewed murmurs marveling at Lin Fan's astonishing fortune. Yet his streak of serendipity had only just begun. Upon conclusion of the morning rounds, 25 victors joined Zhang Qingyao, totaling exactly 26, destined to compete that afternoon for the 13 strong. These 26 drew lots for pairings, and Lin Fan drew a senior brother ranked at Lake Golden Core. Upon seeing the name, his elder brothers and sisters offered gentle consolation, even suggesting he concede outright. At that point, only Lin Yu and Lin Fan, the two brothers of the Chinsa Peak, remained in the competition. Lin Fan, however, refused to yield. "I wish to try. Even if I fall short, I will not disgrace our peak." Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, hearing their sixth disciple's resolve, felt deep paternal pride. Li Wanhua quietly slipped him a palm-sized artifact resembling a handkerchief, an unmistakably defensive treasure. Drawn by Lin Fan's uncanny fortune, many disciples turned their gazes toward his arena that afternoon. Even several nascent soul true immortals within the Jiuxiao Hall watched with quiet curiosity, wondering how this luck-blessed disciple would fare next. At last Lin Fan stepped onto the arena, nervous, overwhelmed by the weight of so many watching eyes, yet strangely buoyed by a quiet sense of fulfillment. He stood alone upon the platform for an extended silence, yet his opponent failed to appear. Chu Tianjun, perceptive as ever, already suspected some anomaly had arisen. Moments later, a Foundation establishment disciple hurried to the Arbiter's side, whispering urgently. The Arbiter, visibly stunned, composed himself and declared, "Lin Fan's opponent sustained excessive depletion during this morning's bout. To compel participation now risks irreversible damage to his cultivation foundation. He has therefore voluntarily withdrawn. Lin Fan is declared victor." What? Can it truly be this absurd? Is this even permissible? The announcement ignited an uproar among the nearby disciples. Lin Fan had done absolutely nothing, yet secured his place among the 13 strong. Senior brother, does such a spiritual physiognomy exist? One that guarantees success in every trial? Is this mere chance? Lu Qingxue whispered beside Chu Tianjun, voicing what all now sensed Lin Fan's fortune bordered on the miraculous. Chu Tianjun shook his head, helpless yet unperturbed. He detected no artifice, only staggering improbability. Yet probability, however slender, remained probability. Still, as precaution, he murmured to Wu Qingyun nearby, "Qingyun, investigate the disciple who withdrew." Wu Qingyun departed swiftly, and returned just as quickly. "Senior brother, the withdrawing disciple is unharmed. His depletion is genuine. Competing now would indeed jeopardize his foundation. A few days' rest will restore him fully. Such fortune, truly unparalleled." Chu Tianjun chuckled softly. In that moment he recalled Li Wanhua's words upon their first meeting with Lin Fan, unremarkable in every aspect. Yet through his bond with Lin Yu he had entered the Jiuxiao sect and become a direct disciple of two nascent soul true immortals. Even then his fortune had been extraordinary. The competition for the top 13 in the afternoon had already witnessed two spectacular matches, yet very few were paying attention. Most were focused on Lin Fan, because soon there would be one final drawing selecting a lucky contestant from the top 13 who would directly advance to the top 7. When it came time for the drawing, the other 12 subconsciously looked toward Lin Fan, all hoping he would be the first to draw, including Lin Yu. These individuals were already among the rarest of genius disciples, with Lin Yu and Jiang Qingyao being the most outstanding. They weren't wishing for Lin Fan to draw first to increase his chances of failure. They simply wanted to see if this guy could continue his streak of good luck. Lin Fan felt a bit uneasy, but he took the initiative and went up to draw first. The moment he took out the slip of paper, all eyes were on his hand. Before others could see the result, under the powerful divine sense of Chu Tianjun, he had already seen the outcome. The moment Lin Fan touched the slip, a result that left him at a loss for words. Lin Fan has drawn empty. Chu Tianjun's divine sense was continuously monitoring. He could be certain that no one tampered with the drawing box, and Lin Fan had directly drawn a blank. Everyone began to discuss, and some even questioned the result. Lin Fan stood there looking somewhat foolish, momentarily at a loss. The drawing result is valid, the others should draw for their groups now. At this moment Chu Tianjun stepped forward, announcing the result as valid, which silenced the questioning voices. Chu Tianjun would not entertain accusations against the disciples without any evidence. Even if the situation was absurd, he wouldn't let Lin Fan suffer without any basis. After this day ended, no one discussed the matches that took place today, nor did they talk about the highly anticipated peak duel tomorrow. They only marveled at Lin Fan's extraordinary luck. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingsheng sat under a peach tree with fine wine and pastries before them, appearing quite relaxed. After the top 6 are decided tomorrow, the first one to finish their match will directly duel Lin Fan. The two most likely to finish their matches first are certainly Lin Yu and Xingyao, but Lin Yu is Lin Fan's cousin, and he will surely find a way to avoid a duel with Lin Fan. Therefore, after Qing Yao finishes her first match tomorrow, she will definitely step onto the stage against Lin Fan. This kid's luck is indeed a bit abnormal, and am curious about what will happen tomorrow. Chu Tianjun expressed great interest in Lin Fan, and had already analyzed some of the events that would unfold tomorrow. If this kid has no issues with his luck, he is destined for greatness. This competition has already revealed several promising disciples for our sect. As long as we give them opportunities for refinement, the Zhouxiao sect can ascend to new heights. This batch of Golden Core disciples indeed lacks experience. After the competition, we should arrange for them to go to the front lines in Yuezhou and the Northern Domain. Isn't the Southern Domain's demonic faction stirring recently, and the Northern Domain's demon race also restless? Chu Tianjun mentioned plans he had long considered. Are you really going to the Southern Domain's demonic faction, senior brother? Lu Qingsheng suddenly asked with concern. Not long ago, Chu Tianjun had mentioned that he would be going to the Southern Domain, but he did not specify what for. Chu Tianjun nodded and said, "The enlightenment fruit of the Holy Demon Sect is about to ripen. It takes 1,000 years to mature one fruit, and consuming it has a high chance of granting a spiritual body, which can be used to reconstruct Yong Wei's physical form. Are you going to the Holy Demon Sect to steal the enlightenment fruit? Can senior brother defeat Ji Xuanyu?" Lu Qingsheng asked nervously. The enlightenment fruit is the most precious treasure of the Holy Demon Sect, ripening once every 1,000 years on the enlightenment tree. The person consuming it has a very high chance of obtaining a spiritual body. However, Ji Xuanyu would certainly not allow anyone to steal the enlightenment fruit. This top figure of the demonic faction is renowned, having reached the void refinement stage 1,000 years ago. Such an ancient monster can easily kill anyone at the transformation stage, like slaughtering chickens. Chu Tianjun smiled and replied, "I can't defeat him, but he can't kill me either." His confidence was evident in this statement, or in his past life. He had never attempted to steal the enlightenment fruit, as it had not matured then. But he had indeed had brief contact with Ji Xuanyu in the Southern Domain. Although he only sensed the other's aura from a distance, with his current cultivation, he could gauge the opponent's general strength. Since there hadn't been much time, Ji Xuanyu should still possess that same strength. As long as the other party cannot kill him, Chu Tianjun believes the advantage lies with him. After all, he is young and possesses exceptional talent along with powerful trump cards. Senior brother, you are already this strong, but you still need to be cautious. After you leave, I will also enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to reach the transformation stage soon to relieve your worries. Lu Qingsheng realized that the distance between her and Chu Tianjun was gradually widening, and she was determined to cultivate to the transformation stage as soon as possible. After saying this, she hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to say, "When senior brother returns from the Southern Domain, I want to tell you something very important." When I return from the Southern Domain, I also have something important to announce. If Qingsheng doesn't mind, I will declare to the world that I wish to be bonded with you as Dao partners. Chu Tianjun's tone began casually, but it grew increasingly serious as he spoke. At first, Lu Qingsheng was unsure of what to think, and appeared somewhat absent-minded, until Chu Tianjun uttered the words about becoming Dao partners, at which point she suddenly awakened and looked at him in disbelief. Immediately her eyes filled with eagerness and ecstasy, and she stammered, You mean we are to become Dao partners? I like you and hope to walk this path together with you. Of course I respect your choice even more, Chu Tianjun said with utmost sincerity. At his current level of cultivation and age, he was free from the awkwardness of youth, expressing his thoughts candidly while respecting both himself and her. I am willing. In fact, this is what I wanted to say too. Qingsheng wants to be by senior brother's side for all eternity. Lu Qingsheng hurriedly said, as if afraid that Chu Tianjun would change his mind, then shyly finished her last two sentences. Indeed, everything unfolded naturally and seamlessly. The two already figures admired by countless cultivators had a relationship that did not experience drama or twists. They simply came together in a natural way, which made it all the more genuine. It seems to be a fact that those who go mad for love and charge forward often leave behind a trail of chaos, while those who keep it simple tend to last longer. Since we are about to become Dao partners, our karmic ties will deepen. Today I will share with you the secret of these 2 pages of gold foil, as well as the secret techniques recorded upon them. Qingsheng, see if you can cultivate them. If you can, the transformation stage will be within reach. After receiving Lu Qingsheng's clear affirmation, Chu Tianjun intended to share the secret techniques from the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book with her, something he had promised her long ago. As he delved deeper into the 6 instruments heavenly book, Chu Tianjun understood that Lu Qingsheng was unlike anyone else, as the Gung chapter's gold foil was given to him by her far exceeding his expectations of their bond. The complete set of golden texts consists of 6 volumes, known as the 6 Principles of Heavenly Scripture. Currently, Chu Tianjun is able to recognize the celestial script on the Ren volume, and has even grasped the supreme divine art grand divination technique from it. Moreover, in recent years, Chu Tianjun gradually sensed that there is something even more powerful beyond the grand divination technique, which is not merely an upgrade of the technique, but rather the true secret hidden within the 6 Principles of Heavenly Scripture. It is becoming increasingly certain that the celestial script on the 6 Principles of Heavenly Scripture can assist one in comprehending divine arts, but that is not its most valuable aspect. The true value lies in the scripture itself. This statement may sound contradictory, or a book, whether it be made of paper, gold leaf, or jade slips, derives its value from the words or information contained within it, making the book itself merely a vessel. However, the 6 Principles of Heavenly Scripture is precisely the opposite. To put it more directly, what Chu Tianjun currently sees and comprehends from the 6 Principles of Heavenly Scripture is merely the first layer of its surface. In fact, the true power projected from the 2 pieces of gold leaf manifests as the compass phantom that appears behind him whenever he strikes with full force. As for the Gung volume obtained from Lu Qingxue, Chu Tianjun is currently unable to fully recognize the celestial script on it, let alone comprehend its deeper meanings. Chu Tianjun spent about half an hour teaching Lu Qingxue, which allowed her to become familiar with the celestial script and understand what the Ren volume is about, even explaining how to perform the grand divination technique. Lu Qingxue expressed that she could understand it. She had a general idea of what each celestial script represented, but when they were combined she had no idea what was being conveyed. As for the grand divination technique, Lu Qingxue was completely baffled, much like when Long Yu shared unforgettable thoughts back in the day. It seemed that outsiders simply could not comprehend it. However, Lu Qingxue was quite at ease. Having already comprehended 2 divine arts due to her exceptional ice and thunder spiritual bodies, she did not have a strong desire to learn additional divine arts. The 2 divine arts she had mastered were called Frozen Miles and Thunder Domain, which aptly reflected their names and effects when used. On the following day, only 6 arenas remained in the Zhoushan Great Hall, and the 12 participants on the arenas were undoubtedly the cream of the younger generation of the Zhoushan sect. Upon Chu Tianjun's command, the 6 arenas began their matches simultaneously, with 2 of the arenas attracting the most attention. One arena featured Jiang Qingyao, while the other showcased Lin Yu. Both of them were the most favored candidates for the championship this time. In fact, nearly everyone believed that the first place would undoubtedly emerge from among these 2. The progress of the competition unfolded exactly as Chu Tianjun had anticipated the previous night, or Lin Yu seemed to be deliberately dragging things out, while Jiang Qingyao secured victory in just a moment. Jiang Qingyao, in the next round you will compete against Lin Fan. Do you need a break? As soon as Jiang Qingyao finished her match, the host Ouyang Ming inquired. Jiang Qingyao replied with a slight bow, saying, "Disciple can continue." "Good Lin Fan, it's your turn." Ouyang Ming nodded and called out to Lin Fan in the distance. Lin Fan walked onto the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and even the usually proud Jiang Qingyao carefully assessed this opponent. Could this kid possibly pull off an upset? I don't think so. Senior Sister Jiang is a treasure from head to toe, and that flying sword Qiu Shui was personally refined by the sect leader as a top-tier flying sword. However, he is quite lucky. Many people were discussing the outcome of the match between Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao, and it seemed that no one had high hopes for Lin Fan. However, due to Lin Fan's uncanny luck, there was still a hint of anticipation in everyone's hearts, perhaps a kind of onlooker mentality, wanting to see if Lin Fan would win again thanks to his good fortune. Chinsa peak Lin Fan, I greet Senior Sister Jiang. After stepping onto the stage, Lin Fan appeared quite nervous, showing the shyness of a youth, but still remained polite. Qingxue peak Jiang Qingyao, junior brother, please enlighten me. Jiang Qingyao responded with a clasped fist. Afterward, she made a hand seal for the sword technique, and an array of sword chi gathered around her with sword lights shooting towards Lin Fan like arrows. Seeing this, Lin Fan felt a bit flustered, but quickly pulled out a silk handkerchief and threw it out. The handkerchief rapidly expanded, forming a wall in front of him that blocked all of Jiang Qingyou's sword chi. At this moment, Chu Tianjun leaned slightly forward, watching Lin Fan intently, trying to discern everything about this person. So far, everything seemed normal. Jiang Qingyao was well aware of Lin Fan's somewhat uncanny luck, so she first used her sword technique to probe. However, seeing that he had employed a magical treasure for defense, she promptly summoned her Qiu Shui sword without holding back. In fact, due to Lin Fan's uniqueness, she was even more decisive than in the previous matches, and nothing unexpected occurred with Zhang Qingyao. As the Qiu Shui sword descended, the silk handkerchief gifted to Lin Fan by Li Wanhu was instantly cut to pieces, and the sword continued its momentum towards Lin Fan. If the sword were to land, Lin Fan would face certain death. At this moment, Zhang Qingyao was already preparing to withdraw, but having used her full strength, just now it seemed like it was too late. Outside the arena, Ouyang Ming was ready to intervene and stop the Qiu Shui sword, but he was waiting, as was Chu Tianjun. They both wanted to see if Lin Fan still had any extraordinary luck. At this moment, Lin Fan was also greatly alarmed. He had very few tricks up his sleeve, and successfully forming the golden core was already a hard-won achievement, so naturally, he didn't possess any good treasures. Faced with the ferocious Qiu Shui sword, Lin Fan could only resort to a defensive spell, crossing his hands over his chest to form a barrier with his own spiritual energy to withstand the strike of the Qiu Shui sword. The Qiu Shui sword had already struck Lin Fan's magical barrier, which only held for a moment before shattering, and Ouyang Ming raised his hand, preparing to intercept the sword. However, at that moment, Ouyang Ming suddenly heard Chu Tianjun's voice. "Do not intervene. Even if his body is destroyed, I can still save him." As Chu Tianjun's voice echoed, the Qiu Shui sword pierced through Lin Fan's palm, as he instinctively tried to block the sword with his hand. Zhang Qingyao was already calling back the Qiu Shui sword, but at this moment the sword which had previously resonated with her suddenly became uncontrollable. At the same time, the Qiu Shui sword did not continue to harm Lin Fan. Instead, after a brief pause, it withdrew from Lin Fan's palm on its own, and even circled around him. What is going on? Why does it suddenly seem like the Qiu Shui sword has become Lin Fan's? Chu Tianjun suddenly stood up. He first looked up, and no one knew what he was looking at. The next moment he moved and appeared on the arena. He reached out and grasped the Qiu Shui sword in his hand, and as it fell into Chu Tianjun's grasp, the Qiu Shui sword seemed to struggle, resembling a child unwillingly held by an adult. At this moment, Lin Fan was clutching his palm in pain. His face was pale, but he still forced himself to stand, appearing very stubborn. "Lin Fan, your luck is indeed remarkable. The Qiu Shui sword has actually developed sentience at this moment, and it is due to your blood that it achieved a blood sacrifice effect, indicating its intention to recognize a master." Chu Tianjun calmly gazed at Lin Fan as he spoke these words. However, his words caused those around them to lose their composure. The opponent's flying sword could give birth to sentience when it was about to kill him, and even wished to recognize him as its master. Wasn't this kind of cliché plot reserved for novels? However, at this moment such a situation had unexpectedly occurred, and the one looking the most distressed was Zhang Qingyao. She cherished the Qiu Shui sword like a treasure, and now her own child had suddenly turned away from her, which would leave anyone feeling uneasy. Lin Fan appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind Chu Tianjun's words, his expression still somewhat dazed. However, Chu Tianjun continued, "The Qiu Shui sword was given to you by my disciple Zhang, and ultimately it is not yours. I will erase its spiritual intelligence. Do you have any objections?" Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, Chu Tianjun exerted a slight force in his hand, forcibly erasing the recently born spiritual intelligence of the Qiu Shui sword, causing the sword body to instantly quiet down. "Disciple does not dare," Lin Fan replied weakly, lowering his head. Chu Tianjun casually tossed the Qiu Shui sword to Zhang Qingyao, and then turned to Lin Fan asking, "Shall we continue this match?" "Disciple concedes. Zhang, senior sister, has won," Lin Fan respectfully stated, but after speaking he glanced up at Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun did not perceive anything from Lin Fan's gaze, but this scene felt somewhat off, as if Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader, was pressuring Lin Fan into conceding. Perhaps that was the perspective from Lin Fan's standpoint. This sect competition cannot be said to be unexciting, but the excitement did not stem from the matches themselves, rather from the series of incredible strokes of luck that befell Lin Fan. Ultimately, when Chu Tianjun erased the sudden emergence of the Qiu Shui sword's spiritual intelligence, the entire sect felt there was no issue. However, those with clearer minds could likely guess that Lin Fan must have some lingering resentment. As Lin Fan exited the stage, Han Ningxiang handed him a healing pill, and several senior brothers and sisters from the Qinsa Peak quickly consoled him, expressing that achieving such results was already impressive. The subsequent matches were indeed thrilling, ultimately leading to a contest between Zhang Qingyao and Lin Yu for the title of champion. Perhaps due to the impact of his earlier match with Lin Fan, Zhang Qingyao's state of mind was affected, resulting in Lin Yu claiming first place. This outcome was not unexpected, for Lin Yu was originally the biggest favorite, and many could see that although Zhang Qingyao was somewhat off in her final match, Lin You also did not give his all, making his victory well-deserved. After the competition concluded, Jiang Qingyao and Lu Qingxue returned to the Qingxue Peak. As the master, Lu Qingxue naturally wanted to have a proper talk with her only personal disciple to help her clear her mind, ensuring that today's events did not impact her state of mind. Soon Chu Tianjun also entered Lu Qingxue's quarter. Previously he had never been to the Qingxue Peak, let alone stepped into her living quarters. However, as the two were about to become partners in the Tao and shared mutual affection, this felt quite natural. Lu Qingxue greeted him with a smile, and the two sat side by side. Chu Tianjun then addressed Jiang Qingyao, who was kneeling a short distance away, saying the emergence of the Choshue sword's spiritual intelligence at that time was indeed somewhat astonishing but not entirely impossible. The world operates in intricate and profound ways, and everything exists with infinite possibilities. Many things are beyond our control, yet our true hearts are entirely under our control. In both favorable and adverse circumstances, even in dire situations, adhering to one's true heart is being true to oneself. You need not dwell on today's events. Chu Tianjun spoke earnestly, seeking to enlighten Jiang Qingyao, who was after all Lu Qingxue's only disciple and henceforth would also be considered his disciple. Whether Jiang Qingyao absorbed Chu Tianjun's words was uncertain, but Lu Qingxue seemed to ponder over them, as they indeed contained profound truths, reflecting Chu Tianjun's understanding of the development of events. Your master should have already informed you that you will soon be sent to the front line of Yuezhou for training, right? You should prepare for that. I need to discuss a few matters with your master. Regardless of Jiang Qingyou's reaction, Chu Tianjun instructed her to leave first. He did not appear to be polite, evidently taking on the role of the host here. Lu Qingxue did not feel displeased by this. Rather, she was quite delighted. Previously the Zhou sect felt like home, but now wherever Chu Tianjun was, it truly felt like home. Brother, this is your first time visiting my place in all these years. Why not stay here tonight? You are leaving for the southern region tomorrow, and we do not know how long it will be before you return. Lu Qingxue now displayed a slight girlish demeanor, perhaps because neither she nor Chu Tianjun were the type of cultivators to sever emotions. Let us discuss important matters first. Chu Tianjun did not respond directly, but his words undoubtedly implied his agreement to stay. After all, they were both in their 40s, so there was nothing to feel embarrassed about. Today, when I erased the Choshue sword's spiritual intelligence, I asked Lin Fan if he had any objections, and he replied, I dare not. This was the important matter concerning Lin Fan. Daring not to speak means he has objections. This child indeed possesses some uncanny luck, and we must remain vigilant. Lu Qingxue immediately recognized the issue upon hearing this. Ever since encountering the child of destiny Yichun, she had also become cautious, and her first thought was to eliminate Lin Fan directly. However, Chu Tianjun chuckled and shook his head, then somewhat helplessly remarked, it appears he himself does not have any issues. We cannot recklessly deal with our disciples based on mere speculations, can we? Moreover, with his kind of luck, if we truly meant to do something to him, who knows what unexpected consequences might arise. If such a person is devoted to the sect, it would naturally be a blessing for the Zhou sect. However, if he were to develop ulterior motives, it would bring about endless calamities. We cannot remain idle, can we? Lu Qingxue's mind was always considering the sect. In truth, if he truly had ulterior motives, our opponent would not be him, but rather some unseen force. Something unfathomable. To counter such forces, it may indeed require relying on the person from Tianshan Peak, Chu Tianjun said with significant meaning, still organizing his thoughts, evidently finding it difficult to accurately describe that kind of thing. Before coming here, Chu Tianjun had contemplated many things and even fully utilized the compass along with the great divination technique. Although most of the future remained shrouded in mist, he gained insights into the essence of certain issues. If Lin Fan had ulterior motives, he would certainly be a disaster for the Zhou sect. However, Lin Fan was merely a medium or vessel. The truly terrifying aspect was his almost uncanny luck, and such an intangible element could not be controlled by Lin Fan himself. Lu Qingxue did not fully comprehend, but she could grasp the general idea. Lin Fan's luck was nearly uncanny, while the effects of Longyu's innate abilities were also almost otherworldly. Perhaps only the uncanny could defeat the uncanny. That night Chu Tianjun indeed stayed at Qingxue Peak. The night was beautiful and long, and naturally there were many stories. However, these belonged to paid content which the website did not allow to be broadcast, so we shall skip over that. The next day Chu Tianjun left Zhou Mountain. Apart from Lu Qingxue, no one knew where he had gone, and others even assumed the acting sect leader was still within the sect. Subsequently, Lu Qingxue announced on behalf of Chu Tianjun that all outstanding disciples from this competition would be sent out for 2 years of training. They could choose between two locations, one being the northern region's demon tribes, and the other being the front line in Yuezhou where they were battling the demon path. The most dangerous of these two places was the northern region's demon tribes, as they were not of our kind. Encountering battles there would inevitably mean life and death. The demon path, on the other hand, was relatively better as both sides had been battling for over 10,000 years, and had a mutual understanding, maintaining a level of restraint. In fact, many demon path cultivators secretly snuck into the eastern region, while numerous righteous cultivators from the eastern region also slipped into the southern region. Jiang Qingyao was directed by Lu Qingxue to the front line in Yuezhou, a choice she had no option but to accept without any objections. In addition to the outstanding disciples from the sect going out for training, Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, a married couple, were also assigned tasks. They were to oversee the front line in Yuezhou, as this morning Chu Tianjun had already seized the Tianxian sword while passing through the border of Yuezhou. There were still some nascent soul true beings affiliated with the Zhuxiao sect at the border of Yuezhou, but without the Tianxian sword they lacked the combat power equivalent to the transformation stage. After Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua both became nascent souls, their combined power with the twin swords allowed them to confront a transformation stage opponent, making them suitable for the task. On Qinsa Peak, besides these two nascent soul true beings, Lin Yu and Lin Fan were also set to train. Master and Mistress, I wish to go to the northern region. Just as Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua were about to take Lin Yu and Lin Fan to the front line in Yuezhou, Lin Yu suddenly expressed his desire to go to the northern region. Why do you want to go to the northern region? At the border of Yuezhou, Master and Mistress can look after you, but the northern region is perilous. This time the sect didn't even send any nascent soul true beings. Li Wanhua, like a caring mother, inquired about Lin Yu's decision, without outright rejecting it, merely asking for his reasons and stating the pros and cons. Lin Yu respectfully replied, "It is precisely because of the danger that I choose the northern region. I cultivate the sword path of relentless forward momentum, and only by facing life and death can I rapidly improve myself. Moreover, the sect has rewarded many this time, and my strength has greatly improved, making it the perfect opportunity to repay the sect." Several fellow disciples, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, displayed admiration in their eyes, while only Lin Fan's gaze held a hint of coldness, as he subconsciously believed Lin Yu was showing off, flaunting himself as a genius. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua were also quite pleased. In terms of talent and character, Lin Yu was nearly flawless. Moreover, several nascent soul true beings had privately mentioned that Lin Yu was likely the next disciple of the Zhuxiao sect to become a nascent soul. When parting, Lin Yu reminded Lin Fan of several matters, purely out of a brother's concern for his younger sibling. Unfortunately, Lin Fan perceived these words as disdain from his older cousin. "Fan, this is a defensive treasure I obtained from Ouyang Jinren. Keep it on you, as your brother cannot be by your side. You must take care of yourself." As they said their goodbyes, Lin Yu pulled Lin Fan aside and handed him a treasure shaped like a turtle shell. Lin Yu referred to it as a request, but in reality it was a treasure bought with spirit stones rewarded from the competition, a considerable sum for a golden core disciple. Lin Fan held the turtle shell treasure with an expressionless face, appearing as dull as ever. He neither expressed gratitude nor said anything like reminding Lin Yu to stay safe. Lin Yu was indifferent. His kindness to Lin Fan wasn't for thanks, but rather a brother's responsibility. He had always believed that Lin Fan simply lacked eloquence. After entering the southern region, Chu Tianjun's spiritual power fully transformed into pure demonic energy, and his cultivation revealed that he was at the nascent soul stage. At this point, nearly 30 years had passed since his last visit to the southern region, but for cultivators 30 years was but a fleeting moment. Upon entering the southern region, Chu Tianjun headed straight for the Black Wind Academy. He planned to first find Mr. Jinqi to see if there were any new research results, and then through Mr. Jinqi inquire about Yu Zhou's background before seeking her out. However, upon asking at the Black Wind Academy, Chu Tianjun was left dumbfounded, for Mr. Jinqi had died 20 years prior. He was backfired by the main soul in the Wanhun banner. It was a tragic death. The people at the Black Wind Academy informed Chu Tianjun of a piece of news that left him both amused and exasperated. The materials for the Wanhun banner were provided by Chu Tianjun to Mr. Jinqi. Although they weren't standard materials, a few of them were even superior and could enhance the power of the Wanhun banner. Perhaps the materials were too good and Mr. Jinqi's cultivation wasn't profound enough. The depths of the Wanhun banner were beyond his grasp, leading to the backlash. "I did not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Run died because of me. Did Mr. Jinqi have any family? I will deal with them as well, ensuring they are all together and reunited." Suddenly Chu Tianjun asked. The person from the Black Wind Academy involuntarily twitched his mouth. As practitioners of demonic arts, they understood that Chu Tianjun's scheme was loud enough for even the Holy Mountain to hear. He indeed wanted to raid their home, but the main purpose was to seek out Mr. Jinqi's relics. They have already been gathered in the Wanhun banner quite neatly. Do you at the Academy know anything about Yu Zhou's origins and where she is? Chu Tianjun mentally crossed Mr. Jinqi off his list. He would have to find Yu Zhou from now on. A nascent soul at any location is a formidable presence. The Black Wind Academy did not dare to neglect him and promptly provided all the information related to Yu Zhou. This was also the first time Chu Tianjun learned about Yu Zhou. Although the Black Wind Academy didn't know much, they managed to sketch a rough outline of Yu Zhou's character. Unfortunately, the last time she appeared was also 10 years ago. Yu Zhou had a bit of a reputation within the demonic path of the southern region. Her identity was akin to a killer in the secular world, specializing in helping others take revenge and annihilate families. However, her method of accepting contracts was somewhat unique, or to say her personal preference. She did not consider the price offered by the employer, but rather how tragic the employer's circumstances were. For example, if the employer had suffered a tragic family massacre, she would accept the contract to help the employer kill their enemies. But the condition was that after the revenge, the employer would need to be refined into a soul slave. It seemed that what she valued was the immense emotional turmoil of the employer. As of now, Chu Tianjun's knowledge of Yu Zhou was limited to this, and the most troubling part was that she had not emerged for 10 years, while many in the southern region were searching for her, hoping she could assist in their revenge. After leaving the Black Wind Academy, Chu Tianjun thought of a way to find Yu Zhou. He first arrived in a city. The demonic path also had its cities, and they were divided into several factions. There were 3 factions: lawful evil, neutral evil, and chaotic evil. There was nothing much to explain here, as it was quite literal. Within the cities or demonic sects, lawful evil was the dominant faction. On the day Chu Tianjun settled in the city, news spread that the killer Yu Zhou had reemerged and was accepting contracts. This news quickly spread, igniting hope in many who were desperate and sought revenge, prompting them to seek out Yu Zhou. Chu Tianjun sat in the inn's upper floor, listening to one prospective employer after another recount their tragic pasts. "All right, it's you. I'll take this job and lead you to annihilate your family." After hearing the story from an old man, Chu Tianjun chose to accept the contract without hesitation. It wasn't that the old man's fate was the most tragic. Rather, his revenge target was a small sect which wasn't too small, as it had several hundred members and some reputation within 1,000 miles. What Chu Tianjun valued was the reputation. By impersonating Yu Zhou, he intended to create a bigger commotion, forcing the other party to come out themselves. As for why Chu Tianjun didn't disguise himself, it was entirely unnecessary. Because although Yu Zhou had some fame, everyone who had seen her was dead, including the employers, so no one even knew whether she was male or female. Chu Tianjun's first contract targeted a sect whose strongest cultivator was merely at the late Golden Core realm. He did not even need to exert himself, and every member of the sect collapsed instantly. It was no legitimate sect anyway, so Chu Tianjun felt no hesitation or remorse as he eradicated it. After annihilating the minor sect, he also granted his employer true release. He did not enslave the employer as a soul slave, but he did end the man's life with his own hands. This was both the agreed-upon payment and, in truth, genuine liberation. Chu Tianjun could see it clearly. Those who sought vengeance against Yu Zhou had reached the point where revenge was their sole remaining purpose. Once fulfilled, they would have no reason left to live. With that first successful contract, Chu Tianjun restored some of Yu Zhou's lost reputation. Over the next half-month, he accepted assignments nearly every day, constantly shifting locations, slaughtering his way across the land, steadily amplifying Yu Zhou's infamy. Half a month later, Chu Tianjun arrived in Taiyuan City, where one of his employer's enemies resided. A preeminent clan ranked among the most powerful within the city. The clan was vast and prosperous, counting servants and retainers. Its members numbered over 1,000, and its ancestral estate sprawled across half the city. Trailing behind Chu Tianjun was a little girl of only 7 or 8 years. Filthy barefoot, her small body crisscrossed with wounds. Truth be told, the moment Chu Tianjun laid eyes on her, he knew she was already hovering between life and death. Her bodily functions had ceased, yet sheer willpower kept her moving. Such horrors occurred only within the demonic cultivation path. Though the clan boasted an elder nascent soul cultivator, he fell without even raising a hand. The moment Chu Tianjun struck, he perished. Not a single soul escaped. The sprawling ancestral estate lay reduced to rubble. Seeing vengeance, finally realized the little girl prepared to surrender to death. Yet in the next breath Chu Tianjun turned to her and said, "Hold your last breath. For there may yet be survivors. When Yu Zhou undertakes a task, nothing is left incomplete. I promise total annihilation, and total annihilation it shall be." With that, he flicked his sleeve, cloaking both himself and the girl from sight. She did not rush toward death. Not yet. Though they had spoken little, she understood enemies still lurked unseen. Indeed, after hiding for a full day, faint stirrings emerged from the ruins. Then from beneath the rubble crawled forth a young master of 17 or 18. Though dust streaked his fine robes and refined bearing betrayed a life of privilege and ease. "Greetings. You may now rejoin your family." Chu Tianjun appeared behind the youth, the little girl at his side. The young master froze in terror, whirling around in panic. Yet before his body fully turned, Chu Tianjun snapped his finger, and a razor-thin sword aura pierced straight through his skull. A corpse crashed heavily to the ground, its face still frozen in raw, unyielding horror. Watching that expression, Chu Tianjun raised his hand once more. A second sword aura lanced forth, obliterating the youth's neck. Only a sliver of flesh held head to shoulders. "Uncle, why strike again at his neck?" The girl spoke for the first time, curiosity flickering across her otherwise numb features. Chu Tianjun replied casually, "When one is gripped by terror, the heart leaps into the throat." He looked terrified. "I simply wished to ensure he was truly dead." The girl's brow furrowed in confusion, and for the first time a faint, fragile smile touched her lips. "Uncle, may I die now?" She believed the enemy line was utterly extinguished or her own release finally at hand. Yet Chu Tianjun shook his head. "We must wait a little longer." Again they vanished. 2 days passed. Then movement stirred anew within the ruins. This time 3 figures emerged, 2 boys and a girl, all still youths. Chu Tianjun offered no greeting this time. 3 sword auras flashed. 3 lives ended. The contract's completion tally rose once more. Since these 3 showed no fear, no tension, he spared them the extra stroke to the neck. Yet he crushed each of their chests inward. To his employer he explained dryly, "Some people's hearts lie in unusual places." A fresh wave of astonishment crossed the girl's face. In her eyes, Yu Zhou wasn't just ruthless. He was exquisitely professional. Truly, such work demanded a master hand. She assumed this time her death would be permitted. Yet Chu Tianjun still bade her wait. And this time they waited a full half-month. For 14 days no one emerged from the ruins. No false resurrections, no hidden survivors. Then, on the 15th day, a procession of wailing mourners arrived, donning hemp garments and setting up a funeral hall. Truly a great clan. So many relatives. Chu Tianjun murmured from the shadows. He knew these 2 were kin of the target family. They were cautious, fearing Yu Zhou still lurked unseen. So they delayed their return for half a month before coming to mourn. What they didn't know was that Chu Tianjun was a consummate professional. He had waited precisely half a month. And if they delayed further, he would have waited a full month, or even 6. Now the mourners had gathered, and in considerable numbers. Yet Chu Tianjun still withheld his strike. Soon they summoned musicians with gongs and drums, hired chefs, and 7 days later laid out a banquet upon the ruins. "Now it is complete." Chu Tianjun revealed himself beside his employer. And before the crowd below could react, a colossal palm descended from the heavens. This time even those feasting perished without exception. When the slaughter concluded, Chu Tianjun stood atop the ruins. Such meticulous execution. Would anyone ever doubt Yu Zhou's professionalism again? "Now you may die." Chu Tianjun turned to the girl, his voice grave and sincere. She met his gaze, then broke into a radiant, luminous smile. "Uncle, you are truly fascinating." With those words she fell silent, still smiling, then smiled herself into death. Chu Tianjun glanced impassively at the girl's lifeless form, then flicked a spark of flame from his fingertip, reducing her frail body to ash. Of course, cremation was an added courtesy. Free of charge. Clap, clap, clap. Just as the ashes began to settle, applause rang out from afar. Chu Tianjun turned slightly, his gaze locking onto the source of the sound. "Chu Laolu, you went to such lengths to draw me out. Tell me, after 20 years apart, have you fallen in love with me?" A slender figure emerged slowly from the ruins. The voice unmistakably Yu Zhou's. Chu Tianjun studied Yu Zhou. She appeared no older than 15 or 16. Her eyes bright, her countenance untouched by time. That gave him pause. While most cultivators preserved their youthful appearances, 20 years inevitably left subtle traces upon one's aura, even if not upon the face. It's been 20 years and you haven't grown at all. This is not my type. Oh, how could I possibly like you? Chu Tianjun fixed his gaze on Yu Jiu, surveying her before his eyes settled on her somewhat flat chest. A 15 or 16-year-old child could not compare to Lu Qingxue in stature, and when it came to charm she was far behind Lu Ruyan. As for bosom, she couldn't even hold a candle to Hongyue. Indeed, Hongyue was the one who had the advantage. Chu Tianjun shook his head, realizing that his thoughts had strayed a bit off topic. To Yu Jiu, this scene naturally appeared, as if Chu Tianjun deemed her not grand enough, and great discontent appeared on the girl's face. However, Yu Jiu soon smiled sweetly like a spoiled little sister, saying, I don't care. Now that you've made my name famous, it wasn't my intention, but you have to compensate me. Compensate? That depends on whether you have the qualification for it. Chu Tianjun coldly chuckled, and then without warning struck out a palm towards Yu Jiu. This palm carried the power of the nascent soul stage. Although Yu Jiu appeared to be at the golden core stage, when Chu Tianjun made his move, the aura around Yu Jiu suddenly transformed, revealing the oppressive might of the nascent soul stage. Is being in the nascent soul stage impressive? Do I qualify now? Yu Jiu didn't employ any special techniques. She simply formed a seal with one hand in front of her and effortlessly received Chu Tianjun's palm. What a clever scheme. If I were to unleash my power at the God transformation stage, how would you respond? Suddenly Chu Tianjun was engulfed in overwhelming demonic energy, and a towering divine avatar appeared behind him, radiating the same fierce demonic aura. As soon as the avatar manifested, demonic cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled in fear. God transformation cultivators were top-tier existences anywhere. Indeed, not a single true word from you. Hiding your God transformation cultivation to toy with me, huh? If you're so capable, why not elevate your level once more? Anger clearly flashed across Yu Jiu's face, but she showed no fear. Not only did she verbally confront Chu Tianjun, but her actions were equally unyielding. While Yu Jiu spoke, a massive divine avatar emerged behind her as well, resembling her, and it turned out to be a God transformation cultivator too. Chu Tianjun felt a bit awkward. He genuinely couldn't elevate his realm any further, and was somewhat surprised to encounter a demonic God transformation cultivator so casually. My friend, it's been 20 years, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Chu Tianjun quickly smiled, apologetically retracting his divine avatar, and referring to Yu Jiu as my friend. Then, how do you plan to compensate me, my friend? Yu Jiu also retracted her avatar. With equal strength, they were friends. If one party was clearly weaker, they would directly take what they wanted, which was indeed very demonic. How about I set up a spiritual hall for you in advance and hold a banquet for us to drink together? Would that be good? Chu Tianjun resembled a split personality. Upon arriving in the southern domain, he didn't seem quite normal. To drink together at my funeral? That sounds quite interesting, but I'm not that easy to kill. How about we change it to your funeral? Yu Jiu reverted to the appearance of a little sister. I'm not that easy to die either. Oh, how about we switch it up? Can you farm? What? Farming using a hoe to till the land? The conversation veered far off course. Shouldn't be too difficult. I think I can manage, Chu Tianjun replied uncertainly. Help me farm for half a month and this matter will be settled. Yu Jiu said cheerfully. That's quite a peculiar condition, but I can agree. You must have new insights into the immortal seal over the years, right? Can we corroborate with each other? Chu Tianjun didn't know what Yu Jiu was up to, but this was a great opportunity to verify the immortal seal with her. Moreover, spending half a month together would allow for better understanding. Perhaps he could even extract clues about another piece of golden foil. Of course, the main reason was that he might not be able to defeat her now. Being friends was better than being enemies. This is simple. Farming in the morning, discussing the immortal seal in the afternoon, and drinking under the moon at night. What a life. Yu Jiu said with a contented expression, looking like someone who knew how to enjoy life. You're not trying to tempt me with your body, are you? Chu Tianjun looked at Yu Jiu warily. Don't think I can't tell. Your body is already tainted. I have a cleanliness obsession. Yu Jiu looked at Chu Tianjun with disdain. This time Chu Tianjun truly felt awkward. What Yu Jiu said was indeed the truth. Since he had supported Lu Ruyan from behind his own body, had indeed become unclean. In the end, the two reached an agreement in a not-so-friendly atmosphere. Chu Tianjun would help Yu Jiu farm for half a month, during which they could discuss the immortal seal and matters of cultivation. Not long after, Yu Jiu brought Chu Tianjun to a very large and tall mountain. At the top of the mountain, there were several grass huts which were kept relatively clean, indicating that someone lived there. Chu Tianjun knew that this should be Yu Zhou's residence, but for a god transformation cultivator, to live in such a place was rather unconventional. On one side of the huts, Chu Tianjun saw several plots of abandoned fields. Additionally, he noticed that behind the huts was unexpectedly a grave. It was a very ordinary earthen grave, just a mound with no stele. Aren't your family members all still alive? Why is there a grave here? Chu Tianjun asked bluntly. He remembered that Yu Zhou had turned her brother and sister into soul slaves, so he was curious about who was buried there. That grave holds my future. This time Yu Zhou answered Chu Tianjun promptly. But this answer left Chu Tianjun quite puzzled. If you said it buried your past, I would respect you as a person of temperament. But to say it buries your future, do you take me for a fool? Chu Tianjun said disdainfully. He knew that some people pretended to be profound by claiming to forget the past and bury the past, but who could bury their own future? Believe it or not, I only have a past and no future. Yu Zhou rolled her eyes at Chu Tianjun, looking as if she didn't want to explain further. Chu Tianjun didn't press on, as they were both figures of the god transformation stage. He couldn't appear too childish. Afterwards, Yu Zhou introduced several grass huts to Chu Tianjun, with the one nearest to the field serving as Chu Tianjun's temporary bedroom, along with a kitchen, a storage room, and a study where Yu Zhou kept her books. In the study, Chu Tianjun was curious to see many places adorned with the immortal seal, indicating that Yu Zhou had indeed been researching the immortal seal for a long time. Soon Chu Tianjun noticed a piece of paper stuck to a pillar. It resembled a couplet, but the content was unrelated to couplets, and was all in the immortal seal. However, when Chu Tianjun read the content word by word, he was struck with an unprecedented shock, a shock even greater than the impact he felt when he was reborn. Time does not truly exist. It is the trend and process of the development of things. Trends can change, the process creates results, and results are irreversible, thus time cannot be reversed. This wasn't a particularly long passage and wasn't hard to understand. Yet, after reading it, Chu Tianjun had to seriously reconsider his rebirth. Over the years, many things had made Chu Tianjun doubt his rebirth, and if this statement were true, it undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. Are you shocked? This is the greatest achievement of my thousands of years of hard work, and you've just taken it for free. Just as Chu Tianjun was lost in thought, Yu Zhou smugly said from behind him. Chu Tianjun turned around, and with a serious expression said, "Why do I feel like this is something you intentionally wanted me to see? What evidence do you have to support such a claim?" Yu Zhou asked calmly, the atmosphere between them remaining light and unhurried. Chu Tianjun appeared comparatively solemn. He had never truly fathomed Yu Zhou, and thus dared not press too hard. For the next several days, Chu Tianjun faithfully followed Yu Zhou's arrangement, tilling the soil and planting vegetables each morning, discussing immortal scripts with her in the study each afternoon, and sharing wine in the courtyard each evening. Though they drank together, they rarely found harmony in speech. More often their debates flared into heated, crimson-faced disputes centered invariably upon farming. One insisted watering must occur at dawn, the other adamantly claimed dusk was superior. At times they even quarreled over seed spacing, or whether bamboo trellises or wooden frames better supported melon vines, neither yielding an inch. Fortunately, both upheld the principle of gentlemen debating with words, not fists, and inevitably Chu Tianjun emerged victorious, for Yu Zhou voiced opinions boldly but left all labor, digging, sowing, erecting frames, to him alone. In the end, the state of the garden's fruits and vegetables bore the unmistakable imprint of Chu Tianjun's hands. Over these past 2 decades, Yu Zhou had indeed devoted serious study to immortal scripts, and Chu Tianjun came to understand how she had acquired that knowledge. Ancient ruins still dotted this world, relics from bygone eras lingered in the mortal realm. Even fragments from the immortal realm survived. Some bore immortal scripts directly, and Yu Zhou had collected numerous such artifacts. Chu Tianjun remained uncertain of Yu Zhou's ultimate purpose in studying immortal scripts, yet on this matter he shared his own insights openly and without reservation. Soon half a month drew to a close, and both had nearly exhausted each other's reservoirs of knowledge. Though all things considered, Chu Tianjun gained more, for Yu Zhou's scholarly curiosity extended far beyond immortal scripts to embrace other arcane and enigmatic subjects. Among them were concepts she described as non-existent, time itself, and intangible notions like karmic predestination. Insights Chu Tianjun gleaned either from her study or through direct conversation. You two have remained unseen for over 20 years. Surely this reunion is not merely to compare notes on immortal scripts. 2 days before the fortnight's end, they sat in the courtyard sipping wine and nibbling delicacies while idly conversing. Nearby in the vegetable plot seeds had already sprouted, fast-growing varieties, had sent forth slender tendrils climbing gracefully up the wooden trellises. I'm planning something grand. I intend to seize the enlightenment fruit soon, Chu Tianjun declared without concealment. Yu Zhou's lips twitched faintly, and instinctively she shifted her seat slightly aside, as if already anticipating Chu Tianjun's next words. Sure enough, in the next breath Chu Tianjun wore a beguiling smile. What say you? Shall we join forces? Together we'll rise higher, grow stronger, and achieve unparalleled glory. We'll slay Ji Xuanyu himself. The enlightenment tree shall be mine, the sovereign throne yours. Truth be told, Chu Tianjun truly coveted the enlightenment tree. Were the Zhou sect to possess one, it would virtually guarantee a nascent soul cultivator every millennium. A pillar of supreme foundational strength for any sect. Madman! Yu Zhou stared at Chu Tianjun as though he were a fool, offering only those 3 words. Tell me, how much do you know of Ji Xuanyu? What is his most formidable technique? The more I know, the greater my chance of survival when we finally face him. After Yu Zhou rolled her eyes, Chu Tianjun regained his composure. 1,000 years ago he attained the void refinement realm. His current cultivation level remains unknown. His cultivation art is titled the heaven-devouring creation scripture, enabling him to absorb his opponent's power and turn it to his own use. Yu Zhou delivered the reply succinctly. Just 2 sentences, yet brimming with staggering implications. The heaven-devouring creation scripture. Its name differs by only a single character, and its effect matches exactly. Now everything falls into place. Countless doubts within Chu Tianjun's mind suddenly dissolved. On several occasions, dying demonic cultivators had gazed at him in disbelief, muttering bewildering phrases about being sovereign or something similar. It now seemed clear those dying souls had meant to utter Sovereign Lord, mistaking Chu Tianjun for Sovereign Lord Ji Xuanyu. That night Chu Tianjun spoke little. Yu Zhou, sensing his inner turmoil, likewise retired early to her chamber. Later, however, Yu Zhou reemerged, strolling slowly toward the vegetable plot, gazing with quiet satisfaction upon the tender seedlings, occasionally brushing her fingers gently across fresh emerald leaves, as if sanity itself had slipped quietly away. Chu Tianjun sensed Yu Zhou wandering off to the garden in her peculiar reverie. Since Yu Zhou was hardly conventional, he accepted her eccentricities without surprise, and paid her no further heed. The following day proceeded as usual, until the final day of their agreement arrived. Yu Zhou announced Chu Tianjun would depart tomorrow, and as host she resolved to offer proper hospitality, descending the mountain to purchase fine wine and sumptuous delicacies. Whether she actually purchased them remained debatable. After all, dining without payment was common among demonic cultivators, and so too were the fatal consequences that sometimes followed. Fellow Taoist, have you ever heard of a legendary text called the Sixfold Celestial Codex? Before the lavish feast, Chu Tianjun finally voiced the question he had long yearned to ask. At the mention of the Sixfold Celestial Codex, Yu Zhou's expression subtly shifted. She mused aloud, any text bearing the title Celestial Codex must be extraordinary, but I confess I have never heard of it. Since you are so intrigued, why not journey to the Tai Academy in central Zhou? Its lineage spans tens of thousands of years, and it may even shelter a grand ascension cultivator. The Academy has amassed knowledge from across the realm. It surely knows far more than I do. Yu Zhou's reference to the Tai Academy invites a brief explanation of this world's geographical divisions. This realm's landmass is divided primarily into 4 domains: east, west, north, and south, each comprising several provinces. Central Zhou lies precisely at the heart of these, for a singular province governed solely by the Tai Academy, whose power eclipses that of all sects and factions across the 4 domains combined. The Tai Academy admits only prodigies, and legend holds its entry threshold is the nascent soul realm. As the Academy declares, no matter your genius, if you cannot reach the nascent soul realm, you are no true prodigy. Rumors suggest the Academy currently shelters several Void Enlightened Masters, no fewer than 10 Void Refinement Elders, and countless nascent soul and foundation establishment cultivators walking its halls. Most awe-inspiring of all is the Academy's founder, the venerated Master, who remains alive to this day as a grand ascension cultivator. When the time is right, I shall go. Yet, given your talent, why have you not joined the Tai Academy? Chu Tianjun asked, convinced Yu Zhou truly knew nothing of the Sixfold Celestial Codex. Joining would change nothing. I'd remain exactly as I am now. So why bother? Yu Zhou replied with quiet resignation. Chu Tianjun said nothing more. He suspected this echoed her earlier assertion that she possessed no future. By the way, you needn't seize the enlightenment fruit after all, Yu Zhou remarked with sudden cheerfulness. Why not? Surely you haven't already taken it. Chu Tianjun followed her lead. No, I haven't, but someone else anticipated you yesterday. A raid on the sacred mountain sought the enlightenment fruit. Though unsuccessful, the assault damaged the enlightenment tree, delaying its full maturation by 3 years. Yu Zhou spoke with evident delight. Clearly this had become the hottest topic across the southern domain, and even demonic cultivators relished gossip as much as anyone. Who dared such a thing? Chu Tianjun furrowed his brow, his tone carrying the sharp edge of proprietary grievance, as though the fruit had already been claimed by him. The blood slaughter venerable, a half-step void refinement elder who hadn't stirred for centuries. Many believed him dead. Yet this time he truly is. Yu Zhou recounted the tale with the glee of one narrating juicy gossip, utterly untroubled by the scale of calamity. Did Ji Xuanyu intervene? Chu Tianjun already surmised the broad strokes, gaining new insight into the sovereign lord's martial prowess. Yu Zhou nodded, then vividly relayed what she'd heard, second-hand but rendered with theatrical precision. The most thrilling moment naturally was Ji Xuanyu's decisive strike against the blood slaughter venerable, a half-step void refinement elder undone by greed, fleeing in abject terror. Reportedly only a feeble wisp of his soul escaped, too frail even for soul transference. Total dissolution would follow within mere days. On the morning of the next day, Chu Tianjun left Yu Zhou's thatched cottage, and Yu Zhou did not see him off, merely waving his hand in farewell at the front of the house. After leaving, Chu Tianjun also inquired about the situation in the city. In fact, he did not need to ask. He could gather from the conversations of others that the blood fiend elder had indeed attempted to seize the enlightenment fruit, only to be severely injured by Ji Xuanyu, leaving behind only a wisp of residual soul. The enlightenment fruit would not mature for another 3 years, so it was impossible for Chu Tianjun to attempt to seize it now. Additionally, with the blood fiend elder taking the lead, Chu Tianjun would have the opportunity to return and cultivate for another 2 or 3 years. Although the trip to the southern region was short, Chu Tianjun gained immense insights. Not only did he acquire clues about his rebirth, but he had also nearly comprehended the content of the Gung chapter of the immortal script he had recently studied. He felt that as long as he calmed his mind and contemplated earnestly, he could grasp a powerful divine ability from the Gung chapter. Now there were 3 important tasks Chu Tianjun needed to focus on. Firstly, it was crucial to decipher the Gung chapter and master a divine ability. This was important because his current techniques primarily focused on survival and endurance, as well as a method of deduction comparable to that of the Dongxian stage. What he lacked at present was a genuine offensive divine ability, one that could instill fear in those of a higher realm upon its initial execution. Secondly, he needed to utilize the knowledge he had amassed over the years to perfect the creation of great freedom demon art, achieving the ability to convert to a higher level of power. This step would also be his foundation for ascending to immortality in the future. Thirdly, he needed to clarify the circumstances surrounding his rebirth as much as possible. Currently, Chu Tianjun already had some clues. The root of everything should lie with the Supreme Elder Yu Xuanji, or rather the doubts centered around her. During the past half-month at Yu Zhou's, Chu Tianjun had many insights and thoughts, and he had already guessed the most significant possibility. That is, perhaps he had not truly been reborn at all. The 30 years of memories that had caused him heartache and despair were merely visions of the most likely scenarios he would encounter in the 30 years following his entry into the Zhouxiao Great Hall to seek a master. However, this raised a very serious question. If Yu Xuanji were truly only at the Dongxian stage, she would not have been able to do this. Even those at the Mahayana stage could not accomplish it, let alone the immortals beyond the Mahayana stage. Thus strength. Chu Tianjun still urgently needed strength. On his way back, Chu Tianjun passed through the front lines of Yuezhou, where battles still occasionally erupted, and it was particularly lively recently. It was said that the wisp of the blood fiend elder's residual soul was fleeing in this direction, and many in the demonic path were very interested in this wisp, as it was a half-step into the void refinement stage. Numerous demonic nascent soul cultivators, including many golden core cultivators, were lingering nearby. Seeing the demonic path's eager movements, Zhouxiao sect naturally did not remain idle, sending many disciples to gather intelligence, leading to several skirmishes. Recently there had been daily encounters among nascent soul cultivators, and occasionally Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu would intervene personally, resulting in a rather chaotic state at the entire Yuezhou frontline. Chu Tianjun hurriedly passed by without intervening. This was a good training opportunity for the sect's disciples. As the acting leader, he could not handle everything himself. In fact, the few talented disciples who had come to the Yuezhou frontline had indeed gained a lot. Zhang Qingjiu's combat ability had greatly improved. Possessing a water spiritual body and wielding a top-grade flying sword, she could slay golden core cultivators in the late stage, even in the early golden core stage, shining brilliantly after just a few days on the front line. On the other hand, Lin Fan's performance was rather ordinary at the beginning, making him seem like just a filler. However, after the Blood Fiend Elder was reduced to a mere remnant soul by Ji Xuanyu, Lin Fan's extraordinary luck began to manifest once more. When Chu Tianjun passed through the Yuezhou frontline, Lin Fan and a few other Golden Core disciples were out on a mission with a total of 6 members, including Zhang Qingyao. Initially, these individuals felt that with Lin Fan present, their luck would surely be excellent. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Shortly after setting out, this small team encountered 2 demonic nascent soul cultivators. For some unknown reason, these 2 demonic cultivators relentlessly pursued them, possibly simply because they were in a bad mood that day. Eventually, with no other option, the group separated to escape. However, not long after, Zhang Qingyao and Lin Fan encountered each other again, while the 2 nascent soul demonic cultivators continued to chase them. Zhang Qingyao used all her trump cards, but they could only flee, facing numerous dangers. Lin Fan also found himself in peril, yet it seemed as if he did nothing. The demonic nascent soul cultivator simply could not kill him. In the end, the 2 of them fortuitously fell into a demonic cave, where more fortuitously beneath the cave lay a 1,000-year-old spirit milk to enhance their cultivation. At the moment Zhang Qingyao fell into a coma, a wisp of residual soul surged into Lin Fan's body. Subsequently, the residual soul made a deal with Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan helped him kill the Holy Master Ji Xuanyu in the future, the residual soul would impart all the knowledge it possessed to Lin Fan. In fact, before Lin Fan even had the chance to agree, the Blood Fiend Elder imparted the supreme divine ability Great Blood Fiend Technique, which he had stumbled upon years earlier, to Lin Fan, and then the residual soul faded away, bidding farewell to this world. This place had been a battleground for both righteous and demonic factions for thousands of years, with the ground having been uplifted several feet thick. Yet when Lin Fan arrived, the unstable ground exposed the demonic cave. The traces of cheating were too obvious, but in Lin Fan's case, everything that seemed unreasonable appeared reasonable. Then Lin Fan and Zhang Qingyao absorbed the Millennium Spirit Milk in the demonic cave, and within just over 10 days they both advanced to the mid-golden core stage, conveniently dividing the remaining spirit milk with promising futures ahead. During this time, the 2 naturally could not avoid some exchanges and interactions. Developing some hidden feelings was quite reasonable, right? Chu Tianjun was still unaware of these events. Upon returning to the Zhoushan sect, he began his closed-door cultivation. As this time away was not long, Lu Qingxue had also just begun her own seclusion. Lu Qingxue had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and held great potential for advancing to the transformation stage. Chu Tianjun did not disturb her. However, before entering seclusion, he sent his divine sense to Tianxian Peak, observing Long Yu for the first time actively. At this time, Long Yu was also very close to conceiving again. Chu Tianjun quietly entered seclusion. For individuals of their cultivation level, a few years often passed in the blink of an eye, yet many events continued to unfold in the world. For instance, a year later, disciples who had gone out to train returned one after another. The southern region's demonic forces had not found the Blood Fiend Elder's residual soul, and matters gradually calmed down, leading to a cooling-off period between the righteous and demonic paths. In the more than a year since, many disciples showed significant progress. Zhang Qingyao and Lin Yu were, needless to say, being exceptional talents who had rapidly advanced a small realm in just a year. However, the one who progressed the most was the somewhat foolish Lin Fan. Not only had his cultivation reached the mid-golden core stage, approaching the late stage, but his combat ability had also become frighteningly strong. Anyone who had sparred with Lin Fan during these years would be left severely weakened for a long time, even if they did not die. After 2 years of closed-door cultivation, Chu Tianjun suddenly opened his eyes one day. Throughout these 2 years, a phantom compass had constantly appeared behind him, slowly rotating, and over time it showed signs of becoming more solid. By the time one reaches the nascent soul stage, the divine sense becomes vast, and in the transformation stage it is even more terrifying. Multitasking is not a difficult feat. During these 2 years, Chu Tianjun had been multitasking, comprehending the divine powers from the Gung chapter of the 6 Rituals Heavenly Book, while simultaneously deducing and perfecting the methods of the Heaven-Seizing Creation Technique and the Great Freedom of Creation. After 2 years, both tasks were completed. The Heaven-Seizing Creation Technique and the Great Freedom of Creation were perfected, and Chu Tianjun named them Great Devouring Technique and Great Creation Technique, believing that these names were more fitting as they were on par with any divine power. After slowly rising, the phantom compass behind Chu Tianjun dissipated. He then gently raised a finger, and a pitch-black thread burst forth from the tip, a power unlike any he had ever experienced, distinct from spiritual energy or sword chi. However, when this thread-like object appeared, a sense of rupture manifested in the void before Chu Tianjun. With a flick of his fingertip, the thread slashed towards the heavens, leaving a small pitch-black rift in the sky. Although the rift was tiny, it created a strong sense of disruption in the sky. Ultimately, the thread struck the end of the heavens, and in an instant endless thunder roared, as if a slumbering beast had been awakened, emitting an angry roar. So powerful! I fear that when I reach the transformation stage, I will be able to use this great cutting technique to break through the barriers of the world. If I can gather the 6 rituals heavenly book, I might even traverse the celestial realm with ease. Chu Tianjun gazed at the heavens. What he had just demonstrated was indeed the supreme divine power, the great cutting technique comprehended from the Gung chapter. From then on, Chu Tianjun possessed a total of 4 supreme divine powers: great deduction technique, great cutting technique, great devouring technique, and great creation technique. The great cutting technique, when cultivated to the extreme, could sever everything in the world, including souls. After a while, the thunder in the heavens finally dissipated, and the pitch-black rift in the sky slowly closed, the sense of rupture gradually fading. No one knew what had just occurred, only able to speculate from the emanating aura that it was due to some powerful divine power used by Chu Tianjun. After 2 years, Chu Tianjun first directed his divine sense towards Qingxue Peak and Tianxian Peak. Lu Qingxue was attempting to break through to the transformation stage, which would surely not be easy. Judging from the current situation, it would likely take another year or 2. On the other hand, Longyue should return to the nascent soul stage within this month or 2. Thinking of Longyue's return to the nascent soul stage, they would inevitably meet, which aligned with Ning Qiusi's words about entering the game. Regardless of whether his memories were of a rebirth, he would have to face Longyue in the future. After hesitating for a moment, he flew directly towards the heavens, deciding to do something for Longyue. Although schemes were more effective, Chu Tianjun still felt that one should be sincere. Everything had already entered a different process. In the past, many things were not within his choice, but now he could choose for himself, so he decided to follow his true heart. The end of the heavens was the barrier of the world, which cultivators at the transformation stage could sense. Ultimately, ascending to a higher realm was merely about breaking the barrier to sense the upper world before leaving this realm. Chu Tianjun once again unleashed the great cutting technique upon the barrier of the world. The next moment, the barrier reacted as if it were being attacked by an array, beginning to gather power to counterattack the great cutting technique. The power it exhibited manifested as thunder, reminiscent of the tribulation faced by cultivators. Chu Tianjun's goal was not to break open the barrier of the world at that moment. When those thunders appeared, he immediately unleashed the great devouring technique to start devouring this immense power. Simultaneously, with a shake of his other hand, several rare treasures appeared. Then the great creation technique transformed the energy within him into a gentle and pure power devoid of any attributes. Those rare treasures were swiftly molded by Chu Tianjun into a form resembling a close-fitting soft armor, as the energy within him continuously transformed and merged into the armor. This process lasted for a full half-month, during which the heavens above were filled with lightning and thunder. At first, people thought it was a great calamity about to descend from the heavens, but gradually the thunder took on a mournful tone, and the momentum weakened over time. After half a month, Chu Tianjun returned to Tianjun Peak with satisfaction. By that time, his cultivation had also reached the late transformation stage, a speed of advancement that would astonish anyone who witnessed it. I can afford to indulge in leisure for a while. First, I will wait for Longyue to restore her nascent soul cultivation, and then it will be about time to head to the southern region to seize the Dao fruit. I wonder if my strength is enough to directly snatch the Dao tree as well. Chu Tianjun stood beneath the peach tree, planning his next moves. Cultivation truly boiled down to seizing. Even Chu Tianjun could not be excluded from this aspect. In the vast Jushao Mountain, events could happen at any moment. Every day here represented the lives of thousands of disciples. Chu Tianjun had no interest in peering into others' lives, so even though his divine sense was powerful enough to cover the entire Jushao Mountain and perceive everyone's every move, he did not do so. On this day, the sun was shining brightly with a gentle breeze. Chu Tianjun set up a lounge chair beneath the peach tree for a leisurely nap. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance and directed his divine sense towards a location in Jushao Mountain, feeling a strong fluctuation of magical power indicating that someone was acting within the Jushao sect. His divine sense quickly locked onto a group of people situated in a picturesque area with a waterfall and a pavilion where Zhou sect disciples occasionally gathered. However, at that moment, a female disciple lay on the ground, her clothing disheveled and torn, her arms and face marred with scratch marks, looking extremely disheveled. Beside her, another female disciple was feeding her a healing pill, while 3 male disciples glared angrily at one person and a wolf. The person was someone Chu Tianjun recognized. Lin Fan, who had been extraordinarily lucky. The all-white wolf beside him was clearly a spirit beast that had gained intelligence. Since the Zhou sect conquered the northern region, the disciples of the sect had not few spirit beasts under their care. Lin Fan, you allowed your spirit beast to injure someone, and didn't even offer an apology. That's simply unreasonable, isn't it? One of the male disciples in the late Golden Core stage pointed at Lin Fan and questioned sternly. It was evident that the snow wolf beside Lin Fan had injured the female disciple. Lin Fan said nothing but waved his hand, causing a jade bottle and a pile of spirit stones to appear on the stone table before him. This is a high-grade healing pill along with 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Take them as compensation. Lin Fan was now generous with his offerings, but his words sounded almost like charity. Chu Tianjun had not yet grasped the full context, but began to watch with interest, feeling that Lin Fan's approach was indeed inappropriate. In the next moment, the 3 male disciples were infuriated, surrounding Lin Fan to prevent his escape. The late Golden Core disciple spoke again. Junior brother Lin, what you should do is apologize first. If you do not apologize today, we will not let you leave. The 3 had already drawn their magical artifacts surrounding Lin Fan with a look of imminent confrontation. Clearly there had been an earlier skirmish, which was what Chu Tianjun sensed. Just you 3. Lin Fan said expressionlessly and took a step to continue leaving. Seeing this, Chu Tianjun frowned, realizing that Lin Fan was indeed planning to fight. The 3 male disciples were evidently unwilling to let this slide. Their magical artifacts glowed brightly, and it seemed an internal conflict among the sect members was inevitable. Halt! A voice rang out from afar, followed instantly by a streak of crimson sword light that cleaved the air, separating the 3 cultivators from Lin Fan. Moments later, Lin Yu materialized before his younger cousin. Lin Yu stepped forward to shield Lin Fan, his face etched with deep concern. Chu Tianjun remained concealed, choosing instead to observe how this prodigious disciple would handle the situation. In the next instant, Lin Yu respectfully clasped his fists toward the 3 senior brothers and asked courteously, "I am Lin Yu of Chinsa Peak. This is my cousin. Might I inquire what misunderstanding has arisen? Please, brothers, sheathe your artifacts first. We are all disciples of the same sect. Let us speak calmly and reason together." The 3 disciples clearly recognized Lin Yu. Indeed, the moment he appeared, they had already abandoned any thought of combat. Not only out of deference, but also because victory was plainly impossible. We gathered here today for a quiet reunion. Everything was peaceful at first. Then suddenly this beast lunged forth and savagely attacked senior sister Liang, clawing and biting without provocation. We intended to strike it down, but brother Lin Fan claimed it was his spirit beast. We demanded an apology. Yet he refused outright and even engaged us in battle. The leader of the small group succinctly recounted the incident. Lin Yu's brow furrowed tightly as he listened, then turned sharply to glare at Lin Fan, a gesture clearly performed for the onlooker's sake. In the next breath, he bowed deeply before the injured young woman and said earnestly, "Senior sister Liang, please accept my sincerest apologies. My younger brother has always been socially awkward, and today's conduct was deeply regrettable. I offer this apology on his behalf, and shall personally visit your residence to make full amends, ensuring you receive due satisfaction." Hearing Lin Yu's words, the disciples' expressions softened considerably. Chu Tianjun, observing unseen, nodded inwardly in quiet approval. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected turn unfolded. Perhaps Lin Fan resented having his elder cousin speak for him, or perhaps he truly believed himself blameless. He stood tall, voice firm and indignant. "It was we, Xiao Bai and I, who arrived first to play beneath the waterfall. They were the ones who intruded upon us. Xiao Bai is gentle by nature and never harms without cause. Her sudden aggression must have stemmed from their fault. We've already offered medicinal pills and spirit stones. What more do they demand? This is sheer overreach." For a fleeting moment, Lin Fan truly embodied the defiant protagonist, unbowed even under universal censure. Chu Tianjun's scalp prickled with dismay. He felt Lin Yu's loyalty was tragically misplaced. His unwavering protection met only with public undermining. Had Lin Fan simply remained silent, the matter would have ended there. Lin Yu might even have spared him the formal apology visit, instead delivering gifts alone, citing Lin Fan's confinement for self-reflection. Both the other disciples and senior sister Liang would have graciously accepted the resolution honoring Lin Yu's stature. But Lin Fan's defiant stance now left Lin Yu stranded, caught between duty and disgrace, alienated by both sides. Chu Tianjun rose from his reclining chair. He knew Lin Yu could no longer resolve this crisis. In the next heartbeat, Chu Tianjun appeared within the pavilion, his voice preceding him. Lin Fan, do you acknowledge your fault? At the sight of him, every cultivator instantly bowed low. Greetings, acting sect master. Startled by Chu Tianjun's presence, the snow wolf beside Lin Fan leapt upward, landing neatly into his arms. The pair moved in perfect unison. Lin Fan cradled the trembling beast with steady hands, while others offered formal salutes. Lin Fan bowed slightly, still holding the snow wolf close to his chest. Acting sect master, my younger brother. Lin Yu stepped forward to intercede, bowing again. But before he could utter another word, Chu Tianjun raised a hand, silencing him mid-sentence as he advanced steadily toward Lin Fan. Chu Tianjun's aura was overwhelming. Within the Zhou sect, he was revered as near-divine, omnipotent, infallible, beyond reproach. Even a prodigy like Lin Yu swallowed his words instinctively, reduced to silence by a single gesture from the acting sect master. Do you acknowledge your fault? Chu Tianjun halted one zhang away from Lin Fan and repeated the question. The snow wolf in Lin Fan's arms trembled violently. Lin Fan himself stood motionless, wide-eyed, seemingly guileless, faintly bewildered. Do you know the sect's decree forbids private rearing of demonic beasts or monstrous creatures? You have not forged a master-servant pact with this beast. So tell me, what defense do you offer? His tone held no overt accusation, yet the words struck like thunder. Every disciple in the pavilion paled. Though the Zhou sect's precepts were comparatively lenient among cultivation sects, certain fundamental edicts remained inviolable. Disciples were permitted to tame spirit beasts, and the sect even provided specialized cultivation manuals, artifacts, and talismans for that purpose. Yet one condition applied universally: no matter how many beasts one tamed, each required a binding master-servant pact. Chu Tianjun had discerned it at once. Lin Fan and the snow wolf shared no such pact. The creature remained an untethered wild demonic beast. Xiao Bai. She isn't a beast. She's my friend. Lin Fan spoke bravely, though his voice quavered under Chu Tianjun's crushing presence. The disciples exchanged startled glances. Chu Tianjun let out a cold, dismissive snort. How noble of you. So this beast outweighs your own sect brothers. His tone sharpened with impatience, and deliberately he continued, calling the wolf a beast. Perhaps they were too loud, disturbing Xiao by souring her mood. Does that not make them culpable as well? Lin Fan clenched his fists, sensing the snow wolf's terror. Summoning courage anew, he pressed his argument. Brother Lin, what nonsense is this? The words froze Lin Yu in horror, sweat beading across his brow. The other disciples bristled with fury. Only Chu Tianjun's presence restrained them from drawing weapons anew. Silence. Are you about to claim, regardless of facts, that I, the acting sect master, wield authority unjustly to bully a junior disciple? Rarely angered, Chu Tianjun was now genuinely incensed. I did not say so, elder brother. Lin Fan's voice remained wounded and unyielding, as if the entire world had conspired to misunderstand him. For privately raising a demonic beast and assaulting fellow disciples, you are sentenced to kneel in penance before the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights. As for this beast, it will die. Chu Tianjun delivered the verdict without hesitation, refusing further debate. Scarcely had the words left his lips when he cast a single glance toward the snow wolf in Lin Fan's arms, and with that look alone its neck went limp, life fled its body. Onlookers marveled at the terrifying power of a nascent soul cultivator, while Lin Fan collapsed to his knees, clutching the lifeless form. No! Xiao Bai! Xiao Bai! No one could fathom Lin Fan's inner turmoil, but bitterness, injustice, and profound humiliation burned fiercely within him. Chu Tianjun turned and strode away. His decree required no enforcement. Disciples from the enforcement hall would arrive shortly to escort Lin Fan to the ancestral hall. The other disciples departed without further comment. Though displeased with Lin Fan, they considered Chu Tianjun's intervention sufficient retribution, and thus refrained from pursuing private vengeance. Scarcely had Chu Tianjun returned to his peach grove when Master Zhou Qingfeng and Madame Li Wanhua arrived together. Kneeling outside his courtyard, heads bowed low. We humbly beg punishment, acting sect master, for our failure as mentors. Enough! From now on, watch Lin Fan closely. Outwardly sincere, he harbors narrow-mindedness, lest he one day become a blight upon the sect. Chu Tianjun spoke with solemn gravity, not wishing to punish the mentors for their disciples' transgression. Thank you, acting sect master. We shall enforce discipline strictly henceforth. Zhou Qingfeng hastened to reply, fully aware that Chu Tianjun's measured judgment was in truth extraordinary leniency. Heavy-hearted, the couple returned to Qinsa Peak, only to learn Lin Fan had already begun his penance before the ancestral hall. Now that I reflect, since returning from the Yuezhou front lines, Fanner has changed. Husband. Could he have been possessed? Li Wanhua paced slowly through the chamber, her expression suddenly grave. Unlikely. If possession had occurred, the acting sect master would not have limited his response to slaying a mere beast. This youth has grown recklessly bold, raising a demonic beast without forging a pact. We were deceived utterly. Zhou Qingfeng dismissed Li Wanhua's suspicion outright. Yet his own temper flared, and he too felt a chilling unfamiliarity toward his once trusted apprentice. Chu Tianjun did not pay attention to Lin Fan kneeling, as he reflected on the earlier events. After killing the snow wolf Xiaobai, Chu Tianjun confirmed one thing: Lin Fan's good fortune only benefited himself and could not extend to those around him. However, while Chu Tianjun was indifferent to Lin Fan, someone else was concerned for him. In the afternoon, Lin Fan knelt outside the ancestral hall, and by nightfall a figure appeared in the distant woods, watching Lin Fan from afar. Soon the night sky began to rain, yet the figure in the woods did not leave, as if silently accompanying Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan knelt in the rain, his head bowed, resembling a protagonist of a tragic tale, suffering from extreme injustice and humiliation. Lin Fan tightly clenched his hands, his nails digging into his palms, and drawing blood, while the rain mixed with his blood beneath him, giving him a sense of reality. Third senior brother, do you intend to stay with him for 3 days and nights like this? Another figure appeared in the woods, holding an umbrella. Tian Xiaoa. The third senior brother Tian Xiaoa referred to was naturally Lin Yu. She wanted to hold the umbrella for Lin Yu, but he waved his hand to decline. It is all my fault. These past 2 years I became too absorbed in my cultivation and did not properly guide Xiaofan, which led him to commit these mistakes. That spirit beast Snow Wolf was originally one I captured from the northern region last time. On that day he took a liking to the Snow Wolf at first sight. If I had seen him contract the spirit beast, today's events would not have occurred. Lin Yu let the rain wash over him, deeply blaming himself, believing that Lin Fan's current state was due to his failure as an elder brother. Third senior brother, how can this be your fault? You have done more than enough for Xiaofan, and we, your fellow disciples, have seen it all. Yet Xiaofan has always acted as if it were his due. To be honest, we feel you are wronged. Did he even know what you faced today? What are you doing to yourself, senior brother? Tian Xiaoa said, her tone somewhat indignant. In fact, Tian Xiaoa used to have a good relationship with Lin Fan, as he was the youngest junior brother of the Qinsa Peak. However, since returning from Yuezhou last year, Lin Fan gradually distanced himself from these senior brothers and sisters, because they sometimes pointed out his shortcomings, which Lin Fan perceived as them distancing themselves from him. Lin Yu sighed and said, in truth, Xiaofan has a strong sense of pride. Although he seems dull and simple, he is in fact quite meticulous. His heart is very fragile. If I were to appear beside him, he might think I look down on him. Tian Xiaoa did not say anything further. She purely felt it was unfair for Lin Yu, this exceptionally talented third senior brother. If she had such a good elder brother, she would wake up smiling from a dream, yet Lin Fan was oblivious to his good fortune. As the night deepened, the rain grew heavier. Lin Yu indeed remained hidden in the shadows, accompanying Lin Fan, but suddenly another figure appeared at midnight. The first to notice the newcomer was Lin Yu, a woman holding an umbrella with a graceful figure. Why is she here? Could it be she is related to Fan Di? Lin Yu recognized the newcomer as Jiang Qingyao, the only direct disciple of Lu Qingxue. Jiang Qingyao appeared beside Lin Fan, holding the umbrella, and soon Lin Fan felt the raindrops above him cease. He looked up and saw Jiang Qingyao gazing down at him. This scene created quite a beautiful picture, but unfortunately Chu Tianjun did not witness it, or otherwise he too would have doubted whether he truly loved playing the role of the villain in the sect. Sister Jiang. Lin Fan called out softly. Junior brother Xiaofan. Jiang Qingyao replied. Xiaobai is dead, my friend is dead. You still have me. Lin Yu felt he should return, as such a scene was inappropriate with a third party present. He was genuinely happy for Lin Fan, and even his gaze toward Jiang Qingyao had transformed into one resembling that of a brother-in-law. Jiang Qingyao stayed until the rain stopped before leaving, while Lin Yu remained the entire time. 3 days passed quickly for cultivators. This punishment was merely symbolic. Even after a night of rain, it could not cause any harm to Lin Fan, who was at the golden core stage. In the following days, Lin Fan isolated himself, and there were no disturbances. Chu Tianjun did not pay much attention to him either. Now acting as the acting headmaster, he secretly hoped Lin Fan would cause some trouble, as that would give him a legitimate reason to take action. He could either expel Lin Fan from the sect or even kill him on the spot. This is my sect and I make the rules. No matter what child of luck he is, he can confront me openly, but if he tries to cause trouble behind the scenes, he has miscalculated. This is also why Chu Tianjun had been planning from the very beginning to let the Jiushao sect undergo a rebirth, taking full control of the power. A few days later, the Tianxian peak was filled with radiant spiritual energy. Although there was no heavenly tribulation descending, everyone knew that the Zhenren Longyue had returned to the nascent soul realm. Chu Tianjun stepped out of the peach grove and leisurely flew to the Jiushao Great Hall. Many people witnessed this scene, and soon Longyue also flew toward the Jiushao Great Hall. From this day forth, Longyue shall be the true disciple of the Jiushao sect and preside over Tianxian Peak. Chu Tianjun's voice soon echoed throughout the Jiushao Great Hall. The appointment of Longyue as a true disciple was the most perfunctory in history, but she was a second-time nascent soul, and there may be a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, or even eighth time. Thus those in the know felt it was nothing remarkable. It seems the acting headmaster and Zhenren Longyue have resolved their past grievances. Is there any possibility of them becoming Dao partners? The nature of gossip does not diminish with cultivation level. At this moment, from the nascent soul Zhenren to the Qi refining disciples, everyone at the Jiushao sect who knew some inside stories was gossiping. In the Jiushao Great Hall, the two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere was indeed somewhat awkward. Can I still call you Tianjun? The first to break the silence was Longyue. Chu Tianjun nodded. Can I become your Dao partner? Longyue then asked. Chu Tianjun nearly choked on an old phlegm. The situation seemed to be heading in an entirely unknown direction. Of course, Longyue's change had its reasons, as she was influenced by Ning Qiuzi. Perhaps it was all part of a grand scheme laid out by Ning Qiuzi from the very beginning. Fortunately, Chu Tianjun was ultimately a transformation god, true monarch, and his understanding was no longer as superficial as before. He did not feel embarrassed, nor did he treat Longyue coldly, nor did he display contempt like before. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he seriously asked Longyue, "Have you upgraded Nian Nian Bu Wang to De Qi Dao Shu?" Longyue nodded. Suddenly Chu Tianjun smiled, then looked at Longyue meaningfully and said, "Since it is so, do I still have a choice?" Longyue was overjoyed at his words. Just as she was about to say something, Chu Tianjun interrupted her. Although this may be a possible outcome in the future, it ultimately requires a process. Let fate decide, shall we? Your words are enough for me. Longyue nodded in satisfaction. In a few days, I will announce my Dao partner with Qingxue. Chu Tianjun added, "It is all my fault, I was late." Longyue said with some regret, not out of jealousy toward Lu Qingxue, but simply feeling it was her own issue. However, although she was late, she had still arrived. Chu Tianjun approached Longyue, and as he got closer, he flipped his palm, revealing a mini armor wrapped in light. "This is for you. It contains enough pure energy for an ordinary cultivator to attempt the transformation god stage several times. It will help you quickly restore your cultivation after using the Tian Mo Jiubian." Chu Tianjun handed the armor he had refined not long ago to Longyue. "What is it called?" Longyue joyfully accepted the armor, which was the first gift she received from Chu Tianjun, carrying extraordinary significance. Moreover, this armor was clearly custom-made for her. How about calling it the 9 Lives Battle Armor? Chu Tianjun suggested a name while also seeking Longyue's opinion. "I like whatever you decide." Longyue smiled, for from the moment she stepped into the Jiushao Great Hall, her eyes were only on Chu Tianjun. On the day when Hongyue returned to the nascent soul stage, Lu Qingxue also emerged from her closed-door cultivation, but she had not yet undergone the tribulation transcendence. When these two women who originally had little in common met, complex emotions flashed in their gazes. "How far are you from the transformation stage?" Chu Tianjun inquired with concern for Lu Qingxue, his first question directed at her. "Just one step away from the tribulation," she replied succinctly. Afraid of the inner demon tribulation, Chu Tianjun continued to express his concern. Lu Qingxue did not answer, but he quickly added, then let's wait until after the dual cultivation ceremony to undergo the tribulation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue felt a bit shy yet immensely pleased, nodding in agreement. The day after Hongyue returned to the nascent soul stage, Chu Tianjun publicly announced that he would hold a dual cultivation ceremony with Lu Qingxue 3 days later, and the two would become Dao partners from then on. This was naturally a significant event for the Zhou sect, a joyful occasion that had not occurred in many years. Being Dao partners did not necessarily mean being husband and wife, so Lu Qingxu's future identity would not be that of the acting sect master's wife. She would still be the holy maiden of Zhou sect, but with the additional title of Dao partner. However, this identity was already very close to that of a couple, hence the ceremony resembled a wedding. Such an occasion was naturally celebratory, and nearly all disciples of Zhou sect were present. Even Ning Chotzi managed to return. Ning Qiusi's ordinary parents had taken longevity pills, allowing them to live longer than average mortals, thus they had not passed away yet. However, Ning Huang had long abdicated, and now the emperor was Ning Qiusi's nephew, while Ning Chotzi held the title of regent princess. Upon returning, Ning Chotzi learned about the events that had transpired in Zhou sect over the years. Upon discovering that a person like Lin Fan had such good fortune, having heard that Lin Fan befriended demon beasts and allowed them to injure his fellow disciples without restraints, and was nonchalant about it, Ning Chotzi scoffed, saying, "Is this child of fortune looking down on you or me?" However, Ning Chotzi was not particularly concerned about Lin Fan, but was very focused on Hongyue. Why didn't father directly show her the most likely outcome? Ning Chotzi inquired directly, believing this to be the best choice. Chu Tianjun replied directly, actually it no longer matters, anyway, it won't become her inner demon. What remains is the matter between Yuxuanji and me. The best option is not always the most suitable one. Upon hearing this, Ning Chotzi chose to remain silent. Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue held their dual cultivation ceremony. Hongyue did not express any regrets or jealousy, and she was even bustling about having lost the aloof demeanor she once had. She had indeed changed significantly. After attending the ceremony, Ning Chotzi left Zhou sect, and the entire sect returned to tranquility. As for Lu Qingxue, she was in high spirits due to the joyful event, having gained confidence for her breakthrough to the transformation stage, and was seeking advice from Chu Tianjun on the details of the breakthrough process. Saying she was seeking advice was a bit of an understatement, as the two were now Dao partners. Today Hongyue was also present. She had come to consult with Chu Tianjun as well, and he would not refuse, especially since he had even granted them the opportunity to become Dao partners. However, this created an awkward atmosphere for Lu Qingxue and Hongyue when they met. Although they did not overtly show any excesses in front of Chu Tianjun, their underlying tension was palpable. "Acting sect master, I have matters to discuss." Han Ningxiang's voice suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard, just as Chu Tianjun felt a headache coming on. Chu Tianjun quickly invited Han Ningxiang into. This junior was the most sensible, and at this moment he felt as if a savior had arrived. In front of this junior, Lu Qingxue and Hongyue finally adopted the demeanor of elders, though this might also be another way of expressing themselves. Han Ningxiang was the only disciple permitted by Chu Tianjun to meet him directly at any time, and this decision had proven to be very wise and correct. Since Han Ningxiang joined Zhou sect, the overall level of alchemy had improved significantly. Over the years, she had exchanged ideas privately with Chu Tianjun multiple times, and he believed that this junior would eventually be able to refine pills that could help ordinary cultivators break through the transformation stage. With Han Ningxiang's growth, it was not impossible for her to eventually produce pills for ascension. Pills had truly become a path that could lead her directly to the goal. "What matter does my dear niece have?" Chu Tianjun inquired of Han Ningxiang. Han Ningxiang behaved appropriately, standing a distance of 10 feet away from Chu Tianjun. She first bowed to him, then slightly saluted Lu Qingxue and Hongyue, and finally respectfully said to Chu Tianjun, "Half an hour ago, there was a duel on the Tianqing platform with 2 fellow disciples, one of whom was severely injured. While treating this junior brother, I discovered that his injuries were peculiar. He was eroded by a force not registered with the sect, specifically the blood fiend power of the demonic path. I understand the gravity of this matter, so I came to report it to the master." "Is that so? Is the footage of the duel on Tianqing platform still available?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun's expression became more serious. Since the last time Lin Fan clashed with several Golden Core disciples, Chu Tianjun had set up the Tianqing platform within the sect, which was essentially a duel arena. After all, the sect was large, and with thousands of disciples, conflicts were inevitable. The sect prohibited disciples from fighting privately, but allowed them to duel on the Tianqing platform, as long as no lethal force was used, they could fight as they wished. Since the establishment of the Tianjun platform, disciples had indeed taken turns to engage in duels, which was a great way to alleviate grievances, and Chu Tianjun had never intervened. As for Han Ningxiang mentioning a force not registered with the sect, it referred to the regulations that Zhou sect had regarding disciples practicing demonic techniques. Since Zhou sect's rebirth, the sect rules had undergone significant modifications which could only be described as extremely lenient. Among these was the allowance for disciples to practice demonic techniques. However, there were still some restrictions. For instance, whether obtained from the sect or acquired externally, any demonic techniques required prior registration with the sect. Techniques that could stimulate a cultivator's potential or temporarily enhance their strength, or those that could be mutually verified with orthodox techniques, were all permitted. In fact, Zhou sect now even had dedicated halls for the study of demonic techniques. In summary, Zhou sect allowed the cultivation of demonic techniques belonging to the evil and orderly faction, and the sect would even provide guidance and assistance. Han Ningxiang immediately performed a series of hand seals, and a water mirror appeared in front of her, beginning to replay the duel between the two disciples on the Tianjun platform. Why is it him again? As soon as Chu Tianjun saw the scene, he recognized one of them as Lin Fan. Hongyue had never seen Lin Fan, and Lu Qingxue was still unaware of the incident involving the snow wolf, so both looked on with curiosity, watching the reenacted duel with more seriousness. The duel was quite simple. It was Lin Fan against a late Golden Core disciple. From the footage, Lin Fan hardly exerted himself, yet his opponent lost, and it appeared he was in considerable pain. Based solely on this duel footage, Lin Fan appeared to be quite exceptional. After all, with a minor realm difference to defeat his opponent so easily already indicated he was a genius possessing the potential of a prodigy. Why did they go to the Tianjun platform? After watching the footage, Chu Tianjun asked another question. Han Ningxiang promptly answered. This injured disciple had previously reported that he caught Lin Fan secretly meeting a female demonic cultivator at night. However, Lin Fan did not admit it, and the law enforcement hall found no evidence, so Lin Fan requested to duel this disciple on the Tianjun platform. Chu Tianjun remained silent. The situation appeared quite straightforward. Zhou sect was indeed a reasonable sect, and since there was no evidence found, they would not easily conclude that Lin Fan was colluding with the demonic path. Ningxiang, go relay my orders to summon Lin Fan to the discipline hall for questioning. I will personally interrogate him. Let's set aside the matter of his supposed collusion with the female demonic cultivator. For now, the fact that he practiced and used unregistered demonic techniques is indeed a fact. Chu Tianjun spoke in a deep voice. Through the footage of that duel on the Tianjun platform, he had already confirmed that Lin Fan had secretly practiced demonic techniques. Han Ningxiang immediately took her leave, and soon many disciples of the Zhou sect headed towards the discipline hall, and Lin Fan's secret cultivation of demonic arts quickly became known to all. Chu Tianjun did not rush to the discipline hall. After all, it made no sense for a deputy sect leader to wait for the disciples who had made mistakes. Seeing that Lu Qingxue and Longyue were somewhat curious, he briefly recounted how Lin Fan joined the Zhou sect, how he had displayed extraordinary talent in the sect's grand competition due to his remarkable luck, and the recent incident involving the snow wolf Xiaobai injuring someone. After finishing his account, Chu Tianjun looked at Lu Qingxue and Longyue, inquiring about their opinions. Lu Qingxue spoke first, saying, "During the sect competition, I found this child quite suspicious. I didn't expect that he would secretly raise demonic beasts, injuring his fellow disciples while pretending to be aggrieved. Such a person is bound to bring disaster to the sect." Longyue also seemed eager to express her views. As Lu Qingxue paused briefly, she hurriedly added, "Cultivating demonic arts without permission has already violated sect rules. This alone is enough for expulsion. From what Tianjun has said, this child's character is indeed problematic, which could lead to trouble for the sect." Chu Tianjun found it somewhat amusing to see the two women vying for attention. "So what do you suggest?" he asked them both simultaneously. "This child cannot be kept." Lu Qingxue and Longyue replied in unison, surprisingly consistent in their opinions and demonstrating great synergy. "Then let us go to the discipline hall together," Chu Tianjun said as he stood up, inviting the two to accompany him. By the time Chu Tianjun arrived at the discipline hall, the area outside was already crowded with people, while several nascent soul realms and their direct disciples were present inside. Lin Fan stood in the hall, his head lowered, appearing to be a picture of unjust suffering from a distance. Chu Tianjun walked straight to the main seat and sat down as the disciples inside and outside the hall bowed. "Lin Fan, have you been cultivating demonic arts without permission?" Chu Tianjun immediately asked upon sitting down. All eyes turned to Lin Fan, especially Lin Yu and Zhou Qingfeng, who were nervous, hoping that Lin Fan would be fine. In the next moment, Lin Fan softly uttered a single word, "Yes." The sect does not prohibit disciples from cultivating demonic arts, but prior notification is required along with the origins and nature of the techniques. Are you aware of this rule? Chu Tianjun's tone was calm and unhurried, and he did not seem to target Lin Fan specifically at that moment. "I know," Lin Fan replied straightforwardly, appearing quite composed. Many were now anticipating a twist, speculating that Lin Fan might have his reasons. "Since you know this, why did you still proceed? Is there anything you wish to explain?" Chu Tianjun had not yet lost his temper, or in fact, he was actively giving Lin Fan a chance to explain. Lin Yu looked at Lin Fan with an anxious expression, frantically signaling him to explain, but Lin Fan ignored him, appearing aggrieved yet stubborn. Finally, he looked directly at Chu Tianjun and said calmly, "I cannot disclose the origins of the technique. It is a promise I made with a senior. However, I can assure you that I have never harmed my fellow disciples using this technique, nor have I committed any heinous acts." Chu Tianjun again sensed Lin Fan's unusual reasoning, as the disciples of the Zhou sect began to murmur among themselves. Most scoffed at Lin Fan's explanation, but surprisingly a few praised him for his integrity. But in the next moment, Chu Tianjun asked sarcastically, "So in your mind, a promise to an unknown demonic cultivator outweighs sect rules?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan clearly froze for a moment, and his expression turned somewhat ugly. The disciples who had previously sided with Lin Fan suddenly realized that if a choice had to be made, it often represented a bias towards one side. Lin Fan's choice to conceal meant that he valued the position of a demonic cultivator over that of the sect. "You unfilial disciple, why won't you come clean? The sect does not covet your technique, so just speak honestly. If you have nothing to hide, what is there to conceal?" Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Zhou Qingfeng hastily admonished him. Though his tone was strict, it was evident to the keen observer that he was trying to protect Lin Fan. "Fan, the hearts of people in this world are treacherous. How do you know that demonic cultivator has no schemes? The sect will never harm you. If there are any hidden matters, you should reveal them quickly." Lin Yu also urged, genuinely concerned for Lin Fan's well-being, and their words indeed held considerable weight. Unfortunately, Lin Fan still maintained that look of "none of you understand me." He clenched his fists and lowered his head, as if feeling a tremendous sense of injustice. "Lin Fan, we don't have time to waste with you. I ask you once more, will you come clean?" Chu Tianjun's voice grew impatient. He was not interested in indulging Lin Fan's stubbornness. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and looked up at Chu Tianjun, his gaze resolute, stating each word slowly, "I will not." The two words felt as if they took an eternity to say, embodying a defiance against a million adversities. "You unfilial disciple, have you lost your mind?" Zhou Qingfeng was already a nascent soul realm master, usually a cultured person, but at this moment he was so enraged that he was nearly hopping mad. Li Wanhuan looked at her little disciple, whom she had always treated like her own, and was so heartbroken that she was close to tears. But due to her overwhelming sorrow, this motherly figure was left at a loss for words. "Xiao Fan, do you know what you are doing? You have disappointed me greatly." Lin Yu pressed his hand to his chest, feeling as if he could no longer suppress the urge to slap this cousin. However, facing his cousin Lin Yu, Lin Fan shot him a look of disdain for the first time, as if to say, "You all don't understand me. In that case, from this day forth, expel Lin Fan from the sect and reclaim all items granted by the sect." Suddenly, Chu Tianjun's authoritative voice resounded, directly expelling Lin Fan from the sect. As soon as Chu Tianjun finished speaking, he raised his hand to reclaim the belongings that belonged to Lin Fan from the Zhou sect, including the 3 pulse-opening pills he had already consumed. However, just before Chu Tianjun could act, a voice suddenly rang out, "Master Uncle, please calm down. I am willing to guarantee with my life that Lin Fan has no ulterior motives against the sect. Please give him another chance." At that moment, someone unexpectedly spoke up for Lin Fan, and this person was none other than Jiang Qingyao, the only disciple of Lu Qingxue whom Chu Tianjun was quite familiar with. Chu Tianjun was taken aback by Jiang Qingjiao's sudden plea. At this moment, Lu Qingxue clenched her fist, her gaze towards her disciple filled with disappointment. Chu Tianjun remained silent, first casting a glance at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue sensed Chu Tianjun's gaze, her expression wavering, but she soon sighed and shook her head. Then, filled with disappointment, she turned her head aside, signaling to Chu Tianjun to make the decision. "Jiang Qingyao, the sect has invested countless resources in you. Is your life meant for this?" Chu Tianjun's tone was also filled with disappointment. Jiang Qingyao trembled slightly but was still willing to charge forward for love, gathering her courage to say, "I believe in Lin Fan. I hope Master Uncle will show him mercy. Since you believe in Lin Fan, that means you do not trust the sect. Today I will expel you from the sect as well." Suddenly Chu Tianjun spoke without hesitation, leaving everyone in disbelief. All knew that acting sect master Chu Tianjun favored Jiang Qingyao. Not for her own sake but out of affection for her mentor. Now that Lu Qingxue and Chu Tianjun had become Dao companions, it was not even an exaggeration to call Jiang Qingyao Chu Tianjun's disciple as well. Yet Chu Tianjun expelled Jiang Qingyao from the sect outright, an act no one had foreseen, not even Jiang Qingyao herself. Before Jiang Qingyao could react, Chu Tianjun raised his hand and grasped. Qiu Shui's sword instantly tore free from her body and hovered before him. Then, with a clenched fist, he reduced the hovering sword to its primal components, reshaped by an unfathomable force. This was another application of the great creation art. Not mere transmutation of internal energy, but a supreme divine technique transcending conventional sorcery, bordering on the manipulation of fundamental cosmic laws. Thus Qiu Shui's sword ceased to exist in this world. Jiang Qingyao's face paled instantly. She turned toward Lu Qingxue with anguish etched across her features and kowtowed, crying, "Master, do not call me master. Our master-disciple bond ends here. As for all I bestowed upon you over the years, consider them fair recompense for the title you bore so long. Never let me lay eyes on you again." Lu Qingxue spoke grimly, offering no plea for her disciple, choosing instead to uphold Chu Tianjun's decree. Jiang Qingyao truly had not anticipated such an outcome. In that instant, all strength drained from her limbs. She collapsed to the floor, utterly stripped of her former grace as the saintess's sole heir. Chu Tianjun did not spare Jiang Qingyao a glance. Instead, he reached toward Lin Fan. Not seizing anything tangible, yet Lin Fan felt something intangible vanish within him. The pills Lin Fan had already ingested and refined could not be undone. Even Chu Tianjun's great creation art could not reverse them. This time he employed the great devouring art, consuming the cultivation aptitude granted by 3 meridian-opening pills. "Leave now." Having done all this, Chu Tianjun stood with hands clasped behind his back and uttered those words. As for Lin Fan's other treasures, some gifts from Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, others from his cousin Lin Yu, and still more acquired through his own efforts, Chu Tianjun left them untouched. A nascent soul true lord held no interest in such trivialities. Lin Fan's gaze now burned with unmasked hatred, raw seething resentment. But he made no rash move. Silently he knelt and lifted Jiang Qingyao, then strode from the Hall of Discipline without glancing at anyone. Unharmed in cultivation, Lin Fan carried Jiang Qingyao away through the void. Soon after, the Nine Heavens Sect dispersed. Yet this day's events would echo through sect halls for months to come. Chu Tianjun escorted Lu Qingxue back to Qingxue Peak. This time Long Yu did not accompany them. "Qingxue, do you hold any grievance against me?" he asked gently upon reaching her private chamber. He was referring, of course, to Jiang Qingyao's expulsion. Brother Senior acted rightly. That girl defended Lin Fan so fiercely, her loyalty to him eclipsed her devotion to the sect. She forgot. The sect invested countless resources in her. Every achievement she attained stemmed from the sect's grace. Since she chose her path, better to sever ties cleanly now, lest she become a future calamity. I too bear fault for lax guidance. Lu Qingxue felt profound sorrow, but no regret. Had she decided alone, her judgment would have mirrored Chu Tianjun's. For in Lu Qingxue's heart, the sect stood above even her disciples. A truth proven when she once severed her master-disciple bond with Ninth Sword Immortal for the sake of the Nine Heavens Sect. If no lingering resentment clouds your heart, cultivate toward nascent soul formation without delay. I shall assist you. With that, Chu Tianjun nodded and ceased all mention of Jiang Qingyao or Lin Fan. By now Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao had passed beyond the Nine Heavens mountain range. Yet behind them towering peaks still pierced the heavens. "One day I will make your entire sect pay with their lives. For Xiao Bai's sake." Lin Fan snarled suddenly. Jiang Qingyao, hitherto dazed and hollow, recoiled at his words, her body trembling. She loved Lin Fan, yes, but the simple, sincere Lin Fan, the man before her, now felt strangely alien. She had charged headlong into love, even forfeiting her status as the saintess's sole heir, and accepted it all. Yet Lin Fan's declaration clashed violently with her deepest values. She knew of Xiao Bai the Snow Wolf. She had watched Lin Fan grieve for over half a month. Precisely why she cherished him. but demanding the Nine Heavens Sect's annihilation for Xiao Bai's death struck even her as excessive. "Xiao Fan, where do we go now?" she asked softly, hoping his words were merely born of rage. "To the southern realm. I must reach nascent soul cultivation swiftly. In roughly 1 year, the Saint Demon Sect's enlightenment fruit will ripen. If I claim it, and gain the protection of Demon Sovereign Jishuanyu, within 10 years that old villain Chu will be no match for me. Today's humiliation, I shall repay it 100-fold. His voice brimmed with venom, but his logic was razor-sharp, his resolve crystalline. This Lin Fan bore no trace of his former timidity. Jiang Qingyao faltered inwardly. Instinct whispered she must not do this. She, the sole heir of the Nine Heavens Sect, the foremost orthodox sect. How could she possibly join the demonic path? Then Lin Fan took her hand and asked Qingyao, "You'll stay with me, won't you?" It was the first time Lin Fan had ever held her hand. Her breath caught, her body grew weightless. Without thought she nodded, and murmured a soft shy Thereafter the two fled swiftly from the Nine Heavens Sect, heading southward. That evening Lin Yu returned to Chinsa Peak disoriented and hollow. Though Lin Fan had been expelled, he remained his cousin, and Lin Yu had searched fruitlessly. His fellow cultivators on Chinsa Peak exchanged hesitant glances. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua waited expectantly, and from Lin Yu's expression they understood everything. "You found no trace of him?" Zhou Qingfeng asked, voice edged with suppressed fury. Lin Yu nodded, disappointment clouding his face. "He refused even to see you. Truly our bond has ended." "Enough." His choice was his own. "From now on our paths diverge." Zhou Qingfeng sighed deeply. Chu Tianjun's expulsion of Lin Fan had been lawful and justified. None on Chinsa Peak voiced complaint, nor harbored ill will toward Chu Tianjun. Yet affection for Lin Fan lingered in their hearts, until now when he refused even to meet them. Clearly Lin Fan no longer held Chinsa Peak, nor his master-mistress or senior brothers within his heart. 2 days later, tribulation clouds gathered above Qingxue Peak. The nascent soul tribulation descended upon Lu Qingxue. It raged for a full half-month. Chu Tianjun did not intervene, but he stood vigil throughout, unwavering. Perhaps Lu Qingxue's spirit was simply too pure, perhaps she bore no unresolved knots. No inner demon emerged during the trial. When the tribulation finally dissipated after 15 days, Lu Qingxue did not emerge. Worse, Chu Tianjun sensed Qingxue Peak's temperature plummeting to absolute zero, as if space itself had frozen solid. Though the tribulation clouds vanished, spherical lightning orbs now shimmered across the peak, each crackling with annihilating power, yet within each orb pulsed vibrant, burgeoning life, as though miniature worlds stirred in gestation. A paradoxical force, destruction and creation coexisting in perfect, awe-inspiring tension. Even Chu Tianjun, witnessing it, murmured in quiet wonder, "Senior brother, I have mastered the supreme art of great ice sealing. But something remains elusive about lightning-related techniques. Still, the Thunder Emperor armor has undergone a profound transformation." Over half a year later, Lu Qingxue reappeared, having finally ascended to the nascent soul realm and become a true lord. As she spoke, her nascent soul manifested behind her, a towering figure wielding a violet lightning spear and clad in the Thunder Emperor armor, now radiating even greater majesty and solemnity. "Excellent. Then I may depart with peace of mind to seize the enlightenment fruit," Chu Tianjun said. With a smile, Lu Qingxue's ascension filled him with genuine delight. "Might I accompany you, senior brother? I am now strong enough to stand by your side," Lu Qingxue said, gazing at Chu Tianjun with quiet hope. "You must remain and safeguard our sect." "I no longer fear Jishuanyu," Chu Tianjun replied, without hesitation, his voice resonating with unshakable confidence. Lu Qingxue felt a faint pang of regret, but complied without protest. The enlightenment fruit would ripen within the final 1 or 2 months, and it was time for Chu Tianjun to journey southward to the Saint Demon Sect. Yet before departing Zhoushiao Sect, Chu Tianjun walked alone to the outer courtyard of the ancestral hall. He did not enter, only stood before it, then murmured almost to himself, "Progenitor Xuanji, I am off." No reply came, not even the faintest trace of Progenitor Xuanji's presence. Chu Tianjun merely smiled, unfazed, and soared away as a streak of light. Soon after, Chu Tianjun arrived in the southern region, heading straight for the Saint Demon Sect. This time he made no effort to conceal his aura, and the overwhelming pressure of his nascent soul cultivation ensured that none dared impede him all the way to the mountain's foot. "Only 3 years have passed, and already you no longer bother with pretense. Clearly you've grown immensely stronger." A familiar figure blocked Chu Tianjun's path at the foot of the mountain. Yu Jiu remained unchanged, harmless in appearance, his faint smile ever present. You knew long ago I was no true cultivator of the demon path. Chu Tianjun paused and replied, not as a question but as a quiet affirmation. There are only a handful of nascent soul cultivators among the demon path, and I've met them all. Guessing who you were required no effort at all, Yu Jiu said calmly. So you're here to bar my ascent? Chu Tianjun asked, smiling. Yu Jiu shook his head. I'm here to watch the spectacle. We share no conflict of interest. Why would I stop you? Chu Tianjun found the logic sound. Demonic cultivators defied convention, but their devotion to self-interest was absolute. Yu Jiu's words held undeniable truth. As for Yu Jiu's identity, Chu Tianjun surmised he might be a disciple, or perhaps even a favored protege, of Ji Xuanyu. But such speculation mattered little. So long as they remained unopposed, harmony would reign. If enmity arose, battle or death would follow without hesitation. To watch the spectacle. You mean, me seizing the enlightenment fruit? Chu Tianjun continued ascending, conversing easily with Yu Jiu as he walked. This year promises unusual excitement. Tell me, whom did the enlightenment fruit belong to in past years? Yu Jiu fell naturally into step beside him, the two moving like ordinary travelers strolling through spring hills. It belonged to the first Saint Heir, and this year's contest is fiercer than ever. The Saint Path has birthed numerous prodigies in recent decades, several bearing rare spirit bodies. Foremost among them is a young man named Lin Fan. His rise has been meteoric. Today the three Saint Heirs of the Saint Path will clash, and the victor shall claim the enlightenment fruit. Lin Fan, already a Saint Heir. Chu Tianjun showed little surprise. His tone remained composed. He had long suspected Lin Fan's fortune would soon ignite his fame. Yet Chu Tianjun harbored his own designs, and frankly only true prodigies warranted his attention, let alone his hand in execution. Do you know each other? Yu Jiu asked, voice still placid. He was once, loosely speaking, half my grand disciple. Roughly a year ago I expelled him from our sect. That lingering fragment of the blood-slaughtering sovereign soul. He likely claimed it. Indeed, the southern region suits him far better. Chu Tianjun spoke with a gentle smile, as though recounting an amusing anecdote from another sect entirely. You truly are refreshingly candid. Still, I'd like to savor this spectacle a while longer. Might you temper your aura? As you are, you might as well inscribe Zhouxiao Sect Master across your forehead. Yu Jiu had just unveiled Chu Tianjun's identity. Yet this was the first time he'd ever asked anything of him. Fellow Taoist, the age has changed. Deception no longer wins hearts. Honesty, I believe, serves us better. Chu Tianjun nodded. Though his words spoke of sincerity, his aura instantly shifted, reforged into that of a quintessential demonic cultivator. Even his features subtly altered. That's precisely the kind of indulgence I cherish. Should you succeed in seizing the enlightenment fruit, I shall meet you in equal candor. Yu Jiu declared, clearly delighted that Chu Tianjun had chosen discretion over grandiosity. Agreed. By this word alone. Chu Tianjun replied, his gaze distant, as though a new plan had already taken root in his mind. Chu Tianjun had never visited the Demon Path's Saint Sect, but Yu Jiu seemed intimately familiar with it. Effortlessly they soared to the mountaintop where majestic palaces gleamed beneath the sun, and far beyond a colossal ancient tree shimmered with a soft golden luminescence. That is the Enlightenment Tree. Directly beneath it lies the Saint Sect's Grand Plaza, where the Saint Heirs and Saint Maidens are surely locked in combat even now. Yu Jiu pointed toward the distance, and with a flash of light both descended onto the plaza. The plaza sprawled vast, larger even than Zhouxiao Sect's summit platform, and teemed with countless spectators. At its center, within a shimmering barrier, two late nascent soul demonic cultivators clashed fiercely. To Chu Tianjun, watching such nascent soul combat now felt akin to observing children's play. His gaze swiftly drifted from the arena, settling instead upon a black-robed youth amid the crowd. The youth was Lin Fan. His aura had transformed utterly since his days at Zhouxiao Sect. Once unremarkable, easily lost in any throng, he now stood apart, towering above thousands like a crane among sparrows. Such fortune borders on the absurd. How could he advance from late golden core to late nascent soul in just 1 year? Realizing Lin Fan's cultivation level, Chu Tianjun felt genuine astonishment. Even he had never achieved such speed. Unheard of, unparalleled. See Lin Fan there. Not only is his cultivation profound, He ranks among the Saint Sect's 3 saint heirs. And look how he's surrounded. Especially by that girl in white robes who arrived with him. Is she also one of your disciples or grand-disciples? Notice the girl in yellow robes standing farther off. That is Shu Chan, also one of the 3 saint heirs, and now Lin Fan's beloved. Yu Zhou chattered endlessly. Clearly a devotee of gossip and evidently deeply acquainted with Lin Fan's story. Zhang Qingyao, originally the sole direct disciple of Zhou Sect's Saint Maiden Lu Qingxue, embracing both the orthodox and demon paths, Lin Fan embodies the very archetype of the legendary protagonist, truly enviable. Chu Tianjun's demeanor betrayed no trace of prior intimacy with Zhang Qingyao, merely that of a detached, curious onlooker. It is said that Lin Fan wishes to take Ji Xuanyu as his master, but given Ji Xuanya's stature, how could she possibly accept a disciple abandoned by his sect? Nonetheless, this fellow seems remarkably fortunate, as if he intends to seize all the benefits of the world. Yu Zhou also appears to harbor a dislike for Lin Fan, and she seems to know a great deal. Chu Tianjun cast a surprised glance at Yu Zhou. After all, those who understand Ji Xuanya's thoughts are certainly few. Too much of a good thing can be a bad thing, and having all the benefits to oneself is not necessarily a good thing, Chu Tianjun said with a significant tone. At this moment, the duel between 2 demonic nascent soul cultivators had already concluded with one being defeated. Shortly after, another powerful male practitioner from the demonic path took the stage. Chu Tianjun could tell that although the newly appeared demonic cultivator was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, his strength was already comparable to that of the transformation stage, likely a rising star of recent years. The era of great contention speaks not only of the eastern region but of this world as a whole. The southern region has also produced many prodigies. This is Wan Zongyun, one of the 3 great holy sons. Soon Lin Fan will take the stage as well. Yu Zhou timely remarked beside Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun nodded without speaking, and soon Wan Zongyun began to duel with the previous victor. It was clear that the two were not on the same level. In an instant, Wan Zongyun emerged victorious. "I will go," Lin Fan declared loudly, as soon as the two finished appearing opposite Wan Zongyun. In terms of individual strength, Shu Chan is the strongest among the 3. Lin Fan is second, and Wan Zongyun is the weakest. Yu Zhou timely added, "At this moment Lin Fan is still playing tricks. Such a person is destined to go nowhere." Chu Tianjun's gaze fell upon Lin Fan. He could see that Lin Fan hurried to challenge Wan Zongyun right after the latter had just finished fighting, and it was impossible not to have a bit of cleverness in this. As soon as Chu Tianjun's words fell, Lin Fan took the initiative to strike and began to fight Wan Zongyun. The clash between these 3 great holy sons was entirely different from before, and in an instant all eyes turned to the 2 holy sons whose strengths were comparable to the transformation stage. So what do you think the outcome will be? However, this time Yu Zhou did not look at Lin Fan and Wan Zongyun but curiously turned to Chu Tianjun. In this match Lin Fan will win. Shu Chan will not compete with Lin Fan. I estimate that Shu Chan will voluntarily concede. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Fan will easily obtain the enlightenment fruit. Chu Tianjun spoke as if narrating a script of what was about to unfold. He and Yu Zhou were conversing freely, yet those around them did not pay attention to the two, primarily due to the vast difference in strength. If they did not want others to hear, naturally no one would. So is there really an unexpected twist? Yu Zhou asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Let me be that unexpected twist, Chu Tianjun replied directly. The following events unfolded rapidly, and indeed, as Chu Tianjun had said, Wan Zongyun lost to Lin Fan, having had more than half of his vitality drained. Even if the original prodigy healed from his injuries, it would be difficult for him to break through the transformation stage. This was also the first time Chu Tianjun witnessed Lin Fan using the Great Blood Fiend art. It must be said that this divine ability is somewhat similar to the Great Devouring art. The Great Blood Fiend art can absorb any vitality to strengthen oneself, but it is limited to vitality alone, so the Great Devouring art is indeed more formidable. With Wan Kangyun's defeat, all eyes turned to Shu Chan dressed in yellow, and she walked towards Lin Fan amidst the gazes of the crowd. At this moment, under the spotlight, the two were the strongest holy sons of the demonic path, truly a match made in heaven and earth. Chu Tianjun and Yu Zhou, who disliked Lin Fan, would surely sprinkle some flower petals for them to create an atmosphere. Just as the atmosphere was building to an intense peak, Shu Chan suddenly declared, "I concede the enlightenment fruit should belong to Lin Fan." Aside from Chu Tianjun and Yu Zhou, everyone else wore expressions of disbelief, especially Zhang Qingyao, whose face changed several times. "I opposed this." But just as everyone was in shock, another voice rang out. At this moment such a statement seemed very discordant. Next Chu Tianjun stepped forward. He had not yet returned to his original appearance, and neither Lin Fan nor Jiang Qingyao recognized him. At this time Chu Tianjun truly resembled a great antagonist appearing at a critical moment to spoil others' good fortune. I do not care if you concede, but I do not acknowledge that the enlightenment fruit belongs to Lin Fan, as I too want the enlightenment fruit. Chu Tianjun said calmly, without making any grandiose statements. Lin Fan had not anticipated an unexpected development at the last moment. He had been in the southern region for a year, and had encountered quite a few powerful practitioners of the demonic path. Even Xu Chan had shown him admiration earlier. He did not believe anyone could compete with him for the enlightenment fruit. In that case, let us settle it with our skills. Lin Fan, being a decisive person, did not waste words with Chu Tianjun and immediately took action. This time Lin Fan clearly sought the enlightenment fruit and did not let Xu Chan stray too far. Chu Tianjun understood their intentions. If they could not defeat him in a fair fight, this man and woman would prepare to gang up against him. In a duel with Lin Fan, Chu Tianjun could indeed easily overpower him, but initially he did not use his full strength, only employing an ability roughly at the initial stage of transformation. In doing so, Chu Tianjun confirmed a guess. Barring specific circumstances, Lin Fan's good fortune would not appear unless he encountered particularly great crises. Upon deeper contemplation, Chu Tianjun understood that all things in the world fundamentally adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. Good fortune does not come from nowhere. The better Lin Fan's luck, the greater the price he must pay somewhere, even if that price is not borne by him directly. Anything that comes at a cost cannot be infinite. After a simple probe, Lin Fan also realized Chu Tianjun's formidable strength. He no longer concealed his means and began to unleash the great blood fiend art. Chu Tianjun did not evade the great blood fiend art. He immediately felt his physical vitality being drained, but this divine ability indeed only affected flesh and blood, having no impact on the primordial spirit. What a formidable great blood fiend art! Oh, devour this! Chu Tianjun, feeling his vitality being siphoned, showed no signs of panic. The next moment he shouted, and then the great devouring art returned the vitality that had been absorbed. Lin Fan was taken aback. This was his first encounter with his great blood fiend art being countered. Moreover, the great devouring art not only reclaimed the vitality that had been absorbed, but also devoured a portion of Lin Fan's own strength. In an instant Lin Fan retreated in shock, exclaiming in terror, the heaven-devouring transformation technique. Are you the holy master Ji Xuanyu? The child of destiny is indeed impressive. He finally completed this phrase. Chu Tianjun's great devouring art could indeed be the heaven-devouring transformation technique. As Lin Fan spoke, the onlooking demonic cultivators withdrew, for everyone knew of the holy master Ji Xuanyu's name. However, even among the experts of the demonic path, no one had seen the true face of Ji Xuanyu. Whether male or female remained a mystery. Although Ji Xuanyu is revered as the holy master, she is certainly not to be trifled with. There are rumors in the demonic path that this holy master is unpredictable. When in a good mood she might swallow a few demonic cultivators, while in a bad mood she would devour a whole group. If the person before him truly is Ji Xuanyu, who knows what her mood is like now? You, an abandoned disciple of a sect, are not qualified to know. Chu Tianjun responded to Lin Fan but did not provide an answer. Chu Tianjun did not expect to defeat Lin Fan with the great devouring art. Indeed, just as the great devouring art had barely absorbed a trace of Lin Fan's weak power, the situation had changed. However, this time it was not a small probability event. Rather, a bell-shaped treasure suddenly appeared above Lin Fan's head. A golden bell's phantom shielding Lin Fan, and even the great devouring art could not absorb this bell's power. This situation was not due to the great devouring art's inadequacy, but because Chu Tianjun the user was still too weak, coupled with the high grade of the golden bell treasure. A celestial artifact. Not surprising, this kid's luck is extraordinary. Even Yi Chun could obtain a celestial artifact at the first opportunity, so it is more reasonable for Lin Fan to pick up a celestial artifact. Chu Tianjun observed the golden bell, which bore 2 celestial inscriptions, reading Universal Salvation. Lin Fan summoned the Pudu bell, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell. Without a doubt, using ordinary means, Chu Tianjun truly had no way to deal with him. Such a divine artifact was no longer merely a matter of crossing a few realms. However, since they had already engaged in battle, Chu Tianjun thought it better to go all out, planning to eliminate Lin Fan today. Without hesitation, Chu Tianjun shot forth a strand of pitch-black thread from his fingertips. As the aura of the great cutting technique manifested, everyone instinctively felt a sense of danger. Finally, the great cutting technique collided with the pudu bell, producing a resonating sound that shook the heavens and earth. Even cultivators below the nascent soul stage felt a splitting headache upon hearing it. Inside the pudu bell, Lin Fan also staggered. His face bore an expression of shock, as he had not anticipated the strength of the person before him. "I wonder how long your broken bell can withstand this." Chu Tianjun snorted coldly, then unleashed the great cutting technique consecutively. In the space between him and Lin Fan, a severe tearing sensation appeared, as if a white sheet of paper had been shredded into countless fragments. As the pudu bell endured the relentless bombardment of the great cutting technique, the chaotic sounds of the bell triggered massive vibrations, causing cultivators below the nascent soul stage to flee from the sacred demon sect, with even nascent soul cultivators retreating several miles away. Under the Bodhi tree, only a few remained standing: Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan. While Yu Jiu maintained an indifferent expression, Shu Chan struggled to hold on, and Jiang Qing Yao had already fainted. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Fan sensed Chu Tianjun's intent to kill, realizing that this was not merely about competing for a Bodhi fruit. "Lin Fan, do you still recognize me, your former sect master?" Suddenly Chu Tianjun restored his original appearance, and his aura shifted back to what it should be. "Old thief Chu." Lin Fan spat out the words with venom. Those favored by fortune often lacked courtesy, and in the face of their perceived antagonist, they would refer to him as an old thief rather than an old dog. "It seems you harbor a great deal of hatred towards me, so you cannot be spared. Now shall we play a game? These two are both your beloved companions. I will not kill you for now, but I will kill one of them. I wonder who you will choose to save." Having ceased his attacks, Chu Tianjun wore a playful smile, simultaneously casting the great cutting technique towards Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan. At that moment, Lin Fan was positioned between the two beauties. His divine artifact, the pudu bell, could indeed block the great cutting technique, but since they were approaching from different directions, he could only defend one of them, leaving him to choose whom to save. This was undoubtedly a dilemma beloved by villains to present to the protagonist, and now Lin Fan had no choice but to make such a decision. From a distance, Yu Jiu watched with eager anticipation, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. Jiang Qingyao, who had been stunned, knew nothing of the situation, while Shu Chan's expression was one of terror, her eyes looking towards Lin Fan with an expression of hope. Shu Chan, a prodigy of the demonic path, was indeed powerful. However, before Chu Tianjun, prodigies were not much of a challenge. Aside from Lin Fan, who was an anomaly, he could easily defeat 10 ordinary prodigies. The two great cutting techniques offered Lin Fan little time to think. Chu Tianjun watched with a cold smile, eager to see which of the two women, the favored one, would choose: the devoted Jiang Qingyao, who wholeheartedly sacrificed everything for him, or the enchanting Shu Chan, who was equally devoted. But the next moment, Lin Fan's choice left both Chu Tianjun and Yu Jiu dumbfounded. The great cutting techniques effortlessly severed both Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan, including Shu Chan's nascent soul and Jiang Qingyou's golden core. Yet, taking advantage of this moment, Lin Fan slipped away. Jiang Qingyao, in a state of unconsciousness, died, without suffering, unaware she had been abandoned by her beloved, which could be considered fortunate. However, before Shu Chan's death, the first thing to perish was her heart. Even Chu Tianjun, known for his villainous demeanor, was left bewildered. "Wait, you favored one could at least save one of them. You clearly could have saved one. This plot doesn't make sense." The great cutting technique was indisputably lethal. Lin Fan didn't even spare a glance at his beloved. "I must reevaluate this child. He appears to be someone destined for great things." Chu Tianjun, the acting sect master of the Zhouxiao sect, has come to pay a visit to the Holy Master. All unrelated individuals get lost. After Lin Fan fled, Chu Tianjun's imposing aura surged. Although he was still in the late stage of the transformation god realm, his presence was no weaker than that of the void refinement stage. With just a single sentence, the demonic cultivators who had been watching from a distance fled even further away. Yu Jiu, however, remained watching Chu Tianjun with keen interest, as if awaiting his next move. The next moment, Chu Tianjun flicked his sleeve, and 2 flames fell upon the corpses of Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan, incinerating them free of charge. He then looked towards the highest point of the sacred demon sect and shouted loudly, "Jixian, you come out. Don't think that I don't know who you are just because your name sounds reversed. I heard you, I heard you. Why shout so loudly? My ears are hurting from the noise." The next moment, Yu Jiu's voice rang out behind Chu Tianjun, still wearing that harmless expression. Chu Tianjun turned to face Yu Jiu, having suspected a strong connection between her and Ji Xianyu, yet he did not anticipate that Yu Jiu was indeed Ji Xianyu. "So we have known each other for quite some time. Ancestor, you truly know how to have fun." Chu Tianjun calmly regarded Yu Jiu, or rather Ji Xianyu. The next moment Yu Jiu smiled and shook her head, and then regardless of her appearance or demeanor, she underwent a remarkable transformation. When Chu Tianjun looked again, he saw the girl from his memories dressed simply yet clean, who had led him up Jiuxiao Mountain, the one whose name he had forgotten. Strictly speaking, I am not the ancestor you know. Since we agreed to avoid tricks, let me take you to a place with a good view. We can sit down and talk slowly. Ji Xianyu resembled the figure of the supreme ancestor in Chu Tianjun's memories, yet at this moment she still did not acknowledge that she was the one who brought him to the Jiuxiao sect. With that, Ji Xianyu headed towards the Bodhi tree, and Chu Tianjun followed without hesitation, the two of them merely a step apart. The Bodhi tree was enormous, with spiraling passages along its trunk, which were actually the massive vines and branches growing from it. From a distance it was not easy to discern. Only upon approaching did it appear like a staircase. Aside from her change in appearance, Ji Xianyu gave Chu Tianjun the same feeling as Yu Jiu, reminiscent of 3 years ago, when they chatted and farmed on that unknown mountain. Now Ji Xianyu bore no trace of hostility. She walked ahead while Chu Tianjun followed. However, as she took on the appearance of Yu Xuanji, it made Chu Tianjun momentarily feel as if he had returned to many years ago, following Yu Xuanji into the Jiuxiao sect. Let's first talk about your relationship. I can't help but feel that you are the same person. Chu Tianjun could not suppress his curiosity, and asked, since they had agreed to avoid tricks, it was better to inquire sooner. This time Ji Xianyu did not keep him guessing, but her answer still left Chu Tianjun feeling somewhat perplexed. I am the self that Yu Xuanji forgot, a being that should not exist in this world. Ji Xuanyu's words were profoundly perplexing. Chu Tianjun could only stare in disbelief. His mind was utterly consumed by that single phrase. I am the self forgotten by Yu Xuanji, and so he silently trailed behind Ji Xuanyu. Before long the two arrived beneath the vast canopy of the ancient tree. Its branches remained colossal, some wide enough to comfortably accommodate an entire dining table. And this elevated vantage point offered sweeping, unobstructed views, making it an exquisite spot for quiet contemplation. Still haven't grasped it yet? Truth be told, even I myself remain uncertain. Shall we sit and ponder it together? Ji Xuanyu smiled with effortless naturalness. A warmth so genuine that no one would ever suspect the serene figure before them was the legendary demon sovereign. Ji Xuanyu then guided Chu Tianjun to sit upon a broad, horizontally extending branch. Gazing together at the distant southern realm's landscape, a gentle, tranquil serenity settled between them. It truly is difficult to comprehend. But what I most wish to ask now is, did you know me long ago? Or did you assume the guise of Yu Jiu to approach me? And if so, for what purpose? Chu Tianjun harbored countless unanswered questions, yet having already resolved with Ji Xuanyu not to play games, he asked plainly and without reservation. I do not know you, but I do know you cultivate the heaven-devouring creation art. That alone is sufficient. Ji Xuanyu offered no subterfuge, revealing the truth directly. Speaking of which, I must ask further, did you once visit the Jiuxiao sect? And did you rename the heaven-devouring creation art and place it within their scripture pavilion? Did you also journey to the northern realm and take numerous rare spirit herbs and celestial treasures? Chu Tianjun pressed, immediately convinced only such explanations could reconcile all contradictions. Yet Ji Xuanyu's next reply deepened his bewilderment. No. I departed the Jiuxiao sect the moment I separated from Yu Xuanji, and have not returned in 3,000 years. How could I possibly have reinserted the cultivation art there? Nor have I ever set foot in the northern realm, she affirmed decisively. Then does Yu Xuanji herself cultivate the heaven-devouring creation art? Chu Tianjun asked again. 3 millennia ago she certainly did, but if she can forget her own past, then these arts too must have faded from her memory. The Yu Xuanji of today surely does not cultivate them. Ji Xuanyu spoke with open candor, her expression betraying no trace of deception. Such a terrifying path. What then does she cultivate? If she can forget even herself, what remains of her at all? Chu Tianjun realized all his confusion ultimately circled back to Yu Xuanji. And Ji Xuanyu's words only strengthened his earlier hypothesis about reincarnation. Where he had previously held 70 or 80% certainty that he had not been reborn, he now felt 99% certain he had not been reborn at all. Rather, he had glimpsed the most probable future outcome in advance. Yet this possibility was even more astonishing. Though the grand divination art could indeed foresee fragments of the future, such foresight should never enable one to master techniques reserved for future cultivation stages, or inherit experiential insights gained only through future practice. Such power transcended mere divine abilities. It soared beyond the very laws governing existence. She cultivates the Tao of Oblivion. Ji Xuanyu murmured softly, the Tao of Oblivion. What is that? Is it even more formidable than the heaven-devouring creation art? Chu Tianjun, hearing these concepts for the first time, was both baffled and awestruck. Ji Xuanyu smiled gently. They cannot be compared. If divine abilities are but mundane script, capable only of expressing superficial meaning, then the Tao of Oblivion is celestial seal script itself. So potent, then she must be extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the insight ascension realm. Has she already achieved immortality? Chu Tianjun was stunned anew. He knew better than anyone how mighty divine abilities were. Yet before the Tao of Oblivion they were utterly insignificant. Cultivation of the Tao of Oblivion bears no resemblance to conventional arts or divine abilities. In theory, once perfected, when she has truly forgotten all, her strength becomes boundless, unconstrained by her own limits but determined solely by the fundamental sealing of the world itself. Ji Xuanyu spoke with quiet solemnity. Though she was in essence Yuxuanji, her tone carried the detachment of an observer recounting another's fate. Chu Tianjun listened, heart pounding. Yet this time doubt flickered within him. He pressed on, that doesn't align. If she forgets even herself, why did she guide me up the mountain decades ago? You asked earlier what she might still remember. Perhaps it is the Zhouxiao sect. She may forget everything else yet cannot forget the Zhouxiao sect remaining steadfastly there. Surely that signifies something. Ji Xuanyu answered calmly, as if affirming the Zhouxiao sect's profound significance to Yuxuanji. And bringing Chu Tianjun to the Zhouxiao sect now seemed perfectly explicable. Yuxuanji did not wish its lineage to vanish entirely, and judging by present circumstances Chu Tianjun had indeed preserved it. Perhaps that had always been her intent. Still something feels off, Chu Tianjun countered. As her former self you ought to understand her best, yet you seem to know remarkably little. He sensed the paradox within Ji Xuanyu. Though she claimed to be the self Yuxuanji forgot, her knowledge of Yuxuanji remained strikingly scarce, because she had already forgotten most things before forgetting herself. Emotion, this intangible abstraction, is akin to time itself, merely a conceptual construct. Whether love, hatred, resentment, or sorrow, none arise spontaneously. They emerge only through interaction with others and immersion in events. Thus true oblivion means forgetting all that has ever transpired. Hence my knowledge remains limited. Did I not tell you I possess no future? Even my cultivation will stagnate eternally at its current level. Should Yuxuanji one day complete the Tao of Oblivion in full, I shall vanish, or should her cultivation fail and she regain her memories, I shall vanish then as well. Ji Xuanyu continued smiling, explaining with serene equanimity. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianjun suddenly regarded her with quiet compassion. Sensing his gaze, Ji Xuanyu shrugged lightly. Many things may be forgotten, but one thing endures: habit. I enjoy cultivating vegetables on the mountain. I delight in studying celestial seal script and other arcane curiosities. These are habits, and they must have been Yuxuanji's most frequent, most deeply ingrained practices. Chu Tianjun nodded slowly. Habits indeed resist erasure, even by will alone. Whether his extra 30 years of memory were real or merely divined outcomes, many of his ingrained habits remained unchangeable. Habits, after all, reveal something essential about a person. Noticing Chu Tianjun's pensive silence, Ji Xuanyu suddenly reached upward toward the canopy, and from among the leaves a fist-sized fruit translucent as flawless crystal materialized into her palm. Here, this is the enlightenment fruit. Without hesitation she handed it to Chu Tianjun. He accepted it unreservedly, then smiled and said, "You've treated me quite well. Thank you." At that moment Chu Tianjun saw not Ji Xuanyu before him, but Yuxuanji herself. Strictly speaking, they were one and the same. I find you agreeable. Even had you not come today, I would never have given the enlightenment fruit to Lin Fan. I was never meant to exist in this world. I act solely on whim. You are the only person I have ever found genuinely pleasing to behold. Such is the enigmatic nature of fate. Perhaps Yuxuanji forgot herself precisely so that I might wait for you. Ji Xuanyu voiced the speculation suddenly. She was Yuxuanji, yet not wholly so. As a fragmented remnant of the past, she too could only conjecture about the present Yuxuanji. Chu Tianjun reflected thoughtfully. Her conjecture was far from baseless. It held considerable weight, perhaps even great likelihood. Suddenly Chu Tianjun turned to Ji Xuanyu and said, "I possess a supreme divine ability, the grand divination art, which can deduce past and future from known information. Shall we test it?" "Very well," Ji Xuanyu agreed without hesitation. She rose to her feet alongside Chu Tianjun and then asked, "What shall I do?" Simply relax your mind and cooperate with me. Chu Tianjun replied casually. Behind him the ethereal image of a celestial compass shimmered into existence, and he extended a finger toward Ji Xuanyu's forehead. Ji Xuanyu offered no resistance. Her trust in Chu Tianjun appeared absolute. As the great divination art commenced, a vivid scene unfolded before them both. The primary setting struck Chu Tianjun as instantly familiar, a mountain summit dotted with modest dwellings and cultivated fields. Yet this was not the southern peak where Ji Xuanyu resided. It bore the unmistakable aura of the ancestral shrine mountain of the Jiushao sect. Next, Yu Xuanji appeared within the vision. She bore no trace of cultivation. Her chamber overflowed with scrolls and manuscripts. At once Chu Tianjun realized this must be a glimpse from thousands, or even tens of thousands, of years past when Yu Xuanji was still an ordinary mortal. Suddenly Yu Xuanji lifted her head, her face alight with joy as she gazed toward the doorway. Someone had arrived. Chu Tianjun watched intently. In the next instant a man's back appeared. But something felt deeply unsettling. The figure was unnervingly indistinct, blurred beyond recognition save for the barest outline of masculinity. And just then, the figure turned. A disorienting illusion seized Chu Tianjun. It was as though the being glimpsed in the divination had sensed his presence across the veil of time. That turn was not merely toward the door. It was directed at him. Yet before the figure fully turned, and before Chu Tianjun could discern even a hint of its features or silhouette, a calamity erupted. The celestial compass behind him, which had been rotating with flawless precision, abruptly froze, like a celestial mechanism grinding to a halt. Instantly Chu Tianjun spat forth a torrent of blood. A fissures spiderwebbed across his skin, and his nascent soul manifestation dimmed drastically. An unspeakably terrifying existence. Chu Tianjun severed the divination at once. Only Ji Xuanyu's swift reflexes prevented him from collapsing ignominiously from the tree branch. The past is immutable. That figure clearly foresaw your attempt to peer into antiquity through the great divination art. This was a warning. It appears this dread entity is none other than the one who imparted the heartless Tao to Yu Xuanji. Ji Xuanyu channeled her energy steadily into Chu Tianjun's body, mending his ravaged flesh. Her intellect was razor-sharp. She grasped the implications in an instant. This being does not hail from our realm. Not even the immortal realm may harbor such terror. To gaze upon even a fixed, unalterable past is forbidden. Yet a mere indistinct silhouette nearly cost me an entire cultivation tier. Chu Tianjun still trembled with aftershock. Had he delayed withdrawal by a heartbeat, his cultivation would have plummeted. Yu Xuanji's heartless Tao will certainly never reach its ultimate fruition. Ji Xuanyu spoke suddenly. Chu Tianjun looked at her in quiet puzzlement, and she smiled faintly. A mark left by such a being. Can even the heartless Tao truly erase it? Thank you. Chu Tianjun murmured, his corporeal wounds now stabilized. No thanks are needed. At least you've revealed my own destiny to me. Yu Xuanji's heartless Tao is fated to remain incomplete. Thus our convergence is inevitable. You may even hasten that union. Ji Xuanyu perceived all with crystalline clarity. Then I shall await that day. Though she was my guide on the path not long ago, you, her former self, are to me a fellow cultivator walking the same Tao. Chu Tianjun gazed at Ji Xuanyu and spoke those words with profound resonance. Yet even as he finished, a subtle dissonance prickled at his awareness. Ji Xuanyu only smiled. She knew he needed to retreat and recover. Damage to the nascent soul was no trivial matter. Soon after Chu Tianjun returned to the Jiushao sect. He made no effort to conceal his presence, and numerous disciples sensed his arrival immediately. Upon reaching his abode, he seated himself cross-legged. His nascent soul flickered weakly, an unmistakable sign of grievous injury. Lu Qingsu and Long Yu arrived at Tianjun Peak almost simultaneously, landing together at the courtyard gate. Though Lu Qingsu had already reached the nascent deity realm, and Long Yu remained at the apex of the nascent soul realm, the latter showed no deference. She practically raced alongside Lu Qingsu into the courtyard. Both saw Chu Tianjun's enfeebled nascent soul at once. Senior brother Tianjun, you're injured. They materialized beside him in perfect unison. Lu Qingsu manifested her nascent soul form. Long Yu exuded an ineffable aura. Both prepared to intervene and restore his vitality. Hold. Listen to me first, Chu Tianjun interjected firmly. Though anxious, they obeyed, instantly crouching side by side before him, awaiting his words. Qingsu spread word externally that I sustained grave injuries in combat with Ji Xuanyu. Also recall all disciples abroad, and instruct Ouyang Ming to activate the sect's supreme protective formation. Chu Tianjun issued the order first to Lu Qingsu. Will Ji Xuanyu lead the demonic sects in assault? She asked, her expression taut with alarm. Chu Tianjun shook his head. Ji Xuanyu bears no ill will, but Lin Fan certainly does. I encountered him at the Holy Demon Sect. This youth wields an immortal artifact as well. He briefly recounted his journey through the southern region, including how he had slain Jiang Qingyao and Xu Chan, while Lin Fan fled without attempting rescue. Yet he withheld the deeper exchanges with Ji Xuanyu, and the catastrophic backlash he suffered merely by glimpsing through the great divination art a single veiled figure from the distant past. I'll slay him now before he grows stronger. Should he survive another few years, he'll become an irrepressible blight, declared Lu Qingsu, rising to act. I'll accompany you, Long Yu replied without hesitation. She would seize any opportunity to prove herself, even if it meant cooperating with Lu Qingsu. Wait, let me finish. Chu Tianjun swiftly called them back. Before they could react, he explained, Lin Fan is blessed with extraordinary fortune. Even his footsteps yield immortal artifacts. Countless treasures await him. To kill him prematurely would squander that bounty. You intend to let him mature before acting, but isn't that perilously reckless? Long Yu grasped his intent immediately, but also feared such a favored scion once ascendant might spiral beyond control, threatening ruin. Fortune favors the bold. This vast sect requires a windfall to ascend swiftly, and with such an opportunity now revealed, the risk is more than justified. Chu Tianjun voiced his rationale plainly. He truly viewed Lin Fan's celestial fortune as a conduit for rapid sect-wide advancement, and having already cemented his role as the archetypal antagonist, he saw no irony in harvesting several such fortune-blessed disciples. I follow senior brother's judgment without reservation, Lu Qingsu affirmed instantly. Her devotion to the sect and unwavering faith in Chu Tianjun remained unparalleled. For the coming years, open the sect's treasury freely for disciple cultivation, especially for those of exceptional talent. Qingsu oversee the arrangements. Long Yu, you remain. Chu Tianjun continued issuing directives, culminating in the deliberate singular summons of Long Yu. Lu Qingsu cast a complex glance at Long Yu before departing. Deep within Long Yu's eyes, however, surged exhilaration and triumph. This was the first time Chu Tianjun had ever summoned her alone. A milestone indeed. What can I do for you? After Lu Qingxue left, Hongyue proactively asked. Her gaze was filled with affection, no longer concealing her feelings at that moment. If I can still trust you when I battle Lin Fan, I hope you can use the great prayer technique to sever his fortune and disturb the luck granted to Lin Fan by that indescribable entity. Zhu Tianjun looked directly at Hongyue, speaking meaningfully. Of course you can trust me, just wait, and see, I will prove everything with my actions. Hongyue said seriously. However, after expressing her stance, she awkwardly asked, even though the great prayer technique can grant wishes, how can it interfere with his good fortune? I have a grand divination technique. In my divination there are thousands of possible outcomes for my battle with Lin Fan, but among so many endings only a few possibilities indicate his defeat. If we choose the outcome most favorable to us and you pray for it, the final result will approach that outcome infinitely. Zhu Tianjun revealed his thoughts, which he believed to be the true use of the great prayer technique and the grand divination technique. Hongyue was quite surprised, but her eyes were filled with worry. Hearing that the outcome of Lin Fan's defeat was very rare meant that Zhu Tianjun was likely to lose, which was certainly not the result she desired. Which outcome do you wish for? Hongyue asked again seriously. Why not take a look and then decide? Zhu Tianjun spoke calmly, and then the phantom of a compass appeared behind him. He shot out two beams of light from his eyes, forming a dynamic image in front of Hongyue. The image showed countless outcomes of the divination, most of which depicted Zhu Tianjun being killed, the destruction of the Zhoushan sect, and all disciples perishing in battle, with very few scenarios where Lin Fan was killed. It is astonishing that one event can have so many possibilities and many outcomes can be vastly different, practically two extremes. This was Hong Yu's first experience, witnessing the wonders of divination, leaving her in awe of the unpredictability of the future. Zhu Tianjun felt even more deeply than Hongyue. Originally the most likely outcome was him being killed by Hongyue, but now it had transformed into him ignoring her while she was wholeheartedly approaching him. Have you made your choice? Zhu Tianjun asked, interrupting Hongyue's thoughts. Hongyue nodded, naturally choosing the outcome most beneficial to Zhu Tianjun and the Zhoushan sect. However, the next moment it seemed like Hongyue suddenly thought of something, her expression turning fearful as she asked, "Wait, if I cultivate the great prayer technique to its peak, and combine it with your grand divination technique, wouldn't that allow me to specify any outcome? Wouldn't that mean I control destiny?" Chu Tianjun nodded. A predetermined outcome is fate, and the ultimate grand divination technique, combined with the great prayer technique, can indeed achieve the effect of specifying fate. Of course, both he and Hongyue were still far from cultivating these two techniques to their fullest, and discussing it now was simply a fantasy. In that case, it seems our fates are destined to be intertwined. After her shock, Hongyue shyly lowered her head and said, "Are you curious about what was originally most likely to happen between us?" Suddenly, Chu Tianjun asked Hongyue. This was something Hongyue had always wanted to know, and now she was equally curious, so she instinctively nodded. "Originally, we would have become master and disciple. The process is no longer important. The outcome has already been told to you by Chotzi. Although none of this has happened, to be honest, because it feels so real, I believe I understand you very well. On that day when you expressed your desire to become my partner, I was indeed quite surprised, because I know you too well, and I worry that one day I may not be able to let go." Chu Tianjun spoke frankly, but such words inevitably led to misunderstandings. At first, Hongyu's expression was normal, but as the conversation progressed, she became flushed, too shy to look at Chu Tianjun. Indeed, Chu Tianjun believed he was too familiar with Hongyue, even subconsciously accustomed to calling her master. There were several times in the past when he almost slipped up, and it was only in recent years that he slowly adapted. If Chu Tianjun were to take off Hongyu's pants now, he truly wouldn't be able to do it. He would find it impossible. Let's not dwell on that. I think this situation is quite good. There are twists and misunderstandings, but ultimately it is all in the past. Difficult experiences make one cherish what they have even more. I will cherish everything in front of me and ensure that the outcome develops in the best direction," Hongyue said with utmost seriousness, a smile appearing on her face. For the first time she spoke so much to Chu Tianjun, and sharing her true feelings made her feel very relaxed. After a moment, Hongyue also left Tianjun Peak. Soon a large number of disciples from the Zhoushan sect returned, and then the sect's great formation was activated, distributing vast resources. The entire Zhoushan sect began an unprecedented retreat and breakthrough. It can be anticipated that within 10 years the Zhoushan sect will surely have many golden core cultivators advance to nascent soul, and new golden core cultivators will spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. However, soon the news of Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader nearing the pinnacle of the god transformation stage, being severely injured, spread like wildfire. There were rumors that Chu Tianjun was knocked down a small realm during his confrontation with Ji Xuanyu, and now the Zhoushan sect was retreating into their defensive formation due to Chu Tianjun's significant loss of power. In recent years, the Zhoushan sect had developed too rapidly, and both the eastern region and northern region had suffered greatly from it. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. In recent years, remnants of sects and rebellious demonic tribes from the northern region had occasionally caused disturbances, especially now that the Zhoushan sect was retreating. Soon those remnants who had grievances against the Zhoushan sect, the rebellious demonic tribes unwilling to be controlled, opportunistic loose cultivators, and the troublemakers from the southern region formed a powerful coalition against Chu Tianjun. These people had only one goal: to overthrow Chu Tianjun, topple the Zhoushan sect, and then divide the enticing resources of the Zhoushan sect. Of course, everyone knew that dividing resources was the fundamental purpose. As this alliance was formed, Lin Fan's good fortune also began to come in waves. First, he inexplicably entered a cave and awakened an ancient powerhouse sleeping in a delicate coffin. This was a breathtaking female cultivator in the void refinement stage, who had been in slumber for thousands of years due to a special secret method. After waking up, this ancient female cultivator developed an inexplicable fondness for Lin Fan, and within just 3 days, she fell for him. After hearing Lin Fan recount his tragic experiences, this female cultivator, who had been asleep for thousands of years, decided to cultivate with him and assist him in breaking through to the god transformation stage. After a session of dual cultivation, Lin Fan successfully advanced to the god transformation stage, accompanied by a powerful beauty from the void refinement stage. Next came a series of astonishing opportunities. Lin Fan's cultivation soared, and he picked up treasures with ease, gathering another batch of beautiful companions and formidable followers. Among them were the dignified and noble female cultivator from the righteous path, over 3,000 years old, as well as the fiery and passionate fire phoenix demon king, with the bloodline of a divine beast from the upper realms, and a charming and alluring female demon lord with thousands of disciples. In the end, Lin Fan effortlessly seized control of the anti-Zhoushan sect alliance and became its leader, Years later, over 70% of the northern, eastern, and southern regions were controlled by the Alliance, and Lin Fan had the demeanor of a ruler over the world. One day Lin Fan personally led the Alliance's army towards the Zhou sect. In that moment he was spirited and confident, as if he held everything in the world within his grasp. For nearly a decade Chu Tianjun had not shown his face, spending his time in seclusion, and outsiders believed he was recovering from his injuries. Lu Qingsu's cultivation became even more arduous, as if the space atop Qingxue Peak had been frozen. For the past 10 years thunder had never ceased. Lingyue also hardly left Tianxian Peak yet. She had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, delaying her breakthrough to the transformation stage. It was unclear what she was cultivating. During these 10 years no one from the Zhou sect had broken through to the transformation stage, but most of Zhou Qingfeng's group had reached the late or peak stages of the nascent soul, while another batch of talented disciples gradually became true nascent souls, among them Lin Yu, who was the first to break through. Besides Lin Yu there were 3 others. One was Han Ningxiang, while the other 2 were not true nascent soul disciples but ordinary golden core disciples who had been promoted. Though not extraordinary, they were still rare talents. As these young disciples successively achieved the nascent soul stage, the future of Zhou sect would see an increasing number of true nascent souls. Not long after Lin Fan declared war against Zhou sect, Han Ningxiang appeared outside Chu Tianjun's courtyard. In the past decade Han Ningxiang had only come once, when Chu Tianjun first returned. Having heard about his serious injuries, she came to try and help him. "Come in," Chu Tianjun's voice promptly rang out. Han Ningxiang quickly entered the courtyard, seeing that Chu Tianjun was not cultivating, but sitting on a bamboo chair surrounded by numerous books, all ordinary paper books. "Master, I have successfully refined the repairing heaven pill. This pill can quickly heal damage to the divine soul, and I hope it will be of use to you." Han Ningxiang stood before Chu Tianjun, bowing respectfully, then lifted her hands to present a pill enveloped in a halo, which was clearly extraordinary. Chu Tianjun's expression changed, and he immediately stood up. He did not rush to take the repairing heaven pill, but looked at Han Ningxiang with appreciation. "How long did it take?" Chu Tianjun asked softly. "Since I entered the nascent soul stage 5 years ago, I have been refining this pill. Due to its high level, it has taken me 5 years to produce this one." Han Ningxiang replied naturally. "You are thoughtful, master. I will accept this divine pill. In fact, my divine soul's damage has long since healed, and my cultivation has surpassed what it once was." Chu Tianjun smiled as he accepted the repairing heaven pill. Han Ningxiang's 5 years of effort to refine a pill for him prompted him to be honest with this disciple. "That's wonderful. Your health is the best news," Han Ningxiang exclaimed with great joy upon hearing this. She did not consider if Chu Tianjun was deliberately deceiving her. She was simply happy to hear that he was well. "In fact, I intentionally spread the news of my severe injuries to lure those rebels out. It also led Lin Fan to believe he had victory secured. Otherwise, how would he come knocking at my door?" Chu Tianjun revealed his intentions. Upon hearing this, Han Ningxiang was even more delighted, her expression noticeably more relaxed. In recent days, most members of Zhou sect had been filled with anxiety, for Lin Fan's alliance army was indeed powerful, boasting numerous experts. Lin Fan, already at the transformation stage, was not the only concern. Behind him was an ancient monster at the refinement stage, along with several confidants at the transformation stage and numerous followers whose strength rivaled that of the transformation stage, with the alliance's numbers being 10 times those of the Zhou sect disciples. To be honest, with such a disparity in strength, other sects would have long since scattered or surrendered. "I will go and share this good news with my fellow disciples. Everyone has been under a lot of pressure lately, and some disciples might not withstand it and develop doubts." Han Ningxiang was eager to share this good news to boost the sect's confidence and cohesion. However, at that moment Chu Tianjun hurriedly interrupted, saying, "Not so fast, this matter must not be publicized. Afterward go find Ouyang Ming and have him quietly leave a gap in the protective formation of the sect. If anyone wishes to leave, let them go." "Ah!" Han Ningxiang looked at Chu Tianjun in shock. Having immersed herself in alchemy for years, she did not immediately grasp his intention. Chu Tianjun smiled and patiently explained, "Zhou sect has been developing steadily for decades. After so many years, the disciples who joined are bound to be mixed in quality. This opportunity is quite good for us to weed out some of the dross." "Master, you are indeed far-sighted. I understand now." Han Ningxiang quickly understood, and then followed Chu Tianjun's instructions to find Ouyang Ming, who secretly opened a breach in the protective formation of the sect. Soon many disciples learned of the way to slip out. Indeed, that very night some disciples packed their bags and fled, most of whom were at the Chi refinement stage, with a few at the foundation establishment stage. So far none at the golden core stage had left. In the following days more and more people fled, including several elite disciples at the golden core stage. However, regarding these disciples who fled in a crisis, Chu Tianjun and the other high-ranking members of the sect did not make any attempts to stop them adopting a laissez-faire attitude. Days later, Lin Fan led the Alliance army to a location just 200 miles from Zhou sect. Here, there was a river named Fenshui, and standing by the river one could see the main peaks of Zhou Mountain. Lin Fan stood by the riverbank, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the familiar main peaks of Zhou Mountain, his expression filled with exuberance. Behind him were powerful followers, but the most eye-catching were the several beautiful women, each remarkable in her own right. Closest to Lin Fan was the Yunmeng fairy, who had awakened after sleeping for thousands of years. Her cultivation was also the highest, and even Lin Fan held her in great respect. Is this Zhou sect? It does have some grandeur. That protective formation is formidable, laid out by a master. Even I cannot break through it at the moment, but our strength overwhelms Zhou sect, and their demise is merely a matter of time. The Yunmeng fairy spoke softly from behind Lin Fan, appearing as a supportive partner. Lin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the surging river, dressed in an exquisite black robe, his expression stern and dignified. My life has been like walking on thin ice for 10 years. Finally I return to Zhou sect with dignity. The humiliation of yesteryears I shall repay tenfold today, especially that old thief Chu. I want him to witness his disciples dying one by one. Though Lin Fan's tone was not hysterical, the boundless hatred stirred the waters of Fan Shui into enormous waves. The Yunmeng fairy looked at Lin Fan's upright figure with a pained expression. She did not know why Lin Fan had been expelled from the sect 10 years ago, only that he had suffered great humiliation. Everything he had done over the past decade was to obliterate Zhou sect and eliminate the old thief Chu. In the Yunmeng fairy's heart, Lin Fan's growth was an inspiring tale of a youth unafraid of tyranny. Lin Fan, you are destined to ascend to immortality, and surely you will have a place in the immortal realm. A mere lower realm sect is but a small pitfall on your path to greatness. Once you cross it, you will soar to the heavens, and there is no need to be overly fixated. The Yunmeng fairy spoke softly, seeming to have a profound understanding of the immortal realm, and she believed in Lin Fan's future achievements. The capital of the Great Ning dynasty is now shrouded in a tense atmosphere, as the emergence of the Resistance Alliance not only affects the dynamics of the cultivation world, but also stirs up a tempest in the mundane realm. Especially when news spread that the Zhou sect was holed up and Chu Tianjun was gravely injured, many remnants of former noble families and ambitious figures in the secular world began to stir restlessly. When Lin Fan led the allied forces to attack the Zhou sect, these forces in the mundane world immediately rose up and chaos erupted as various rebel kings sought to seize the world. Not long ago, Ning Chotzi sensed some anomalies and promptly dispatched troops to focus on defending key cities, while the elite forces of the dynasty huddled within the great city fortresses. On this day, the emperor arrived at Ning Cusa's palace with several important ministers. Just a few days ago, both the Grand Emperor and the Empress had passed away, and the capital was still in mourning amidst the chaos of the world. Your Majesty, I come to pay my respects. The emperor, now in his 40s, was exceptionally courteous in front of Ning Chotzi, who still appeared as youthful as a maiden. Ning Chotzi glanced up and noted the presence of several important officials behind the emperor, all of whom she had personally promoted and nurtured over the years. We pay our respects to the Grand Princess. The three high-ranking officials greeted her with the proper etiquette of sovereign and subjects. Rise. I have already guessed your intentions. With the world enjoying a long period of peace, many have grown accustomed to a life of comfort, relishing the benefits of order, yet they now crave the so-called freedom. A good beating will set them straight. Ning Chotzi yawned and then spoke. Following this, a series of commands were issued from the palace. The elite forces of the dynasty, which had been huddled in the great city fortresses, suddenly surged forth like tigers unleashed, while the so-called righteous army, once filled with fervor, immediately fled in panic. Lin Fan, brimming with confidence, crossed the Fan River, and shortly after they encountered the defectors from the Zhou sect. Originally, Lin Fan's subordinates intended to kill these defectors, but the latter begged for mercy and expressed their desire to join the alliance. Lin Fan generously accepted them and even bestowed them with pills, adopting the demeanor of a wise and benevolent leader. With the appearance of these defectors, Lin Fan felt invigorated, believing he had found another way to humiliate Chu Tianjun. Moments later, countless figures appeared outside the protective formation of the Zhou sect. Inside, the disciples of the sect looked as if they were facing a great threat, yet the disciples who chose to remain and fight were resolute, each displaying an expression of defiance against death. Even when faced with 10 times their number, as well as several powerful figures at the transformation stage and a terrifying old monster at the void refinement stage, these disciples stood firm at their posts, maintaining the operation of the Jiushao sect's formation. In battles of this level, the ideal approach is certainly not to rush in recklessly, but to rely on formations to confront the enemy. Especially the protective formation of the Jiushao sect, centered around the Jiushao Hall, has been meticulously arranged over decades and continues to be refined as a super formation. To maintain the operation of such a formation, even the sect's nascent soul true person can only serve as a pivotal part of the formation. However, among all the nascent soul true persons, 3 did not appear at the formation's core. 1 was Long Yue, and the other 2 were Lin Yu, who possessed a destruction spirit body, and Han Ningxiang, who bore a saintly spirit body. Lin Fan looked down from above his black robe, billowing as disdain flickered on his face. He raised his palm, and in an instant a massive blood-red hand appeared in the sky. The blood-red hand came crashing down. The full-force strike of a transformation stage cultivator slammed against the protective formation, causing its barrier to tremble violently. "Chu, old thief, come out. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you hiding now and refusing to show yourself?" Lin Fan's voice reverberated through the heavens. This was his mockery of Chu Tianjun, a venting of the grievances he harbored for over a decade. "Your temperament remains as poor as ever. After so many years, you haven't made any progress. It seems your transformation stage cultivation was obtained through tricks." In the next moment, Chu Tianjun appeared, soaring out of the protective formation. Following Chu Tianjun were 2 figures, one wielding a spear and clad in Thunder Emperor battle armor, Lu Qingxue, and the other a clean-cut swordsman in gray robes, Lin Yu. Lu Qingxue's presence beside Chu Tianjun was not surprising, as she was his partner and possessed transformation stage cultivation herself, making her a powerful ally. However, Lin Yu's appearance astonished everyone. Although Lin Yu had also reached the nascent soul stage in just over a decade and was among the top in strength within that realm, a nascent soul cultivator truly meant little in such a situation. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on Lin Yu for a moment, then a smile crept onto his lips as he looked at Chu Tianjun with an air of arrogance, saying, "Do you see who these people are? Yesterday they were disciples of your sect, and today they have turned against you. Don't you feel ashamed as the sect leader? What right do you have to lecture me now?" This statement was both an insult to Chu Tianjun and a message to Lin Yu. Today Lin Fan had indeed surpassed Lin Yu in cultivation and status in every aspect. "Do you think I am insulting you? Haha, then I truly overestimated you. However, I must thank you today. Without you, how could these useless people have left the Jiushao sect on their own? It seems you truly are of the same ilk, both cast-off disciples of your sect." Although Chu Tianjun was not verbose, he was not afraid of verbal sparring. His words caused Lin Fan and the defecting disciples to turn pale. "Xiao Fan, don't deceive yourself any further. It's not too late to back down now. You have already made progress in your cultivation. Why not focus on your training? You still have a bright future ahead. Leading this rabble will only lead to a bad end." Lin Yu, still acting as an elder brother, was advising Lin Fan, hoping to persuade him to withdraw. Although Lin Fan could no longer be a disciple of the Jiushao sect, as long as he was not an enemy, that was enough. Unfortunately, when Lin Fan heard Lin Yu's words, his expression turned almost mad in an instant. The next moment he arrogantly replied to Lin Yu, "What right do you have to speak to me like that? With your destruction spirit body, isn't your cultivation still far inferior to mine? Considering the bond we once shared as brothers, if you withdraw from the Jiushao sect now, I can spare your life. If you kneel and admit your mistake, I wouldn't mind giving you some benefits." "Lin, you don't say any more. Can't you see his true colors by now? You should be grateful that the acting sect leader expelled him from the sect early on." Lu Qingxue, unable to hold back, reminded Lin Yu as he seemed to want to say more. Lin Yu hesitated, for how could he not see Lin Fan's changes? The current Lin Fan was truly the real him, having shed his disguise through the acquisition of power. As an elder brother, he still wished to save Lin Fan as much as possible. Today, all members of the Jiushao sect must die. Not even a celestial being can save them, mark my words. However, Chu, old thief, I will ensure you are the last to die. I want you to watch helplessly as your disciples perish in misery." Lin Fan stood triumphantly, his demeanor exuding both resentment and the exhilaration of revenge. Lin Fan, spare no more words with them. Act now. You hold every advantage today. There is no need to further humiliate them. Yun Meng, Immortal, who had stood silently behind Lin Fan all along, suddenly spoke. a gentle yet firm prompt urging him to cease his taunts and refrain from demeaning the Zhou sect. Chu Tianjun glanced at the immortal maiden with faint surprise. Her beauty was beyond mortal description. Though her words kindled no particular affection, they carried no trace of disdain, only quiet grace. Lin Fan, truly fortune smiles upon you. Were you to humbly seek guidance from this Yun Meng immortal, your future accomplishments would surely soar. Yet alas. Chu Tianjun sighed softly, his voice laced with genuine regret. Indeed, Chu Tianjun felt a sincere sorrow for Lin Fan. The extraordinary luck that clung to him like celestial favor, and the remarkable figures who appeared beside him, Lin Yu in the beginning, Jiang Qing Yao now deceased, and this very Yun Meng immortal before them. All possessed rare brilliance. Had Lin Fan heeded their counsel, he might have become an unparalleled sovereign of the Tao. Before Chu Tianjun could finish, Lin Fan cut in sharply, put away that sanctimonious air. I bear heaven's mandate. I am blessed by fate itself. As the ancient verse says, when destiny arrives, heaven and earth unite their strength. What do you possess to contend with me? What right do you claim to challenge me? Once you stood aloft, yes, but only because you began cultivation a few years earlier. Now tell me, in what single regard do you surpass me? You are young and your achievements are undeniably dazzling, enough to warrant pride. Yet your heart is narrow, its horizons bounded by fleeting glory and self-congratulation. Do you truly believe heaven's favor places destiny in your palm? That auspicious chi entitles you to seize every boon this world offers? Do you imagine boundless opportunities mean the world must revolve around you? How utterly laughable! Chu Tianjun burst into laughter, his tone no longer calm but fervent, resonant with unshakable conviction. You. Lin Fan's face darkened, opened his mouth to retort. But before the word left his lips, Chu Tianjun pressed on, voice ringing with righteous clarity. You ask what I wield against you. I fight today not for personal ambition but for my sect. I have lived without shame, my conscience unburdened. Every choice I made without regret. I would cast aside all reason to save those I love, and never abandon those who love me, choosing instead a coward's survival. Even should I fall here today, my heart shall hold no remorse. Is that enough? His words flowed forth unguarded, each sentence deepening the pallor of Lin Fan's countenance. Lin Fan was without question a consummate egoist, though he himself called it decisive ruthlessness, the virtue of a true cultivator unchained by sentimental bonds. Thus he had abandoned Jiang Qingyao and Xu Chan without hesitation. Yet some truths defy comparison, for justice resides not in logic but in the human heart. In that instant, nearly 10,000 disciples of the Zhou sect raised their voices as one. We stand ready to die with our sect master. Even Yun Meng Immortal and the allied cultivators were moved to awe. Among immortals, self-interest reigns supreme. Such unity of purpose, so vast, so unwavering, was unheard of. Behold this difference between us. Look inward. How many among your followers stand with you not out of loyalty but out of willing devotion? What then binds them to you? Chu Tianjun had utterly eclipsed Lin Fan, not with force but with the sheer weight of moral authority. His words shattered the alliance's grandeur, exposing it for what it was, a fragile coalition hastily assembled for mutual gain, lacking soul or substance. Chu Tianjun needed no rhetoric to shatter Lin Fan's Tao heart. His lengthy speech served not to wound, but to summon what came next. And those final words were not meant for Lin Fan at all. His voice echoed across the heavens. Why do we cultivate the Tao? Is it merely to amass power, ascend to immortality, and then repeat the cycle endlessly until we reach the summit, crowned only by eternal solitude? If this path inevitably ends in loneliness, then why cultivate at all? Do you not agree, Elder Patriarch Xuanji? With those words, Chu Tianjun turned his gaze toward the ancestral shrine, calling out the name of Elder Patriarch Xuanji after decades of silence. A profound stillness fell upon the world. Many had pondered the purpose of cultivation, the nature of its ultimate goal, but few dared confront the truth of its end. Then from the void a voice emerged. This time half the Zhou sect recognized it instantly, the enigmatic Supreme Elder Patriarch. Precisely. This two-word reply came from Yu Xuanji. After parting from Ji Xuanyu, Chu Tianjun had resolved if Yu Xuanji could never perfect the heartless Tao, better she fail early, before illusion hardened into dogma. To fail the heartless Tao meant awakening buried emotions. Love, grief, hatred, longing. Every word Chu Tianjun uttered was crafted to stir that slumbering heart. Clearly it had worked. Upon hearing Yu Xuanji's two-word reply echo from the void, Yun Meng Immortal's expression shifted dramatically. She leaned close to Lin Fan and whispered urgently, "Lin Fan, do not fight today. The Zhou sect harbors hidden elders. No matter. So long as those who defected to us continue flying the Zhou banner, he will not intervene. Today Chu the old fiend and his followers must die." Lin Fan waved dismissively. During his time in the Zhou sect, he too had heard whispers of Supreme Elder Patriarch Yu Xuanji. This feels precarious. Chu Tianjun is no ordinary foe. Without absolute certainty of victory, I urge caution. Yunmeng Immortal's resolve wavered. She who once held unshakable faith in Lin Fan now sensed with unsettling clarity that he stood no chance against Chu Tianjun. Enough. Today I command heaven's timing, earth's terrain, and humanity's allegiance. If I do not crush the Zhou sect in one decisive stroke, what authority remains for me as alliance leader? Lin Fan refused all counsel. His confidence ran deep. Not born of wisdom but of the divine artifact, he bore the legion of peerless cultivators under his command and the uncanny invincible fortune that followed him like a second shadow. Yunmeng Immortal sensed something amiss. Though she acknowledged Lin Fan's overwhelming superiority over both the Zhou sect and Chu Tianjun, neither realized none of these advantages belonged to Lin Fan himself. Chu Tianjun had long been playing a game of cosmic scale. Its board encompassing heaven and earth, known and unknown alike. Its pieces, everyone he knew, everyone he faced, even himself. Today Lin Fan was his most pivotal piece. Serving multiple purposes, purging the Zhou sect's corruption, seizing Lin Fan's fortune and resources, strengthening the sect's unity, and disrupting Yu Xuanji's heartless Tao cultivation. Beyond these lay deeper, ineffable intentions. Unspoken, unnameable. One truth remained certain: Chu Tianjun treated heaven and earth as his chessboard, all beings as his pieces. Not for dominion, not for vanity, but for a simple luminous wish rooted deep within his heart. Give the order to kill and flatten the Zhou sect. Lin Fan commanded, and at this point he truly had no reason to retreat. Chu Tianjun's gaze was fixed on Lin Fan and the fairy Yunming, for these two posed the real threat to him and the Zhou sect. Just as Lin Fan ordered the attack, Chu Tianjun waved his sleeve, and then the Tianxian sword flew out. "Tianxuan, protect Qingxue," Chu Tianjun said, lightly stepping forward as his aura enveloped Lin Fan and the fairy Yunmeng. At the same time, the Tianxian sword suddenly blazed with light, and a stern young man dressed in black with the pressure of a transformation realm expert appeared. Spirit treasure. The Tianxian sword has become a spirit treasure. The members of the Zhou sect looked at this suddenly appeared powerhouse, realizing that Chu Tianjun's Tianxian sword had transformed into a spirit treasure. It was everyone's first time witnessing a spirit treasure, a being capable of self-cultivation, and potentially ascending to the immortal realm in the future, representing another form of life. This meant that the Zhou sect had gained another transformation realm powerhouse, although the difference in strength between the two sides remained immense. At this moment Lu Qingxue felt extremely touched. Even at such a critical time, Chu Tianjun chose to use a transformation realm helper to protect her instead of keeping him by his side. This was more impactful than any sweet words. The battle had already begun, and the pressure on Lu Qingxue and the Tianxian sword was not small, for in addition to Lin Fan and the fairy Yunming, there were 4 transformation realm powerhouses. Next it would be one person and one spirit treasure facing 4 transformation realm experts. Among these 4 transformation realm powerhouses, there was also a great demon with the bloodline of a divine beast from the immortal realm. At this moment the fire phoenix had already revealed its true form, its flames seeming to ignite the very sky. Fortunately, Lu Qingxu's great ice sealing technique inherently restrained fire-based spells. As the fire phoenix revealed its true form, heavy snow immediately fell around Lu Qingxue, and the collision of ice and fire appeared in the sky distinctly clear. However, no matter how intense the fighting was around them, the final outcome would still be decided between Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan. Even the fairy Yunming, the highest cultivation in the field, was not the most crucial factor. Chu Tianjun's primordial spirit had already manifested, and Lin Fan was also in a primordial spirit state, as was the fairy Yunmeng. This was Chu Tianjun's first genuine encounter with a refinement void realm expert, and he also discovered the differences between the fairy Yunmeng's primordial spirit and that of a transformation realm expert. Even though Chu Tianjun could step into the refinement void realm at any moment, his primordial spirit still existed in a shadowy form, pure energy, but even the purest form was not tangible. In essence, it was like light and shadow. In contrast, the fairy Yunmeng's primordial spirit, while not yet fully tangible like a physical body, was already close to being solid. It resembled the transition from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, where the spiritual energy within is compressed into spiritual liquid. At this moment Chu Tianjun did not use the great cutting technique, but rather his most frequently used great devouring technique in conjunction with the great creation technique, primarily responding to the fairy Yunming, while he mostly took Lin Fan's attacks hidden, relying on the two techniques to absorb and neutralize them. So this is what it means to be in the refinement void realm. Refinement turns into reality, and a perfected primordial spirit can completely abandon the physical body. Even the spiritual body can merge into the primordial spirit. This should be considered a higher form of life right. After exchanging blows with the fairy Yunmeng a few times, Chu Tianjun suddenly said to himself. The fairy Yunmeng and Lin Fan were both taken aback by his words. Lin Fan found it perplexing, but the fairy Yunmeng was struck with shock. Who exactly are you? I see that you possess no spiritual body, and your transformation realm power is already comparable to that of the refinement void realm. Do you have hidden cards yet to be played? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She realized that Chu Tianjun was not a talented individual with a spiritual body, but remained calm in front of her, an old refinement void realm expert. It seemed he was simply studying the refinement void realm from her. At this moment Lin Fan's attacks continued to rain down on Chu Tianjun, yet he didn't even glance at Lin Fan. He merely extended his hand towards Lin Fan, fingers splayed, and a phantom of a compass appeared, blocking all of Lin Fan's attacks, which were then absorbed and transformed into his own power by the great devouring technique and the great creation technique. In fact, from beginning to end, what Chu Tianjun was worried about was merely Lin Fan's good fortune, which simply made it a bit difficult to kill him. Who I am is not important, what matters is who I want to become. Today consider it your assistance in helping me break through to the refinement void realm. When I kill you later, I will be merciful, so you will feel as little pain as possible. Chu Tianjun said to the fairy Yunmeng with a smile. The reason Chu Tianjun had not yet broken through to the refinement void realm was not due to insufficient strength, but because he had never truly understood the refinement void realm. Although there were some insights left by predecessors in the sect, what Chu Tianjun desired was a path suitable for himself. So far, Chu Tianjun's main cultivation technique was only the incomplete 6 ritual heavenly book. However, this extraordinary book was so advanced that it lacked even the descriptions of realms after becoming an immortal. Now all Chu Tianjun saw were just the surface elements. Now engaging in close combat with the fairy Yunmeng was also his first intuitive understanding of the refinement void realm. With this knowledge combined with insights from predecessors, Chu Tianjun began to understand how he should cultivate in the refinement void realm. Chu Tianjun's earlier words made the fairy Yunmeng instinctively retreat, and just then his aura surged dramatically. Dark clouds of tribulation gathered in the sky, and the tribulation of the refinement void realm descended instantly. As the tribulation descended, Chu Tianjun refined it in an instant. In a moment, his primordial spirit Dharma form became much more tangible, no longer just a shadow, and the pressure of the refinement void realm was no less than that of the veteran powerhouse fairy Yunmeng. Impossible! How can one pass through tribulation so easily? Even if Lin Fan has good fortune, it should not be so effortless. Who exactly are you? Seeing that Chu Tianjun had instantaneously stepped into the refinement void realm, the fairy Yunmeng was so shocked that she began to lose her composure. She had always believed that Lin Fan was the child of fortune destined for limitless achievements in the future, but she also understood that Lin Fan's breakthrough to the transformation realm was achieved through clever dual cultivation with her, while Chu Tianjun had done it entirely on his own, and even instantaneously. Such a comparison highlighted the disparity. Now it is I who must kill you, Chu Tianjun replied to the fairy Yunmeng, yet his answer strayed from the question. With his elevation to a higher realm, Chu Tianjun exuded an overwhelming presence, and he who was already not at a disadvantage now directly overwhelmed the fairy Yunmeng. In the refinement void realm, employing the great cutting technique, the fairy Yunmeng did not dare to confront its edge directly. Her surroundings were already sealed by the great cutting technique, the space torn apart, as if trapped in a cage made of spatial fissures. Don't kill me. I possess the rare Hahuan spiritual body, and as long as you dual cultivate with me, the chances of breaking through to realms below that of immortals will greatly increase. I have cultivated for 1,000 years, which is no easy feat. I implore you, fellow cultivator, show me mercy, and I Yunmeng am willing to offer everything. Seeing that she was utterly defenseless, the fairy Yunmeng directly pleaded for mercy from Chu Tianjun. Unfortunately, facing such an extraordinarily beautiful celestial being, with a Hahuan spiritual body, Chu Tianjun showed no hesitation at all, directly stating, I don't need it. Then several great cutting techniques severed the fairy Yunmeng's primordial spirit, and with a single palm outstretched, he devoured her primordial spirit, entirely transforming it into his own cultivation power. having just passed through tribulation and directly devouring a refinement void realm expert's primordial spirit. Chu Tianjun's cultivation was firmly established at the perfect initial stage of the refinement void realm. The Yunmeng fairy was almost instantly killed, causing the morale of the Zhou sect to soar, while the alliance's morale plummeted to the depths. Lin Fan looked at Chu Tianjun with even more hatred. The Yunmeng fairy was the third woman he had lost to Chu Tianjun, especially since before killing the Yunmeng fairy, she had begged for mercy, which made Lin Fan feel betrayed. Are you very angry? Today let me see just how far your luck can take you and how much those behind you are willing to invest in you. After killing the Yunmeng fairy, Chu Tianjun turned to Lin Fan, his words laced with mockery, making Lin Fan, once again, feel the same disregard he had suffered a decade ago. Lin Fan could never forget how Xiaobai was killed with just a glance from Chu Tianjun, while in his arms, leaving him feeling utterly powerless and humiliated. I will grind you to dust, Lin Fan said fiercely, and then the Pu Du Bell appeared above his head along with a blood-colored flying sword in his hand. Two celestial artifacts with such an investment. I am truly curious about what you all wish to achieve. Is it still related to the Zhou sect? Chu Tianjun looked at Lin Fan, meaningfully, yet after finishing his sentence, he glanced up at the sky. Compared to the already deceased Yi Chen, Lin Fan had clearly received a greater investment, all pointing towards the celestial realm, especially with Lin Fan's uncanny luck, which could only be influenced by the celestial realm. From this, Chu Tianjun confirmed an important piece of information. Even the celestial realm could not directly intervene in this world, otherwise they could simply send a celestial being down to resolve matters. Why allow these children of destiny to develop from the very beginning? As Chu Tianjun asked these questions, Lin Fan's expression showed no obvious change, still filled with hatred and resentment, while the blood-colored celestial sword had already shot towards Chu Tianjun. This indicated that Lin Fan likely did not understand his true mission. He was merely developing along a certain inertia. Chu Tianjun had to treat the power of the celestial sword with caution. The next moment, two pieces of golden foil flew out, seemingly with a consciousness of their own, entangling with the blood-colored celestial sword, creating a clattering sound upon impact. The golden foil was indeed unique, resisting even the celestial sword without a scratch. With the celestial sword blocked by the 6 principles, heavenly books, golden foil, Chu Tianjun's great cutting technique began to target Lin Fan. Now, with his refining void stage cultivation, this technique was clearly a level above that of the transformation stage. This time the great cutting technique struck the Pu Du Bell, which shook violently, and Chu Tianjun felt that as long as he continued to bombard it, this defensive celestial artifact would be destroyed. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun attacked even more frequently. However, perhaps due to some unseen force granting Lin Fan luck, an improbable event began to unfold. The great cutting technique could slice through space and leave traces. The space in front of Lin Fan had already been thoroughly ravaged, torn apart by the technique. But suddenly the feeling of tearing that should have taken time to recover vanished in an instant. Then, as Chu Tianjun's great cutting technique sliced through space, it seemed to encounter something exceedingly solid, causing the power of the technique to dissipate at an incredible speed. When the great cutting technique collided with the Pu Du Bell again, it could only produce a faint clanging sound akin to an ordinary weapon striking a heavy bronze bell. Is this where cheating begins? Chu Tianjun remarked with a light laugh, while Lin Fan distinctly felt the pressure lessen, a look of joy appearing on his face. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun was much closer to Lin Fan. This time the compass shadow behind him grew larger, and the concentric rings of the compass began to rotate in an incomprehensible manner, some fast and some slow, as if the seasons were changing and all living things were evolving. This change did not invoke any other phenomena, but the power of Chu Tianjun's great cutting technique had evidently increased significantly. The space that had once been exceptionally solid between him and Lin Fan seemed to revert to its original state. The great cutting technique sliced into the Pu Du Bell, producing a sound that reverberated through the heavens, and soon sparks flew from the celestial artifact as if it were on the verge of shattering. Regardless of the circumstances, Chu Tianjun at this moment indeed resembled a great villain, while Lin Fan continued to resist, his eyes still filled with an unyielding spirit. At this time, Chu Tianjun did not look at Lin Fan's expression. Instead, he glanced towards the direction of Tianxian Peak without warning. On Tianxian Peak, the ethereal moon had been watching everything outside the protective array of the sect, yet she had done nothing. I know you do not truly trust me yet, but no matter what happens today, I will always be with you. The ethereal moon spoke tenderly to herself, her gaze solely fixated on Chu Tianjun. The ethereal moon was not foolish, as even Yu Xuanji had claimed that she was the one with the best talent in the Zhou sect in a millennium. Last time Chu Tianjun had told her that if she could still trust him, he hoped she could use the great prayer technique to interfere with Lin Fan's luck. At that moment she realized that she had not truly gained Chu Tianjun's trust, but he had clearly given her a chance. When Chu Tianjun had instantly broken through the refining void stage and killed the Yunmeng fairy with a single strike, the ethereal moon understood that, even if she did not act today, Chu Tianjun likely had a trump card to defeat Lin Fan. Although a voice deep within her urged her to witness Chu Tianjun's greatest trump card, the ethereal moon suppressed it, not allowing herself to miss this final opportunity. At that moment the force that bestowed luck upon Lin Fan sensed his crisis. As cracks appeared on the Pu Du Bell, an unprecedented change unfolded in the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth descended, causing everyone to instinctively look up, and then they all saw countless meteors appearing in the sky. These were not romantic shooting stars but massive extraterrestrial meteors. The meteors burned with fierce flames truly capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. One alone could turn a radius of 1,000 miles into scorched earth, and there were over 100 appearing in the sky. While the occasional appearance of a giant extraterrestrial meteor was possible, the simultaneous appearance of so many was a definite omen of impending doom. Even more absurdly, these meteors seemed to have eyes all heading in one direction, their target strikingly precise: the location of the Zhoushan sect. The power of a single meteor was comparable to a strike from a Dongxian stage expert. Thus, the hundreds of meteors were equivalent to 100 Dongxian stage experts attacking the same place. Unlike others, Chu Tianjun distinctly felt that these extraterrestrial meteors were all aimed at him. Is this a bit excessive? Do you even have any shame? Chu Tianjun looked grimly at the heavens, where clearly there was nothing, yet he still expressed his dissatisfaction. One of Chu Tianjun's hands was tucked inside his sleeve, seemingly preparing to use something. However, in the next moment, a mysterious aura suddenly arose from Tianxian Peak. Sensing this aura, Chu Tianjun slowly relaxed his hand. At the same time, Chu Tianjun looked towards Tianxian Peak and saw the ethereal moon hovering above it, her hands clasped together high above her head. Though the ethereal moon appeared devout at that moment, it was not in a manner of worshipping the heavens. She gently tapped her thumbs against her forehead 3 times, and then quickly calamity clouds formed in the sky. The moment the calamity clouds formed, Chu Tianjun sensed something was amiss. This was clearly not Lin Fan's luck, but rather his misfortune, for the calamity clouds were directed at Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan's face turned ashen, feeling utterly bewildered. Previously, those meteors had not made him feel a hint of danger. He was even aware that if they fell, the entire Zhoushan sect would be wiped out, and Chu Tianjun would either flee immediately or perish beneath the meteor shower. However, the current calamity clouds brought him a profound sense of danger. He did not understand why he had suddenly drawn the tribulation of the refining void stage when he was still far from the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Yet this was only the beginning. After the ethereal moon silently prayed, the power of her nascent soul peak was instantly drained by a peculiar force, while simultaneously the power of the tribulation targeting Lin Fan doubled. Heavenly demon, 9 changes come again. The thunder of the tribulation had already begun to brew, and the ethereal moon suddenly shouted. At that moment, the 9 lives battle armor on her body erupted with a tidal wave of pure spiritual energy. In just a breath, the ethereal moon's cultivation once again returned to the nascent soul peak. At the instant the ethereal moon's cultivation returned to the nascent soul peak, in another moment her power was once again drained, as if she were undergoing a great sacrifice, while the power of the tribulation aimed at Lin Fan increased once more. This can be operated like this. Chu Tianjun was also astonished, having realized that the ethereal moon was continuously sacrificing her cultivation, using the heavenly demon 9 changes, to enhance the power of the great prayer technique. In just a few breaths, the ethereal moon had sacrificed her cultivation 8 times. After the 8th sacrifice of her nascent soul peak cultivation, she had mastered the heavenly demon 9 changes, which no one had ever achieved. At this moment, the tribulation in the sky had become exceedingly terrifying. Its dreadful aura was even more frightening than the falling meteors. "You are finished," Chu Tianjun said with a hint of sympathy as he looked at Lin Fan. The tribulation that had been produced from the ethereal moon sacrificing her nascent soul peak cultivation 8 times, even with the great devouring technique, Chu Tianjun had no confidence in withstanding it. He felt that the power of this tribulation had already surpassed that of the Dongxian stage tribulation. Perhaps the ascension tribulation of the great completion stage was not even this fierce. Indeed, the sinister must be defeated by even more sinister means. Lin Fan's luck, unbeknownst to him, has summoned a meteor capable of annihilating the world. Meanwhile, Long Yu's prayer was for Lin Fan to die, which would inexplicably hasten his tribulation, allowing her to sacrifice power, and amplify the tribulation's might, unreasonably representing a clash of two fates. The tribulation descended with astonishing speed, shattering the meteors in its path, creating a massive meteor shower in an instant. No! It's impossible, I cannot die. Lin Fan looked in terror at the rapidly descending thunder, feeling a profound despair in that moment. At that moment, a strange yet familiar wave appeared in the heavens and earth. Chu Tianjun understood that the person behind Lin Fan was still unwilling to give up, trying to invoke luck once more to help him escape death. But how could Chu Tianjun allow them that opportunity? He clasped his hands in front of his chest, forming a seal he had never used before. In the next moment, the compass phantom behind him rapidly expanded, simultaneously reaching the heavens above and the earth below, while the 2 pages of the 6 principles of heaven began to tremble, erupting with brilliant golden light. The golden light sprinkled onto the compass phantom, causing the celestial inscriptions on the compass to appear, as if they had been transformed into gold, and in an instant, the massive compass phantom also turned golden. Then the compass phantom began to rotate in an unprecedented manner. If one had to say what was different from before, it felt as if it began to spin in reverse. Immediately afterward, a golden beam shot up into the sky from the massive compass, not destroying anything but piercing through the clouds. To the onlookers, it merely appeared as a golden beam shooting into the heavens, but to Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan it sounded as if something was shattering, reminiscent of a mirror breaking. In the next moment, Lin Fan felt he had lost his greatest reliance. He understood that he no longer possessed any luck. Chu Tianjun's trump card had always been the 6 principles of heaven, but using it in such a manner came at a tremendous cost, draining nearly all of his spiritual energy as a refining void cultivator just to activate the deeper powers of the gold foil within the scripture. The shocking phenomena appearing above Fufeng Prefecture, whether the meteor swarm or the tribulation comparable to the ascension of a great master or the final golden light piercing the heavens, were witnessed by nearly all living beings in this world. Even in the distant central continent's Tai Academy, powerful cultivators, each radiating spatial ripples, emerged from their lofty halls, all unconsciously gazing at the skies. After the golden beam dissipated, these experts of the Dongxian realm, along with numerous refining void period ancients, gathered at a central pavilion within the academy, resembling an ordinary library, yet occupying the best location with the entire academy built around it. Master, just now a powerful being from the eastern region, broke through the barriers between realms, yet not for the purpose of ascending to the upper realm. With such a powerful figure emerging, is it a blessing or a curse for the academy? A late Dongxian realm powerhouse humbly inquired of the library, his demeanor and words extremely respectful. Everyone looked hopefully at the library, and the next moment a deep yet resonant voice emanated from within. In an age of great conflict, crises and opportunities coexist. None of us can remain unscathed. It is time to apply what we have learned. Master's words are few and somewhat off-topic, some pondered deeply, while more were left in confusion. Meanwhile, the tribulation, powerful as a great ascension, fell upon Lin Fan, who could only withstand it with the Pudu Bell. Originally, the Pudu Bell could barely withstand such a tribulation, but his luck had truly run out. Coincidentally, the tribulation struck the slight crack in the bell, and in a moment the celestial artifact shattered into pieces. Under the thunder, Chu Tianjun saw the terror etched on Lin Fan's face, but the terrifying tribulation was so overwhelming that even he could not discern what was happening. However, this process ended quickly, and Chu Tianjun did not expect that under such a powerful tribulation Lin Fan was still alive, though a talisman-like object beside him was gradually turning to ash. Substitute talisman. You really have many good things on you, but now you are at your wits' end, aren't you? Chu Tianjun coldly observed Lin Fan, sensing the latter's aura was extremely depleted. Although he had not died, he resembled a tiger without its claws. At this moment, the compass phantom behind Chu Tianjun vanished. The aura of Long Yu's grand prayer technique dissipated, and naturally Lin Fan could no longer receive the inverse luck. Everything finally returned to normal. The allied cultivators had also ceased their assault on the Zhou sect's formation, and some of the more astute were already preparing to flee. However, at that moment Chu Tianjun suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a copper coffin appeared. Since you harbor ill intentions, it is only just for me to kill you all, is it not? Chu Tianjun stated calmly, addressing everyone in the alliance. In the next moment, the coffin of the buried immortal slowly opened, and then a blood mist capable of consuming flesh and blood flew out of the copper coffin. The ensuing scene mirrored that of Yi Chen's blood refinement of the entire Zhou sect years ago. That time Yi Chen had refined nearly 10,000 people, including over 10 nascent soul realists. Today here there were nearly 100,000 people with dozens of nascent soul realists. Chu Tianjun felt some anticipation, wondering what kind of flesh would be nurtured from such rich blood essence. Demon Chu Tianjun, you demon! How can you Jiuxiao sect still claim to be righteous, refining the blood of 100,000 cultivators? Are you not afraid of inner demons haunting you in the future? As the Alliance's 100,000 cultivators were blood-refined by the coffin of the buried immortal Lin Fan's companion from the demonic sect could not help but scream in despair. You were the ones who said you would flatten my Jiuxiao sect. Now that you know you are going to die, you begin to play double standards. Indeed, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. You and Lin Fan are truly a match. Lu Qingxue, who was fighting this person, retorted without needing Chu Tianjun to speak. Outside Jiuxiao sect, the alliance was left with only Lin Fan and 4 god transformation stage cultivators. The buried immortal coffin seemed to have blood refined too many at once, the entire celestial artifact shrouded in a layer of blood mist floating in the void like a massive blood cocoon. Although Chu Tianjun had locked his gaze on Lin Fan, he did not make a move. At this moment, both he and Lin Fan were in similar states with little power left to use. However, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun whispered, "Lin Yu, the rest is up to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yu appeared with a sword not far from Lin Fan. Half a year ago, I returned home, and my 4th uncle and 4th aunt have aged considerably. Lin Yu began calmly, speaking as if it were years ago when he and Lin Fan were still ordinary people. Are you feeling quite proud? Once again, you can take on the role of the victor, educating me as an elder brother. Lin Fan glared at Lin Yu with a face full of resentment, knowing that he had completely lost. Without that defying luck, he could no longer stir even a ripple. They still do not know your situation. I will tell them that you have been doing well in the Jiuxiao sect over these years. Before your arrival, I petitioned the sect leader for permission to kill you. After you die, I will send your body back home and tell my 4th uncle and 4th aunt that you died in battle against the demonic beasts. This is the last thing I can do for you. Lin Ye's voice remained calm, but his hand that gripped the Qishao sword trembled slightly.